Chapter 46. I get an elbow up, knocking my assailant off balance, and rush back over to Peter as he drops two rogues. As quickly as the fight starts, it stops as a new group of men shows up. The leader is an older, battle-hardened warrior with piercing amber eyes and short-cropped silver hair. He has the ordered feel of a pack wolf and lacks the deranged twist that so many have here. Slumming it, Peter? The newcomer asks in a gruff voice as he scans the rogues. I didn't see where you were set up, Dave, Peter replies with a shrug. Dave nods and turns to walk away. His group swallows us up as we follow him to his fire. As we walk through the crowds, I scan each group we pass. There is minimal blending here. Each pack seems to keep to itself and has carved out its own niche. There is very little, if any, laughter. Misery and resentment bombard me from all sides, threatening to give me a headache. I feel all eyes on me as we walk. Men jeer and call me names as we make our way. I don't care what they call me. I brush it off until I hear them slander Christian, and I instantly tense. Keep walking, Peter says. I haven't got enough men to take on everyone. He keeps his voice even, but the way his dark eyes scan our surroundings gives him away. I push down my temper and follow him to their destination. Like all of the mini camps, there is a collection of tents and shacks on the far side with a good-sized fire in the center. The area in between is full of men, packed tightly, and their posture warns outsiders to keep back. What brings the mighty beta down to his lowly subjects? A man sneers. Flick, Dave growls in warning. What? Is the ivory tower getting boring? Have to slum with us with your lady. Peter wastes no time grabbing Flick by the throat as he unleashes his aura. She is not my companion. Watch your mouth, he snarls as Flick chokes and claws desperately at Peter's fingers. Just as he starts to go limp, Peter drops him, having made his point. So, why is she here? Dave asks, eyeing me skeptically. Has some food allergies and needs a place to cook, Peter says with a shrug. Go for it, Dave replies, nodding to the fire. I make my way to the fire, and one of the men tosses a grate on top for me. Our guard escort brings the bins over for me to get started. Flick glares at me bitterly, like he blames me personally for all of his problems. Palace food not to your liking, your highness? He grumbles, glaring at me. I can't eat chicken or spice, something they use constantly, I answer, not rising to his bait. So you come cook on our fires while we barely scrape by on gruel? He growls. Flick is on his feet, fists clenched in anger as he stalks over to me. Let it alone, Flick, the older male groans. She's cooking, they won't be long. Bitch says she doesn't eat chicken, but there's a full bin of it, Flick snaps, grabbing the bin. Peter has had enough and grabs his shirt in one hand, pulling back the other to strike him. I quickly grab his fist before he can make contact. Peter looks at me with a mix of confusion and surprise. I shake my head and take the bin back from Flick as Peter slowly lets him go. Relax, Peter, I'm an easy target to hate, I say with a sigh. I can't eat chicken, but they were going to throw it out. I figured I could cook it up for whoever shared their fire with me. Flick's expression changes as he looks at me with a new level of mistrust. I'm not unaware of all the men's quizzical looks as I put some oil into the giant pan they put out for me to cook. My stomach starts to churn as I grab the bin to fill the pan. When the chicken hits the hot oil, the smell makes me gag instantly, forcing me to step back. I tuck my nose into my hoodie and set to cooking the meat. By the time it's ready, I have quite a crowd waiting. Endless battered bowls are waiting, and I divvy up the meat as fairly as I can. It's that bad, eh? Why'd you bother then? Peter asks, dark eyes locked on mine. The way he looks at me leaves me uncomfortable. I can see the gears spinning as he tries to figure me out. I don't like to waste food. Clearly, there are people who are more than happy to have it, I say, nodding to the men devouring the chicken. I suffer through a second batch before Peter takes over. My brow shoots up as Flick grabs the empty pan and takes off to clean it. A few moments later, he shows back up with a spotless pan and puts it back on the fire. Since when do Lunas cook? A man asks. I was just a normal woman on my own before I trail off. It feels like a lifetime ago when I lived alone and spent most of my time on my own. Out of the blue, a young boy about Ethan's age darts out of the crowd. He's dirty and eyes me suspiciously. One of the warriors passes him his bowl, and the youth takes a seat. "Are you really a human, Luna?" he blurts out. "Excuse him, Luna. My pup usually has manners," the man chides while glaring at him. "It's okay. Ethan has a habit of coming out of left field sometimes, too," I say with a laugh. Instantly, my mind flashes pictures of him, and my eyes start to water. "Damn onions," I mumble, trying to cover. "Is he your son?" Peter asks as he steps close beside me. "Like you don't know," I snap bitterly. "Excuse me?" Peter asks, taken aback. "You guys used him to get at me," I trail off as I take in his confused expression. "You didn't know?" "No," Peter says, shaking his head. "That day, a group was dispatched secretively, then you showed up and got dumped on me. Dimitri got hold of him and forced me to trade places," I mumble, not taking my eyes off the pan. "He was going to kill him. I had no choice. It was the only way for them to get me." I can't keep the bitterness out of my tone as the memory flashes through my mind. I struggle to swallow a lump in my throat as Ethan's desperate face tears at my heart once more while the guardians drag him away. My admission is met by soft mumbles and murmurs as the men whisper with each other. When I finally risk a look up, I'm met with a strange mix of pity and anger. "You thought I came here willingly?" I ask no one in particular. "We were told you were captured in a battle where your side took heavy losses," one of the warriors blurted out. I know nothing of a battle. Ethan's pain drew me to him, and when I got there were 3 guardians down and several of Dimitri's wolves. Dimitri had my son by his neck, threatening to kill him if I didn't come with him. So if that counts as a battle, then sure, there was a battle, I snap angrily. "Enough, Jessie," Peter warns. The look on his face tells me that these particulars were also kept from him. Even Peter's warning isn't enough to stop the whispers between the warriors. "Focus on cooking." There's a quiet anger in his voice as he stares at the fire. I toss the next batch of meat in, trying not to dwell on it. The smell of pork and beef has my stomach growling, but the empty bowls have me feeling guilty. I quickly divided the contents of the giant pan between the bowls and added the final batch of meat. "The point of this is for you to eat," Peter chides. For all his grumbling, he hasn't taken a single morsel. "This batch, I promise." My stomach was unsettled from the chicken, I mumble, not precisely true, but not a total lie. "So is it true what they say about him?" Another boy asks between bites. I ask, raising a brow. "That alpha Christian rules his pack with an iron fist?" the youth asks. "Sho," the first kid cuts in. "You'll be made an Omega for sure. He's done it for less dash." "You'll have to excuse them, Luna," one of the warriors cuts in. Boys and their imaginations. The warrior's cheeks are flushed as he looks between me and Peter before glaring at the boys. "It's okay, I'm sure a lot of misinformation is around," I mumble, trying not to show my irritation. "Christian can be intimidating at first, but he's the best man I know dash." "You're just saying that 'cause you're his mate," the second boy groans, cutting me off. The warrior taps him on his shoulder in warning. "No, I mean, he is, but I was really critical of him when I first met him. I wasn't easy to deal with, I didn't understand what was going on," I mumble, thinking back to how I used to run from him. "How could you not know?" one of the warriors asks, furrowing his brows at me. "I grew up thinking wolves were a fairy tale," I say with a shrug. Apparently, I was mistaken. A few chuckle at me, causing my cheeks to flush. "You know nothing of the paranormal world?" The first kid gapes. "Are there more than just wolves?" I ask, raising a brow. All eyes are on me, looking for the joke, but I have none. "Seriously?" Another warrior scoffs. "Yeah, witches, vampires, and a host of others exist. How do you not know?" "Maybe they were waiting till after the conference to tell me," I mumble. "I kind of ran away when the whole wolves thing came up, so they probably wanted to avoid a repeat." My admission earns several laughs as a lightness settles into the group. Once again, I divvy up the meat, though Peter makes a point to pick out a choice portion of beef that he holds back for me. Immediately, I toss in the first round of veggies and get back to cooking. Peter walks over and holds the bowl out for me. He doesn't take no for an answer and instead takes over cooking while I eat. The first slice of beef is like heaven in my mouth. I have to force myself to slow down and chew properly as my stomach rumbles for more. By the time I finish, Peter quickly loads me up with veggies before giving the rest away. When I go to get up and help him, he flashes me a look that keeps my butt planted. As I sit there picking at my food, the conversations around me pick up. It may not have been much, but this small offering makes a big difference for these people. I'm torn. I shouldn't want to help them. They are the enemy, and yet their suffering tugs at me. To talk with them, they could be anyone in Kane's territory who doesn't want this war any more than we do. When the coast is clear, they call their women to join, and each of the men gives their portion to the women and children. Sasha warned that it's not that clear-cut, that there are people here against their will, Ember reasons. True, but what holds them here? Who leads them, and why would he bring his pack here? Dave seems to be calling the shots, but from what I see, he doesn't belong here, I point out. Figure that out and the house of cards will start to fall, Ember muses. More? Peter asks as he brings the pan over. No thanks, I say, shaking my head. I'm full, honest. He watches me for a moment longer before finally relenting with a frown. He freezes and his eyes glaze, letting me know he's linking. Just as well, he mumbles, looking around. He hooks a hand under my arm, not bothering to look as he pulls me up. We need to go, he says. His face is stoic, but his energy gives him away. He's worried. What's wrong? I ask as a sense of dread takes root. We need to get back to the pack house, now, he growls, dragging me with him. Not even 10 feet past Dave's camp, warning howls break out. Instantly, the chorus echoes all around us, sending a cold shiver down my spine as Peter freezes. His stoic facade is finally broken by fear, sending my panic into overdrive. Chapter 47. A deafening chorus of howls sounds all around us as panic blooms in me. Even Peter's stony facade is marred by fear as we stand frozen outside of Dave's camp in the budding chaos. Without warning, he grabs my hand and bolts for the pack house, cutting down anyone in our way. My heart hammers as I struggle to keep my feet moving and under me. I lose sight of our escort and cringe as I realize just how far we are from the pack house. There is literally an army between us and our goal. Men surge around us, breaking his grip as the chaos swallows me up. Not even my collar can save you out there without an escort. Dimitri's words echo in my mind as my heart races. I scan the crowd, desperately trying to find Peter, but I can't see anything in the surging sea of men. My chest tightens painfully as panic threatens to take over. Look who it is, the rogue from earlier sneers as he grabs me roughly by the arm. I try to twist and break his grip, but he's too strong and pulls me towards him. As a last-ditch effort, I try to catch him with an elbow, but another man grabs and twists my free hand behind my back. Their dark grins make me shudder as my mind reels, trying to come up with a new plan. In a blur, the rogue's throat is opened as his stunned eyes lock on mine. He lets go, desperately trying to staunch the free-flowing blood, but he's too late and falls a moment later. Relief floods me as my pinned arm is released. I spin and come face-to-face with Flick, a bloody blade in his hand. My heart hammers as I take a cautious step back. Really? Flick asks, raising a brow. If I were going to hurt you, I could have just left you with them. Move your feet, Highness. On a leap of faith, I take off after him as he cuts his way through the crowd. I struggle to keep up, twisting and ducking as fingers claw at me. With a misstep, I stumble and am checked down. I'm back on my feet in an instant, desperately scanning for Flick and Peter. All I can see is a deranged man in front of me. A flash of metal catches my attention as a man nearby grapples with another. Instinct takes over, and I grab the dagger from his belt, spinning back to my attacker in one fluid move and opening his throat. He looks at me with a mix of rage and disgust as he chokes. Once again, I look for anyone who might offer me any help. The chaos of the crowds around me is overwhelming and disorienting. Alarms keep sounding, men are running in various directions, and random brawls are happening everywhere. Another man comes at me. He holds his blade like he thinks he can jab me, or the threat alone will make me comply. He's sadly mistaken, as I easily sidestep his lunge before spinning and driving my blade into the base of his skull. He crumples instantly. I don't have a chance to think as two more men rush me. I grab the dead man's blade and go into autopilot. A strange sense of calm washes over me as my guardian training takes over. Strike, duck, slash, feint, I dance this deadly dance, but even in my current state, I outclass my adversaries. In no time, the men are dead, and I push my way on towards the pack house. I've covered half the distance, but that puts me in the middle of the army. The sea of men either ignore me or attack me. Either way, it makes for slow progress. My energy is dropping quickly, though not as fast as my attackers, and I won't be able to keep this up for much longer. I hear Peter ahead as I near the pack house. My shouts are lost in the roar of the crowd as I struggle to make any forward progress. Barely in time, I catch sight of a blade swiping by my temple and duck as my heart hammers. The man is easily more skilled than any of my other opponents today, striking and slashing with seasoned precision. All I can do is duck and dodge, praying for an opening. 2 more men join in, driving me back at a record pace. My heart stops as I feel my foot slip out from under me. In slow motion, I fall back down to the ground as their sadistic grins grow. The lead man lunges for me, but is intercepted. Relief floods me as I watch Peter snap his neck and throw him away. His friends are dead a moment later as guards surround me, pushing back the riot around us. Disarm her, Silas growls as I regain my feet. My mind reels, searching for my next move as I skin desperately for Peter with no luck. Silas stands near the door to the pack house as his armed guards close in on me. Instinctively, I crouch low, ready to spring into action at the first opportunity. The guards move towards me, cautiously eyeing my daggers. Their wicked spears and blades are trained on me, looking for an excuse to strike. Stand down, Peter shouts as he pushes his way back to us. The Luna was caught trying to escape, Silas snaps. Liar, I shout, trembling in anger. I was attacked and trying to make it back to the pack house. Likely story, Silas scoffs as he nods at the guards. Wait, Peter growls, grabbing one of the spears away from me. We were out when the alarm went off, and in the chaos, I lost her. She's telling the truth. His brown eyes move from guard to guard, knowing that Silas is a lost cause. The guards remain frozen, neither advancing nor retreating. And she takes that moment to arm herself and kill our men. Silas presses on. Look at her, that's our soldier's blood dripping off of those blades. He pauses, letting his words sink in and cast out. Even now, you can see her wheels turning, deciding which of us to kill next. If we die killing him, it will be a worthy sacrifice, Ember growls, itching for his blood. She is protecting herself, Peter hisses. And who will protect us from her? Silas scoffs. That woman has no business with a blade in her hand. Do you think she's willingly going to surrender? The anger and mistrust are evident in his eyes as he glares at me. He wants this. He may have even planned it as a way to take me out. I do, Peter says confidently. His brown eyes are locked on mine as he pushes past the guards to stand in front of me. Each move he makes is slow and steady as he holds out his palm. Please, Luna. I take a deep breath and, after weighing my options, slowly hand the blade over to him. Silas' face twists in outrage as I easily surrender to the beta, making him a fool. I lock eyes with him, barely containing my smirk before turning my attention back to Peter. Get her upstairs. She is not to leave the house again, Silas snaps, shaking in anger. Not needing to be told twice, Peter gently grabs my arm and whisks me away before Silas changes his mind. He keeps a firm grip on my arm as he pulls me through the house straight to Dimitri's room. I let out a sigh of relief as Peter lets me go and locks the door behind us. Slowly, my heart starts to settle down and my breathing evens out. I drop down on a chair as my adrenaline recedes, leaving me feeling shaky. Peter rushes over and crouches in front of me, brown eyes full of concern as he takes me in. Are you hurt? He asks, lifting my chin. I shake my head no. Are you sure? I'm just tired, I think, I mumble. Not that I was in tip-top shape to begin with. What happened? He gets up and shakes his head. I wish I knew, he growls. They linked me just before the alarm went off. Something, he pauses, tugging on his beard as he slips deep in thought. It didn't feel right, he warns, turning his attention to me. It was me, wasn't it? I whisper as a sense of dread consumes me. Peter says nothing, but the way he clenches his jaw speaks volumes. It was all set to hurt me? I can't help the shakiness in my voice as the severity sinks in. You did nothing wrong, Peter says, trying to comfort me. Silas disagrees, I mumble bitterly. Just me existing is wrong in his books. It's bad enough I have to manage Dmitri, at least deep down, he doesn't want me hurt. How will I be able to survive unarmed like this when others are gunning for me? You need to watch your back around him, Luna, Peter warns, dark eyes trained on mine. You had no choice, but you made a fool out of him in front of his men. He won't soon forget it. You did, I mumble. What? He asks, raising a brow. I played the part you left me. It was you who ignored his warning and disarmed me, I say, trying to make him understand. Your actions made a liar out of him, that you have my compliance where he doesn't make you a threat. Ask Christian or Cain what happens to those he views as a threat. My words hang heavy in the air. The look in his eyes makes it clear he never considered that. I guess we're both on the chopping block, he grunts. I'm going to dig into what happened further. Lock the door when I'm gone and lie down. Someone will be by to pick you up for dinner. His brows furrowed in concern as he turned to leave. I don't miss how he scans the living room before exiting. He's always struck me as a cautious person, but this is next level and only feeds my already exhausted nerves. Peter? I call out as he goes to close the door. Be careful, I whisper as he nods. A moment later, he shuts the door, and as instructed, I lock it. I feel dead on my feet, my body aches, and my limbs feel like they're made of sand. After washing the blood off in the sink, I change into fresh clothes and curl up on the couch to sleep. Soft knocking wakes me from my deep slumber. I don't know how long I've been out, but it's dark, and I forgot to leave a lamp on. Carefully, I make my way to the door, unlock it, and open it. Sasha throws herself at me, wrapping her arms around me tightly. I'm so happy you're okay. She brings her hand to my temple, and I feel the familiar cold tingles of her energy as she checks for herself. I'm okay, I say with a soft laugh. She pulls me back into another tight hug, holding me tight as she whispers, You're not safe. I nod, knowing as much, but the guard escorting her clearly isn't one she trusts. Ready for dinner? I nod, and she leads the way as the guard trails. The table is already seated, and by the time we arrive, the whole argument will be over. Counselors Silas and Massimo are locked in a quiet debate as Dmitri glowers at them. I have no idea what they're arguing about, but it appears as if they've had a rough day, too. Wordlessly, I take my seat beside Dmitri as the arguments die down. It's not long before I feel Wayne glaring at me. You think you're so clever, he growls at me. His energy hits me in waves, warning me just how upset he actually is. One day you will slip up, and it will cost you dearly. What are you talking about? I hiss, unable to contain my frustration. You know exactly what dash. Enough. Dmitri roars, freezing everyone in place. Do not ever talk to her. Don't even look at her, she is so far off limits to you that she's invisible. Wayne locks eyes with Dmitri and, without hesitation, touches my cheek. Or what, Demi? Wayne challenges. In an instant, both men are on their feet, trading blows. Wayne may be smaller, but he's not to be underestimated as he holds his own. Enough, you too, Silas snarls. Break it up. Do something about him, or I will, Dmitri growls, eyes locked on Wayne. I don't take orders from you, Your Highness, Wayne sneers. Enough. Silas snaps, slamming his fist down on the table. Sit down, both of you. The men grumble and reluctantly take their seats. We have more pressing matters to deal with. Don't even look at each other. Christ, you're like children. I sit there stunned, yet curious. What could have everyone so worked up all at once? And, just as importantly, how can I do it again? When the Luna is the behaved one at the table, you know there's a problem, Massimo chides as he sips his wine. Though I imagine after the excitement you've had today, you're quite tired. In an instant, the energy flips at the table. Judging by the daggers Silas is glaring at him, Massimo just spilt a secret he wished to keep. I can feel both Dmitri and Wayne glaring at me. What is he talking about, Jessie? Dmitri growls as a storm rages in his blue eyes. His intensity leaves me feeling uneasy, but if it's a secret Silas wants to keep hidden, I'm gonna spill it. I was outside when everything went to chaos today, I mumble, staring at my glass. Silas glares at me, his face slowly turning purple as he trembles in anger. What? Dimitri yells. What did I tell you about going outside unescorted dash? She wasn't unescorted, Peter interrupts. Why the heck would you bring her out there? Dimitri snaps, turning his own shade of purple. Because she needed to eat. You told me to make sure at any cost. Half of the stoves aren't working, so we made do. Everything was fine until the alarm went off and we were attacked. Peter pushes back. I make it look like I'm focused on Dimitri, but I pay as close an attention as I can to everyone else. Both Silas and Wayne are unusually quiet while their energy boils. They are both in on whatever this is, Ember warns. True, but what holds them here? Who leads them, and why would he bring his pack here? Dave seems to be calling the shots, but from what I see, he doesn't belong here, I point out. Figure that out and the house of cards will start to fall, Ember muses. Just as well, he mumbles, looking around. He hooks a hand under my arm, not bothering to look as he pulls me up. We need to go, he says. His face is stoic, but his energy gives him away. He's worried. Chapter 48. Jace POV. Tension mounts the longer we try to wake Christian, but we can't. I search every inch of him, looking for a reason why he won't wake up, but come up empty. Should we call Doc or Kane? Judius asks, crystal blue eyes locked on mine. Garrick or Derwin, I mumble as I furrow my brows deep in concentration. If I didn't know better, I'd swear he's locked into the same thing Jessie gets. A moment later, Derwin and Garrick come in. Derwin doesn't hide his concern as he takes in his unconscious brother. He brings his fingers to the side of Christian's neck while his eyes roam around looking for clues. How long has he been out? Garrick asks as he eyes Christian. He strokes his chin as his gray eyes swirl in concentration. I don't know, I say, pacing. First Jessie, now Christian. Our position has taken a nosedive in such a short period. Could this be Jessie doing? Derwin asks, not taking his eyes off of Christian. After a moment with no answer, he turns his stormy gaze to Garrick. You said you thought there was more to her abilities than she knew. Could this be her doing? Derwin isn't holding back. His brother's welfare trumps Garrick's mystery. It could be, Garrick reluctantly admits. We have no way of knowing, though. Without Jessie to wake him up, all we can do is wait it out. I watch the two men talk before shifting my attention back to Christian. Goddess help us, if he starts lashing out like Jessie did, he'll hurt someone. Should we move him to the bed? I ask, turning my attention to Derwin. He raises a brow, wanting more. If it is a dream like Jessie, the desk, I trail off as the light of recognition shines in his eyes. Derwin slips under his far shoulder as I slip under the other. We lift him as Judius pulls the chair away before dragging him over to the bed. With a grunt, we get him up there and lay him down safely. Now what? Judius asks, concern etched on his face. We wait, Garrick replies solemnly. Now that I can see his face, I notice how relaxed he is. His normally furrowed brow is gone, and the deep scowl that he's worn since Jessie was taken is replaced by almost a smile. With the slightest shift from Christian, all four of us flinch, fearing the worst. Baby, he murmurs so faintly I nearly miss it. My breath catches and heart stops as I strain, eager for his following words. What? I stop Garrick with a flick of my hand, never breaking my focus. Christian mumbles again, making me lean in closer, desperate to hear. His words are so faint I barely listen to them. Suddenly, he breaks out in a big smile as he shifts slightly in bed again. Anything? Derwin asks, desperate brown eyes locked on me. I shake my head and turn my attention back to Christian. As quickly as it came, his smile is gone, and the frown is back. Without warning, his eyes shoot open, full of concern and anger as he sits up in bed. My heart hammers as he grabs a fistful of my shirt before I can get back and drags me towards him. Christian, it's us. Stop. You're safe. Our voices all ring out at once as I bring my one hand to his chest, stopping him from getting me any closer, while my other hand wraps around his wrist. My eyes are wide as I lock gazes with him. Cold shivers run down my spine as I realize my best friend doesn't see me. In an instant, the light inside clicks on. "Jace," he calls, shock clear across his face. "Yeah, man, it's me," I answer, voice shaky as my heart races in my chest. "Brother, let him go," Derwin calls, drawing Christian's attention momentarily. Guilt flashes in his eyes as he turns his gaze to his fist tangled in my shirt. Instantly, he lets go as if it burns him. Not wanting to push my luck, I take a small step back. His gaze once again turns to me as hope swirls in his hazel eyes. "I saw her," he whispers more to himself. "What did you see, brother?" Derwin asks, switching back to guardian mode. "Jessie," Christian mumbles as he looks down at his fingers. He rubs his fingertips together as his brows furrow deep in thought. It was so real. He turns his attention from his fingers to Derwin as he tries to gather his thoughts. "Tell us everything," Garrick prompts, his gray eyes glued to Christian. One minute I was going over reports for the meeting with Judius and Jace, and the next I'm standing in the woods, broad daylight. Christian pauses a moment, looking far away like he sees it in his head. I spun around because I heard someone sneaking up on me, but it was Jessie. "So you dreamed her?" Garrick asks, furrowing his brow. "No," Christian says with determination. "I've dreamed of her many times, and it never felt like that." Absent-mindedly, he brushes his fingertips across the ring hanging around his neck. It's a habit he's developed since Ethan gave him back his engagement ring that Jessie wore. "But the situation?" "No," Christian growls, shaking his head. "I felt her through the bond just the same as if she were standing before me. It was real," he trails off in a whisper, voice laced in anguish. "Did she say anything? Any warnings?" Garrick asks anxiously. Christian shuts down. The vulnerable hope is replaced instantly by cold, bitter determination. He visibly tenses as he looks, once again lost in thought. "Anything?" Garrick growls, pushing further. "Yes," Christian finally replies. "She warned me of the trap, said pretty much what you did, that they took her to bait us into retaliating." He trails off as his features harden further and his jaw begins to flex. "What else?" I prompt, knowing he's holding the worst part back. "She made me promise not to come get her," he says, eyes full of guilt and pain. His words feel like a knife to my gut as I sag against the bedside table. "She can't seriously expect us to leave her there," I growl, trembling in outrage. "That's exactly what she expects," Christian spits back bitterly. "She says we can't come for her until we're ready to end the war, or we'll lose." "But that could be weeks," Derwin blurts out, his face contorted in disbelief. "I know," Christian snarls, instantly on his feet as he starts to pace. "She knows, but she wouldn't change her mind." Cyrus is driving me insane. I don't think I'll be able to hold him back that long. There's an edge of fear in his voice that is terrifying. Cyrus has always been a strong wolf, and he has lost control before, but never in wartime, and that was before Jessie. "So now what?" I ask. "Safe to say we aren't going at dawn as planned, but we didn't bother with a backup plan." "I don't know," Christian says, dropping back to the bed. "This whole situation has gone to shit. We work on our endgame," Derwin says with a determined look. "I'll put all the Guardian Scouts out and get as much intel as possible," Garrick adds. "We can step up training more. Everything's coming together. There's just the problem of linking," I say. "It's hard enough to coordinate in human form, but most fight as wolves, and without linking, it's a cluster. We may need to activate Ethan's bond sooner than we planned," Derwin says to Garrick. "It will put him at risk," Garrick warns. "No," Christian growls. "Jessie didn't sacrifice herself for him just to have you throw him to the dogs." His eyes are a blaze of anger as he eyes both men dangerously. "We may not have a choice, brother," Derwin says, trying to placate him. "That's for another day. We can focus on other things for now. When the intel comes, we can plan accordingly," I say, trying to defuse the tension. "Right," Derwin says with a nod. "I'll dispatch the scouts," he says as he turns to leave. "Try to get some sleep, brother. We need fresh eyes to come up with a plan tomorrow." Christian gives a gruff nod, but pays them little attention as Garrick follows Derwin out. Judius gives me a look, nodding at Christian before he clears his throat. "I'll take care of Luda and Eric, and set up a training plan with Nex and Xavier," Judius says as he walks over. He drops a hand on Christian's shoulder and gives it a reassuring squeeze. She's strong, Christian. Never forget that. Christian nods, but doesn't look up. Judius gives me one last sympathetic look and heads out. How did this all go so wrong? He whispers, hanging his head in his hands. Christian has always embodied the definition of perfection as an alpha. His pack wanted for nothing, his people were happy, and he could see events and make the right move no matter what. Even as a man, he's always been the strong, driven type. When Derwin was Stillwater's alpha, Christian ran the pack. The only time I've seen him crack was when his parents were murdered. Not even when Derwin dumped the alpha title on him did it faze Christian, but to look at him now, he's a broken man. Some alphas crave power and conquest. Christian has always focused on welfare and prosperity. He hated being a principal alpha, a position other alphas would kill for. Christian did his duty for his pack, but not for his own glory and pride. Even now he hates war, but he's leading with Cain because even though Marcus is a principal alpha, he isn't up to the task. Christian was fine until they took Jessie. With that one move, they cut out his heart, threw him off his game, and wounded him in a way they never could have on their own. My anger mounts not only for my Luna but for what they've done to Christian. I walk over to the sidebar and pour 2 glasses of scotch. He looks at me skeptically for a moment before taking the glass. For Jessie, I whisper, holding my glass to him. After a moment, he clinks glasses and tosses the drink back as I follow suit. Jessie, he says, setting the glass down on the bedside table. Get some sleep, I say, squeezing his shoulder. He nods and lies down as I head out to check on Judius's progress. We are easily in the wee hours of the morning, but the pack house and the surrounding yard are full of people shifting about. I find Judius out back in the empty training yard, deep in conversation with Xavier, Cain, Luda, and Eric. All eyes snap to me as I draw near. How is he? Cain asks, amber eyes locked on mine. Better, should be sleeping soon, I mumble as I scan the warriors in the field. That must have been one hell of a dream to get him to stand down when none of us could, Cain states, raising a brow. The look in his amber eyes is almost an accusation, like he knows something. I give him the slightest of nods, not wanting to voice it since Jessie's abilities and the fact that she is a wolf are still a guarded secret. He frowns and sighs, giving me a look that warns this conversation isn't over, but drops it for now. So that's it then? Luda asks. We're not going after the Luna? My chest tightens as I shake my head no. It's hard knowing she's there, but even Jessie knows it's a trap. We need a new plan and fast. What do you mean you're not going after her? Soraya snaps behind us. I spin, locking my eyes on her, shocked to see her standing there. Soraya? Xavier blurts out, equally stunned. She has cut all of us off since that gut-wrenching day between her and Bill. He keeps her out of the pack house and isolated in one of the camps, trying to drive a wedge further between us. Her loyalty to our pack has always been unwavering, but that asshole messes with her mind. Soraya, get back here, Bill shouts as he runs over. His regularly guarded facade is contorted in anger as he catches up to her. Let's go. No, she snaps, her own fury burning in her eyes. You deliberately kept this from me. It's none of our concern, Bill growls, grabbing her wrist and pulling her towards him. Seeing him put his hands on Soraya sets me off as I feel my wolf scratching to take over. Anger and outrage bloom in me, my eyes lock on his hand on her wrist. I don't get a step towards him before Cain pulls me back. I see the same anger reflected in his eyes, but he cuts me off with a head shake. It has to be her. It has everything to do with me, she growls dangerously. She is my Luna. Not anymore. He snaps, pulling her away from us. We're leaving. His skin ripples as his wolf threatens to take over. No, I am not. She growls, digging her heels in. Watching Soraya regain herself fills me with hope. That inner feral flame that he was smothering is once again burning bright, lighting her way. Never once did I agree to this shit. Soraya snaps, trembling in anger. Let go. Her voice has taken on a dangerous edge as her eyes lock on his in challenge. No, you are my mate, you will do as I say. Don't finish that sentence, Soraya warns, going deadly calm. The electricity and tension in the air are palpable as the showdown intensifies. Enough. Bill snaps, losing all semblance of calm. His eyes give him away. He realizes that he's overplayed his hand and has lost control of her, if he ever had it to begin with. You're right, it is enough, she growls, breaking his hold. I will help save my Luna, and if we both make it through, we can figure this shit out later. Come with me now, or there will be nothing to talk about, he warns, taking a threatening step towards her. You dare to threaten me? Soraya growls dangerously, releasing her aura. Bill, like the pathetic coward he is, instantly slinks back. As your mate. Your mate. If you were any kind of mate, you would never threaten me like that. You've pulled me away from my pack and my family, tried to strip me of my rank, she trails off. Tears prick the corners of her eyes as his spell is finally broken, leaving her torn by guilt and anguish. Leave, she orders. I can't stand the sight of you right now. The pain in her voice eats at me, but this is something she has to do for herself. When Bill stands his ground, she unleashes her whole aura, dropping him to his knees. Head warrior is a powerful position in a regular pack, but Soraya is no regular head warrior. She's a principal head warrior, easily on par with smaller pack alphas. With an angry snarl, he tucks his tail and runs like the worthless mutt he is. She watches for a moment after he's out of sight to be sure he's gone. I walk over and put a hand on her shoulder, instantly feeling her slump. Good to have you back, head warrior, I whisper without thought. She doesn't look at me, takes a moment longer before wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. Jace, what have I done? Soraya asks, finally turning her attention to me. The last time I saw her. Shoo, I whisper, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. You're back now, that's all that matters. We'll get her back and make them pay. Chapter 49. Princess. My heart stops when I read that word. A word that initially irritated me has slowly morphed into a term of endearment and now fills me with hope. Tears prick my eyes as I clutch the wreath tightly to my chest. He was here. His scent still lingers ever so slightly, overpowered mainly by the mouth-watering chocolate and peanut butter. Part of me wants to keep this as a reminder I'm not alone, but the other part knows Dimitri will take it and lock me down further. No doubt my solo time is limited, so I take my gift over to the couch and quickly open it. The scent hits stronger, and I salivate in anticipation of the first bite. As the chocolate melts on my tongue, fireworks explode in my mouth. Chocolate is my weakness, which Derwin has often teased me about. My eyes are glued to the word as I quickly inhale the sweet treat. When I'm free of this place, I'm going on a chocolate binge. Somehow, I need to get rid of the wrapper. There's a slim chance that someone could connect it to Derwin, but I don't want to risk it. I have no access to fire here, nor do I have scissors. I could tear it up into tiny pieces and flesh it. The strangest feeling washes over me at the thought of destroying my one tangible link to him. It's a piece of garbage for Christ's sake. Love wins over logic, and I roll it up tightly and stick it in a small hole in the mattress on my side. I had noticed the hole when I thoroughly searched the room for anything that might help me. No sooner do I hide the wrapper than I hear the door jiggle. A cold shiver runs down my spine as my eyes are locked on the handle as it slowly turns. With a final click, it opens and Dimitri walks in, blue eyes locked on mine. I close my eyes and sigh in relief. Dimitri wastes no time walking straight over to me after locking the door. His blue eyes don't hold their usual ice as he takes me in from head to toe, looking for any injury. You must have had a hell of a day if you look relieved to see me, he scoffs. I can't argue with his logic, so I give a slight nod. Why don't you take a hot shower here? I flinch as his hand moves quickly towards me, but he stops and shows me a key before continuing and removing the collar. I can't suppress my smile as my eyes flutter shut and I roll my neck around. A moment later, I bring my hands up and set to work loosening the remaining tension. Go, he says, nodding to the bathroom as he takes the collar over to the desk. I shudder, seeing him pull out a container of leather cleaner and a rag. Now that I'm newly freed, the shower is calling my name. After a long, hot shower, I braid my hair and reluctantly walk out wrapped in a towel. Dimitri is already sitting in bed, going over files as I make my way to the dresser. On the bed, he calls, looking up from his papers. I raise my brow, not following. I got you something nice to sleep in, he clarifies. I walk over to the foot of the bed, and my heart starts to race. There's a beautiful, short, silk negligee waiting for me. I've never even worn something like this for Christian. Now Dimitri wants me to wear it for him? I think not. You don't like it? He asks, leaning forward. The lamplight practically makes his green eyes glow. It's beautiful, I mumble, unsure of how to proceed. But, he asks, pushing for more. But it's not my style. I get cold so easily. I sleep in Christian shirts and sweatshirts. I trail off. Nicole frowns, but gets up and takes the bundle of silk, tossing it on a chair before digging through a dresser. A moment later, he turns back to me, holding out a sweatshirt and a tank top. Thank you, I say, taking them. Boxers. I ask with a sinking feeling that it's a hard no. He nods to the bathroom and turns back to the bed. It only takes me a moment to slip them on. Thankfully, the shirt's hem is damn near to my knees. I slowly walk over to the bed, painfully aware of how his gaze follows me. When I peel back the blankets, he does the same on his side and holds his arm out for me. Come, he says softly, freezing me in my place. Come here, he gestures, beckoning me when I don't move. We agreed, dash. I won't cross any lines, I just want to hold you, he whispers, green eyes locked on mine. I almost lost you today, please. His sincere eyes tug at me, yet also make me uneasy. With a sigh, I slowly crawl onto the bed and lock eyes with him. He makes no moves, holds his arms open as I slowly crawl towards him. My heart's racing and legs shaking as I close the gap. A mere foot away, I freeze, unable to force myself any further. Sensing my hesitation, he wraps his arms around me and pulls me the rest of the way. I manage to twist so that my back lands on his chest. The contact sends a cold shiver down my spine, but I feel him instantly relax. A moment later, a contented sigh slips past his lips as he takes in my scent. Are you okay? He asks, concern clear in his voice. I nod, not trusting my voice. You need to be extra careful. I knew Silas wasn't happy about this, but I never expected him to move so soon. I think Wayne's involved too, I mumble. That mutt isn't going to make it through, he growls. Why did you go outside like that? I told you it was dangerous. He asks, turning my chin to make me look at him. His green eyes are full of worry as they search mine. I needed to cook, and the stoves are broken, I reply with a shrug. There's food going to waste, because there isn't enough help or enough stoves, dash. They are fixing them now, he says, cutting me off. Silas didn't think it was important as long as they could make do. He doesn't hide the bitterness in his tone. There is definitely a rift between the two. I need to figure out how to exploit it. They know what to cook for you now, so that's no longer an issue. They are short-handed. I don't mind helping in the kitchen. I hate sitting around doing nothing, I complain. He grumbles, but finally nods in agreement. One condition, he adds. You're never to be alone. I want Peter with you at all times. He's the only one who hasn't messed up with you yet. That's the easiest compromise ever. Okay. It was because of him I made it back to the pack house, I say, pausing as I consider my next thought. Silas will be gunning for him as well. He stepped in and challenged him in front of his men to keep me safe. My heart refuses to beat as I sit there frozen, waiting for his response. Peter keeps half of the smaller packs in order. Silas would never risk it, he mumbles, lost deep in thought. Just like he'd never risk pissing off his warlord mid-war? I challenge. You're just trying to confuse Dash. I don't lie. I spit out. Clearly, I don't know what goes on around here, but I'm not dumb and I have eyes. If you think I'm lying, ask Peter, I snap in a huff, crossing my arms. Nicole falls silent for a moment before a deep growl rumbles in his chest. He tightens his arms around me like he's afraid I'll disappear. If the jerk wants to play that game, we can play it, but he's not going to win. Anytime you are not in this room, I want him with you, understood? He growls. Yes, I reply instantly. He's being so easy to get along with that I decide to try my luck. I was wondering, I pause, gauging his reaction. His green eyes lock on mine, waiting for me to continue. Never mind, it's silly, I mumble. No, tell me, he coaxes, taking the bait. Well, I've just been feeling kind of lonely. Back at Stillwater's, I spent a lot of time with Claire and Soraya. I trail off, trying to sound as sad as possible. I like Sasha, but I see her only briefly when I'm like half dead. It would be nice to have some girl time, you know? I risk a glance up to him and see he's lost in thought. Never mind, it was a stupid idea. This isn't like back home, I whisper with a sigh. It's not stupid, Jessie, he finally says. I want you to be happy, it's just that she's Silas. Let me see what I can do, but I make no promises. Thank you, I say with a genuine smile that he returns. I can sense his contentment in this moment, which only makes me feel worse. Before he can see it on my face, I turn back and relax. I'm tired, I mumble with a stifled yawn. Sleep well, he whispers, kissing the top of my head as he pulls the blankets up. As much as I fight it, sleep claims me in record time. I focus on that feeling, like a familiar smell in a memory, and end up in the dreamscape. Selena is waiting for me by the water, as always, with a dazzling smile that lights up her eyes. You did it, she praises, taking my hands in hers. I'm so proud of you, Jessie. It felt, I trail off, scrunching my nose as I try to find the right word. Natural? She asks, raising a brow. Yes, I mumble, confused. It was easy, too easy. Like I've done it before. You have, Selena replies with a laugh. Twice. First, when you were 5, and second, when you were 6. My eyes went wide in shock, not because she had read my mind, I'm used to that, but how had I done it and not known? I don't remember any of that, not the dreams, not talking to Ember, nor anything before it. There's no sinister answer there, Jessie, you were a small child then. Very few remember much from those years, she teases. I was in the dreamscape with Luca. We were going to visit an alpha who was desperate for guidance when poof, there you were. Her eyes light up as she relives the memory. I may not remember it, but clearly I made an impression. You did, she replies. You climbed up on Luca's lap and looked at all the stars with him. You were so proud to point out the Big Dipper, she laughs. That sounds like me, I mumble as my cheeks flush. I was so excited to have learned it, I think I showed anyone who would listen. We fell into a comfortable, nostalgic silence, both of us thinking about happier times. After a few minutes, she gave my hand a gentle squeeze, bringing me out of my thoughts. Are you ready to try the next part? She asks, gauging my reaction. I nod as the excitement of seeing Christian takes hold. She looks far away and then shakes her head. Choose another. I didn't hesitate, instantly latching onto him in my mind. Good, just like that. Feel him and picture him standing before you. Every detail, she encourages. I furrow my brow in concentration, focusing all of my energy and memories into the space in front of me. The air and energy around me shift, and I feel his warm hand take mine. His touch fills my heart to the brim as I feel my eyes water. It worked. I did it. Jessie? Is it really you? He whispers in disbelief. Chapter 50. Jessie? Is it really you? He whispers in disbelief. He doesn't even wait for my answer and throws his arms around me, laying his head on my shoulder. His body shakes as he breaks. Instantly, I wrap my arms tightly around him, gently patting his back as I fight back my own tears. Yes, kid, it's me, I whisper, squeezing him tightly. I'm so sorry, he chokes out between sobs. Shoo, I coo as I start to rock him in my arms. None of that. We stand there for a moment, wrapped up as we both work to get our emotions in check. He tenses in my arms as his mind starts to race. I didn't know, he mumbles. She said her brother was hurt and needed help. Ethan, it's okay, I say, pulling him back to look at me. None of it was your fault. The poor kid has a heart of gold, only ever wants to help, and automatically takes the blame if anything goes wrong. But none. I cut him off, leaving no room for dispute. Listen to me, sometimes bad things just happen to good people. It sucks, he spits out bitterly. It really does, I agree. But that's where we come in. He turns his golden eyes back to me with a mix of confusion and hope. Getting the short end of the stick is child's play for us. We can handle it and move on. It's our job to soldier on and help those around us who are struggling. I pause, letting my words sink in. Like Christian? He asks, finally catching on. Like Christian, I whisper as my voice hitches. He needs his family. With me gone, that's you. What if he blames me, he whispers, dropping his gaze. I can feel the guilt and sadness rolling off of him in waves, and it's like a knife to my heart. Oh, Ethan, he doesn't blame you. He knows who's really at fault. Just talk to him. He will always make time for you, I say with a sad smile. I feel his energy shift as he accepts my words. I can't stay long. I just wanted to make sure you were all right and let you know I'm okay too, I say, kissing his forehead one last time. He wraps his arms around me once again, threatening to squeeze the life out of me. I miss you, he whispers, making me tear up. For someone so adamant against kids, he's wormed his way into my heart, and I miss him more than I could imagine. I miss you too. Please let Christian know tomorrow that you saw me. I'm afraid I had a long day and need to sleep, I say, cupping his cheek. He nods, and I step back, unwrapping myself from him. His golden eyes shine with unshed tears as he smiles up at me. It may only have been a quick visit, but it freed him of the shackles of guilt he was carrying around. With a wave of my arm, he disappears into thin air, and my heart once again feels heavy. Selena walks over and places a hand on my shoulder, sensing my sorrow. You need to rest, Jessie. You're running on empty, she whispers. I nod as fatigue washes over me. With a smile and nod, she sends me back to dreamland. The void takes me to a deep, dreamless sleep. Sun streams in the window, waking me from my deep slumber. I let out a contented sigh when I realize I'm alone in the bed. Lazily, I stretch out, rubbing the sleep out of my eyes. As I shift, I feel the familiar bulk of the collar and groan. Dimitri must have slipped it back on before he left. I sit up and look around. I don't know how long I was out, but I slept like the dead. Actually, eating yesterday and sleeping made a huge difference. I don't feel like death warmed over for once. There's a tray on the coffee table that catches my attention. I lift the cover and find cold scrambled eggs, bacon, and a sliced orange. As soon as my eyes land on it, my stomach growls in approval. In possibly the least ladylike fashion ever, I inhale it, leaving nothing but the orange rind behind. Here I thought you were gonna lick the plate clean, Peter says, his typical stoic facade back in place. I practically jump out of my skin, not realizing he was there. My cheeks instantly flush scarlet as I know he just watched me inhale it like a feral beast. Sorry, I mumble as my cheeks burn. Don't be, it's good to see you have an appetite, he says, not hiding his surprise. Dimitri says you're spending the first half of the day in the kitchen? How soon, till you're ready? Not long, I answer. Eager to hide my blush, I practically jump up and rush to the dresser for fresh clothes. I'm ready in record time and follow him down to the kitchen. I can't help but smile as I see all the stoves back up and working and more help bustling around. Even the surly head cook seems less grumpy. Still complaining about the food? He grumbles as he side-eyes me. No, dinner and breakfast were great, thanks, I say, raising my hands in surrender. I just have free time, so I came to help. He narrows his gaze at me while he wipes his hand on his dirty apron. The girls already cleaned the scrap bins. What can you do? I may have extra help, but I don't have time to babysit, he grumbles. I scan the kitchen looking for some way to help out when my eyes fall on the skids of baking supplies. I can make bread? I say with uncertainty. Are you asking or telling me? He huffs, crossing his arms. I furrow my brow, considering his question. Telling you that I know how, but asking if you need it. I watch the surly man consider my answer before he lets out a short laugh. Make bread. We'll do a stew instead of gruel, Lord knows we're all sick of it, he growls. There's a commercial stand mixer in the back supply closet. He nods behind me to a hallway. Peter watches me from his seat at the table as I head to the closet. Noises from within freeze me in place, my hand mere inches from the knob. My heart starts racing as I pick up the angry men's voices and the sounds of a struggle. When I open the door, Alpha Nikita's dark eyes lock on mine with a silent plea. Before I have time to process what I'm seeing, someone grabs my wrist, yanks me in, and slams the door shut. There are 3 men and a battered Nikita in here. Her lip is split, as is her brow, but by the look of them, she got some hits in, too. The fuck are you doing? One of the men hisses at the one holding my wrist. She saw us. What was I supposed to do? The man holding my arm snaps back. She's the alphas. You trying to get us killed? The third asks. He's holding Nikita's arms behind her back, pinning her to the counter. Anger blooms in me as I take in the men around me. The kitchens are supposed to be off bounds for this nonsense. No wonder they can't force people to work here. Well, she's seen us. Now what? The second man growls. Two's better than one, he says with a shrug, tightening his grip on my wrist. Or I take her with me and forget we saw anything, I say, impressed at how even and neutral my voice is. The men look at each other for a moment, uncertainty in their eyes as they consider their options. I guess the one holding my wrist is the leader of the group, judging by the way the other two are looking at him. Your scent is already on me. I wear his collar. If you kill me, they will come straight for you, and you won't be able to run far enough or fast enough. My words give him pause. He knows I'm right, but there's a hopeless desperation to his energy that warns me he's unpredictable. Then we'd better make the most of the time we have left, he says with a sinister grin. A cold shiver runs down my spine as his words sink in, but it's quickly replaced by burning anger. Outwardly, I fake shock, widening my eyes and shrinking back, but inwardly, I'm planning each of their deaths. As expected, he takes my bait, hook, line, and sinker. With a quick jerk, he pulls me towards him, anticipating just this reaction. I use his momentum and my hard head, launching it into his undefended nose. Through the contact, I feel bones break as he falls back, crashing into a baker's rack. The resulting noise is deafening as sheet pans and various tins go clattering to the ground. The second man grabs me from behind in a bear hug, trying to squeeze the very air from my lungs. Clearly, he didn't pay attention, as I curled my body forward before snapping back and crushing his nose with the back of my head. With a loud crack, the door is ripped open by a shocked Dmitri with Peter in tow. He takes one look at the man holding me, and his face contorts in rage. Faster than I can process, he has the man's throat, freeing me to get out of the way. Outside, I call out, freezing Dmitri as he turns his icy blue gaze to me. I swallow hard, suddenly unsure of myself as I look back at him. Can you take him outside if you're going to make a mess? Please. Did they touch you? He asks with a lethal edge to his voice. That one pulled me in here and locked the door, and that one grabbed me when I defended myself, I answered honestly. And him? Dmitri asks, nodding to the third man, who's still holding Nikita. I shake my head no. Did you not see whose collar she wears? Dmitri snarls, making the men flinch. We didn't, till after, and then we panicked, the first guy from the ground blurts out. His eyes are wide with terror as they are fixed on the enraged alpha male. So, in your panic, you thought it would be a good idea to take what is mine? Dmitri asks, dumbfounded. Grab them. Peter wastes no time, snatching the man up off the floor by the back of his neck while two guards take the third guy. He's dragged kicking and screaming from the room, leaving me alone with Nikita. As soon as they are gone, I rush over to her, checking over her wounds. I take the handkerchief I have tucked in my pocket and press it to her split brow. Her collar is a generic one with ADV stamped on it. Why are you here? She asks, desperate eyes locked on mine. Have we lost already? No, it's a long story, but we need to get you looked at, I say, leading her towards the doorway. I flinch when a shadow looms, but relax when Peter steps into view, wiping his blood-soaked hands on a towel. She needs to be checked out. Supplies are short, they won't treat her for this dash, the warrior with Peter starts. See to it they do, Peter growls, cutting him off. But dash. But nothing, I'm entitled to one. Make it happen, Peter snaps, taking Nikita from me and passing her to the warrior. I'm at a loss for what just happened, but I think I missed something significant. Are you hurt? He asks, shifting his attention to me. No. I have a hard head, though if I could get ibuprofen for a headache, that would be great, I reply with a weak smile. You heard her, Peter says to the warrior. He nods and takes off with Nikita. With Nikita taken care of, I turn my attention back to my purpose for being here. The mixer is parked in the corner and only takes a moment for me to free it. The fact that I just witnessed what I did and am going to bake bread speaks volumes about my mental state. What are you doing? Peter asks, eyes locked on me as I push the mixer towards the doorway. Grabbing the mixer, I say, resisting the urge to say, duh. You're still making bread? He asks, confused. Yeah. It wasn't my face smashed in, I reply matter-of-factly. Peter lets out a short laugh, takes the mixer from me, and pushes it to the kitchen. Once it's plugged in, he follows me over to the bagged goods. With his help, it's filled and starts to knead the dough. It has to rest for an hour, so he grabs some leftovers for us and sits down. The whole morning, he has been strangely glued to his phone. He'd be reading something on it, then shift his gaze to me as though he was looking for something. Do you want milk? I could warm it up. Warm me up some milk. What am I, a baby? I ask, scrunching up my nose. Well, it didn't say what age groups liked warm milk, he grumbles as he picks up the phone. Cold milk then. What are you reading? I ask, furrowing my brows. Nothing, he mumbles, setting the phone face down on the table. Curiosity gets the best of me, and I snatch the phone up. My eyes go wide as they land on the headline before he snatches it back. Taking care of your human pet? I blurt out as I break down in laughter. Several of the closest helpers are struggling to suppress their laughter and failing miserably. Laugh it up, he growls, crossing his arms on his chest as he sulks. Did you seriously Google how to take care of humans? I ask as my laughing fit subsides. What was I supposed to do? He grumbles. You seem so fragile, and after you puked blood, I realize I have no clue what to do with humans. You make me sound like a goldfish, I huff, crossing my arms over my chest. He means well, but it still annoys me. I hadn't even met a human before you, he snaps defensively. You could have just asked. I snap back. Fine. Are all humans this weekend fragile, or just you? He grumbles. I'm not weak. I'm just sick and run down, I defend, glaring at him. Shit, he groans as his eyes flash full of worry. What? I irritably snap. Have you got cancer? He whispers, leaning forward. What? No. Why would you ask me that? I ask, shocked. 'Cause I googled your symptoms and it said brain cancer or stomach cancer dash. Time to give Google a break, I chide. Lesson 1, never Google symptoms. It's always cancer. Lesson 2, anyone can publish a website. There's a lot of bad info out there. By this point, everyone in the kitchen is standing and listening. Many are flat out laughing. Even the surly head cook is laughing as he shakes his head at Peter. I'm glad you all find this so funny, he snaps. I appreciate the thought, I say with a smile. Usually, I'm not this sickly. But I'm run down, making everything worse. I know Sasha's tried, but how do we fix you? He asks, the frustration and concern both clear in his voice. It takes time. I haven't been sleeping well, I've been starved, forfed the wrong food, beaten and abused dash. I know, but we got you good food yesterday and Dimitri said you slept well last night, he says. The confusion in his eyes stuns me. One day of eating and one night of sleep isn't going to undo all of what's been happening to me, I reply, palming my forehead. It doesn't help that I'm anemic. Peter grabs for his phone, and I sigh, holding his hand to stop him. Don't. It just means I'm low on iron, so I'm cold, tired, and run down. I had a checkup with our pack doctor the day I was kidnapped. He was gonna give me iron pills that night. It won't kill me, relax, I say with a smile. Dimitri has informed me you are my #1 priority, both safety and health. Are you sure it's nothing else? He asks, furrowing his brow. Yeah, just anemic, nothing to worry about, I say as I start eating again. Peter goes back to his lunch, but keeps his gaze trained on me. Something about the way he's looking at me leaves me uneasy, but I'm not sure why. Chapter 51. By the time we finished lunch, the bread dough had risen and was ready to be worked. Peter makes no complaints and lifts the heavy mixer bowl to the table, emptying the contents. I'm nowhere near the baker that Trish and Claire are, but they have taught me well. Tia, a mousy girl with strawberry blonde hair, has been watching me like a hawk. She works in the kitchens all day and loves to cook, even under the circumstances. With her help, we divide the giant blob of dough into individual loaf-sized lumps. The mixer is refilled and set to work as we knead and shape each loaf, then place it on the baking rack to rise. The smell of dough blends with the soup aromas, bringing me back to happier times. Never have I done so many loaves at once, though, and my arms remind me quickly how out of shape I am by the final loaf. With all the ovens preheating and all the burners on, the kitchen is pleasantly warm. As much as I hate liver, I may have to try some. This anemia is taking its toll on me. I feel totally drained, exhausted, and constantly cold. By the time the first loaves are coming out of the oven, we have the second batch ready to go in, and several of the kitchen staff have jumped in to make the third batch. Still piping hot from the oven, I grab 2 loaves, cut them into thick slices, and butter them before offering them to all the staff. The first one goes to the surly head cook, who's only too happy to take a bite. His face contorts in bliss as the fluffy, buttery goodness melts in his mouth. I flash him a quick smile before handing out a slice to every other helper. The aroma is overpowering and mouth-watering as I quickly cut up 2 more loaves, ensuring no staff member is left out before handing one to each of the kitchen guards. The look on everyone's faces to get something as simple as a slice of homemade, fresh bread leaves me uneasy. These people are the enemy, but they are suffering and all I want to do is help. What's wrong with me? After ensuring everyone is taken care of, I return the remainder to the table, where Peter sits, working on his papers. Even Mr. Stoneface can't hold back the small smile that spreads across his face as he devours the buttery slices. "How does bread taste this good?" he asks, eyeing another slice. I slide it over to him with a smile. "Fresh bread straight from the oven can't be beat," I say with a shrug. The end pieces aren't as popular, but they're my favorite, so I don't feel bad for taking a second piece. Before long, we have heaps of bread piled up on all the spare baking racks and in used counters. In a short time, we produced so much that they could thin the soup slightly to make it last longer. "Can we send a batch over for Dave and Flick's group?" I ask Peter. They were far kinder to me than anyone else has been, and for the rough start, I owe Flick a debt. Peter looks at me for a moment, brows furrowed as he considers my request. I expected him to be happy to help them as they appeared friendly. "You don't want to?" I ask, voicing my confusion. "I thought you were friends with them?" "I am," he mumbles, narrowing his gaze. "Then what?" I ask, slightly annoyed. "Nothing," he says, shaking his head. A few moments later, a few guards walk over and pick up a big kettle of soup and a couple of boxes of bread. Peter directs them to their destination and sends them on their way. "We'll need to go soon," Peter says, gathering his papers. I nod and clean up my area. "Don't forget to grab a loaf for yourself, Luna," the surly head cook calls out. I smile and grab a loaf, showing him. "Thank you." "No, thank you, Luna," he says, with a ghost of a smile. "Will you be back tomorrow?" "I'll be here as long as I'm allowed. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of say in that," I mumble, tugging on my collar. "And what will you make next time?" he asks, dismissing my pessimism. I scan the dry goods and noticed you've got the ingredients to make pasta? I ask, nodding at the skids. "I might be able to whip up some sauce," he muses. "Careful, Luna. Counselor Silas might think you're spoiling them," he warns. Peter leads the way upstairs and drops me off at Dimitri's room. Apparently, he has beta duties that require his attention, and I'm to stay here till I am collected for dinner. I set the loaf of bread on the table and go to change out of my flour-dusted clothes. Not 5 minutes later, there's a knock on the door. Cautiously, I unlock and crack the door to peek at who's there. "Gonna let me in or leave me out here?" Sasha asks with a smirk. I practically throw the door open for her as a broad smile takes over my face. "Come in," I say, gesturing to the room. "You don't have to wait for me. I'll be here till dinner," she says to the guard. Sasha doesn't even wait for his reply before shutting the door on him. She looks far away as she puts her ear to the door, listening for a moment before pulling away. "Not a friend of yours?" I ask, raising a brow. She seems to have all of the guards figured out and is either respectful and friendly or an ice queen. "That jackass is creepy as all fuck." She spits, grinning at me. "What?" I ask, feeling uneasy in her grinning gaze. "Look at you, working the system," she says with a smirk. I can't help but raise a questioning brow. "Don't give me that look." I'm not judging, I'm impressed. "Not sure I follow," I admit. "I'd heard stories about you, you know?" Silas loves to hear the sound of his own voice and talks like he's already won. For all his talking, when you showed up all timid and broken, I was disappointed, she admits, hands on her hips as she looks me over. Tell me how you really feel, I challenge. Chill, I just mean he made you sound like some real threat, and the first impression, well, it left a little to be desired, she chides. But I see you playing the stealthy long game, she says with an approving nod. I have no idea what you mean, I say, walking over to the couches and coffee table. Fresh bread? I pick up the loaf, still warm from the oven, and hold it out for her. Hell yes, she says, snatching it from me and ripping a chunk off. She moans in bliss as she inhales it. So friggin' good, see, this is what I'm talking about. Here, I say with a laugh, giving her a glass of water before getting myself one. They're so fucked and they don't even know it yet, she says with a giggle. Spell it out for a slow human, I tease, ripping a chunk of bread for myself. My stomach growls in anticipation as the aroma fills the air. He won't say anything, but you've got Silas shaking in his boots. He hasn't been able to get it up in 3 days now, he's so stressed out. That stunt outside backfired like 3 times over, she says, laughing. The wild amusement dancing in her eyes and energy is infectious, instantly lifting my mood. So he was behind it, I muse. I had suspected as much, but confirmation is always nice. He calls you a cockroach, says he's been trying to kill you since conference and you just won't die. But yeah, when he found out you went out to cook, he got Wayne to sick some of his mutts on you. He figured you'd flee or die, but nope, you had to do you. Again, her story is interrupted as she breaks down into another giggling fit. So then, the cherry on top, you are surrounded, armed, and he thinks an easy kill, but nope, Beta Peter walks in like a boss and disarms you. Her eyes are wide and watering as she holds her sides from laughing so hard. Wait, no, I take it back, when Massimo ratted him out. That was the cherry on top. I can't help but laugh as I remember the look on Silas' face when I spilled his secret attack on me after Massimo brought it up. Not gonna lie, it felt great to watch him squirm, I say with a dark grin. The dumb bastard is so focused on keeping a close eye on what's in front of him, he's missing the big picture, she says with a triumphant grin. Sasha rips off 2 more chunks of bread, passing me one as she eats hers. And what's the big picture? I ask before picking at the bread. Fucking Saint Jessie, our very own Joan of Arc, is turning his people against him, she says dramatically, complete with air quotes for his people. Joan of Arc dies, I deadpan. I'd like to make it through, thanks, I grumble. You're missing the point. Do you know how many people are talking about you? She asks, eyes locked on mine. My cheeks burn at the thought of being the topic of everyone's conversation, which makes me feel sick. Everyone, she says, stressing each letter for effect. Silas spun a story where you were captured in a fierce battle where your side took heavy losses. You spilled the beans that they had to catch and threaten a child, and you sacrificed yourself for him. By now, she's so worked up, she can't sit still. They ought to just start your sainthood now. Has anyone ever told you you're a little much sometimes? I ask, cringing. Often I grow on you, she says with a crooked grin. Stop changing the subject. You legit sacrificed yourself to save a child, then went out into the trenches and cooked a pack dinner. Oh, and now you're baking the entire pack bread, and for the first time in goddess knows how long, tonight's meal is not gruel. Soup isn't a far cry from gruel, and that was the head cook's decision, and I had a lot of help with the bread, I state matter-of-factly. Girl, most have been eating that gruel shit for so long that fresh bread and soup are like steak. Someone said you're doing pasta tomorrow. She asks, flopping down beside me. Assuming I'm allowed to help in the kitchen, yeah, I say with a shrug. Eep, she squeaks excitedly. This is perfect, he's fucked no matter what. If they deny you kitchen access, then the warriors will be screwed and blame them. If they let you cook, then you gave them good food, and Saint Jessie strikes again. The excitement and mischief dancing in her eyes as her mind runs through everything is funny and frightening all at once. I hadn't considered my actions as carefully as she has, clearly. But so far, everything makes perfect sense, and more so, her deep desire to bring them down is clear as day. Looks like the beginning of a beautiful friendship, don't you think? Ember says, full of excitement. So, I say, breaking the silence as I try to figure out how to approach this. Direct, she's in to burn this place to the ground. Ember cheers. This project you're working on? I hint, hoping she'll spill the beans. Oh, the impossible shit? She scoffs. What is it? I ask, curiosity getting the best of me. Dumbass think I can forge a new royal bond, she says, shaking her head. Is that even possible? I whisper with a sense of dread. In theory. She asks me and I nod. Yes, but they grabbed the wrong sister. What do you mean? I ask, furrowing my brow. I'm gonna assume you don't know any of this. The first royal bond was forged between Luca and the wolves with the help of Selena and a powerful witch. Somehow they found out I'm her direct descendant, and welp, here I am, Sasha says bitterly. But you have a sister? I ask, considering her words. Yup. We're both mixed. Witch-wise, I'm a decent healer, but my wolf gene is stronger and I can shift. She's more witch than wolf. With the books I have here, she could probably figure it out, Sasha muses. Where is she? I ask. The fear of her ending up here has my heart racing. Best guess is at our grandmother's cabin. If I could, I'd send her to your camp, but I'm too far to reach her, she says, eyes falling. The sorrow radiates off of her in waves and tears at my heart. What if there's a way? I ask, looking at her cautiously. What are you doing? Ember hisses. Taking a leap of faith, I reply. What way? She scoffs. Got some homing pigeons hiding away? Sasha lets out a short, bitter laugh as her upbeat facade cracks. What if I told you I have a way to get a message to Christian? That I could tell him to go get her and protect her, I say, pausing to gauge her reaction. Her brown eyes lock on mine skeptically, but I see hope flickering. I'd say it's a miracle, and they will need one to get close to her. That woman was dangerous before. Now that I've been taken, she'll be out to kill all wolves, Sasha warns. Then tell me everything that can help them get through to her, I plead. I will, but she'd need the books. Don't suppose you have Saint FedEx powers? She asks, raising a brow. Saint FedEx? No, but Princess UPS is an option, I think, I muse as a plan starts to form. Chapter 52. Jace POV. Intel is coming in steadily from the Guardians, though it paints a grim picture. Dimitri isn't even trying to hold his borders. He has everyone pulled in tight to the pack house and surrounding area. They are digging in, waiting for us to come to them. The good news is that, despite our faults, our blended packs are united by comparison. Between the Guardians and Jessie, we have a pretty accurate gauge of what's going on over there. Given enough time, it sounds like Dimitri's packs and rogues will rip each other apart. But no one is willing to leave Jessie there for that long. Having Soraya back for training has lit a new fire under everyone's butts. Nex is back, but his injured eye didn't heal right, and he's angry, striking out at everyone. We've already done the main classes for today, but are moving on to specific techniques with Mitchell from the Kismet pack. Until we can figure out how to overcome the lack of a master link across packs, we must focus on blending the packs and cross-training, an area where Mitch has experience. The guy is stubborn as the day is long, but I have to give credit where credit's due. He has a sharp eye. His council warriors are like cookie-cutter soldiers, not because warriors flunk out of his program, but because he can tell right off the bat if they fit it or not. Until Soraya beat them so easily, he always considered weaker wolves to be useless. They were incompatible with his training program, whereas Soraya can assess someone's strengths and weaknesses and determine the best way to utilize them. She has been working nonstop with Mila, who turns out not to be the hopeless case that Mitch makes her out to be. She's just not suited to his style. She is, however, very well suited to Soraya's feral monkey style of fighting. Being a former rogue, she is already scrappy. According to Soraya, tweaking what Mila already knows for her program has been surprisingly easy, though her temper and outbursts are another matter. So I get B / and B today? Mila asks as her blue-green eyes scan me and Nex. I can't help but chuckle as Nex and Mitch scowl more. This will be fun. I'll try not to mess your face up too much, she says, trailing her finger under my chin. She breaks out in a triumphant grin as Mitch lets out a jealous growl. Likewise, I tease, rolling my shoulders as I loosen up. Excuse me. Mitch asks, his stormy eyes darkening by the moment as he glares at me. I can't help but smirk and piss him off further. It's too easy. You having fun, playboy? Soraya chides. Absolutely. He needs to learn to loosen up and stop being a control freak, I reply. He's too used to calling the shots and things going his way that it's made him stiff. He needs to be more adaptable. Don't worry, Mitch, Mila drawls, flashing him a coy smile. Once I'm done with pretty boy under me, I'll be happy to. Mila. Mitch growls, cutting her off. Must you push all of my buttons? His stormy gray eyes swirl as his temper flares dangerously. But it's so fun and easy, Mila teases, batting her lashes. Glad you're having fun, Soraya says as she takes measured steps towards Mitch. Mila's eyes darken instantly as she realizes Soraya and Mitch are partners. I thought we were fighting betas today, Mila grumbles. Don't worry, I'll leave his face pretty for you, Soraya teases, patting Mitch's cheek. Besides, it would be a shame to damage these cute dimples. Now it's Mila's turn to let out a jealous growl. Focus, I snap to get Mila's attention back on me. So temper and keeping her focused, and temper and removing the stick out of his ass. Good luck with that, I tease Soraya. Laugh it up, playboy, she bites, Soraya chides, wiping the smile off my face. Square off, next calls, frowning. I know you're used to running things, but try to be a student today and learn new things. His good eye is locked on Mitch as he speaks, driving the point home. A pang of guilt hits me while looking at him. Next got that wound covering for me and no doubt saved my life. The scar isn't too bad, it's healed to a faint line, but his brown eye is clouded gray, impairing his vision. When the bandage came off and he realized he couldn't see properly, he lost it. The hospital room didn't stand a chance in the path of his rage. I get it, being a beta is a huge responsibility, especially in packs as large as ours. It's hard enough to keep up with everything as is, to have to relearn because of an injury like that and at a time like this. That's a lot to handle. We doing this, pretty boy? Mila calls. Her hands are on her hips as her blue-green eyes scan me from head to toe. So eager to be taught a lesson, eh? I reply, raising a brow. We'll see who learns what today, Mila shoots back with a determined look. I can't suppress my laugh as I shake my head and take my position. The plan is to test her and then get under her skin, and somehow I don't think that will take much. She growls at my laugh, dropping into a low position. As I gauge her form, it's clear to me Mitch was definitely wrong about her. The woman is scrappy and full of fire. Nex walks around us, nodding as he whispers something to her. Mila shifts her back foot, and a dark grin spreads across her lips. Begin, Nex calls as he steps back. Mila hangs back for a moment, waiting for me to make the first move. I wait patiently since it's not about me, it's all about her. Eventually, she makes her move, faking right, then launching low. I knew what was coming as soon as she shifted her foot, and I was ready for the incoming hit. Faster than she can react, I take her momentum and turn it against her, twisting her face down for the pin. Damn it. She snarls beneath me, refusing to submit. A feral snarl followed by a thunk and a growl sound behind me. A look over my shoulder shows a content Soraya sitting on a pissed-off and pinned Mitch. Get off of her, Mitch snarls, gray eyes locked on mine. Mila has stopped struggling and is calm beneath me, so I get up and hold a hand out for her. She bats it away, gets up, and squares off. You want to play dirty? I can do you real dirty, Mila warns me, eyes dancing with excitement. Mila, Mitch growls at her choice of words. Never mind what we're doing. Stop getting your ass kicked, man. She chides. This is bullshit, he snaps. How am I supposed to concentrate when he's messing with my mate? Mitch is spitting mad as he gestures at me like some significant threat. Didn't take much to get under his skin. Temper, Soraya drawls as she squares off again. First of all, he's not messing with her any more than I am messing with you. Second of all, if she could just control her temper, she could easily give Jace a run for his money. Again. And for crying out loud, focus, Nex groans. Mila makes the same opening move, and I frown mid-block when she twists and somersaults mid-lunge, cracking me on the shoulder and bouncing back to her original position. I growl and rub my shoulder as I stalk closer. Too slow, pretty boy, she chides. Her eyes flicker to Mitch and Soraya, leaving her distracted. Soraya is locked onto his back, legs hooked around his waist, and arms in a full chokehold. I take advantage, twisting her so that her back is pinned to my chest, and her arms are pinned against her body. Too distracted, I chide, inches from her ear. My triumphant smirk is quickly wiped off my face as she lands a low blow, literally bringing her foot up to my crotch. I groan, but fight to keep my grip on her as she tries to twist. Sorry, shrimp, she teases as she manages to twist out of my grip, finally. She's practically quivering in excitement as she looks at me, doubled over. Right, she does that too, Soraya links, fighting a laugh. Fucking could have warned me there. Didn't you explain sparring rules? I snap back, catching my breath. Of course I did, but the woman is half feral. You have no idea, Dash. Yeah, none at all, I snap, cutting her off. The most aggravating sense of déjà vu washes over me as I swear I'm dealing with a young Soraya again. My thoughts are cut short as Mila launches again and twists onto my back, locking in for the chokehold. I let her have a moment before breaking the hold and pinning her again, face down with her arm behind her back. What did you do wrong? I growl, trying to keep my temper in check. Got pinned, she snaps, fighting against me. Wrong, I snarl, applying more pressure to her arm. She still squirms defiantly, and I can feel all eyes on us. Not wanting a repeat of last time, my body is blocking any possible strikes, so when her foot comes up, I catch it. Growling, I gather both ankles, effectively reverse hog-tying her. She lets out a frustrated snarl before finally relenting. What did you do that you shouldn't have? I ask again. Got pinned, she snaps sullenly. Mila, that's not it, and you know it. Pinning and being pinned is all part of training. I growl at her stubbornness. The person you are sparring with trusts you to respect the rules and boundaries. When you cross them, you break that trust and invite injury. Finally, she relaxes, and my words have a chance to sink in. Having made my point, I let her up. She rolls over and stays sitting on her ass, pouting. I extend my hand to help her up, and she once again swats it away. Mila, Mitch warns, clearly not happy with her sullen behavior. She huffs, but accepts my hand, and I help her up. Pairs, next calls out. The next several matches are fought in quick succession, with next changing up the teams in between. Mitch picks up on nonverbal cues easily and fights very well alongside me. However, when he has one of the women as his partner, he overcompensates and tries to take on both opponents at once. She's tougher than you think, I say, nodding to Mila. I don't think she's weak, he deflects, gray eyes flashing guilt. Then why do you try to fight her battles for her? Hell, you do it for Soraya too, and she pinned your ass how many times today? I ask with a crooked grin. Women don't fight in my pack. The idea of someone hitting Mila, or Soraya for that matter, seems wrong, he mumbles thoughtfully. I was raised to respect and protect our she-wolves, not put them in danger. His response reflects a common belief held by most packs. Stillwaters is relatively progressive on that front. Hell, our head warrior is the only female one I know of. Self-defense is mandatory for all, including she-wolves and omegas. It builds confidence, and many continue to join the ranks of the warriors. It's noble, but keeping them in a bubble just makes them vulnerable on their own, I reason. Mitch furrows his brow and considers my words. He knows I'm right, but that doesn't make change any easier. What's up, man? Judius asks as he jogs up. Care to stand in? I ask, nodding to Mila and Soraya. Sure, he replies and heads over. Next, you and Soraya against Judius and Mila, I call out. Instantly, next sours even more. The heck, man? You know I can't dash. Stop the pity party, I snap. I get it, it sucks, but you need to adapt. Next growls at my words, but walks over to Soraya. Begin when you're ready. Keep your hits to his vision side only, I link Judius. I doubt he would hit dirty, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Block his bad side, but swap attention between Mila and Judius. I need Mitch to see that dynamic, I link Soraya. Judius makes the first move, striking high before dropping low. Next blocks both and turns to return with quick jabs. He overestimates, clipping Judius's shoulder and leaving his ribs open. Judius takes a light hit, twisting past as Nex turns on him, snarling in rage. Meanwhile, Soraya and Mila are exchanging glancing blows, with neither able to gain much ground. Soraya takes advantage of Judius's distraction and launches her shoulder into Judius's ribs, sending him crashing to the ground in a growling heap. Mila strikes out, trying to take the advantage over Soraya. In slow motion, I watch Soraya purposely stand her ground, ready to take the hit. At the last moment, Nex catches Mila mid-flight and sends her off course. She snarls, but ends up back on her feet. Soraya could have stopped her, Mitch states, eyes glued to the dueling pairs. Soraya can do a lot, but she's training. She learns something from each match and teaches. Nex needs to break out of his funk. If she has to take a few hits to motivate him, she will, I explain. But do you see how Mila moves to take advantage of the openings Judius makes for her? What she lacks in power she makes up for with speed, he admits. The way he's looking at her. It's like he's seeing her for the first time. How's it going? Christian asks, walking up behind us with Ethan. Christian looks tired. The war has taken its toll on everyone, but to lose Jessie like he did just ripped out his heart. Good, I reply, turning to face him. Christian raises a brow as if to ask, really? He's had some good points. Mitch looks surprised at my statement, but recovers quickly, pursing his lips. The whole experience has been an eye-opener, Mitch replies, looking at Mila. She has fallen into an easy rhythm, striking and falling back to Judius's shield. You have a fierce Luna there. You must be proud, Christian declares, his expression instantly hardening, no doubt as his thoughts drift once again to Jessie. I am, Mitch says, puffing his chest in pride. We'll get her back soon. Christian stiffens, since every mention of Jessie is like a physical blow. The end can't come soon enough in his mind, but he won't rush in until we are ready. His eyes lock on mine and reflect the same concern. I can't help but feel like Jessie is on borrowed time. Chapter 53. Jace POV. You're sure this is the right area? I ask Christian, scanning the strange landscape around us. I'm used to dense forests, clean water, and open fields. This place looks like Mother Nature chewed it up and spit it out. Brackish water and mud dominate the ground, making progress slow-going. Half the trees are dead, but stand there defiant with their bare branches, while vines and rotten branches block us further. It's where Sasha told Jessie to look, Christian replies with a sigh. We spent the morning working our way down to this hidden swampy valley where Sasha's sister is apparently holed up in their grandmother's cabin. The plan sounds simple in theory, slip in and rescue the damsel in distress. Except it's not. This damsel is out to harm any wolf she sees because Dimitri kidnapped her sister. What's worse? This damsel is a pissed, powerful witch. I don't like this, Phoenix warns me. Dealing with witches never ends well. We can't risk her falling into Dimitri's hands, and she may be able to help us make a universal link for battle. More importantly, Jessie asked us to protect her, I say, instantly feeling him relent. Who's going to protect us from her? He whispers as he slinks back to the recesses of my mind. Sasha shared countless intimate stories and memories from her and her sister's past with Jessie to help them get through. Jessie passed them on to Christian, who shared them with me and Xavier. In the end, he decided it would be best to go with just us so as not to appear threatening. Good luck to Judius. Sounds like he's the next alpha of still waters. Who would even want to live here? Xavier links as he struggles to cut a path through vines. The cabin was abandoned, Christian chimes in. Apparently, the sisters planned to use it as a safe house if anything ever happened. Well, this is ridiculous, Xavier grumbles. I can smell smoke, so we must be getting close, I link, nodding up ahead. A small shack comes into view, surrounded by craggy swamp trees. The footing is less than ideal, with the ground being boggy and covered in rocks and vines. Remember the plan, Christian warns. And try not to die? I add with a sarcastic laugh. You have till the count of 3 to turn back before I put you all down, Mutz, a woman yells. We're in trouble, Xavier groans. Mira? Christian calls, stepping out into the open with his palms up. Death it is, she snaps. Without warning, the ground ripples in front of Christian like a wave, throwing him back into a tree. Sasha sent us, I call out, scanning the area desperately to spot her. Lies, she hisses. My skin tingles as the hairs on the back of my neck stand up in warning. No sooner than I duck, the tree I was hiding behind blows apart. Anyone see where she is? Xavier asks, brown eyes scanning wildly. Fuck, Xavier snarls as the ground starts to suck him down. His eyes go wide in panic as he struggles against the boggy ground that's threatening to swallow him. He's sunk to his knees and is sinking like a stone as he thrashes. I toss him a branch as I search for the woman behind all this chaos. Stop struggling, I warn. The only way to stop this is to find her. Go, Xavier links as he stops struggling. Mira, we just want to talk, Christian tries again. Talk? Like you talked to my sister. She growls out. There's still no sign of her, and the acoustics aren't helping at all as her voice bounces around, making it impossible to pinpoint. The ground ripples again, but Christian catches his footing mid-wave and lands unharmed. I swear we're not here to hurt you. Christian yells, voice laced with frustration. Liar. She yells back, exploding a tree next to him. That's what you people said before you wrapped that disgusting thing around her neck. Her voice rings out like an angry banshee, filled with sorrow and rage. That wasn't us, I call out, stepping into the open. My heart hammers as I buy Christian time to recover. I swear on the goddess above, Sasha sent a stash. Crack. The tree that explodes is so close and with such force that I'm left seeing stars on the ground as my ears ring. I get my arm up in time to protect my face, but feel the sting as splinters bite deep in my arm. A feral snarl slips past my lips as I recover and take cover. Temper, Jace, Christian warns. Xavier. Don't mind me, I'm just taking root back here, he grumbles bitterly. What will it take for you to believe us? Christian asks with an air of frustration. He's about 30 feet away with his back against a tree. Nothing, lying dogs. She snaps. I see a shadowy figure run to the left side of the cabin before 3 trees simultaneously explode. Christian rolls and ducks instantly behind a large boulder, while I go flying. I growl as I rip a large splinter out of my thigh. Left side, I warn. So, when do we go to Plan B? Considering the iron chains are in a mudhole with Xavier, we may only have Plan A, Christian growls. Think about it, Mira, we knew exactly where you were. Because you tortured her, she shrieks, cutting me off. Another tree explodes, making me roll for a new cover. No, she told us so we could find you. She's worried about you, I press on, struggling to keep the frustration out of my voice. Dimitri took her to forge a new royal bond, Christian adds, taking advantage of the silence. And now you've come to finish the job? She asks bitterly. Fuck no. We're here to protect you from him. We aren't on his side. Christian is failing to hide his anger as he snaps. Then you've been lying this whole time. You can't know my sister if he has her and you're not on his side, she hisses. They took our Luna. I yell over another explosion. Jessie, Sasha says you'd like her, running the long game, whatever the fuck that means. In the post-explosion silence, I hear her gasp at that phrase. That got her, more sayings and memories, I link Christian. She's kind, but has a sharp tongue. She said she's more wolf than witch, but you never held that against her, Christian says, testing the waters. In a flash of black, I see her move to hide behind another tree on the left. Third tree from the left corner of the cabin, I link him. Mira, we just want to talk. I know you're hiding behind the third tree from the left side of the cabin. You know there's just the 3 of us here. If I meant you harm, don't you think I would have shown up with more people? Christian reasons as he runs his hand through his hair in frustration. So talk and leave, Mira answers, finally. Her voice has lost a bit of its bitter edge. Everything I've said is true. We were sent to find you and bring you back to our pack and protect, Christian starts. Go, he links me. But be careful. Well then, your alpha's an idiot for sending only 3 wolves against me, she hisses. I am the alpha, Christian roars, releasing his alpha aura. Mira may only have a drop of wolf blood in her, but I didn't miss her flinch when his energy hits her. Keep going, she felt that. Keep her distracted. I encourage Christian. I came myself hoping that you'd believe me. I brought only my beta and delta so we wouldn't come across as threatening, he explains. No gamma? I feel insulted, she mocks. I had to leave someone behind to lead if you killed us all, Christian chides back, trying to lighten the mood. It's good you've already planned for and accepted your deaths for such a foolish plan, she growls. The air hums around her as the tree nearest to his boulder explodes into a shower of splinters. Fuck, he snarls. Thought we were talking? Temper, I warn. She's turning me into a fucking pincushion, he snaps back. While she's distracted, I make my move to the next tree. So let me see if I've got this right, she drawls. You came here to protect me, but you couldn't protect your own Luna? Don't talk about shit you know nothing about, Christian snarls, unable to contain his rage. You say you were sent and know my sister, but by your own admission, you could never have met her. Mira growls. Jessie does. Christian finally admits. My breath catches as the shock widens my eyes. Jessie is one of the best-kept secrets around, and here he is about to spill it all. I highly doubt Dimitri lets her call home, she snaps bitterly. She doesn't call. This is going to sound crazy, but she comes into my dreams, Christian yells, but his voice trails off into a whisper as he is undoubtedly lost in a memory. No, that's not true. She doesn't visit me in my dreams. She pulls me into a new place. He pauses, struggling for the word. Dreamscape, she utters, barely a whisper. That's it. That's what she called it, Christian agrees. A small triumphant smile takes over my face as we finally start to make headway. Your Luna is a dreamer? Mira asks. I don't know what her gifts are called, Christian admits with a shrug. But she's always sensed energies and talked with Luca and Selena in that dreamscape. Now she uses it to visit me while she's trapped there. That's how she told me about Sasha. How do I know this isn't a trick? She asks, her voice has taken on a skeptical edge. Sasha asked Jessie to send us to find you. Sasha told us things that only she would know dash. That doesn't prove anything. You could have tortured her. Mira snaps as the air begins to hum with magic again. When you were 5, your father was killed by rogues when he was protecting your pregnant mother. His dying words were to name her Sasha after his mother. Christian trails off. The first bit of magic you did set the curtains on fire, but Sasha took the blame, Xavier calls out. He is sunk to his chest, but the branch seems to have stopped any more movement. I feel the air fizzle around us as her anger and resolve waver. There are 2 more trees to use as cover before I'm on her. When you were 16, your mother passed, and Sasha blamed herself for not being a better healer. She fell into a deep depression. You broke her out of it by giving her a sick kitten to nurse back to life, Christian says, gaining confidence. I hate cats, she says, fighting back a sniffle. That's what made it so much more touching, he adds. Sasha said you threatened to flush him 12 times a day, but when he got old and died, you cried the hardest. I hear the faintest sob as she sniffs and wipes her eyes with the back of her hand. Her back is to me, but having made it to the last tree, she's in view. She has a slender frame, draped in a black cloak, with a hood drawn up over her hair. Your first boyfriend was a rogue wolf named Lee. He spent months getting close to you. You set him on fire the first time you met him. After that, he'd leave flowers and food on your front door. One day, you left him a note and had dinner. Sasha didn't know what happened to him, but she liked him and was happy to see you smile, Christian mumbles. He found his mate, she answers sadly. I'm tired of this game, dog, I don't want to play anymore. Now, Christian links. I step out from the safety of the last tree and stop a couple of feet away from her. I take a deep breath, gather my wits, and prepare myself for the incoming blow. Then talk to us, I say, flashing my best smile to look as harmless as possible. She spins so fast, locking eyes with me. I'm frozen in place. The most captivating blue-green eyes I have ever seen wiped my mind blank. She's stunning, with alabaster skin and freckles across her nose and cheeks, framed by curly red hair. I'm so thrown off my game that 1 minute I'm standing face to face with her, the next I'm thrown back into a tree as vines wrap around me. Panic sets in as they wrap tighter and tighter, cutting off my air. Oh shit. Chapter 54. Christian POV. My heart stops as I watch Jace make his move. The plan was for him to approach and show Mira that we are here to talk by getting close enough to strike, but holding back. We need her to trust us and come back with us so we can keep her out of Dimitri's grasp. Plus, I promised Jessie I'd get her and keep her safe. Jace has always been excellent under pressure, but it looks like he froze when she turned on him. They stand there staring, neither of them making any move. Did she bewitch him? Now what? In the blink of an eye, she throws him back, and vines tangle across him, lashing him to the tree. I hear him gasp as they start to choke him. I move from my spot beside the boulder, ready to tackle her and face whatever comes next. Peonies over roses, he chokes out, and she freezes. What did you say? She whispers, leaning in. Jace tries to speak again, but chokes. Mira flicks her wrist, and the vines around his neck fall slack, leaving him gasping and coughing. I said, he starts, drawing in another deep breath. Peonies over roses. Why would you say this? She whispers angrily, inching closer. Because she told us your favorite flowers are peonies, and I couldn't believe a woman would ever choose anything other than roses, Jace says, having recovered. Then I saw you, and it clicked. A beauty like yours is worth more than just common roses, he trails off, barely a whisper. His eyes are locked on hers, he means every word. His words strike a nerve. Mira steps back, as if they hit her with physical force. Without a word, she takes 2 steps backwards, eyes locked on his before turning and fleeing into the shack. Slowly, I make my way over to Jace, ready to free him from his prison, but just when I get close, the vines go slack, dropping him to his knees. My eyes dart between the shack and his while I try to figure out what happened. A twig breaking behind us snaps both of our attention to Xavier. His palms are up in surrender, and thick mud clings to him from toes to armpits. Did we win? Xavier asks as his dark eyes lock on mine. Let's go with what we didn't lose. Jace replies uncertainly. His gray eyes lock on the shack as a storm starts to brew in them. Be careful, I warn, gesturing to the shack. Jace needs no encouragement and makes his way to the shack. I follow, but give him some space with Xavier bringing up the rear. Something about Jace's behavior is off and has me concerned. Mira, he calls from the open doorway. Cautiously, he edges forward when she doesn't respond. Wanting to keep him in sight, I creep up on the dilapidated porch as he walks in. The view is good enough to show me most of the small single-room shack. There's a large hearth in the center, a cramped kitchen on one side, and a small bed in the back corner. The front corner appears to be a small seating area. Everywhere, there are books piled high and shelves full of jars containing all sorts of things. The books appear ancient, leather-bound, and worn with age and use. Marjorie would have a field day in here. Sit, she barks at Jace, pointing to a chair by the counter. She never looks away from her bag as she shoves stuff around. Jace sits instantly, and his eyes lock on her while she works away. That's far enough, big boy, she warns, freezing me in my tracks just inside the doorway. Leave your dirty dog on the porch, Xavier growls from the porch, but doesn't advance. So, are you packing to come with us? I ask cautiously. She scoffs before zipping up her duffel bag. Slowly, she turns to face me, and I'm aware of how she has bewitched him. Her blue-green eyes are fierce as they lock with mine. No, she deadpants. But if you mutts found me, anyone can. So you're just gonna run? Jace blurts out. Running alone makes you an easy target. He's on his feet, his gray eyes storming as he steps towards her. How are you going to protect me when you couldn't even protect your Luna? She snaps and locks her eyes on his. I can't hold back my snarl. Her dig is like a knife to my heart once again. Cyrus ripples my skin as he fights to take control. Don't talk about things you have no idea about. Jace snaps while I fight to keep control. Mira raises her brow in surprise as she looks between us. Jessie does what needs to be done, regardless of the cost to herself. She turns her attention to him and locks eyes like she's considering him. What would you have me do? Surrender my freedom so I don't possibly, at some point, maybe, become a prisoner? You want me to bow down and willingly become your prisoner? For words that started so angry, they ended bitter and laced with pain. It's not like that, Jace whispers, closing the gap. His gray eyes are locked on hers, soft and pleading for her to understand. Not like that, she scoffs, pulling away. Is that why your muddy mutt has iron for me? Her eyes have hardened and are practically blue fire when the very air around her starts to shimmer. She told us dash. Jace doesn't have a chance to finish before he's flung back, crashing into a heap at the base of the counter. If you've got a backup plan, figure it out fast or we're screwed. Xavier yells through our link. And I quote, "The woman's inner wolf is all temperamental. You best bring chains for her to cool off in, or they may never hear from you again," I say, throwing my hands up. Sasha told Jessie to have us start with the chains, but it felt like the wrong approach. That would figure, she snarls, stepping closer to me. The air shimmers and crackles with her power, eager for a victim. So tell me, big boy, why didn't you start with the chains? The same reason that I didn't try to force you to submit. You are not a prisoner and never will be. I had hoped by not using force of any kind, it would show you that we are not like Dimitri, I say, trying to get through to her. And yet you brought them, she growls, but the air around her starts to calm. As the absolute last resort. I couldn't let you hurt my friends if it came down to it, I say in all honesty. I hated the idea of doing it, but I couldn't live with myself if I let her harm them. Finally, her energy relents, and the air goes back to normal around us. Jace groans and slowly makes his way up from the floor, clutching his ribs. Mira, we don't want to hurt you. Think about it. Jace was behind you and could have taken you and ended it then and there, but he didn't. What will it take for you to trust us? I ask. Time. Trust isn't my strong suit, she mumbles, dropping her shoulders. I can work with that, I say, holding out my hand. Her eyes dart up to mine, full of uncertainty, but she finally shakes my hand. Jessie has trust issues, too. The fact that she trusts Sasha so much speaks volumes about her and you, even if you just tried to kill us. The slightest smile rewards my attempt at a joke, but I'll take it as progress. Jace groans when his foot catches on something, causing him to wince in pain. He sags against the table, clutching his ribs while he catches his breath. How bad is it? I ask, trying not to sound too concerned. I've had worse, he says with a cocky grin. He can't hide the pain in his eyes, though. Let me, Mira says as she walks over to him. Her eyes lock briefly with his before she brings her hand to his side. Jace's eyes darken when her hand slips his shirt up. Already, an angry purple and black bruise is spreading from his back around the side of his ribs. He doesn't say a word or move a muscle, keeps his eyes locked on her as she slides her hand across his ribs. She wavers ever so slightly as she finishes, but Jace quickly settles a hand on her lower back to steady her. The move catches her off guard, her eyes snap wide to his, and her lips part, letting out a surprised gasp. They stand there lost in each other's eyes for a moment before she regains her composure and pushes off his chest. Sorry about the ribs, she mumbles, stepping back. All of the fighting fire has left her, and she stands there, staring at him and looking confused. No need to apologize, you fixed them, Jace replies, flashing her his signature grin. Is she? Xavier trails off, looking between them skeptically. No idea, I reply, but a smile creeps on my face. What would you like to take with you? I ask, wanting to get underway. I can make do with this, she says, grabbing the duffel bag. Make do and want are two different things, Jace says, taking the duffel bag from her and slinging it on his shoulder. You are no prisoner, and we would be grateful for any help you could give, I add. Mira eyes me thoughtfully for a moment before grabbing two bags from under the bed. She starts scanning the bookshelf, passing various books to me to add to the bags, and then proceeds to pull jars down. She slips each one into a sock, drops it into the bag, and then hands them both to me. I groan under the weight and pass one to Xavier. With a final once-over, she douses the fire and heads out the front door, locking it behind her. She hesitates at the edge of the porch, wistfully looking at the cabin before Jace calls her over. You'll be back, he reassures her as we take off the way we came. Xavier walks beside me while Jace and Mira follow. Lunar Falls is actually quite a beautiful territory, I say, trying to lift her mood. Unless swamps are your thing? I raise my brow and look over my shoulder at her, trying to gauge her reaction. God no, I actually hate the swamp, she groans. All the mud and bugs. She can't suppress her shudder as she brushes off the non-existent bugs. You don't say, Xavier growls as his fist tightens on the bag. He's gonna hang on to that for a long time, isn't he? She asks, frowning. Zav? Nah, he's not one to hold a grudge, Jace says with a pointed look. So that's his name, she mumbles, making me pause. I guess we didn't do formal introductions, what with everything exploding, Jace says with a laugh. The grumpy one is Xavier, our Delta, big boy as you call him, is our Alpha, Christian, and saving the best for last, I'm Jace, the Beta. Jace is pulling out all the stops and flashing his best smile. Mira rolls her eyes and starts to walk again. You already know my name, she mumbles. And I don't do this wolf shit. You say that like you're not a wolf? Jace questions, rushing to catch up. How many wolves do you know that can do shit like this? She asks, trudging on. Actually, you'd be surprised by how many wolves I know who can do crazy shit, he trails off. Want it or not, you're a wolf, so maybe lighten up on the dog and mutt comments. You're about to be in one of the biggest wolf gatherings, possibly in history, he says, playfully bumping his shoulder with hers. Maybe now is the time to warn you that my last experience with packs was less than positive, Mira mumbles, looking down. What happened? I ask, trying to understand the woman better. It ended with me burning it entirely to the ground. She growls and leaves us stunned in her wake. Chapter 55. After the bread's success yesterday, life is falling into an easy rhythm. I spend the first half of my day in the kitchens helping, then spend the afternoon with Sasha. Peter brings me breakfast when he comes to pick me up. Hell, even Dimitri hasn't been too hard to deal with and lets me sleep in. Apparently, my puking blood everywhere scared everyone. Look who it is, the surly head cook calls as I follow Peter into the kitchen. He still refuses to smile, but his energy gives him lightness. Was beginning to think you weren't coming. Sorry, I say, feeling my cheeks burn. I'm just struggling to catch up. Don't be, I appreciate the help, he says gruffly. We are fully staffed for the first time in. I don't know how long. I can't help but think that's due in part to you. Besides, it's better for morale when I don't have workers walking around looking half dead. Sweet Jesus, was that a compliment? Ember gasps. Closest I think we'll get from him, I reply with a laugh. His words sink in, leaving me uneasy. Did I really look that bad? That was a rough patch, even though we have limits, she warns. So, how do we do this? Tia asks from beside me. I hadn't even heard her walk up as I was lost in thought with Ember. Apparently, she's my helper again today. Start with the dough, I reply with a laugh. We grab the giant mixer and the ingredients, and Peter comes over to help lift them. In no time, it's full and tuned on, quickly mixing up the dough. The staff even finds pasta presses to pass the dough through, making penne, rotini, and shapes I have no idea the names of. With the influx of help and all the equipment working, the surly head cook has to try to be grumpy. He's now doing what he's probably used to, flitting from spot to spot and keeping everyone on track. By the second batch of pasta, the smell of the bolognese sauce is making my mouth water. I find myself smiling as the others chat happily around us. Suddenly, the kitchen falls silent as a dark cloud settles over us. A cold shiver runs down my spine as I slowly turn to see what's changed. Silas and his henchmen stand in the doorway, but his eyes lock on me. I refuse to let him know just how uncomfortable he makes me, so I match his gaze. Luna, he greets with the warmth of the Arctic. I raise a brow, taking comfort that Peter has gotten up and walked over. Is there a problem? Peter asks, keeping his tone even and just barely respectful. Clearly not, Silas drawls as he scans the kitchen. I was under the impression you were needed in the kitchen because it was understaffed, yet it looks to be bustling to me. He narrows his gaze at me, clearly about to rob me of a simple joy I have found for myself in this hell. The Luna has been instrumental dash. I'm well aware what the Luna has been doing, Silas snaps, cutting the head cook off. Are you telling me you are incapable of doing your job without her holding your hand? The cook's demeanor stiffens instantly at the insult. I am more than capable, he grits out. Good. Let's go, Jessie, Silas says, shifting his attention to me. My heart starts racing at the thought of going anywhere with him. Every fiber of my being screams how dangerous he is, feeding my anxiety. Immediately, my eyes dart to Peter for an out. Dimitri just linked to say you're done in the kitchens and won't be back, he says apologetically. You're to go back to your room, though. His dark eyes train on Silas as he informs us, but he has agreed to have the Luna help Dash. Help Sasha, yes. Sasha is comfortable in his room, so that's the stipulation, Peter says matter-of-factly. Silas growls, but eventually nods. His scowl deepens as he glares at Peter, forgetting I'm there. Get her cleaned up and to his room, he snaps. This project is your new life. With that, he spins angrily and storms off, henchman in tow. As soon as he leaves, I feel like a weight is lifted. I lean against the table and hang my head as my heartbeat calms back down. We should go. He's already pissed, Peter warns. Sorry, I say to the head cook as my cheeks burn in embarrassment. Nothing to apologize for. He takes my hand gently and leans in before he speaks softly. Silas may think he knows what you did here, but the people know what you've done. And they will know what happened today. His dark eyes sparkle with determination as he locks eyes with me. Thank you, I whisper, flashing him a small smile before turning to follow Peter out. It's a bittersweet feeling, like this is the last time I will step foot here and see them. Peter doesn't say a word as he leads me back to Dimitri's room. His regularly brisk pace is replaced by a slower one as he takes me back the scenic route. I don't miss how the people stare at me. They have stared since I got here, but the hatred is largely replaced by something else. He isn't one to deviate. Every move Peter makes is calculated and with purpose. I'm not sure what purpose there is in parading me around, but his stalling leaves me uneasy. When we get upstairs, Silas, Dimitri, and Sasha are already there waiting. Silas' irritation is hidden on the outside, but his anger on the inside is sobering. Things are coming to a head sooner than I expected. Jessie, you'll be working to help Sasha with her project, Dimitri says, guiding me over to the coffee table where 2 books sit. Project? I ask, eyeing the age-worn books. You'll know it all soon enough, so I'll lay it out for you, Dimitri says with a sigh. In these books is the information as to how the first royal bond was made and all information learned on it since. Sasha will create a new one, he says matter-of-factly. A royal bond? I gasp out. I didn't know werewolves existed this spring. What on earth could I possibly know about this? I furrow my brows in confusion as I look from man to man. You're smarter than you look and have a fresh perspective, Silas replies with a smug smile. Hey, Ember growls. I struggle, using all of my strength to keep her entirely suppressed. Just to be safe, I make sure to drop my gaze, not wanting anyone to catch her flashing in my eyes. You will give it your best try, Dimitri warns. Don't be late for dinner, wear what's laid out for you. With that cryptic statement, they turned and left, locking Sasha and me in. Once their footfalls can no longer be heard, I relax and let my shoulders slump. Sasha's laughter has me jumping out of my skin. When I turn to face her, she is breaking down on the couch in a fit of laughter, with tears streaming down her cheeks as she struggles to breathe. Now what? I groan and lock my eyes on hers. I take a seat as she struggles to regain her composure. He's just started to realize how fucked he is. Sasha starts to break down into another laughing fit. And what does he do? The complete worst thing he could, and, what's better, the dumb fuck thinks he proved his point. How is he in charge of anything? I can't help but laugh as she carries on, animatedly waving her arms as she goes through it all. Her delight hits me in waves, helping to beat my earlier sadness away. Seriously though, she says, leaning in. He gets word that the people are happy you've helped with the food and, in general, thankful for you. So he, in his infinite wisdom, thinks the way to turn their attention is to drag your ass out of the kitchen as you slave away, making pasta. She shakes her head like even she can't fathom how he came up with that as a good plan. The head cook said something along that line, too, I muse, remembering his parting words. People have been unhappy and angry for a while, she says in a somber tone. Silas' plan has always been to parade you around as a broken victory trophy. But you're far from that and more dangerous. You've given them hope, and the more Silas tries to stop you, the more they see. A slow smile spreads on my lips as I consider her words. Hope. It's everything. That night, Selena brought Christian to me when I was on the verge of despair, and it changed everything. She gave me hope. It's incredible what can happen with a bit of hope. So, what am I supposed to do with these? I ask, gesturing to the 2 books on the table. Magic isn't on my resume. The type of magic needed isn't on my resume either, Sasha says with a shrug. But my sister. With any luck, they should be seeing her now, I whisper. Her brown eyes are locked on mine, swirling with a mixture of desperation and hope. How are we going to get the books to her, though? She whispers. With a sly smile, I walk over to the bed and grab the Reese wrapper from its hiding place. Suddenly, I don't feel so silly for keeping it after all. Sasha watches as I slip the bright orange wrapper half into the book like a bookmark. We need to leave them here while we go for dinner. I want both of us to have full alibis, I say matter-of-factly. If everything goes right, then a guardian will break in and take them. Since we're at the dinner table, hopefully neither of us will be blamed. Then someone needs to see they are missing before we do, she says. I nod, seeing the logic in her statement. Leave that to me. She winks at me and gets up slowly, making her way over to the desk. Are you okay? I ask, noticing her high spirit falter. Yeah, just being stupid. Do you think they could take a letter back for my sister? She asks before I can interrupt. Of course, I reply with a smile. Write it and tuck it in the book. They'll see she gets it. Sasha smiles at me as she grabs a paper and starts writing. I scan the books and stack them on the table so they are noticeable to the guardians without drawing attention to anyone here. I walk over to the bed and can't hold back my bitter laugh when I see what is laid out. A red low-cut, thin dress, mile-high heels, complete with jewelry, is what I'm supposed to wear. Yeah, I knew you wouldn't like that part, Sasha says, folding her letter. The fuck is the point behind that? I ask, gesturing at the outfit as if it were garbage. She tucks the note away and walks over to me. Slut you up? She replies with a snicker. Silas wants a visual reminder that you are not one of them. She draws air quotes as she emphasizes them. But really, the damage is done. They could put you in a burlap sack, and the people wouldn't be fooled. I fucking hate dresses, I groan. I do not have the body type to pull that off either. It's the type of dress that will show every bump and lump on me, whereas Soraya would look like a sexy goddess. Well, it's a big dinner, so we have to look presentable, she drawls, rolling her eyes. And why is it big? I ask, raising a brow. Beta Peter didn't tell you? Alpha Alexander is coming. He's the last of the principal 5. Silas is willing to do anything short of blowing him to get his support. Scratch that. I think at this point he'd blow him, she giggles. Alexander is the one principal alpha I didn't interact with much at the conference. He's the oldest of the 5, with Cain being the youngest, though not by much. Dimitri and Christian appear to be around the same age, and Marcus is slightly younger than Alexander. Christian told me he respects Alexander, whom he considers the most cautious and level-headed alpha he has ever met. He didn't understand why he didn't join them at Cain's territory, but he assumed he had a plan. Alexander did shelter me and Derwin right after everything went down at the conference. Hearing that he's coming for dinner makes my blood boil. We spend the next hour or so getting ready. I swear, half of that time is spent on my hair. Dimitri and Silas have left instructions for every aspect, from clothes to makeup and hair. When she finishes, I can't help but gape at my reflection. My hair is half up and flows in waves down my back. The dress is so much worse than I expected now that it's on me. What it makes up for in hem length, it loses in neckline plunge. The silky, thin red material clings to my body, making me feel exceedingly uncomfortable and self-conscious. Even with the layers of bold makeup, I'm blushing so hard that I look like I'm trying to match the godforsaken garment. Sasha is done up similarly in a fancy, blue, form-fitting dress. We are so over the top it's not even funny. A knock on the door draws our attention, and I open it. 2 guards stand there, gaping at us. The lustful looks Sasha is receiving from the other warriors in the standard room make me bristle. The second guard recovers first and elbows the first guard to snap out of it. Are you ladies ready? He finally asks, his eyes raking over us inappropriately. Yes, thanks, Sasha replies sweetly unfazed. Oops, almost forgot to lock the door, books and all. She walks back over the door, but the first guard intercepts. Allow me, he says, eyes locked on her chest. He looks away long enough to flip the lock and slam the door. Sasha stands and looks at the door, so he grabs the knob, showing it's locked. She flashes him a big fake smile and turns to head out. It's a quick but uncomfortable walk to the private dining room. The pace is brisk, and my ability to walk in heels on a good day is limited. It hasn't been a good day for a while now, and these hooker heels are going to be the death of me. The lustful gazes that train on us don't help either. I'm so focused on my feet and not tripping that I don't bother to look at the table until we get there. Dimitri, Silas, Massimo, and Sylvia are all missing, but everyone else is already seated. Wayne eyes me hungrily as I approach my seat next to him, while Sasha takes hers. Peter is already seated with someone next to him for once. My eyes snap wide as I realize Alpha Nikita sits next to him. Like us, she is dressed to the nines in a sexy silver outfit. She looks completely recovered, without a single bruise or flaw, as she stares blankly at the table before her. A cold shiver runs down my spine as my eyes land on the collar wrapped around her neck. My eyes become glued to the bold black letters stamped in the leather, and my blood begins to boil. ADV Beta. Chapter 56. ADV Beta. The letters sear into my brain as my eyes freeze in place, locked on Nikita's color. The longer I look, the angrier I become. Luna? Peter himself asks, raising a brow. Are you okay? A switch flips in my mind. Anger consumes me as I desperately try to reel in my emotions. I'm pissed off to see her wearing that thing, but I'm more angry because it feels like a sucker punch with Peter's claim on her. It's stupid to think Peter is a good guy. I warned myself against it, but he managed to suck me in, and the betrayal leaves me bitter. He's no better than the rest of them. Jessie? He calls once more, getting up from his seat. In slow motion, he reaches for my shoulder, but I flinch back like his touch will burn me. Don't fucking touch me, I snarl, stepping back. My temper boils dangerously in me as I look from her to him and back to her. Jessie, Peter says softly as he takes a tentative step towards me. The guilt flashing in his eyes sets me off further, making my skin crawl. Don't, I growl, slapping his hand away. My outrage storms inside of me as Ember claws to get out. You're just as sick as the rest of them. My voice is just a whisper as I say that more to myself, but I don't miss the hurt that flashes in his eyes before they harden. Judge me all you want, Jessie. Nikita is a powerful woman, worthy of my stature and protection. I am entitled to one for my position dash. The words aren't even fully out of his lips, and I lose control, launching myself at him. To hear him refer to her as being worthy of him crushes what little self-restraint I have left, leaving me desperate to destroy him. Angry tears burn the corner of my eyes, blurring my vision and threaten to fall as two strong arms wrap around me from behind. A feral snarl rips past my lips when I'm robbed of my prize. I squirm and twist against the hard chest, but his grip tightens. Rage consumes me, threatening to let Ember take over. Quite a little spitfire, Wayne coos in my ear. Now I see what they see in you. Something about his words robs my fire of all of its heat, leaving me a smoldering mess. That fighting fire out so soon? I was really hoping to have to put you over my knee. My heart hammers at the excitement in his voice. Let her go, Wayne, Peter orders, eyes locked. Some thanks, he grits back. My skin crawls as I feel him breathe deep, taking in my scent. That is my thank you. Dimitri is about to come through those doors and won't like you touching what's his like that, Peter warns. His dark eyes lock on Wayne as he ticks his jaw. Later, sweet cheeks, Wayne rasps in my ear as he nips my earlobe. I recoil from the contact instantly and push at his hands to break free. He practically drops me as the double doors creak open and the rest of the dinner group walks in. The moment Alexander walks in, our eyes lock. Pity and disgust flash in them before they harden, making my cheeks burn. Next, his eyes land on Nikita. He's trying hard to keep up his facade of indifference, but his energy betrays him. Jessie, you look beautiful, Dimitri says as he walks up to me. He kisses me quickly on the cheek before pulling back. It's so sudden and unexpected that he caught me completely off guard. Dimitri freezes while he sniffs the air, before narrowing his gaze at Wayne. A triumphant smirk spreads across Wayne's face as Dimitri's anger mounts. "Sit," Silas orders, releasing his full energy. His tone is polite enough, but he's not asking. Wayne sits first, being happy to have gotten a rise out of Dimitri, while Silas glares at us. Dimitri takes a deep breath, pulls out my chair, and takes his seat once I'm seated. I don't miss how his eyes hungrily rake over my body, leaving me feeling even more exposed than this skin-tight, wash-rag-sized fabric I'm wearing. "You really do look beautiful," he whispers in a voice that sounds sincere. He tries to trail the back of his knuckles down my cheek, but I flinch back. His fingers wrap around the back of my neck in a blink, pinning me in place as my heart rate and blood pressure take off. "Do not pull any shit tonight," he whispers menacingly in my ear. "Things will get exceedingly worse for you if you are the reason this fails for Silas. Do you understand?" His threat hangs heavy as his words sink in. Under the truce, Silas has already tried to kill me, which would give him the right to. I need to hold on just for a little longer. This will all be over soon. I nod, not trusting my voice. "Good girl," Dimitri whispers, kissing my temple before releasing my neck. The table settles into idle, polite chit-chat as I look around. Nikita quietly focuses on the table ahead of her, and Sasha smiles, playing her part beautifully. Sylvia is also dressed in a black, form-fitting dress and speaking for the first time. I suddenly feel like I'm back at conference ball as I watch her charm them and talk like an equal. My jaw clenches and teeth grind as I watch the show in disgust. Omegas file in with platters piled high with gourmet food, including prime rib, rosemary garlic potatoes, honey-roasted carrots, red wine, sautéed mushrooms, fresh garlic bread, and a familiar-looking penne bolognese. I can't hold back my grin at the plate of pasta, since I have been craving it all day. "You spoil me with such a feast," Alexander exclaims, eyes wide at the spread. "Only the best for our friends," Silas replies. I can't help but roll my eyes at his desperate flattery. Everyone dishes out their plates, and I grin, noticing the pasta is the first platter emptied. I grab a healthy portion for myself when it comes by, along with a slice of garlic bread and veggies. "This pasta is great," Sasha beams as Silas grits his teeth. I know she said it to upset him, but it's actually good. I have no idea what they put in the sauce, but it's probably the best penne I've ever had. "It really is," Alexander agrees between bites. "The Luna made it this morning," Peter says, nodding at me. He, too, focuses on his pasta, eating it first. "Beautiful and talented, my compliments, Luna," Alexander says with a sad smile. "I am a lucky man," Dimitri replies, taking over the conversation. "Indeed," Alexander comments thoughtfully. "Do you cook often, Luna?" "I spent a lot of time in the kitchens at Still Waters with Claire. And before, I've always cooked for myself," I reply with a smile. "Cooking is a stress reliever for me, and it makes people happy." "If this is any indication, I can see why," Alexander replies with a slight chuckle. "It's rather strange for a Luna to have to cook and serve her pack like some Omega," Sylvia says with an air of disgust. My brow shoots up as my head snaps my attention to her. "You seriously want to judge my pack for enjoying cooking while your pack slaps collars around our necks dash?" "Enough," Dimitri snaps, crashing his fist on the table. "Knock it off, we're having a pleasant dinner." The dangerous edge in his voice warns that I'm on thin ice as it is. Awkward conversation picks up between Alexander, Silas, and Massimo once more as dinner resumes. Eventually, it becomes lighter, and Dimitri joins in as well. I eat my fill, then force a little more in, trying to make up for lost time. The food is delicious, and my stomach feels full by the end of the day, which makes me sleepy. "You okay?" Dimitri asks. I know I said to behave, but you've been very quiet. His blue eyes skin me, looking for clues as he waits for my answer. "Yeah, I'm fine," I say as exhaustion creeps up on me. He frowns at my answer, waiting for more, so I offer, "I'm a little tired and cold." "You may not like it, but you really do look beautiful tonight," he whispers. I freeze, not knowing what to say, as his eyes are darkening, and the lust swirling in them leaves me very uncomfortable. His next move shocks me as he gets up, takes off his jacket, and slips it over my shoulders. By this point, I didn't care that it smells of him. His scent doesn't excite me like Christian's does, but he has good hygiene. Instead, I focus on his lingering body heat and added privacy coverage. Thank you, I whisper sincerely. That's probably the least asshole thing he's done for me since I got here. I freeze once again as his lips make contact on my neck, just below my ear. You're welcome, he whispers in my ear, squeezing my shoulders before sitting down again. My heart hammers as my mind replays the event in a loop, over and over again. Fear creeps over me as the gentle intimacy sinks in, leaving me yearning for his asshole side. Is this true? Silas practically shouts at me, bringing me out of my thoughts. My eyes snap to him as I blink away thoughts of Dimitri and try to catch up. Pardon? I ask, unsure why everyone is staring at me. Sasha says you guys may have found something? I must admit I'm surprised at the speed at which you work, Silas drawls skeptically. It's nothing concrete yet, but a solid starting point, Sasha interjects, saving me. I had been looking at it one way. Jessie just basically took the map and flipped it to show me a different direction. You don't say. Massimo chimes in, drawing everyone's attention in. Explain it to me because I've spent years with those documents and hit a wall. His tone is a mix of disbelief, curiosity, and annoyance. I'm not quite sure which. I don't have it memorized yet, but I could go get them and show you? I offer with a shrug. He nods, so I get up to head back to the room, but before I can step away from my seat, Dimitri grabs my wrist. Where are they? I'll send a guard to grab them, he says, tugging me lightly to sit back down. I left them on the coffee table in their room, Sasha replies. The guard locked it behind us, though, so he'll need a key. I fight the urge to grin at how effortlessly she slipped that in and made everyone do what she wants. I saw them when I locked up, the guard says as he takes the key from Dimitri and heads off. The table returns to light conversation, where the counselors take every opportunity to charm Alexander. As the night wore on, the disconnect between his energy and face grew. Christian is right, he is a level-headed diplomat. He fakes just enough interest for Silas to be placated while he bides his time to leave, graciously. It leaves him off the enemy list and buys time. Dimitri's hand tightening on my leg snaps my attention to him. His eyes are icy and dangerous as he glares at me, leaving me genuinely shocked. Where are they, Jessie? He grits out. My hands move to his as his fingers dig into my delicate flesh. What? I stammer as I claw at his fingers. The books, Jessie. He growls as I hiss in pain. They're on the coffee table. Sasha shouts, jumping up from her seat. No, they're not, he snaps. But they have to be. That's where we left them, I blurt out as my heart starts to race. With Dimitri's attention, all conversation ends. By everyone's narrowed eye gaze on me, they've all decided I'm guilty. So much for plausible deniability. Don't lie to me. He growls. I'm not. They were stacked on the coffee table when we left. The door was locked before we left. A painful hiss cuts me off as I'm sure he's no doubt bruising bone with his vice grip. I saw them, the second guard speaks up. The Luna left first, followed by Sasha. We locked up, and the books were on the table. We even checked the door to make sure it was locked. I can feel all eyes are still on me, even as he explains it. They have already decided I'm at fault, no matter what is said. The door was locked, and I've been next to you the entire night, I say, feeling defeated. She's got a point, call for a sweep. I want the pack house swept and the grounds, Massimo orders. Stay here, Dimitri snaps. He throws his drink back before storming off. You'll have to excuse us, Silas says, as he stands facing Alexander. Seems we are in for an eventful night. He glares at me with such intensity that it takes everything in me not to flinch. By all means, he says graciously with a nod. Well played. Silas, I understand you have business to attend to, but I wonder if we could schedule another dinner? Alexander asks, stunning us all. All eyes are glued to him as everyone waits to see what he'll say next. Another dinner? Silas blurts out, clearly not recovered from his initial shock. I mean, of course. Excellent. Alexander replies with a grin. I have a couple of alphas I'd like to bring along to see how we may mutually benefit. Silas may think he's smooth, but Alexander is an expert. He's thrown just enough bait to convince Silas he's interested without committing to anything but dinner. We look forward to your return, Silas replies, his pride rolling off him in waves. He may not fully believe Alexander's commitment, but he still sees him as a viable ally. As do I, he says, shaking Silas' hand. And the Luna's cooking. I'm a sucker for Italian. I make a mean lasagna, I say, adding to his banter. Luna, that's my favorite, I can eat one by myself, Alexander says, taking my hand. His calm energy washes over me in waves, reassuring me. Then I will bake extra, I say with a smile. After a final farewell, he takes his leave. Silas turns his attention to me as soon as the coast is clear. I may not be able to prove it, but I know you had something to do with those books. You may think you're clever, but your time is running out, he says with a dangerous edge to his voice. I stand there stunned, unsure of what to say, when Peter clears his throat. Counselors, Alpha is requesting your presence in his room, he says, dark eyes shifting between them. My heart thumps as I watch the men walk away, wondering what Dmitri could have found to warrant dragging the men upstairs. This can't be good. Chapter 57. I look around the table, my heart pounding as time seems to stretch into an eternity. It feels like a lifetime since Massimo and Silas left to go to Dimitri's room. My nerves are starting to get the better of me, but I fight to maintain control. What's the matter, Bunny? Wayne's voice breaks through my thoughts. His smile is anything but friendly. You look a little nervous. I stiffen at his words, mentally scolding myself for letting my nerves show. My mind races as I try to regain my composure. Slowly, I take a deep breath, pushing aside the rising tide of anxiety, and focus on the bigger picture. This is just one more obstacle to overcome. Nothing to say, Bunny? Wayne sneers, nudging my shoulder, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Don't touch me. I snap, shaking off his contact with more force than I intend. His dark eyes flicker with delight, the twisted excitement in them sending a chill down my spine. His energy is unsettling, like a predator savoring the moment before making its move. It's cute when you get riled up, he growls with that same sinister satisfaction, clearly enjoying every moment of it. Back off, Wayne, Peter's voice comes from behind me, calm but dangerous. His brown eyes lock onto Wayne's in a silent challenge. The tension between the two men thickens, and I feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Wayne rises to his feet, moving with quick, deliberate steps toward Peter. His anger flares, and I feel it in the air. The energy in the room shifts from uncomfortable to volatile. Peter remains still, his posture relaxed, but I can see the subtle warning in the way he holds himself. He's not intimidated. What's that, beta boy? Wayne snaps, his voice dripping with disdain. Don't forget who you're talking to. Peter doesn't flinch. He takes his time, sipping his drink before setting it down. He doesn't rush, doesn't let the anger in Wayne's voice control him. His movements are deliberate, almost casual, as he turns his attention back to Wayne. His gaze is steady, betraying nothing but calm annoyance. How could I possibly forget who I'm talking to? Peter replies, his voice smooth and laced with a touch of disgust. The challenge is clear in his words, but it's subtle, measured. The air is thick with hostility now. Every muscle in my body is on high alert, my instinct screaming for me to get away. But I remain rooted to my seat, trapped between the two men, unable to move without setting something off. Watch your fucking mouth, mutt, Wayne growls, stepping closer to Peter, his body brimming with aggression. He's getting too close, his energy wild and unpredictable. I can feel the intensity of his gaze on me, but I refuse to break eye contact with Peter. What you and Silas do behind closed doors is none of my business, Peter replies evenly, not missing a beat. His voice remains calm, but there's an edge to it now, something sharp and defiant. He's willing to stand his ground. Wayne's anger flares, and in the next moment, he lunges at Peter, his fists swinging wildly. His first punch is clumsy, fueled by rage rather than skill, but Peter effortlessly blocks it with ease. In one fluid motion, Peter delivers a swift counter, sending Wayne stumbling back. Wayne doesn't stop. He growls in fury, launching another attack. But this time, before his punch lands, the door slams open with a force that sends the room into silence. Enough. Silas's voice roars as he steps inside, his energy suffocating the room. His anger is palpable, and for a moment, Wayne and Peter both freeze, momentarily disoriented by Silas's presence. Do I really have to supervise every fucking thing you do? Silas snarls, his voice full of frustration and authority. His eyes scan the room, zeroing in on Wayne. Wayne seems to come back to himself at the sound of Silas's voice, his rage still simmering just below the surface. But when Silas locks eyes with him, there's a shift in the air. The power dynamics are clear now. Silas is in control. Peter remains eerily calm, his eyes never leaving Wayne. The tension between the two men is still there, but it's contained now. Peter has taken the upper hand, even without a single physical confrontation. I will not repeat myself, Silas continues, his voice a low growl. Peter handles half of the smaller packs. If you feel the need to pick a fight with someone, do it with your rogues. After the war, you can settle this however you want, but for now, leave it. Silas's tone is harsh, and his aura is thick with authority. Wayne looks ready to explode, but Silas's gaze is unrelenting. The room holds its breath, waiting for the storm to pass. I don't want to see this again, Silas adds, his voice steady but menacing. He turns his attention to me, his eyes cold as he sneers, Luna, Dimitri may have a point. There's no evidence you were involved, but you and I both know the truth. You're playing with fire, and it's going to burn you in the end. His words hang heavy in the air, the threat implicit in every syllable. I can feel the weight of his gaze on me, the fear creeping up my spine like an insidious shadow. Every instinct is telling me to run, but I know it's not an option. Take her back to her room, Silas orders, his voice cutting through the tension. I can't stand the sight of her. Peter doesn't hesitate. He moves swiftly, guiding Nikita to her room before turning back to me. The distance between us feels unbearable, but I follow him without a word. The silence that stretches between us as we walk is deafening. My mind is racing, a whirlwind of emotions and confusion. Peter has been a constant presence, but now everything feels different. The sight of him with Nikita, the collar she wears, the way he treats her, it all makes my stomach turn. As we reach the upstairs hallway, Peter pauses for a moment. Without saying a word, he ensures that Dimitri is present before he walks away. He doesn't look at me as he leaves, and for some reason, that hurts more than anything else. Dimitri's room feels like a prison. I step inside, my body already exhausted from the weight of everything that has happened today. Dimitri's icy blue gaze locks onto mine, and he doesn't waste any time. Take a seat, he orders, his tone impassive. His eyes study me, as if measuring me, waiting for me to respond. I comply, sitting across from him on the chair, my eyes low to avoid his intense gaze. The smell of liquor lingers in the air, and I can tell he's been drinking. My stomach turns at the thought of what might happen next. Drink, he asks, his voice lazy but still carrying an edge of command. He walks behind me, the sound of the glass being refilled making my pulse quicken. No thanks, I reply, trying to sound polite, but the unease in my chest makes my voice falter. Warning bells go off in my mind, telling me that this is not the right time to be alone with him. He pours his drink and moves back behind me. My heart stops when he steps up to me, his presence overwhelming. Every muscle in my body tightens as he leans over the chair, placing a heavy hand on my shoulder. You need to relax, Jessie, he mumbles, his voice low and heavy. Loosen up a bit. I freeze, every nerve in my body screaming to get away from him, but I can't. His hand squeezes my shoulder, and I feel the pressure building. His lips brush against my neck, sending shivers down my spine. Dimitri, I warn, my voice weak, but it's the best I can muster. He doesn't listen. He continues, his lips trailing across my neck, and the chill of his breath sends waves of unease through me. Jessie, he whispers, his voice thick with something darker. My scent on you is driving me insane. I try to pull away, but his grip tightens, his fingers knotting in my hair, holding me in place. Panic surges inside me, but I keep myself from reacting the way he wants. Dimitri, stop. I manage to yell, my voice finally finding some strength. He snarls in response, throwing the glass across the room before stalking to the other side of the coffee table. He flops down on the sofa, but his eyes never leave me. A knock at the door makes me flinch, but Dmitri doesn't take his eyes off me. "Come in," he calls. The woman who enters catches me off guard. Her voice is eerily familiar. My body tenses as she steps in, and when I see her face, it feels like the ground beneath me gives way. "Cindy." Her eyes light up when she sees Dmitri, and she moves toward him with a practiced smile. My heart sinks as she wraps her arms around his neck, kissing him like it's nothing. I look away, but I can't escape the sickening sight. I feel trapped in a nightmare. "Sit down," Dmitri snaps, his eyes still on me. I drop back into my seat, unable to move, my mind spiraling. Cindy and Dimitri's actions blur into a sickening haze, and I try to block it out, but it's impossible. The tension in the room is unbearable, and I can feel my heart racing, but I don't know how to escape this. Chapter 58. The door crashes open as Cindy lunges at me, shifting midair. My heart stops as my eyes lock on her outstretched claws beelining for my chest. I stand there frozen, fixated on the grotesque, half-shifted beast lunging at me. Time slows down as I watch this train wreck come for me. Her body is caught halfway between human and wolf. Her limbs are distorted and stretched, fingers contorted into claws. The refined human features in her face are lost somewhere as her mouth sprouts teeth too large for her gums to handle. Wisps of wolf fur are sprouting everywhere on her skin as her body transitions from human to wolf, shredding what was left of her dress. In a blink, I'm tackled from the side, and pain takes over my senses as I hit the floor hard. Snarls echo in the room as the air is knocked from my lungs. I groan under the weight as my side burns. Shouts fill the room, but my ears can't make out anything over the sound of my own hammering heart. I blink my watery eyes, trying to bring the room back into focus. A shadowy figure looms over me, along with muffled sounds that I can't make out. "Peter?" His face is inches from mine as he cups my cheek to make me look at him. I can see his lips moving and concern is apparent in his eyes, but nothing filters through or registers. Slowly, with each raspy breath I release, my senses come back. "Get the healer," he shouts over his shoulder before turning his attention back to me. "Luna?" "Yes." My voice sounds like a mumble as the brain fog begins to relent. "Thank the goddess." "Are you hurt?" His eyes lock on me, desperate for an answer. "Jessie, are you hurt?" I push against his chest as I struggle to get my bearings. "Was I hurt?" He quickly gets up but trains his gaze on me. As I struggle to prop myself up and catch my breath, he instantly reacts, coming to my side and slipping an arm behind my back to support me. A moment later, I see my breath, and he helps me up. I stretch my arm and test all of the joints, breathing a sigh of relief when nothing appears broken but just shaken up. "Nothing's broken. The floor is just really hard," I complain, rubbing my arm. Knocking on the door precedes Sasha's walking in. Her eyes go wide at Cindy's unconscious body on the floor before locking on mine. She practically runs over to me, and I feel her cool, tingling energy wash over me before I can say a word. "Never a dull moment with you," she chides, shifting her attention to my arm. In no time, the residual ache is gone, but my body feels drained and exhausted from this horrible existence. "Thank you," I say, hugging her. I'd have been fine with a bruise, though. I can't help but laugh at the face she pulls. "You are a bruise. We just finally got you mending." "Peter is right, you're a full-time job," she teases. Peter walks over and puts a hand on her shoulder, giving her a reassuring squeeze. While we are distracted, someone removed the body, so now it is just the three of us. "Are you okay?" "We should let you sleep," he says when I nod. Lock the door behind us. Peter leads Sasha to the door, stepping through and turning to face me. "The one I need protection from has the key," I mumble, shutting the door and locking it. The recognition flashing in Peter's eyes is the last thing I see. I felt disgusted and yet trapped in this room. I go to his dresser, find sleep pants and a tank, and quickly strip out of the blood-coated dress that should be burned, kick off the heels to the floor with a thud, and change. No doubt, I look ridiculous in the layers of oversized clothes. In a final act of defiance, I shove the plush chair away from the couch and coffee table into the opposite corner of the room for the bed. I curl up with a couple of throws and try to sleep. Once I am curled up, like always, my mind drifts to Christian. I want his comfort right now, but I decide against contacting him since I know seeing me in distress will only upset him. As I sit there curled up, the last thing I remember is the slight tickle of a lone tear rolling down my cheek. Someone trying to pick me up rips me from my peaceful, dreamless slumber. Panic takes me, and I struggle against his hold as I fight to get my bearings. The tall, hulking figure appears to be a living nightmare as my mind kicks into overdrive. Dmitri, inches from me, his large hands reach under my arms and legs. Panic flares brighter as fear grips me that he's back to finish what he started. I twist and push his chest away, managing to keep him from getting a grip. "Shh, Jessie, it's just me," he whispers. Like that's supposed to calm me. Nicole's green eyes catch the light as he stands back for a moment, giving me space to calm down. My heart hammers as I struggle to breathe normally. "Relax, I was just taking you to bed," he whispers. "Fuck that." I snap, jumping over the chair to keep some distance between us. I don't miss the hurt that flashes in his green eyes as he watches me. "Jessie, it's me. I would never do anything to hurt you," he says, taking a tentative step towards me. "Are you kidding me?" I snap, dumbfounded. "You just, and made me watch like some twisted show." My entire body is trembling from a mix of anger and fear. "You know that wasn't me." He deflects and flashes two palms to me like he's innocent. "That's messed up," I hiss, backing away. Realization stings as I whisper to myself, he's going to hurt me. It's always been a possibility, but part of me clung to the desperate notion that his wolf would keep Dimitri's insanity at bay. Clearly, he doesn't have the control I had hoped for. "I won't let him," Nicole replies with determination. "We've spoken, and he's promised not to disrespect you again." His words send a cold chill down my spine. Nicole missed the threat completely when he parroted the words back to me. He plans to make good on his threat. Next time won't be a Cindy, it'll be me. God. You don't even see when your human tells you he intends to hurt me. "Nicole, you can't protect me from him," I beg, trying to get him to understand. "Please." My voice quivers as fear grips me. His face contorts as he considers my words and realizes the veiled threat. "I can't let you go," he whispers, closing the gap. "I've waited so long for you. Even though I know you're not mine, I can't shake the hope that one day you'll see me for me." There's a desperate plea in his eyes that pains me. I can't imagine the horror of sharing a headspace with Dmitri, nor the madness that drives him to see me as the light within his world of darkness. I can feel his energy, and it fills me with sadness. He is nothing like Dmitri. He doesn't deserve this. "Then I'll die," I admit defeat. I drop my gaze, not wanting him to see my tears. All my fighting, everything I've been through to get back to Christian doesn't matter. "Don't give up, Jessie," he whispers, caressing my cheek. "Just try not to provoke him. I'll do everything in my power to keep him under control. With the war, there's no way I can keep him from being provoked. He's a powder keg waiting for the right spark to set him off," I whisper with a shudder. "Go to bed, Jessie. Some rest will make you feel better," he says, gesturing to the bed. I shake my head and try to walk back to the chair, but he insists, "The bed is all yours, Jessie. I'll sleep on the couch. You need your rest, and you will sleep better on the bed." He's not wrong, so I nod and make my way to the bed, relaxing when I hear him settle on the couch. Exhaustion catches up with me the moment my head hits the pillow. I wake up to knocking sounds on the door, and a glance around shows, thankfully, that the room is empty. After rubbing the sleep out of my eyes, I head to the door, unlock it, and open it to see Peter standing there with a tray of food. "Did I wake you?" he asks, frowning. I don't miss how his eyes travel over me, taking in my no-doubt frumpy appearance. "Rough night," is all I say as I step aside, letting him in. He sets the tray down on the table and pulls the cover off. My mouth waters as the scent of the steaming scrambled eggs and bacon hits me. I don't feel much like talking, so I focus on eating. The portion is nearly twice what he brings typically, and I struggle to finish it all. Throughout it, he sits at the far end of the table, quiet and deep in thought. On a typical day, I'd ask, but I'm still worked up from seeing his collar around Nikita's neck. Dmitri thinks it's best if you stay here, he says, as if catching on to my discomfort. We know you like to help in the kitchen, but it's just not safe anymore. Okay, I mumble. My shoulders slump as despair seizes me. I'm back to being a locked-down prisoner. I'm sorry, Jessie, he mumbles. Sasha will still come visit you. At least you'll be safe here. The pity and uncertainty in his voice make me wonder how much he actually believes his own words. I sigh, clean up my plate, and pack the tray back up for him. It's been a while since I felt so trapped and helpless. Peter, looking at me like a lamb being led to slaughter, doesn't help. His look makes me remember something. He's just as trapped and helpless as I am. I always thought he didn't fit in well here, let alone as Dimitri's beta, but no matter how I broached the topic, he always shut me down. Here, he says, holding out a Snickers bar for me. I don't know what kind you like, but whenever my sister was sad, chocolate always made her feel better. Sister? My eyes lock on his as I hang on, waiting for more. I knew there had to be some leverage. Where is she? I whisper, taking the chocolate bar. His dark eyes lock with mine as he searches for something. In the prison with the rest, he says matter-of-factly. It's better for her there than collared here. He doesn't bother to hide the bitterness in his voice. Why are you finally telling me this? I ask as a sense of dread takes hold. Because we are coming to the end. It's no longer a matter of months or weeks, Peter says, pausing to let his warning take hold. It's more like days, if not hours. My eyes shoot wide open at his admission. Days, hours. I don't doubt that he knows these things better than I do, but it doesn't help my nerves one bit. There's still no way out for me that I can see, and this new sense of urgency is terrifying. I'm all she has. Promise me that when I'm gone you'll find her a better place, he says, eyes locked on mine. Gone. I blurt out. The thought of him going anywhere scares the shit out of me. He has kept me alive multiple times now. You're smarter than this, Jessie, he chides. No one wants me to make it through the final battle. His bitter laugh tells me he's resigned to his fate. But Dmitri won't give two shits, he says, cutting me off. My usefulness is linked to keeping the smaller packs in order. He was less than impressed when several of them slipped away in the night. A grim, satisfied smile creeps across his face as he explains the situation. I didn't tell you this to upset you or make you worry. You need to be ready to act when you can. I made this bed, I'll lie in it, but you didn't, he says, his stoic facade back in place. My heart breaks for his admission. He really doesn't deserve this. I've never seen him do one cruel thing. He has always strived to maintain order without force whenever possible. The fact that he no doubt sent more miniature packs away and stayed to take the fall speaks volumes. I have to go. Sasha will be by with your lunch, he says with a sad smile as he heads to the door. I'm on my feet in an instant and wrap my arms around him, almost afraid to let go. He tenses for a moment before returning the hug. Stay alive, Peter, I whisper. A moment later, he pulls away. I won't make it easy for them, Luna, he says with a dark smile. This isn't the first time they've tried to kill me, and the other attempts didn't go well for them. I stand there frozen for a moment, just staring at the door that closes behind him. This day has been a lot to process, and it just started. I lock the door and head back to bed. My stomach is full, and my eyelids are heavy once more. Once again, I'm woken up by knocking on the door. I must have been exhausted because I was out the moment my head hit the pillow, and the clock now reads noon. When I unlock and open it, Sasha slips in for lunch without waiting for an invitation. Her dark eyes dart around the room before her intense gaze relaxes slightly. What's wrong? I ask, taking the tray from her. People are acting off, she says, relaxing once I lock the door. Several of the smaller packs left in the middle of the night. Silas made a cover story about a secret mission, but no one is buying it. Her eyes lock on me, demanding my attention. If it wasn't safe for you before, it's worse now. Breathe. Worrying about what may come won't help at all. We have to keep our heads and try to get as much info as possible. There's still time, I say, squeezing her hand before opening the tray. My eyes go wide at the feast in front of us. There's a plate for each of us, featuring steak, loaded mashed potatoes, and garlic-buttered steamed vegetables. Is this our last meal? I mumble in shock. Mo wanted to send you a thank you, she says with a smile and digs in. Mo? I ask, then take my first bite. The steak is done to perfection, and the flavor is top-notch. The head cook. This is from Silas Private Reserve. Fucker has good taste. I'll give him that, she says between bites. So that's his name. Won't he get in trouble? I ask, instantly feeling guilty. Not if we eat the evidence, she laughs. With that beautiful logic, I cave and practically inhale the meal. I'm beyond full by the end, but refuse to let one morsel go to waste. We sit there in a food coma, chatting about nothing in particular, and enjoying the calm, quiet moment. I freeze suddenly. Something's wrong. Anger bubbles up in me in a way I can't remember. The emotions boil in me as I struggle to calm myself. Anger, no rage, hate, murderous intent, so much of it. Jessie, what's wrong? Sasha asks, her wide eyes locked on me, full of fear. I don't know, I whisper as my own fear creeps up. I wrap my arms tightly around myself, desperate to ground myself. I feel dash. My breath is stolen from me as it feels like my chest is split open from my left shoulder to my right lower ribs. I gasp, trying to catch my breath as I dig my nails into the armchair. When I look down, I see nothing on my body, only feeding my fear and confusion. Mate, Ember whimpers as my heart stops. Chapter 59. Jace POV. Mira has been holed up in the library with the keeper ever since Derwin brought back those books. She's just as happy to stay away from the pack, and as much as she puts on an angry, uninterested front, I can smell her fear. I've been glued to her since we brought her back, not that she's a prisoner, but we did basically bring an unstable situation into our pack. I may be the only one who notices, but she tends to avoid everyone when possible and works very hard to hide her fear. As a peace offering, I decide to bring the ladies lunch up here instead of ushering them out, something that has become a daily chore. It's nothing fancy, just fruit and chicken Caesar wraps, but it smells great. I slip in and close the door as quietly as I can behind me, but when I turn around, both women are staring at me. Marjorie always looks at me like she's studying a bug, whereas Mira pins me in place with those captivating blue-green eyes. Lunch, I finally ask, breaking our standoff. They stay seated, but their eyes follow me while I bring the tray over to the empty table. Neither woman moves, so I take a seat and uncover one of the wraps. She tries not to react, but I see Myra's cute nose wrinkle. We could use a break, she concedes, standing up. She stretches and walks over, keeping her gaze trained on me the whole time. I can't help the crooked grin I wear when she digs in. Something funny, pretty boy? Mira asks between bites. Thought they called him Playboy? Marjorie questions, furrowing her brow. Fitting, Mira scoffs, rolling her eyes. You could just call me Jace, I tease, leaning in and snatching a grape. Though I don't mind you calling me pretty boy either. Really? You're usually smoother than this, Phoenix groans. How about I stick to beta? Mira growls, hardening her gaze. What did you do to piss her off? Marjorie asks, suddenly very interested. I think I exist, and am a wolf. Pretty sure that's all it takes, I reply with a frown. I'm a wolf, she's fine with me, Marjorie presses on. Well, she did try to kill me, I muse. God, you're so annoying and dramatic, Mira groans. Really? 'Cause most people consider me charming, I press on with my best Playboy smile. Unlikely, she replies, trying to sound bored. It's like she's trying to be extra frosty. At her cabin, she was giving me a completely different vibe. So, what have you guys been working on so hard? I ask, shifting gears. My sister's request, Mira replies, like that will clear it all up. I raise a brow, signaling that I need more. She reaches into her pocket and pulls out a folded note. She slipped this in the books, thought you knew? Her eyes soften a hair as she reads the confusion on my face. It was addressed to you, so we never looked, I reply plainly, hoping she'll pick up the respect we keep offering her. I take the offered note and carefully open it. Sorry about the chains, but you know how you get. I know you hate dogs, but I swear, if Jessie is any indication, they are good people. They will make them hurt, but they need your help. That's why we're sending the books. If anyone can recreate the bond, I know you can. Love you, sis. Sha. Recreating the bond? I whisper, stunned. We'd all but given up on that. They thought we'd have to activate Ethan's bond to try to piggyback, but Christian refuses to put Ethan in danger. Hell, I'm right there with him. That pup's been through enough. Easy as cake, she grumbles. Wait, how will that affect the existing royal bond? I barely catch myself in time. Her raised brow makes it clear I didn't stop in time. Fuck, I curse under my breath. A new bond will break the existing one. You have a royal, she mumbles more to herself, then her eyes light up. Who? Where are they? I can't tell you, I reply weakly, cursing my own stupidity. Fuck, we've got a problem. I linked Christian, seeing her work up further. Myra's on her feet, pacing, lost in thought while she chews on her nails. Now what? Christian groans. Mira knows we've got a royal, I blurt out. You told her about Ethan. What the fuck, man? Christian snaps. I caught myself before I said who, but she's not about to let this go dash. While you report back to Big Boy, tell him we are on our way to see him, she says with a dark grin. Mira doesn't even wait for me and bolts out the door with the keeper in tow. Marjorie has said very little, but hasn't missed a word of our conversation, noting key bits in her notebook. Fuck, I growl, taking off after them. I catch up to them at the foot of the steps as she turns to make her way to the boardroom. Incoming, I warn. Mira throws the doors to the boardroom wide, bursting into the Alpha's meeting like she doesn't have a care in the world. She scans the room briefly before her eyes lock on Christian. The air crackles as she storms over to him. Were you ever planning on telling me you had a royal? She snarls dangerously. For someone who claims not to be a wolf, she sure has a lot of wolf on the surface all of a sudden. Mira, Christian warns. His eyes are chocolate, warning that his wolf is at the surface. Lord knows Cyrus doesn't handle challenges well. I catch her arm when she goes to hit him and wrap my other arm around her waist, pulling her back to me and away from Christian. She snarls, but the air starts to calm down. Need to dial it back a bit, Mira, I whisper, inches from her ear. My hold is loose but hopefully calming. I don't want her to feel trapped and threatened, as that will only make things worse. She takes a deep breath in and slowly lets it out. I can feel her relax, so I loosen my grip further, but part of me doesn't want to let her go. That's it, I say as relief washes over me. Her delicate fingers wrap around my wrist, which is settled on her waist, and she calms fully. Her scent washes over me, and it takes everything not to push for more. The spell is broken when I feel her push at my wrist. Reluctantly, I let her go and take a step back. You shouldn't have kept this from me, Mira starts, having regained her composure. It isn't common knowledge, Christian replies solemnly. Don't you think you should have made an exception for me? Given the nature of what you want me to do, she chides. It wasn't his decision to make, Garrick pipes up. He lets his aura slip a bit to show her his importance, but it has the exact opposite effect. Once again, the air around her begins to shimmer and crackle as her temper flares to life once more. I lay a hand on her shoulder and feel the energy coursing through her skin into mine. Mira, I whisper, trying to calm her. What? She snaps. I will not cower ever, not to him, not to Big Boy, not to any of you, she hisses, turning her blue, fiery gaze to me. No one wants you to cower, least of all me, I say, cupping her cheek. Her eyes flutter for a moment before she catches herself. But you can't expect everyone else to bow down before you either. My eyes lock on hers, willing her to understand. Most of the other alphas have moved back quite a bit, not wanting to get caught in the explosion, leaving Kane, Christian, Marcus, Garrick, Luda, and Eric. Christian looks to the other alphas and nods, dismissing them. What is this about Mira? Christian asks, keeping his tone calmer than I know he is. I was trying to figure out how to recreate the bond. Magic I've got blood? Any of you will do, but a divine blessing? Hell, I haven't got a god or goddess on speed dial, she huffs. The intricacy of the royal bond is far different from these basic pack bonds, too. What do you mean? Eric asks, brows furrowed as he tries to keep up. Your people are bonded to you by blood, she states matter-of-factly. When you accept a new member, the bond is cemented when your blood mixes with theirs. Right, Eric nods. All alphas are well-versed in the care and maintenance of a pack bond. As beta, I had to learn too, in case anything ever happened, and I would have to take over for Christian. They're very firm and defined. The wolves that report to you cannot report to McBroody, she says, pointing at Kane. He growls as if to prove her point. But the royal bond is like a spider web, she mumbles, furrowing her brow. That's not quite right either. Mira sighs and tries to come up with a better explanation. Take your time. Any light you can shed is appreciated, Christian says, gesturing to the seat closest to him before sitting down. Everyone takes a seat, and I grab a glass of water for her before sitting on her far side. Think of it like this. Alpha bonds are fixed, right? You have to initiate people in and out, and another alpha can't just walk over and steal wolves from you. A wolf can only be bound to one alpha. Royal bonds are flexible because no one needs to be initiated, she says like that clears it up. Luda asks, not even sure how to phrase his confusion. Selena. You are all her children, so you are already bound, Mira groans, having to spell it out for him. If you are a wolf, you are already bound, so nothing has to be done to initiate it. Then how do we get it so that we can tap into this bond? Kane asks, suddenly interested. The inability to link is the final holdback for us ending this. You activate the royal bond. Whoever it is, they are like a beacon. Anyone in the area will be affected, and the royal link will be available. It's how they commanded giant armies made up of multiple packs, she explains. Keeps the alphas happy because it doesn't destroy their bond, and once they go home, it's gone. That's what we need. Kane exclaims, turning his gaze to Christian. Maybe Dash. No, Christian cuts him off before Kane can even start. Christian, Luda interjects, taking in how tense the men are. Time is run, Dash. You think I don't know that? Christian snarls, instantly on his feet. You think I'm not painfully aware of every minute and every second that ticks away with her still there? Christian's alpha energy is rolling off of him, and his anger brews, stifling the room. But if there's a way, Marcus starts. No, Jessie did not sacrifice herself for him, just to let us sacrifice him later. Christian trembles with anger, his skin rippling as Cyrus threatens to take over. I will not sacrifice any more of my family. There's a collective intake of breath while Christian's words reverberate. The secret we have worked so hard to keep is on the table. Ethan, Kane finally voices, looking deep in thought. I had no idea. Well, now you know, Christian growls. My son is not up for debate. A pin drop could be heard in the silent room as the alphas work to process it all. Don't I get a say? Ethan asks from inside the doorway with Derwin behind him. His golden eyes hold a determination I'm not used to seeing from him. Ethan, Christian starts, instantly softening. Jessie made sacrifices for me. She is there because of me, Ethan states, his own anger and determination shining through. That's bullshit, and you know it, Christian cuts back. Jessie took your place because she loves you. They used you to get at her. They didn't even know who you were. But this war would have happened with or without you. Christian cuts him off and holds out a hand to summon him. Ethan sighs and walks over to Christian, dropping his gaze. Christian lays a hand on his shoulder, drawing his attention back to him. When their eyes lock, he says, you have got to stop blaming yourself for things that aren't your fault. Then let me help, Ethan whispers, golden eyes full of unshed tears. Please. I can't lose you too, Christian whispers, pained. His eyes are glued to Ethan, like he's afraid to blink and lose him. You won't, Mira pipes up, drawing all eyes. You just need to activate his bond, then I can tweak it and make one of you the new beacon. Her eyes shift between Christian, Ethan, and Garrick, trying to gauge their reaction. It won't hurt him or sever his claim? Christian asks, raising a brow. He shifts his gaze to Mira as his features harden once more. No, he will be as he is now and can stay back here safely while one of you leads your people in the final fight, Mira confirms. A determined smile spreads across her lips as she senses Christian is shifting his position. You're sure this is what you want? Take some time to think, Dash. I want to. You said this is the last hurdle to overcome, Ethan reasons, cutting Christian off. So the real question is who holds the bond? Luda asks. When all eyes turn to him, he throws his hands up. This is above my pay grade. Yeah, I'm fine with whatever you guys decide, Eric quickly adds as he bows out hastily. Marcus looks thoughtful for a moment and looks between Kane and Christian. This sounds like a younger man's job, he reasons as he too bows out. All eyes are on Christian and Kane as they stare each other down. I know Christian won't bow out, not with Ethan and Jessie both on the line. The look in Kane's eyes warns everyone that something doesn't sit right with him. Sorry, Christian, Kane states, shaking his head. You're too close to this. I don't think you can be objective enough for this. I'm not bowing out, Christian grits out as his anger rises. Well, neither am I, Kane replies, and his amber eyes lock on Christian's. My eyes lock with Myra's, taking in her unease. Can there be two? I ask weakly, dreading the answer. No. Chapter 60. Christian POV. Cyrus claws and pushes against the barriers of my mind, desperate to take control. This isn't the first time an alpha has challenged me, but thanks to my reputation, it's been years since the last one. We have been far too long without our mate and with too many delays. Friend or not, he views Kane's refusal to back down as a direct challenge and is eager to deal with him like he would any other. The problem is, I can't deny any of his points. Jessie has been gone for far too long, suffering while we scramble. Now that the last problem of the bond is nearly solved, Kane of all people stands in my way. Anger mounts in me as I glare at him on the far side of the field. There's a growing outrage feeding my anger. How dare he stand in the way when it involves my family? He would never tolerate it from me if the situation were reversed. No time is wasted, as neither of us would back down. The challenge is issued. Garrick, as a royal representative, will oversee and the Guardians will ensure there is no interference. No matter what, one of us will emerge as the winner. Already, the training field is ringed with spectators. Judging by the size of the crowd, curious eyes from across all of the packs we are watching. Nearly all the warriors not on patrol are here to witness the match. Everything fades into the background as we wait for Nex and Jace to get here, and the rest of the alphas. My attention is solely fixed on Kane. He's only a couple of years younger than me, and in the prime of his life. His build is much like mine, a typical, bulky, muscle-bound frame. Alphas are built for strength and stamina. Being equally matched guarantees things will get messy. As we pace waiting, his glare feeds my temper. His eyes swirl red, warning that his wolf is at the surface, though I do not doubt that he can see Cyrus in mine. Steam rises from my bare skin as my hot blood throbs in my veins. The crisp fall air does nothing to cool us off. I can't even feel it in the state I'm in, even though I wear just a pair of jogging pants, the same as Kane. Our bare feet dig into the grass, leaving us ready to shift at a moment's notice. Typically, alpha challenges are fought mostly in human form, but the longer a match goes, the more likely a shift will happen. Movement to my left barely registers as the last group of alphas, Nex, and my pack take their place. Judius's tight-lipped expression lets me know just what he thinks about this. I sense Soraya's attempt to connect with me, and I feel her waves of frustration and annoyance, but I close myself off to focus on what truly matters. Betas, Garrick calls, summoning Nex and Jace. It's clear by their hardened expressions that neither man is happy with the situation. Both do their duty, though, and step to either side of Garrick. You know how challenges work. You are not to interfere, Garrick says, eyeing both of them. Under any circumstances. The implication hangs heavy in the air. Alpha challenges are dangerous on a good day. The more powerful they are, the worse it will be. If neither of us submits, things could turn deadly. The nerves shown in Jace and Nex's eyes show that they are more than aware of our tempers and what the possible outcome could be. You can't be serious, Jace snaps. Nex looks dumbfounded as his eyes shift between Garrick and Kane. The alphas aren't backing down if one won't submit. There has to be a winner, Garrick replies stoically. Let's pray it doesn't come to that. His voice is barely a whisper, but his stony front is cracked by the same concern that reflects at me from Jace's eyes. Today's match will determine who bears the royal bond and leads us in the final battle, Garrick calls out as a hush falls over the crowd. There is to be no interference under any circumstances. Violators will be dealt with swiftly. Guardians station themselves around the perimeter to maintain order and, if necessary, push the crowd back to give us space. Derwin looks at me as he takes his post as though he wants to say something, but thinks twice. He knows me well enough to know that nothing he says can change my mind. May the goddess bless the strongest and no life be lost, Garrick says as he steps out of the center. Jace pauses in my line of vision, concern clear in his stormy gray eyes as he gives me one last look before following next. They stand on the edge where Soraya and Judius are waiting, wide-eyed and unblinking, like they can't believe that it has come to this. With the field open, we head to the center and square off. Kane drops a shoulder, drawing his muscles tight as he readies to strike. His amber eyes lock on mine with grim determination. Stop! Willow screams as she runs onto the field, ducking and twisting past everyone. Her outburst freezes us both, pausing the match. What are you doing? Jace catches her midfield before she can get to Kane. A moment later, Gabe shows up and pushes his way through. Willow squirms and screams in Jace's arms as tears stream down her pale cheeks. I see Kane tense up as he forces himself not to turn and comfort her. He growls and clenches his jaw as Jace struggles with the hysterical she-wolf. Jace, you have to do something. She cries, desperately fisting his shirt as she looks between him and Kane. The look on Jace's face says he's anything but comfortable with the situation, but his grip around her tightens. I can't, Willow, not this time, he says apologetically. Get her out of here, Kane snarls, keeping his gaze trained on me. No, Kane, she wails. What are you doing? You're friends. Willow struggles in Jace's hold even more, twisting and turning, until she makes it impossible to hold on to her. With a final twist, she slips out of her jacket and breaks for Kane. Gabe intercepts and catches her, scooping her clear off the ground before she can get away. Gabriel, get her out of here. I don't want her to see this, Kane orders, in an icy and dangerous tone. He doesn't even spare her a look, upsetting her further as she breaks down sobbing. Sorry, Dove, you don't need to see this, Gabe says as he drags her away, kicking and screaming. Once they're out of the ring, Kane turns his full attention back to me and squares off once more. It's not too late to call this off, Kane says and trains his amber eyes on me. Do you bow? I ask, raising a brow. His silence answers loud and clear, earning a frown as I ready myself to fight. I dig my feet in, drop my shoulders, and pull my core tight, preparing myself to launch into action. My muscles strain in anticipation, and hopefully, all the extra training Jace has been pushing me through will pay off. Taking on him and Judius at the same time has been brutal, but it's the closest I'll get to another alpha. I didn't think so, I growl. Irritation blooms in me at his stubborn, blatant refusal to back down. Jessie is my mate, Ethan is my son, hell, even Willow begged him to stop, but the stubborn man feels the need to prove something. I barely have time to drop my shoulder as Kane launches his attack. He hits with the force of a linebacker, driving me back with hit after hit. My blocks are solid, but it's all I can do since his relentless pace leaves no room for me to return a hit. My heart drops as my foot catches on uneven ground and I lose my footing. Kane seizes the opportunity, slamming me back first to the ground before dropping down on me to try for the pin. Instinct kicks in, and I get my foot up in time to drive my heel into Kane's gut, sending him stumbling back with a feral snarl. In a flash, I'm back on my feet and launch my own attack. Anger fuels me as I throw my whole strength into each hit, growling in satisfaction each time my fist hits home. I throw punch after punch at Kane, landing some on his face and ribs while he blocks others and throws his own. Frustration sets in as we trade blows, with neither getting the upper hand, and we only manage to piss each other off more. Kane snarls in rage as I land a savage uppercut, snapping his head back and making him stumble back. His eyes flash red, showing that his wolf is right at the surface. He takes a step back and shakes his head while he struggles to get his bearings. Yield! I yell as Kane pants out short, sharp breaths. No, Kane growls as he drops down once more. I don't have time to block Kane's incoming attack as he drives his shoulder hard into my ribs and wraps his arms around my torso. The air is driven from my lungs while Kane dashes down the field, moving me backwards and forcing the spectators to flee. Desperate to break his momentum, I slam my elbow down on his back, over and over until I break his grip, sending us both tumbling to the ground. My temper explodes, making me see red and driving my hits harder and harder. Blow for blow, Kane's not holding back either. Our growls and snarls fill the air as we trade hits. 1 minute Kane's on top, raining fists down on me, then the next moment I manage to flip him and am pummeling him. Neither of us gets the upper hand, nor do we back down, which only causes the fighting to intensify. I feel the snap of control when Cyrus finally breaks free and takes over the fight, destroying the last of my restraint. The very air thickens as Kane's wolf breaks free in response, joining the battle. Pain explodes as Kane's hand half shifts, then his claws scratch deeply into my flesh, leaving a deep cut on my shoulder. The hot, blinding pain that erupts over my skin feels like I'm torn right open. I yell in pain, kicking Kane off and sending him flying backwards. I'm on my feet a moment later, wiping the blood from my split brow out of my eye. I don't need to look down to know how badly my chest is ripped open. I can feel the blood pouring out in rivers. If I don't do something fast, he'll wait for the blood loss to wear me down. I push the throbbing pain and gushing wounds aside and focus on the snarling alpha in front of me. His stubborn posture and refusal to back down remind me that he stands in the way of Jessie. With renewed focus, I launch myself at him and hammer Kane back with a quick succession of blows. Kane finally gets a block up and turns the tables, forcing me into defense as he returns the blows. Kane lands a cheap shot on my shredded ribs, sending a fresh wave of blinding pain across me. I growl, grabbing his hand and cranking my elbow into his already damaged brow with a sickening crack before launching myself at him. If the match was savage to begin with, it has degraded into a nightmare. Each hit we trade is made to do the maximum damage. The smell of iron mixes in the air with sweat and dirt as we both bleed freely from multiple wounds. All eyes are glued to the brutal scene unfolding in front of them. When we break apart, catching our breath, a glance at the wide-eyed spectators shows how no one expected the fight to go on for so long or to see such a toll taken on us. Pain radiates from the deep gashes across my chest, and the incessant throbbing tells me I have a split brow and lip. Kane's right eye is swelling shut, his brow is split, his nose is broken, and his skin is littered with just as many scratches. He stands back from me, clutching his left side with a wince. "Give it up," I snarl as I stalk towards him. "No." Kane spits, carefully circling me and keeping his distance. He's buying time and looking for any weakness. It's going to get messy fast. Fucker wants a weakness. I'll give him a weakness, all right. Kane grins and launches his attack. He puts everything into it, digging his claws deep into my shoulder. I snarl, bearing the blow to get Kane where I need him to be to turn the tide and end this in my favor. Kane's eyes go wide as he catches on too late. Using his own momentum against him, I flip Kane, then slam him, injured side first, into the ground. Kane's snarl is cut off as the air is driven from him, leaving him gasping. Not wasting a moment, I drive my knee into his injured ribs. Dropping down for the pin as I wrap a fist around his throat, readying for my final strike. Asshole's not going to make this easy. Submit. I snarl, leaning in with all my weight. Kane glares up at me, never breaking eye contact as he claws at my hand around his throat. His stubborn refusal fuels my anger, egging Cyrus on to end this permanently. Submit. I scream, inches from his face as I pull my free hand back, readying for the death blow. Cyrus is going wild, eager to end his challenger's life. His bloodlust peaks. Silence hangs heavy in the air. No one in the crowd dares speak a word as they wait for the outcome. I snarl in frustration as Kane closes his eyes, ready to take the blow. My muscles are coiled, eager to finish the job. Instead, I take back control from Cyrus and bring my fist down less than an inch from Kane's face with a savage roar, sparing his life. Stubborn fuck, I snap, glaring at Kane, who looks up confused. I'm over this shit. You think I'm too out of control and close to be able to handle it? Not killing you proves how much control I actually have. I let go and get up, turning my back on Kane to glare at a stone-silent Garrick. I may have control, but I can feel Cyrus right on the surface as I scan the crowd. Steam rolls off my sweaty, bloodied body as I struggle to reel in my temper. My breath is ragged, and my chest heaves from exertion as I scan the crowd for any other challenges. No one dares meet my eyes, instead keeping their gazes lowered, slinking back or shifting uneasily. Enough, I snarl. It isn't a question, but a command. Garrick looks to Kane, who sits there on the ground a moment longer before nodding. It's settled, Garrick agrees. Jace and Nex run over to assess the damage we've inflicted on each other. The shock that is clear in Jace's eyes as he looks my chest over warns me of how bad it must be, since microscopic phases him. Both of you to the hospital now, Marcus orders. Kane growls, and I can't help my own growl that slips out at being ordered around by another alpha while still worked up. But he's right, now that the adrenaline is receding, the pain is reminding me that Kane did not go down easy. Back at the Pack Hospital, Doc looks like he might stroke as he takes in my shredded appearance. After flushing and cleaning the wounds, he sutures the slash across my chest. Halfway through his slow but steady work, the doors smash open. Willow runs over to Kane, crashing into his bedside in a hysterical, sobbing mess. Her heart visibly breaks in front of us as her eyes take in her wounded, made up close. A pang of guilt hits me for being the source of her anguish, but the stubborn man wouldn't yield. Willow's eyes are puffy and red from crying. Before he can say a word, her trembling hands are on him, healing the worst wounds. I'm sorry, Willow dash, Kane starts. Her sorrow quickly turns to anger as she slaps him, her palm connecting hard against his cheek. Willow's shaking as she glares daggers at him. Her lips tremble, then press together tightly like she's struggling to put her thoughts into words. How could you, she hisses, her voice raw from crying. I almost lost you for such a stupid reason dash. She can't even finish chewing him out as she breaks down again. Both tears and sobs steal her words. Kane winces as she throws her arms around his neck. He kisses her hair, whispers in her ear, and wraps his arm around her as she sobs, trying to comfort her. Poor thing is too tender for all of this. Quite a show out there, big boy, Mira says, walking over to me. I wasn't sure when she'd gotten in here, but her blue-green eyes roam over me from head to toe before settling on my chest. Jace stands behind her, arms crossed with a tight-lipped frown as he watches Mira closely, like he's expecting her to go off at any moment. I sigh and frown in response to her appraisal and the unimpressed expression she gives me. Are you satisfied? I grumble. Don't turn this on me, Mira chirps, raising a brow. I just needed to know which one of you I was going to bleed for the bond. You guys decided to beat the shit out of each other instead of flipping a coin. Frickin' dogs. I growl, locking eyes with her as her tone sets me off. How can she expect me not to fight when Jessie is involved? I freeze as her delicate fingertips land on my exposed chest and Doc's patch job. Myra's blue-green eyes glow brighter as the air begins to hum around us. Slowly, she traces her fingers up the wound. My skin stretches, then it itches and tightens under her command, leaving a faint pale pink scar in her wake. To watch her in action is mesmerizing and mind-blowing for everyone in the room. I can feel her tingling energy work its way through my flesh as it knits my wounds back together, then the skin seams back with a minimum scar. My skin relaxes as the swelling subsides, and finally, the bruising fades to match my normal skin tone. Thank you, I whisper in shock as I run my fingertips across her work, not trusting my eyes. She nods and heals my face also, though she skips the less severe wounds. With a final look over, she nods in approval and turns to check on Kane. Willow has taken care of the worst of it by this point, but Mira helps her finish up and leaves them wrapped up together. Garrick and Ethan are in the boardroom with the other alphas when you two are ready. Mira calls over her shoulder as she walks away. All ready? Jace asks, furrowing his brow. I sit up and test my newly healed flesh. It's tight, but all the lingering pain is gone. Mira walks by, flashing Jace one last taunting look before she heads out. Now that we're healed enough and Mira has what she needs, there's the matter of the bond and ending this godforsaken war. The thought of holding Jessie in my arms once more practically makes me jump out of bed and run to the boardroom. One more step, baby, just a little longer. Chapter 61. Jessie, what is it? Sasha asks as her eyes lock on mine. I sit there, frozen in my chair as I struggle to make sense of what I'm feeling. The waves of anger, outrage, and bitterness have finally subsided, and the phantom wound across my chest no longer hurts. I have no question that what I felt came from Christian. But why? What happened? Is he okay? If it stopped, does that mean? No. Ember chimes in, determined. If our mate were lost, we'd feel it. He must have been healed. Her logic is sound, and I have nothing to dispute it with, so I trust that she knows best. Lord knows I can't lose him now. I felt something, I mumble, struggling to put it into words. I think something happened with Christian, but it passed. How bad are we talking? The worry is clear in her dark eyes. Bad enough, I whisper. But I think he got help, it faded smoothly. Sasha nods and squeezes my hand before retaking a seat. With my nerves settled and my belly once again complete, I feel my eyelids getting heavy and have to stifle a yawn. Why don't you take a nap? I'll get rid of the evidence and come back to grab you for dinner, she suggests with a soft smile. All I've done is eat and sleep today, I scoff. Jessie, look at what you've been through. Your body is probably screaming to spend a week in bed, Sasha says with a small laugh. She's not wrong. I thought I knew what the term bone-weary meant, but now I understand what it means. Everything aches and feels heavy, memories of Christian feeding me while we lazed in the cave flash through my mind. How I long for that, but in a soft, plush bed. Maybe you're right, I agree, feeling my cheeks warm. Maybe, she scoffs, rolling her eyes dramatically. When are you gonna learn? I'm always right. She breaks out into a silly grin, then gives me one last hug before heading out. I lock up, head back to bed, and am out in no time. My sleep is deep and dreamless, but a sudden, unsettling shockwave wakes me. I have no idea what happened. It didn't feel bad, though Ember is restless. I want to run, she whimpers. Guilt washes over me as I realize she's been trapped for weeks since we shifted successfully. She hasn't had the life and freedom she deserves, and a lot of that is my fault. Not your fault. I just miss our pack, she whispers as she slinks back to the recesses of my mind. I promise to let you run till you're tired of it when we get out of here, I pledge. She says nothing, but I feel her sadness as she settles in. Looking at the clock, I see that it won't be long till Sasha comes to grab me for dinner, so I grab a quick shower and get ready. Just as I finish braiding my hair, her light knocking sounds on the door. With a final look in the mirror, I turn and head out. All that sleep and food have done me well. My skin tone looks better than it has since I got here, and the bags under my eyes are slightly smaller. Even my eyes look brighter. They've always been a honey brown color, but they almost look to have a golden halo to them now. My high spirits are dashed as Sasha's worried brown eyes meet me. She says nothing but takes my hand and sets off towards the dining hall. The nervous energy rolling off of her does nothing but feed my own. Clearly, something has happened. Everyone is seated by the time we get there, and all eyes are glued to me. My skin crawls with the level of interest, and it takes everything not to freak out outwardly. How good of you to join us, Silas says as I quickly tuck in. Sorry if I kept you waiting, I blurt out, lowering my gaze. It's like a reflex now. The words slip out without my permission, anything to deflect attention from me. Not at all. Wayne was just about to go over some important information he's come into, Silas replies with a dark grin. The sheer satisfaction rolling off of him leaves me worried for what comes next. Enough with the suspense, Dimitri growls, glaring at Wayne. His smile grows as he focuses his attention on me. The infamous Lost Royal has finally surfaced, Wayne announces with a sinister grin. My heart stops. How do they know? I focus all my energy on not outwardly reacting. They might be baiting me, hoping I'll fill in a blank or figure out who it is. Nothing to say, Luna? Wayne asks, delighting in my discomfort. Why would she have anything to say? Dimitri asks defensively. Because her pack was hiding him, Wayne digs. Fuck. They may not know, it could be a coincidence, or an educated guess. Logically, we would hide the royal. Who? Silas growls, slamming his fist down on the table. Why don't you ask Demi Boy? Wayne replies with a dark laugh. All attention snaps to Dimitri as he looks around, confused. How the fuck would I know? Dimitri snaps. Because other than the Luna, you're the only one at this table that spent any time with him. Wayne trails off. His eyes dance with mischief as he plays his game, savoring his small victory. The fuck are you talking about? Dimitri growls, locking his blue eyes on him. Strange trade-off you made. Wayne trails off, shifting his gaze to me. A royal for a Luna. I can't help but think you traded down Dash. What the hell is he talking about? Massimo cuts in, shifting his dark gaze from Dimitri to Wayne and back again. My heart hammers as I sit there frozen, praying to anyone who will listen to stop this line of questioning. The boy? Dimitri finally asks, furrowing his brow. Bingo, demi-boy. Took you long enough, but you finally caught up, he says with a dark laugh. That's Stillwater's brat. What's his name? Ethan? Silas blurts out. My chest tightens hearing that monster say his name. They were supposed to keep him safe, and yet now the enemy knows his name. How will I ever protect him from here? Panic threatens to swallow me whole as I struggle to keep my outward composure. I dig my fingernails into my palms under the table, desperate to ground myself. Is this true? Silas growls, turning his full attention to me. His rage boils dangerously as he waits for my answer. Look at her, she's frozen and speechless. Of course it's true. Otherwise, she could look at you and cuss you out. You yourself said she's many things but not a liar, Wayne goads, adding fuel to the fire. Silas snarls and smashes the dishes in front of him before sending them to the ground in a fit of rage. The best part? Wayne goads, pausing for effect. Demi-boy had that boy by the neck, a flick of the wrist, and we would have won before this even really started. I feel like a leaf getting smashed in hurricane winds between Wayne's twisted glee and Silas' outrage crashing into me. My own near-panic state isn't helping matters at all. How the hell was I supposed to know who the kid was? Dimitri snaps back, icy blue eyes locked on Wayne. The identity of the royal has been one of the most closely guarded secrets in history. Fuck, how many guardians did we torture and not one knew or gave it up? He's on his feet, shouting at his point as his body trembles in anger. The flyer was him. All this time they've been manipulating events. Rob was in on it, too. If he succeeded, this war would have ended before it began. The realization rocks me to my core. Silas' hatred for me makes all the more sense, knowing just how long I've been a thorn in his side and how much work I've ruined for him. God, how long have they been planning this? What's the matter, Bunny? You're looking a little green, Wayne sneers. Just finally connecting all the dots? A numbness settles over me as I absorb all the information thrown at me. The only thing that matters now is that they know it's Ethan. Knowing who it is, can't we just take the brat out? Massimo asks. My eyes snap wide at his callous threat. Not only is he talking about killing a child, Ethan is mine. An instant later, I feel Ember respond to the threat, throwing herself at my barriers. It takes all my focus to shove her back down to safety. As much as I'm enjoying watching the Luna squirm, Wayne starts as a sick grin spreads across his face. Those guardians learned their lesson. He's surrounded and in the heart of their territory at all times. Ember howls in victory, hearing her pup is safe. Her victory is short-lived as anger returns with the lingering threat. Ethan will never be safe as long as any of these men live. With that knowledge, she slinks back, saving her energy and biding her time. But that complicates things, Silas muses. They will be coming, sooner rather than later. My mind reels with a mix of fear and excitement. The idea of this nightmare finally ending has lifted my spirits, but not knowing my way out is still terrifying. No matter what, I have to see Christian tonight to warn him. With the start of dinner being blown open like that, the meal itself is anticlimactic. The food is simple and clearly tailored to my tastes. Pork chops, beans, garlic butter, snow peas, and fresh sweet rolls. I made a point to eat my fill once more and put in a bit more. The conversation is strained and sparse between the men. Massimo leaves first to attend to the armory. A short while later, Peter is sent to marshal the remaining, more miniature packs, so he takes Nikita with him. We have work to do, Silas says in a tone that leaves no room for discussion. His eyes dart between Wayne and Dimitri. He will take you upstairs. I'm sure I don't need to remind you to stay put. Dimitri asks as a warrior walks over. I shake my head, not trusting my voice, and follow the warrior out. The walk upstairs feels like hyperspeed. 1 minute we're leaving the dining room, the next he's stopping at Dimitri's door. He opens the door and I walk in, lost totally in thought and on autopilot, locking the door and dropping my forehead to the cool door. I sigh, struggling to keep my emotions in check. This day has been so much already. Finally, some alone time, a man whispers in the dark, causing my heart to catch in my throat. Chapter 62. Christian POV. I have a new level of understanding and sympathy for Jessie's headaches and migraines. Pack bonds have nothing on the royal bond. It's been quite an adjustment getting used to this level of connection. After leaving Kane in the pack hospital, I went with Jace and Mira to the boardroom where Garrick, Ethan, Derwin, and Mackenzie were waiting. Somehow, I had it in my mind that activating Ethan's bond would take some intricate or elaborate ceremony, whereas it was nothing more than blood bonding with Garrick. My heart felt heavy but full as I stood with Ethan for him to take his rightful place. To think back to how he was this spring, a feral child afraid to let anyone in or stay in one place, I'd never recognize the young man he's becoming. No kid deserves to carry that weight on their shoulders. Never once have I heard him complain, though. He was dealt a shitty hand, but takes it and bears all the guilt that's not his. Even now, he's accepting his birthright, not because he wants to be king, but because it can help save Jessie. The kid has more honor and moral fiber than half the grown men I've met. I have no doubt he will be a great king. I wish he could have been a kid for a little bit longer. Cyrus snapped to attention as soon as his bond was activated, as did everyone else. There was a new hum along the mind link, impossible to ignore like a constant white noise in my brain. After his bond was set, Mira reached out for both my hand and Ethan's. She drew the dagger across my hand and did Ethan's again. The air around her felt charged, and I felt the cold tingle of her magic as she took our hands and brought our open wounds together. Blinding white light exploded in my mind like a supernova before collapsing in on itself and solidifying into a bond. It was like my pack bond, but so much more. My pack is large. I thought I knew what a loud bond was like, but I wasn't prepared for the volume that flooded in, drowning my own thoughts. After a few moments, I was able to dim it down to a manageable level. Quieting my still waters bond is second nature now and requires no thought. However, this will take time. As a final test to see if it worked, Mackenzie did her infamous push. The jarring form of healing did indeed work on me, validating Myra's efforts, but it felt like grabbing an electric fence. With the final hurdle covered, it's time for the final battle. I'm in my office, sifting through all the intel we have on Dimitri's territory with all the reports from our own end. Knocking brings my attention up from a training report to see Kane stick his scowling face through the door. All physical evidence of our fight has been wiped away. All that's left is hurt pride. You good? I ask as he walks in and takes a seat. He scans the room like a sullen child, avoiding eye contact. Yeah, Willow and Mira patched me right up, he grumbles, frowning more. I sigh, not wanting to deal with this. Cyrus is still worked up and grumbling in my mind, and Kane has reverted to a petulant child who has missed a nap. Not what I meant, jackass, I grumble. Are we good? I lock eyes with him and wait for his answer. It wasn't personal, he mumbles before turning his amber gaze to me. After you went off half-cocked the first time, I was worried you would do it again. Fortunately, I have friends that aren't afraid to call me on my shit, I ask, raising a brow. A crooked grin slowly creeps across his face, and he nods. Yeah, lucky you. I can't help but roll my eyes at that. Lucky might be a stretch, I scoff, earning a laugh from him. Don't expect me to start calling you highness or shit, that's not happening, he challenges. That's a bit much, don't you think? I groan. Ethan is king, I'm more like his battle general. You sure about that? Kane asks, and now he's the one raising a brow. What are you talking about? Of course, I'm sure. This was just to carry the bond so Ethan could stay here safe, I reply, confused. When's the last time you looked in the mirror? Kane asks cautiously. The fuck are you on about? I grumble. He nudges my phone closer, so I pick it up and flip it to selfie mode. I don't recognize the eyes staring back at me. My eyes are no longer hazel. The brown is wholly gone, replaced by gold, leaving my eyes green, ringed in gold. The fuck? I mumble, transfixed by the change. Did you get any fine print with your witch? He asks, pursing his lips. Kane has never been comfortable with Mira being here. Like most wolves, witches make him nervous. I doubt she would have done anything to mess this up, I say, setting my phone back down. Oh, I don't think she messed it up. I think she did her job too well, he counters, narrowing his gaze at me. What do we even know about her? That she's a firecracker who just wants her sister back. You're barking up the wrong tree here, Kane. Mira may be temperamental, but she's a good person, I deflect. Jessie believes in her and, aside from her understandable trust issues, she has done all we needed and then some. You're just saying that because your beta's sniffing around her like a bitch in heat, he grumbles, crossing his arms over his chest. Jace still hasn't said anything about the matter, but based on their natural draw toward each other, I think they may be mates. There's some block between them that I can't put a finger on, though. Hopefully, he can break through those frosty walls she's put up. Lord knows it doesn't look like she's making it easy for him. What Jace does is his business, I say, throwing up my hands. But I've seen enough to be comfortable offering both her and her sister a home in my pack, so don't worry. I'm not worried, he huffs. Right, I drawl, rolling my eyes. I sigh and pass him the latest report from the Guardians. I want to end this. They are dug in like ticks. Next would like a couple of days to get the warriors used to the new bond, but he says they're ready, Kane agrees. Although he and Mitch may have initially clashed, he has been great at helping to integrate the squads in the long run. With Nex, Jace, and Soraya spearheading things and the other alphas helping, the warriors are formidable to say the least. I should head out, Kane mumbles, standing up. How's Willow? I ask, remembering how upset she was in the hospital and on the field. Kane sighs loudly and runs a hand through his russet locks. Pissed. She's stronger than I gave her credit for, but her heart is too big for all this war shit. I nod, knowing what he means. Tell her I'm sorry, Dash. She's more mad at me, he scoffs, cutting me off. But she's got a sweet tooth and I know how to make amends. I can't help but raise my brow to that. Gabe, he growls. I may not understand it or like it, but I've had a long talk with him and Judius. Looks like I have a new gamma. As if the mere thought had a bitter taste, he scowls deeper. I remember how hard it was to accept Judius, but now I can't imagine our pack without him. It gets easier, I say with a laugh as he heads to the door. Whatever, he grumbles, pausing at the door. I'll have all the alphas and Garrick in the boardroom for 9 a.m. tomorrow. We'll sort it out and get this over with. I nod, and he heads out, closing the door behind him. With the silence, I turn my attention back to reports. We can send our entire warrior force on the offense, as every she-wolf and Omega has been taught defense, and many have taken their training further. Soraya's report paints a promising picture, and I'm glad to have her back, despite her maid issues. That's just something else to deal with after the war. By the second time I try to read the following report, I realize something's wrong. Cyrus begins to pace in the back of my mind as a growing sense of unease sets in. I set the papers down and furrow my brow, focusing on this nagging feeling. Jace, do me a favor and check up on the perimeter. I link as the feeling grows. Sure thing, something wrong? He links back with an edge of concern. Nothing concrete, just an uneasy feeling. I trail off. This feeling keeps intensifying. On it. I'll grab Judius and Zav, Jace replies. Thanks, man, I link and close the bond. The uneasy feeling inside me grows, causing Cyrus to whine. Slowly, it gives way to fear, and I feel my heartbeat pick up. I grip the edge of the desk, digging my nails into the wood. Something's wrong. Anything? I link to Jace, barely hiding my mounting concern. Everything checks out, he replies with his own concern. Christian, what is Dash? His response is cut off as wave after wave of fear and panic crash into me. My heart hammers as emotions slam into me, threatening to overwhelm me. I focus on them, desperate to understand their origins. Mate, Cyrus howls, stopping my heart on the spot. She's terrified. I struggle to breathe through the stifling waves of emotions as my hands grip the desk for dear life. Every fiber of my being strains for more, desperate to understand, but all I can hear is the hammering of my own heart. Papers and supplies go flying as I strike the desk in anger. I don't remember getting on my feet, but my body has taken on a mind of its own. Terror blooms again as the back of my ribs burns, doubling me over the desk. I'm left panting and gasping, unable to catch my breath. I see stars dancing in my vision, but the pressure suddenly relents. Helpless rage boils in me as her terror washes over me again. A savage snarl rips past my lips as I lash out at the closest thing, striking it over and over again until it's reduced to kindling and sawdust. The next phantom blow comes, and pain explodes across my cheek and the back of my head. Her helpless terror washes over me, shredding my soul as I angrily lash out, striking and destroying everything in my path. My lungs burn as a rage-fueled roar rips out of me. Disgust battles against the fear, and my skin crawls in response. My heart breaks for Jessie, knowing what she's going through. Rage consumes me once again as I feel his hands on her, every touch to her skin, every violation making her skin crawl, every blow floods her with new pain. It feels like an eternity has passed since she's been suffering, and I'm here, not able to do a damn thing about it. I feel her terror, her misery, and despair. I think it all, and it crushes my heart, dousing my anger in gasoline. I'm left standing in the ruins of what once was my makeshift office. Nothing is spared from my rampage. Jace stands frozen in the doorway. I don't even know when he came. I was too lost in my own meltdown. The moment our eyes meet, he gets the answer to his unasked question. Sorrow floods his usually bright gray eyes as he sags against the door frame before sliding down to the floor. A sense of dread creeps over me, a restless, nagging feeling chews away at my anger, like I'm missing something. I am missing something. As suddenly as the feelings started, they stopped. There's nothing, no pain or fear, like our bond went dead. Fear grips me like it never has before. Is she? I would know if I lost her, wouldn't I? Christian, Jessie whispers faintly in the deepest recess of my mind. Jessie. Baby, I call out desperately. Panic wells in me as she doesn't respond. Fuck, I hate feeling so powerless. She needs you, Alpha. A woman's voice flutters through my mind before everything around me goes black. Chapter 63. Finally, some alone time, a man whispers in the dark, his voice sending a chill down my spine, making my heart skip a beat. I blink in the darkness, trying to adjust my vision, but the moment the light flicks on, my blood runs cold. 2 guards stand at either side of the door, and there, in the center of the room, sits Massimo, his eyes trained on me like a hawk. The moment I see him, the weight of the situation hits me. I don't know how, but I'm trapped, surrounded, cornered. A sense of dread fills my stomach as I realize that I've walked right into his lair. Massimo's gaze never falters. Sit. You and I are going to come to an understanding, he says coldly, his voice commanding and dark. My pulse quickens, and every instinct in my body tells me to run. But there's nowhere to go. Even if I could escape this room, there's nowhere to hide. It's not just him. I can feel the guards' eyes on me, their presence heavy and suffocating. I slowly step forward, my heart pounding as I move toward the chair. Every step I take feels heavier than the last, as if the air itself is growing thicker with every passing second. The guards stand still, like statues. Massimo, however, remains seated, his gaze unwavering. It's as though he's watching me, analyzing every move, waiting for me to break. The room is suffocatingly silent except for the soft shuffling of my feet and the pounding of my heartbeat in my ears. When I sit down, Massimo's eyes lock on mine, his expression unreadable, but there's a coldness there that sends a wave of anxiety crashing through me. What do you want? I ask, my voice shaking, though I try my best to keep it steady. Massimo leans back in his chair, his lips curling into a thin, bitter smile. What I want is a do-over, but that's not possible, is it? The bitterness in his voice cuts through the air, filling the room with a palpable tension. He watches me intently, as if I am the cause of all his problems. I can feel the anger emanating from him, his words dripping with venom. I don't know how to respond. What is he really after? Jessie, the problem is that people keep fucking up. His voice rises, filled with frustration and fury. He leans forward, his knuckles turning white as he grips the edge of his seat. I try to steady my breath, but the anxiety building inside me makes it difficult. I didn't do anything, I mumble, more to myself than to him. Anything? He snaps, his voice sharp and cruel. Your very existence is the problem. The words hit like a slap across the face, and I feel the breath leave my lungs. My mind races. Where is this going? I try to stand, but the guards immediately block my path, their hands firm on my shoulders, pushing me back into the chair. Massimo's gaze hardens as he speaks again, his voice low and dangerous. Do you know why Dimitri keeps you? Why he hasn't just gotten rid of you? He lets the question hang in the air, his eyes darkening. My stomach churns. Payment, I whisper, my voice trembling. He said I was part of his payment to be your warlord. Massimo's lips curl into a sinister smile. Stupid girl, he sneers, his eyes narrowing. You think Dimitri keeps you for that? You're just another pawn in this game. I swallow hard, feeling my chest tighten. Then why not kill me? I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. Because killing you would make Christian stronger, and that's the last thing we want, Massimo says, his tone flat, as though discussing a mere strategy. Your death would rally his pack, bring them together. We can't let that happen. Not yet. I flinch at his cold, calculated words, but it's the next thing he says that truly chills me. If you really want to break a man, you don't just kill him. You take what he loves the most and destroy it. You leave him powerless, lost, and desperate, Massimo growls, his fist clenched in the air between us. You break him piece by piece. My breath catches in my throat as the weight of his words settles on me. It's clear now that this isn't about me, it's about breaking Christian. Everything I've been through, all the pain I've suffered, has been part of his twisted game to hurt him. But Christian is too smart for this, I retort, my voice gaining strength. You can kill me, you can torture me, but you'll never break him. He'll win in the end. Massimo laughs, a dark, maniacal sound that sends shivers down my spine. You think that's enough to stop me? You think your stubbornness is going to save him? His eyes flash with malice as he steps closer to me, his breath hot against my skin. I'm not here to kill you, Jessie. You're more useful alive. But don't mistake me, if you keep resisting, I'll break you just the same. I refuse to back down, but the fear and unease are starting to rise again. I lock eyes with him, my voice steady but low. You're wrong. Christian won't fall for your games. You won't win. Massimo's laughter dies in his throat as he steps forward, grabbing my chin and forcing me to look at him. We'll see, won't we? He sneers. Before I can react, I hear a voice in the doorway. What's going on here? Dimitri's voice cuts through the tension like a blade, his presence filling the room. Massimo's eyes flick to Dimitri, and his demeanor shifts in an instant. I thought you were busy? Massimo says, his voice laced with annoyance. You thought wrong, Dimitri replies, his tone deadly calm. Without warning, Dimitri strides across the room, his gaze never leaving Massimo. In one fluid motion, he grabs Massimo by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Leave, Dimitri orders, his voice like ice. Massimo glares at him, but Dimitri's grip tightens, and the guards step back, unwilling to challenge him. Massimo makes a low growl, but he knows when to back off. He nods curtly, then turns and storms out, leaving me and Dimitri alone. Dimitri turns to me, his eyes softening. Are you all right? I nod, though my heart is still racing. He steps closer, his hand gently resting on my shoulder. You're safe now, he says quietly, but I can feel the weight of his words. We both know it's far from over. The room is silent for a long moment. The events of the past few minutes replay in my mind. What did Massimo mean? What's coming next? And more importantly, what does Dimitri have planned? But for now, I don't have the answers. I have the comfort of knowing that, at least for this moment, I'm not alone. Dimitri's presence gives me a sense of relief, but deep down, I know the real battle is yet to come. Chapter 64. Christian POV. One moment, I'm standing in the wreckage of my office, confusion and rage consuming me, and the next, I'm standing at the edge of the lake, the peaceful view of the water and surrounding trees doing nothing to calm my racing thoughts. I'm lost in time and place, unsure of how or why I'm here, but more importantly, why I'm here at this very moment. Jessie. I have to help her. Why am I not with her? This lake has always been my sanctuary. It's where I come to remember the simpler days, to recollect the best memories of my childhood, running around with friends, catching Jessie in the crystal cavern during the challenge, her comforting me when I lost. The vibrant greens and tranquil blues were once a source of calm in the chaos of my life. Yet now it feels all wrong. A soft, knowing voice breaks through my spiraling thoughts. That's why I brought you here, a woman says behind me, her presence serene yet commanding. I turn to find her, silver blonde hair flowing in the wind, a white dress almost glowing against the twilight. My heart tightens as I recognize her. The moon goddess. Yes, Christian, she says, her voice gentle but firm. My anger flares as I'm pulled from my thoughts, pulled away from the real world, all to play more games in this strange realm. I'm done. My life is falling apart, and here I am, trapped in another one of her trials. Why? I snap, my voice raw with frustration. Why no? We've done everything you've asked. Everything. The rage inside me builds, a fire that demands answers, a fire that pushes me forward. I can't understand how she could sit back and watch everything fall apart, watch Jessie suffer. Why her? I shout, my fists clenched. Why make Jessie the one to witness all this? To make her suffer like this? The moon goddess looks at me with sorrowful eyes, her expression softer than I expect. She is my witness, Christian, because of who she is. I don't want her to suffer any more than you do. My heart falters for a moment, but the anger is not quelled. We don't have time for this. I bark, my frustration bubbling over. We have to help her, not waste time on riddles. Before I can go any further, I'm knocked sideways by a force from behind, my feet sliding in the grass as I brace myself. I turn, instantly ready to fight, to strike, but I stop when I see him, a tall man with jet black hair, radiating power, his golden eyes locking with mine. Ethan's eyes. This is Luca, the first alpha. I should be humbled, I should be in awe of their presence, but all I feel is anger. The anger of being dragged into their games, into their plan, with Jessie at the center of it all. We are not to blame, and you know it, Luca scolds, his voice calm yet firm. I can feel the heat rise in my chest. The hell you're not. I growl, stepping forward. Why her? Why make her suffer? She's been through enough. Luca doesn't flinch. She is my witness because of who she is. She chose to be in this fight just as you did. We all did what we had to do. She will never be the same, but neither will you. The bitterness in his words settles in my chest. I know he's not wrong, none of us have had a choice in this, and Jessie has been thrust into this world without warning, without preparation. Still, my pain doesn't give me the answers I'm desperate for. We don't have time for this, Selena interrupts, her voice sharp. She steps forward, grabbing Luca's arm, and a pointed look is exchanged between them. You're here for a reason, not to argue. Christian, she needs you. My eyes follow her gesture, my heart freezing as I see her. Jessie, lying on the grass, curled in a fetal position, looking as though life itself is draining from her. Her once bright eyes are dull, her form is battered and broken. I stumble to her, my breath hitching in my throat as I kneel beside her. My hands tremble as I gently lift her into my arms. The sight of her so broken, so vulnerable, is like a weight on my chest, squeezing the air from my lungs. She was my responsibility, I whisper, my voice breaking as I look down at her. I should have protected her. Cyrus roars in anguish, the pain of our bond echoing in my chest. Her body is covered in bruises, cuts, and marks. She's been torn apart, and I wasn't there to stop it. You couldn't shield her from this, Christian. None of us could, Selena says, her voice thick with sorrow. I look up to find her eyes full of regret. Please, help her, I beg, my voice strained with desperation. Tears blur my vision as I turn to the woman by her side, the raven-haired healer. Her hands move over Jessie, gentle but firm, her voice barely above a whisper. "I've done all I can," she says sadly. She's giving up, and there's nothing more I can do. My heart shatters in my chest as I hold Jessie closer, desperate for any sign of life, any sign that she's still here with me. "No. Please, there has to be something." The healer shakes her head softly. "She's slipping away. You're the only one who can bring her back. Anything. I'll do anything, I beg," the words spilling from me like a broken promise. "Take my life, anything. Just help her." The healer's eyes meet mine, her sadness mirrored in every line of her face. "Only you can help her now. She needs you, Christian. She has to fight to hold on." I cradle Jessie in my arms, feeling the faint pulse beneath her skin. Her body feels cold, too cold, and the life force is fading from her. "I'm here, baby," I whisper, brushing her hair back from her face. "I'm here now." Her eyes flicker open, faint and fragile, locking onto mine. "Christian." Her voice is barely a breath, but it's enough to send a rush of relief through me. I nod, my heart aching with the effort to keep it together. "I'm here, baby," I reply, my voice low and soothing. "I'm right here." Her hand weakly presses against my chest, and a tear slips from her eye as she whimpers. "I'm so tired, Christian. It hurts." My heart breaks for her. "Stay with me, Jessie. Please, stay with me." I kiss her forehead, my breath shaky as I wipe my own tears away. She's slipping, I know it, but I can't let go, not now. "Please don't leave me," I beg, my voice full of raw emotion. "Stay, Jessie, for me. We've come this far, you can't give up now." "I'm always with you," she whispers faintly. "I have your heart, keep it safe." Her voice fades as her eyes flutter shut again. "Jessie," I cry, panic seizing me as her body goes limp in my arms. "No, please don't do this." I shake her gently, but there's no response. I can feel the life draining from her, and every second that passes feels like a blow to my heart. The bond, the connection we share, flickers, grows faint, like a light fading in the distance. My chest tightens as I realize just how close I am to losing her. "Jessie," I whisper through the bond. "Don't leave me. I need you." Her lips tremble as she gives the faintest smile. "Thank you, Christian," she murmurs, barely audible. Stay with me." And just like that, she fades, her last breath a whisper in the night. "No," I shout, cradling her in my arms. "Stay, baby, stay with me." But she's gone. Chapter 65. Christian POV. Despair swallows me as I'm thrown out of the dreamscape. My heart races as I struggle to wake back up. I hear worried voices before my eyes respond. Their words crash together, making no sense. Finally, my eyelids twitch, and I can barely make out 3 shadowy figures hovering over me. Instinct takes over, and I lash out, sending them back. In an instant, I'm on my feet, crouched and ready to strike back. I rub my eyes and struggle to get my bearings as they all speak. "Brother, it's me, calm down dash. Christian, please wait. Give him some space." As my eyes come into focus, I look at the last speaker and recognize Julius. His crystal blue eyes are full of concern as he holds his palms up to me. "Julius?" I call out as I struggle to calm my racing heart and breathing. "That's right, it's me, man," Julius replies with a reassuring smile. As I scan the room and see Jace and Derwin also, with all 6 eyes locked on me, I shake my head, as if it will help clear the fog and let my senses return more quickly. "What happened?" Jace asks, drawing my attention back to him. "Happened?" I ask, furrowing my brow. I run my hand through my hair as I try to clear my mind. "You told us to check patrol. We did and reported back, but you cut off the link mid-conversation," Jace explains. His gray eyes lock on me, searching for any hint that I catch on. "When I got here, you were acting strange in your office. Then you just dropped." Slowly, with his words, the fog finally relents and the memories start to slam back all at once. Anger, despair, terror. Jessie. My eyes go wide as I remember all of her emotions and pain flooding back through the bond. Voices sound behind me, but their words don't register as I take off for the door. Just as I make it out the front door, I'm tackled and hit the ground hard. I snarl and roll out, landing on my feet to face my attacker. Derwin. Move, I growl as our eyes lock. Wait, brother, talk to us, he says, holding his palms up in surrender. She's gone, I choke out as my chest tightens painfully. Gasps ring out as my words sink in. The weight of all eyes is on me, but my attention is solely on my brother and his stunned silence. I waited. I did everything I could, and it wasn't enough, I growl out, balling my fists as my anger mounts. How? Jace whispers as his gray eyes water. A second later, he shakes his head as his expression hardens. No, I don't believe it, she can't be. I saw it, I snap, cutting him off. Tears burn my eyes and threaten to fall as I remember cradling her broken and battered frame. My gaze drops to my fists and I open my hands, half expecting to see her blood on them. The images are burned into my brain and will no doubt haunt me for the rest of my life. I had her, I whisper. But she slipped away anyway. I wasn't enough. The words get caught in my throat as my heart breaks all over again. My eyes are locked on my fingers as my mind replays her slipping away. Tears slip down my cheeks as I see her slip away over and over again. No, Judius whispers as his eyes well. I wish I were wrong, but I know what I saw, I growl. Derwin lays his hands on my shoulder, turning my attention back to him. His brown eyes lock on mine and swirl with more emotion than I've ever seen from him before. But what did you feel, brother? He asks, his voice raw. Feel? I repeat, furrowing my brow in confusion. Everything. Her terror. Her pain. My eyes burn as my mind replays it once more in slow motion. Derwin drops a hand on my chest. Here, brother, not then. Nothing. It stopped when I lost Dash. I can't even finish saying the words as my throat chokes up. Derwin breaks out into a stoic grin as he gives my shoulder a reassuring squeeze. Then you haven't lost her, he replies, releasing me. But? I ask, stunned. I felt her slip away. Losing a mate is the most painful thing in life, he whispers. When she dies, it feels like your heart is ripped out, like it's shredded and your chest is filled with glass. The pain in his voice takes me out of my own meltdown and freezes me in place. I know he lost his mate, but he never spoke about it. He showed up 2 years after giving me his title and leaving Ethan with me, but then disappeared again. He eventually sent word that he had joined the Guardians, and that was all. The pain doesn't stop when she passes, it lingers on. He presses on. She's still with you. Could he be right? I have never prayed for Derwin to be more right than in this moment. His words fill me with hope, but also urgency. I can only hope that Sasha helped Jessie, but how much time can she possibly have left? We can't wait anymore, I say, drawing my line in the sand. I promised to hold back until we had a chance. We've done everything we set out to do. How soon can they be ready? By morning, Nex answers, stepping up to me. I hadn't even heard him come over, being too wrapped up in my freak out. Give everyone the night to rest up, and give the Guardians a head start to clear the field, Derwin adds. We work best in the cover of darkness. Kane's working on calling all of the alphas for a meeting. He should have them all in the boardroom, Nex adds, nodding back inside. Thanks, I say sincerely as I look around. Everyone splits off, and I head to the boardroom with Derwin and Jace. Cyrus paces restlessly in the back of my mind, but Derwin's words have brought him some peace, and he is happy to be doing something finally. True to what Nex said, by the time we get to the boardroom, Kane is there with most of the other alphas. As I head to my spot between him and Marcus, Kane gives my shoulder a sympathetic squeeze and locks his amber gaze on me. We'll get her back. How do you want to hit them? Over the next several hours, we'll review the latest reports and intelligence and determine how to take them down. Midway through, Garrick dispatched Derwin to lead the remaining Guardians. They will work to disable any surprises and be in position for tomorrow's strike. Their number one priority will be Jessie. To find her and keep her safe so we can take out Silas and Dimitri. I went over every scrap of information Jessie passed on. Her biggest concern has been that people are being forced to fight on Dimitri's side. The Guardians will take the prison, ending their leverage. A grim smile spreads across my face as I take in the map and our plans. Everything's coming together. After all this time, it will finally end. My mind snaps and ripples, causing me to sag against the table. Without warning, a second wave comes, and I feel myself dropping to the floor. I never feel the hit, but instead find myself standing back at the heart of the lake. Desperately, I scan for Jessie and find no one, sending my heart into overdrive. "Christian?" Her sweet voice whispers behind me. I spin and gather her in my arms, losing every thread of resolve. Hours ago, I thought I watched her die, but here she is. "Baby, I've been so worried," I cry out. The sparks between us are faint, but feeling them fills my heart with a sense of hope. "Sorry, Christian, I haven't got much time," she whispers, turning her gaze to me. That look breaks my heart once more, so full of pain and exhaustion. "What is it, baby?" I ask, cupping her cheek. "Time's running out," she mumbles and closes her eyes. Her brows furrow in concentration, and her body begins to tremble slightly. I wrap both arms around her as she sags against me. "What the heck?" I hear Kane gasp. "It's true," Kaimen whispers in awe. "We are no longer alone." Kane, Kaimen, Garrick, and Alexander now stand stunned, taking in their surroundings before their gaze falls on me. "How is this possible?" Alexander asks in disbelief. "The Luna is a dreamer, but the hows and whys should be left for another day," Garrick replies with a pointed look before turning his steely gray gaze back to Jessie. "This is no small feat, so I'm sure it is important. But why is this person here?" Kane snaps, turning his fiery gaze on Alexander. "Because he's not the enemy, he's the backup and distraction, aren't you?" Jessie replies with a knowing look. "Please tell me it's time to take those psychotic enemies down," Alexander replies with a nod. "We're attacking tomorrow," I affirm, locking my gaze on him. "Where do you want my warriors?" Alexander asks. "From the west," Kane answers. "The main force is coming from the north. South is landlocked, and the Guardians have the east taken care of." "And us?" Kaimen asks. "You'll stay with us," I answer. "Your people are already squadded up." "When?" Jessie whispers, the exhaustion clear in her eyes. By now, I'm supporting all of her weight. Not that it's much, but the warning bells are sounding in my mind. "As soon as we can, baby," I whisper back, kissing her forehead. "You'll hear us coming, but we should be in his territory by noon." She nods, but says nothing else, and lays her head against my chest. I feel her breathe deep, taking in my scent as she relaxes. "Anything else?" I ask, scanning the men. "No. We will be there waiting for your signal," Alexander replies with determination. "I have all the packs that Jessie sent me plus some of my own at your disposal." I give him an appreciative nod and look to the others to ensure we are all on the same page. Silent understanding falls over us, and I turn my attention back to Jessie. "Let them go, baby." "Me too. You need to rest," I whisper, caressing her cheek. Her eyes never open, but she shudders and cries out as she sends them all back out of the dreamscape. Tears slip past her closed lashes as she clings desperately to me, knotting her fingers in my shirt. "Jessie," I mumble, tilting her chin up. "Baby, you have to let me go too." My chest tightens at the pain in her eyes. "Just a moment longer," she pleads, her bottom lip trembling as silent tears roll down her cheeks. My heart breaks for her loneliness and sorrow flooding back through the bond. "Baby, I'm always here," I whisper as I kiss her softly. "But you need to rest. I'm coming for you tomorrow, and I will never let you go again, I promise." "I love you," is the last thing I hear her say. Suddenly, I'm back in the boardroom in Kane's territory. I'm seated and the room is silent, but I can feel all eyes on me. My heart hammers in my chest as I struggle to regain my bearings. Absent-mindedly, I wipe my eyes and cheeks, brushing away the remaining wetness. "She's not gone," Cyrus says. His relief washes over me and joins my own. "No," I reply, smiling, taking comfort in it. Kane's hand on my shoulder brings my attention back to the room. His eyes say everything he can't find the words for. "We have a plan, you're the key. I will drug you if need be to get you to sleep and be well rested for the morning." I shake my head when my words fail me. Seeing Jessie and knowing she's not lost gives me the peace I need to stay the course. The day has caught up to me, and like a kid on Christmas Eve, I know the sooner I go to bed, the sooner I wake. Thanks, I finally managed to say as I stand up. I head out and grab a plate from the kitchen before heading upstairs. I'm not hungry, but I know I'll need the fuel for tomorrow. After inhaling the food, I fall into bed and am out. My last thought is of Jessie's sad, honey brown eyes. Just a little longer, baby, I'm coming. Chapter 66. Christian POV. Something cold in my hand stirs me from the void. My body and senses are sluggish, refusing to obey my commands. A moment later, I feel the bed dip behind me, and instantly I tense. I tried, he whispers in an anguished tone. My heart starts to race as I recognize Dimitri's voice. I struggle harder, fighting back against the void. Finally, my eyes reluctantly flutter open. My body may no longer be broken, but I'm left so weak I can't even raise my head off the bed. I'm so sorry, Jessie, he continues. My mind clears, and I focus on him, suddenly realizing his energy reads differently. It's Nicole. His sorrow and anguish wash over me in waves. There's so much guilt, I feel torn. I'm here partially because of him, yet Dimitri's madness is to blame. Nicole has never done an unkind thing to me, and has treated me the best he could. His energy even screams, not the enemy. You warned me, but I was too desperate to listen, he mumbles, brushing back the hair that's stuck to my forehead. Now look at you. Fighting for your life because I was too selfish. The self-hatred in his voice is hard for me to hear. Dimitri poisons everything he touches. That's a master key, it'll open every collar. The final battle is coming, I don't know if we will win or lose, but I pray you're not here when I get back. His words hang heavy as I feel his heart break. My fingers curl tightly around the key in my palm, realizing what a gift it truly is. For what it's worth, Jessie, I truly am sorry. You have been the one shining light in my darkness, and it nearly cost you everything. That is a debt I can never repay. He sits there for a moment longer in silence before he gets up and walks to the door. He pauses in the doorway, taking one last look before he shuts the door and locks it. My eyes drop to the key in my hands. I may hate my collar, but I don't care, it won't hold me back from fighting. But if I could get this out to the other women in the pack house. There is an entire army under their noses with enough bottled-up rage to shred the underbelly of the beast. My mind starts to cloud over once again, and I'm so tired I can't even force myself to move. Movement catches my attention, then Sasha comes into view at the end of the bed. Her usually big, bright, brown eyes are dark and hooded by exhaustion. Luna, she calls, crawling over to me. Hi, I mumble, inwardly groaning at my dumb reply. Sasha, on the other hand, lets out a small relieved laugh. Drink as much as you can, she says, propping me up and bringing a cup to my lips. Savory warm liquid fills my mouth as I force myself to swallow. The rich, flavorful broth is a welcome relief to my parched mouth. With some effort, I manage to drink the entire glass. By the last sip, I can barely keep my eyes open. Can you give this to Nikita or someone to unlock all of the collars? I ask, pressing the key into her palm. Have them wear them till the fight starts, but I want to unlock as many as possible, I mumble, barely a whisper. It'll be done, Luna. Sleep, Sasha commands. Her hands are on my temple, and I feel the cool tingle of her energy and am out a moment later. Shallow breathing is the first thing that reaches me as I struggle to wake up. I flex my fingers, feeling soft sheets thread between my fingers, and Dimitri's scent surrounds me. I'm in his bed still. My body aches. It's definitely an improvement from last night, but far from normal. By the feel of it, Sasha's healing was effective, knitting my broken bones and flesh back together, but at a cost. Every joint and muscle protests loudly at the abuse they've suffered. Even my brain is struggling to process everything, shrouded in a fog. My body feels like I've pushed it past its breaking point, leaving me utterly spent and running on empty. Anything not death is an improvement, Ember replies bitterly. God, I'm so tired, I whisper to her. I know, just a little longer, Jessie. It's almost over. I can help you now that I don't have to hide anymore, Ember adds, trying to reassure me. Sharp warning howls break out in the far distance, nudging me the last little bit awake. With a groan, I force my eyes to flutter open. I scan my surroundings before landing on Sasha's sleeping form beside me. She looks exhausted. Her regularly warm caramel skin has a sickly gray cast to it, and her eyes are deeply shadowed. I remember feeling her energy on me, mending my broken bones and body. It took that much to help us, Ember whispers in disbelief. I try to clear the noise from my head and focus past the bed. There are 2 more people in the room, a strawberry blonde passed out on the couch and a raven-haired woman beside her. She stares at me but says nothing, giving me a chance to get my bearings. Is she okay? I croak out. Yes, Luna, they will both be fine, she says with a smile. Your injuries were extensive. I'm afraid it took a toll on all of us. As I work to sit up, more warning howls sound. There's a desperate edge to them, like they already know how bad it is. The noise outside continues to pick up as men start running around and orders are shouted. Slowly, I make it to my feet. My legs feel like jelly and threaten to drop me right back to bed. The raven-haired woman is at my side instantly, one hand on my arm and the other on my lower back, keeping me upright. Careful, she warns, her eyes full of concern. I smile and nod. The tension in my neck and body is overwhelming and uncomfortable. I roll my head forward before it cracks, then roll it to both sides and back. Next, I roll my shoulders back and shake out my arms. As I stretch out my body, the fog begins to lift, and I start to feel more like myself. She steps back and watches me, but says nothing else. I walk to the window to see what the commotion is all about. Men and wolves are running everywhere, forming up into squads as women and children are pushed inside the pack house. The noise is disorienting. Not only the sound but the energy, it feels like I'm being blasted from every direction. I groan, knowing I have to shut it out, but it just won't stop. My heart starts to race as my anxiety spikes from all the unwelcome energy. Princess, breathe, Derwin whispers from the dark recesses of my memories. My eyes snap wide as the vivid memory surfaces. I can practically feel Derwin's intense chocolate gaze like he's standing right in the room with me. Breathe, he repeats. Derwin's deep, commanding voice drowns out the background sounds as my body obeys. My eyes close and I take a long, deep breath in through my nose, hold it for a moment before slowly exhaling through my parted lips. Instantly, my body begins to react. I take another long breath in before slowly letting it out. That's it, princess. His words echo through my mind so vividly that it feels like he is in front of me. Focus. I take several more breaths to focus, just as he has taught me to, breaking down the layers of energies around me and strengthening my walls. Slowly, I push all of the energy back, leaving me lighter and clearer. You don't have to hide anymore, I say to Ember. It's time. I feel her excitement as she surges forward, wrapping her essence with mine. I can't shift with the collar on, but the sensation feels like when she came forward to mark Christian with me. She is not taking control and pushing me aside. Instead, she is joining with me. Her energy is a welcome boost to the gaps in my body's strength. I feel considerably renewed and lighter. But how? The raven-haired woman stammers as she gapes at us, wide-eyed. Long story, I reply, blinking my eyes back into focus. Do you know what's happening? We're on lockdown, she whispers as her voice shakes. The enemy has been spotted on their way here. All of them are coming from all sides. It's the final battle. My heart leaps at her words. Christian is coming. Another frantic round of howls, this time more desperate, snaps me into realization. No, Christian is here. We have a plan, one I doubt he will deviate from. I hope Nikita and the others have pulled off their respective preparations. Even more howls ring out, coming closer, and the men's voices on the other side of the door become more agitated. It's time. Can you watch over them? I ask, gesturing to the unconscious woman. Of course, Luna. But what about you? She asks cautiously. I have unfinished business to attend to, I say with a dangerous edge. Once more, I close my eyes and reach out, feeling for where they are. I think they're downstairs in the dining hall, huddled together. My blood boils at their fear as I turn and head for the door. Make those motherfuckers pay, Sasha whispers, not even picking her head up from the bed or opening her eyes. Anger pulses in me, seeing her so weak and empty. It was her choice. She gave to you so you could finish what was started. Ember reasons. Now focus. I nod, head through the door, and close it gently behind me. There's a click from the lock a moment later, then a thunk as she braces a chair under it. I feel the guards before I even see them. They stand frozen, wide-eyed on either side of the door. There are two that Sasha likes. Neither man makes a move, not even to put a hand on their weapons. None of Dimitri's men are to make it through the door, understood? I ask, turning my flaming gaze on them. Yes, Luna, they both reply instantly, dropping their heads in respect. I close my eyes, focusing once more on the energy around me. Something is different, more. Everyone has a unique blend of energy that is just theirs. Once I've met and learned it, they are easy to pick out at a distance. Now everyone glows. I can see it not only when I look at them, but it also lights up in my mind. It must be Ember. As I make my way towards the kitchen, people are running in all directions, and shouts, screams, and howls sound all around outside. Chaos erupts all around me, but Ember revels in the energy, drawing on it and strengthening. Back to your room, bitch. A guard sneers. He has a dingy brown aura, which didn't surprise me since I knew he wouldn't make it. I said get. He lunges at me with his spear, point lowered to end me. His movements feel sloppy and slow. Like a well-rehearsed dance, my body moves on instinct, grabbing the spear shaft below the blade and yanking him towards me. His eyes go wide, clearly not expecting that, nor for my free hand to grab his dagger and thrust it up with enough force to bury it in his skull. He's dead before he hits the ground. With a sharp yank, the blade is free and I twist, burying it in the base of the neck of the second guard. The slow, steady thump of my heart fills my ears as I focus on breathing and managing the energy bombarding me. It feels like I'm in a trance-like state, sounds are distorted, and movement around me is slowed. I feel like my eyes are finally open, yet my lids could be closed. That's it, princess. Keep breathing and focus. Let go and trust. Derwin's words continue to echo in my mind, grounding me. Please take a deep breath in, hold it, and slowly exhale, then repeat. The exercise started as a way to help me manage my energy whenever I felt overwhelmed, but it morphed into a way to calm and focus my abilities in stressful times. My arm shoots up, sending the blade flying a short distance before it buries deep in a charging guard's neck. I turn in time to see his wide eyes train on me, hands on his neck, before he drops to his knees. Breathe. His protests are lost in the din of the background noise below the steady beating of my heart. I leave the tossed blade in his neck, grab his dagger from his waist before he falls to the floor, and continue to the dining hall. I feel them huddled on the other side of the door, packed in like sardines. Their fear, anger, and desperation bombard me. There is a small group of guards clustered on the other side of the door, holding the women captive. Anger rolls in me as I throw the double doors wide open. The guards turn and look at me with a mix of disgust and anger. I ignore them and take in the room. Women cling protectively to their children as they look nervously around. The room is crowded with women, children, and the elderly. Several are injured, no doubt, from rough handling, and it makes my blood boil. Get with the rest of them. The head guard sneers. He's a greasy, unkempt man with messy red hair and blue eyes, but his aura looks like mud. My face contorts in rage as I take a defiant step towards the men. Instinctively, they take an equal step back. When they see the bloody blade in my hand, they quickly point their spears and blades at me. Be a good girl, drop the knife, and join the others, he says, locking eyes with me. The quiet quake betrays any authority he had in his voice. Do what you're told, damn it. No, I reply, defiantly locking eyes with him. My direct challenge and Ember's aura make his eyes shoot wide open. I'm done being told what to do. I fully aim to misbehave, I reply, narrowing my gaze. My lips curl up and a raw, feral delight spreads through me at his fear. Chapter 67. Christian POV. My sleep is deep and dreamless. I wake up feeling fully rested, but the dark room tells me I'm up really early. After tossing and turning for a little longer, I give in and get ready. Cyrus paces restlessly in the back of my mind, eager to get Jessie back, but the packs won't be prepared to depart for hours yet. I head out to the kitchen to see if I can scrounge up some coffee, only to be surprised by the kitchen staff in full swing. The savory smell of bacon, eggs, and fresh coffee beckons me. Alpha, Nan says, giving me a respectful nod. She hands me a plate piled high with scrambled eggs, bacon, sausage, and hash, accompanied by a big mug of coffee. Does no one in your pack sleep? I raise a brow at that, but she is already turned back and is busy cooking. Already, several warriors and staff are eating in the common dining hall, so I head to the private hall. When I get there, I see that the room's not empty. Couldn't sleep either? Jace asks. His gray eyes swirl with emotion, and his plate is almost complete. He looks like he holds the weight of the world on his slumped shoulders, which robs him of sleep, judging by the bags under his eyes. I feel well rested, just couldn't sleep anymore. I reply with a shrug and take a seat across from him. You, on the other hand, look like you've been through the ringer. He lets out a short, harsh laugh, turning his attention back to his plate. Probably, he replies with a sigh. But there's too much on my mind. Like a certain redhead? I ask, cocking a brow. Among other things, but yeah, he groans, palming his forehead. Is she your mate? I finally ask, tired of beating around the bush. I don't know, Jace mumbles. It felt different last time. Last time. He's never said anything about a mate before. A dozen questions pop into my mind at once, but I take a deep breath, giving him time to gather his thoughts. After a moment of silence, he turns his stormy gaze to me. Last time. I gasp, clearly wanting more. It was long ago. What happened? I ask while my eyes stretch impossibly wide. And why didn't you say anything? My mind reels with this revelation. How could I have been unaware of this happening? I was 20, you had been praying for your mate forever. I didn't want to make a big deal about it, he mumbles as guilt flashes in his eyes. What happened? I push. She rejected me, Jace replies with a frown. She was a nice girl, but it was an arranged meeting, and she wanted to do right by her pack. Jessie reminded me a lot of her. His admission leaves me stunned. Not only did my best friend find his mate, but he was also rejected and suffered alone. I remember being surprised when he asked to take Jessie around. He had dated humans before, but this was the first time he had asked to bring one around our territory. When he realized my interest in her, before I admitted she was my mate, he stepped back. He was the first to support me and has never wavered. I had no idea, I whisper. How would you? I didn't tell anyone. I just tried my best to forget and move on, he replies with a shrug. You shouldn't have had to, though, I reply with a frown. I've always known Jace had a secretive streak, but I had no idea how deep it ran. It's ancient history, he shrugs. As if to try to push the conversation away, he drops his eyes and focuses on forcing some breakfast in. But Mira is different? I ask, shifting the focus. Yeah, I'm drawn to her and there's something there, but it's just different, he mumbles, furrowing his brow. Could it be because she's also a witch? I ask. Lord knows. I want to get to know her, but she just keeps pushing me away, he sighs. Well, if this whole mess has taught me anything, it's that nothing is guaranteed, I say, taking a sip of coffee. People and moments are precious, no amount of money or begging can get them back once they're gone. My chest tightens thinking about what I've said. Every night I lie in bed and my thoughts drift, like always, to Jessie, and it's never the big moments, like the battle with Rob. No, it's the small things. The way her skin feels under mine, or the noises she makes in the morning when I try to wake her up. How the fire dances in her eyes when she gets worked up. Hell, I push her buttons sometimes to see that fire. It's the little everyday things that keep me company on these lonely nights. When I get her back, I'm never letting her go, ever again. Jace sits there a moment, considering my words as he mechanically finishes off his breakfast. With a final sigh, he turns his attention back to me. I think I need to go take care of something before we go, he mumbles, lost deep in thought. His stormy gray eyes swirl with emotion as he looks at me. Go, I encourage with a smile. And good luck. He flashes me a weak smile and heads off to the kitchen to drop his plate off. In my solitude, my thoughts turn once more to Jessie. She would have grumbled and whined if I tried to slip out of bed this early. Lord knows she never made it easy. I'd wake up with her head on my chest, her arm wrapped around my waist, and her legs entwined with mine. Fucking best part of my day. A smile tugs at my lips as I think about the happy times. Having her has brought immense happiness to my life. Without her, there's an emptiness. Soon, Cyrus says softly. He is every bit as eager to get her back. I can feel him struggling to hold back, but he knows the time is fast approaching. A different line of thought slowly creeps into my mind, one considerably less happy. I've done everything I can to keep them at bay, but soon I will have her back, and I'll have to deal with it. Will she still love me like she did? Even though she told me to wait till we were ready, will she blame me for taking so long? Can things ever go back to where they were? I know it's a toxic line of thought, one I would chide her for if the roles were reversed, but that doesn't stop them from entering my mind. My whole job as alpha is to protect my pack, and my duty is to keep my mate safe from harm. A duty I've failed at. I'm no mind reader, but whatever's going on in there, Kane says, gesturing to my head, stop it. I was so lost in thought that I never even heard him come in. But he's right. This train of thought will distract me, and I need a clear mind for today. So I shove those thoughts into the after pile along with Jace and Mira, Soraya and Nex, and all the other matters I've been brushing aside until after the war ends. You're right, I mumble and nod. Of course I am, he says with a full mouth and a crooked grin. I can't help but laugh at him. I've known Kane professionally for years, which comes with the territory. We weren't exactly friends and had no signed alliances, but we were always on good terms. This year, however, things changed for the better when Jessie and Willow formed a bond. I can't think of an alpha I'd rather have with me in the field. Actually, this whole experience has taught me a great deal about the men I share a title with, Eric in particular. Alliances typically form between packs of similar power or those with shared borders. Both sides must gain something from it, or it's merely a liability. Eric made a bold move to approach us, given that Stillwater shares no boundaries with anyone, and his pack is considerably smaller. That being said, he was more than willing to commit his entire warrior base in the final fight with the rogues and, consequently, Rob. It was a risky move, one that, if it backfired, would have wiped his entire pack out. Not only did he commit and block Rob's retreat, but he didn't hesitate to join in when Jessie called him. Throughout this entire war, he has been right there giving his all. Hands down the best ally choice I've made, but that was Jessie. She has a way with people. I suppose it's mainly due to her gift, but she saw something in Eric, and it has paid off tenfold by now. I turn back and study Kane as he inhales his breakfast. A day ago, we tried to kill each other, and now here we are like nothing happened. So why are you up so early? I ask, finishing my coffee. Beast is eager to end this, he replies with a dark grin. Not that I thought I'd ever see a war like this, but it's gone on for too long. Fuck, I don't think any of us saw this coming. I scoff. Dimitri was the only one, and that's because he was in on it. And he still fucked it up, Kane points out gruffly before shoveling the rest of his breakfast in. Right, I nod. He knew the war was coming, yet his people starved and froze, and he hadn't been able to strike a severe blow until he stole Jessie. I will peel the skin from his body to find out how he got the inside information to pull that off, then end whoever sold us out with no mercy. I think I'm going to head out to the field and see how things are coming along, I mumble, trying to keep my temper in check. I toss the last of my coffee back and get up, grabbing my empty plate to drop off in the kitchen. I'll join you, Kane replies, grabbing his empty dishes. The man doesn't chew, I swear it. I nod and head for the back door. There are still 2 hours until we head out, but I can't sit still anymore. As the door swings open, the sight before me freezes me on the spot. Row upon row of warriors are forming up with fierce determination in their eyes. Several of the alphas walk the ranks, and Soraya, Nex, Xavier, and Judius are easy to spot, marshalling and giving out orders. Quite a sight, Kaimen says from beside the door. He looks like a living shadow in the pre-dawn light with his fiery amber eyes and dark complexion. I stand there at a loss for words as my eyes roam the ranks. Upon examining the crowded field, It appears that everyone is here and ready to go, hours ahead of schedule. Soraya, Nex, and Mitch have done their jobs. There are no separate, quarreling packs. Everyone is one united force, and the tension of anticipation is thick in the air. The sight of everyone standing together makes my chest swell with pride and admiration. "It's beautiful," Kane replies, with a dark grin, sparing me. Dimitri won't know what hit him. Among the alphas, I notice Eric, Luda, and Mitchell in the lead positions. A large chunk of the force would be with me in the core. Kane, Nex, Jace, and Xavier would have my back, allowing the rest of the force to split and hit where needed. Our plan is simple but direct. As hard as it is, I have to trust the Guardians to do their job and get to Jessie. They are to secure the prison and cover Jessie. Overnight, they are supposed to have taken care of traps and spread the fuel for Jessie to light up the forests that flank each side of Dimitri's pack house. I have never wanted to see a signal fire so bad in my life. That will leave me free to focus on finding Dimitri and the counselors deep in the valley. Judius and Soraya will join Jessie as soon as we can punch through the main force. Simple enough in theory, but somehow plans always change in the middle of a battle. I have to trust everyone to do their jobs so I can do mine. "Take a moment and say your goodbyes," Kane shouts out. It's time. We leave in half an hour. Half of the warriors stay put, either having already said their goodbyes or having no one to bid farewell to. The remainder spread out to the crowd on the sideline. "Mitchell," Mila calls out, jogging over to him. The stone-faced alpha softens instantly, taking his mate in his arms. "You better come back to me." She blinks tears out of her eyes. "OT Matar." Tenderly, he draws the back of his knuckles across her cheek, wiping a stray tear. "Has my Milo finally got a soft spot for me?" He teases with a small smile. "Maybe even feel dash." Mila cut off his words with a passionate kiss, which he is only too happy to return. All too soon, she pulls away, leaving him stunned. "Don't make this weird," she says with mock disgust. "Hurry up and win so we can get to celebrating and pick up where we left off." She draws a finger up his chest, ending on his lips. "Don't keep me waiting." She turns and takes off back to the pack house, not waiting on the sidelines for them to leave. I see her brush stray tears as she pushes past me. Mitch isn't faring any better as he groans and palms his forehead before running his hand through his hair and turning back to his pack on the field. Everywhere I look, loved ones are bidding farewell. Xavier is wrapped tenderly around Claire, whispering in her ear with a hand on her swollen belly. Kane is comforting Willow, and even on the field, warriors are embracing. Many packs, including Stillwater's, have she-wolves in the ranks. My heart falls as I spot Jace alone on the far side of our warriors, looking around, no doubt for Mira. "Today's the big day, are you ready, big boy?" Mira asks from the doorway. As I turn around, Ethan crashes into me, wraps his arms around my waist, and buries his face against my chest. I hug him tightly and feel his body shake as he sobs. I mouth a silent thank you to Mira for bringing him to me. She nods and her blue-green eyes flick over my shoulder. Silently, she slips away to where I can only hope Jace is waiting. Ethan's sniffling pulls my attention back to where it belongs. My heart aches for his sadness. This kid has been through so much, having lost his parents and being hunted like he has been. I've tried to give him a good life and stability, but it wasn't until Jessie came along that he really found home. "I'll bring her back, bud," I whisper, rubbing his back. My chest feels tight as my own emotions threaten to take over. "She's going to need you when she gets back." "But it's my fault, what if Dash?" "You know it's not, and you know she doesn't blame you." "Remember the dream?" I remind him with a small smile. He sighs and wipes his eyes with the back of his hand while he struggles with his emotions. Eventually, he pulls back and takes a deep breath. I drape a hand on his shoulder and give him a reassuring squeeze. "I don't know everything, but I do know she'll need her family," I say, locking eyes with him. His golden eyes light up when I say family, and it makes my heart swell. "Make sure you come back too," he whispers, his voice full of hope. I can see his fear, but a stronger sense of hope overwhelms it. All this poor kid has ever wanted is a family, and when this is done, I promise to give it to him. My eyes scan the field and immediately land on Mira walking towards us with Jace following behind. It's hard to get a read on those two. Ready to go, kid? She asks, walking up the stairs towards us. Remember your promise, big boy. She gives me a pointed look, driving home her silent reminder about her sister. Sasha is at the top of my list, I reassure her. My eyes travel between her and Jace, looking for any clue. Almost like an afterthought, she turns to Jace and locks eyes with him, freezing him in place. He swallows hard as she steps up to him and bites her lip as if she's debating something with herself. After what feels like an eternity, she places a quick kiss on his cheek. Don't die, she whispers as she tries to pull away. Jace keeps his arms wrapped around her and pulls her flush against him. Her lips part as a small gasp sounds. Forget that, he declares before capturing her lips with his. He slides a hand up into her red locks as he deepens the kiss, moving his mouth roughly over hers. Her tension melts away in an instant as she brings one delicate hand up to caress his cheek while the other fists his shirt. She returns the kiss with equal fever, leaving them both breathless when they finally break apart. Now I can die a happy man, he whispers as he gazes into her eyes. Or don't die, and finish what you started, she replies breathlessly, making his eyes shoot wide open in shock. She seizes the moment, breaks his hold, and takes off, dragging a grinning Ethan back into the house. Slowly, a satisfied grin spreads across his lips as he traces his fingertips across them. I can't help the giant grin I wear, having watched a woman render my smooth-talking best friend speechless. Dimitri better watch out. I think I can win this war solo at this moment, Jace says with a laugh. Easy there, I chide. Dimitri's mine. Right, he laughs, rubbing the back of his neck. Guess I'm still in shock that she didn't set me on fire. His reaction gives me my first solid laugh in Lord knows how long. He joins in a moment later before grabbing my shoulder and turning his stormy gaze to me. Let's go get your queen. Chapter 68. Christian POV. I fully aim to misbehave, I reply, narrowing my gaze. My lips curl up and a raw, feral delight spreads through me at his fear. You've got one knife against 8 armed guards, the head guard chides. Shit odds, don't you think? He raises a brow at me, clearly thinking he has the upper hand and waiting for me to catch on. Did you want to call for backup? I ask, innocently batting my eyelashes. He growls at me and takes a step forward. A loud clunk echoes in the room, stopping him in his tracks. Too late, I growl, spinning on him and burying my blade at the back of his skull with a sickening thunk. He drops a second later, leaving the other guards stunned as they back up and stare at me with wide eyes. Another clunk fills the silence, drawing the guards' attention away from me. A third clunk sounds as a collar goes skittering across the floor to land at a guard's feet. Their eyes go wider as they realize I'm not as alone as they think I am. One by one, the women and slaves peel their collars off and throw them at the guards' feet. Despite my collar still being locked in place, seeing the growing pile of leather fills my heart with hope and pride. Many of the collars were imbued with silver, cutting off their wolves. The shift in energy in the room is palpable as all of the repressed beasts reunite with their humans. There's a hunger, a savage thirst for revenge that fans embers' flames. Sensing a lost cause, the guards rush at me for the door. With a fast twitch of my right arm and a flick of my wrist, my blade opens the first's throat as he rushes by and sinks into the neck of the man who turns on me. Before he hits the ground with my blade still lodged, I take his and throw it into the chest of the next closest guard. He collapses with a heavy groan as blood spills freely from the fatal wound. The newly freed horde swallows up the remaining 4 men. Their cries are lost in the shouts and growls of revenge as they meet their fates. I turn away from the chaos, but I can't find 1 ounce of pity for the men as they find their ends. Slowly, the turmoil recedes and the crowd simmers down, but both the scent of blood and death hang heavy in the air. There she is, Nikita's brown eyes beam as she grins and steps out of the crowd. Her own aura shines brighter than ever, radiating both power and a sense of calm. There's that warrior Luna I vouched for long ago. I smile at her praise, eager to be what she sees. One thing's for sure, Today, whatever comes, I meet it on my terms. Thank you, Alpha, I say, tipping my head respectfully. Come now, I think we're a little past titles, no? She chides with a mischievous gleam in her eye. What now? One of the women from the crowd asks. Her worried brown eyes lock on mine, but there's a fierce determination burning behind her irises. You're free, I answer, scanning the room. There's a mix of fear and hunger, but I've done what I set out to do. My final task draws me like a beacon. Go, Nikita urges, nodding at the door. Her dark eyes swim with emotion, pride, gratitude, but also a feral darkness, a thirst for blood, that tells me she's anything but done today. I will take care of what's needed here. I'll take the fighters and secure the vulnerabilities. Finish what you started, Jessie, she says, squeezing my shoulder. Thank you, I reply with a small smile. I cringe slightly at the gruesome remains of the guards' bodies as I stoop to recover 2 blades before leaving the hall. Nikita barks orders in the background, but they don't register as I focus on the task ahead. My body is tired and completely spent if I were on my own, but Ember's strength steadies my legs and fuels me forward. Breathe. Focus. Feel. The scene outside is utter chaos. Even focused, the unwelcome energy feels like a sucker punch. Everywhere men and wolves run, some are injured, while most are still heading to the front, where the primary fight is taking place. Dimitri's pack house sits high on a hill. Craggy cliffs naturally protect the backside, while the front face is wide, open, hilly meadows. Dense, old-growth forests, a mix of evergreen and deciduous trees, flank either side. As Christian expected, Dimitri's force is using the cover of the trees to their advantage while Christian's force comes in through the valley. Everywhere the battle rages, but so far, Dimitri's army is holding them at bay, thanks to the woods and the advantage of higher ground. Not for long, Ember growls in glee. I can feel her excitement as I walk over to the nearest fire pit and fish out a barely lit branch. She's practically jumping for joy in my mind as I carefully carry the flaming branch to the forest on the left. As I get closer, my eyes lock on a small orange wrapper on the ground. I smile as the familiar Reese's wrapper comes into view. Below the word princess is an X. I guess X marks the spot, I whisper to myself. A safe distance away, I toss the flaming branch to land on the wrapper. A whoosh sounds as whatever he left there ignites. The flames move on their own accord, racing along whatever path the Guardians set for them. In no time, a solid firewall prevents retreat as the fire licks further into the forest. Thick waves of heat fan over my skin, and smoke fills my nose, but I welcome the smell. Smells like revenge. What was once Dimitri's army's haven is now their own personal hell as the flames threaten to swallow them up. The intense heat forces his hidden warriors forward into the open fray, right into the mouths and claws of Christian's angry wolves waiting for them. Howls, snarls, growls, slashes of claws against skin and hide, and screams fill the air as the battle pitches. Each side is relentless, and the individual face-offs are savage fights to the death. Everyone is so preoccupied with what's in front of them that they pay me no attention. Setting the forest on fire, however, changes that. As the first set of eyes turns to me, my focus stays in place, and I ready myself for the fight. Suddenly, more and more eyes are on me, and the numbers game sets my nerves off. As the first 3 men approach, my heart starts to race and my body locks up. Focus. Derwin's voice reminds me, snapping me back from the brink of panic. We've trained for this, Ember states with grim determination. I feel her eagerness to take revenge and put our training to good use. She's right. Jace would tell me that war is a numbers game, to whittle down the field and keep it a series of small fights. Bait them to make them play your game. Never take their bait. Soraya and Mackenzie would tell me to use their strength and stupidity against them. Strike and fall back, conserve my energy, but use my speed to counter their strength. The memories cement a calm resolve in me as I set out to deal with the obstacle charging straight at me. A ferocious roar cuts through the air, screaming power and might, calling to my very soul. Christian. My heart leaps knowing he's here. The fire was for 2 purposes. First, to block Dimitri's men and take away their cover, and secondly, to signal I'm out of the house. Now, to get to him, he sounds so far away. I fake to the right, drawing my first attacker to lunge for my exposed side. He isn't fast enough to block me as I turn on him and drive one blade into his neck with a sickening slash. The second attacker is mid-lunge behind him and falls just as quickly when my second blade opens his throat and spills his blood onto the first fallen body. Suddenly, the remaining men lose confidence and hesitate. They try to ring me, but I put my back to the flames. The heat is a welcome relief against the chilly air. Squinting against the bright flames, the three launch at me at once. My heart skips a beat as they attack, their faces contorted in anger, blades bared, eager to end it. Instinct takes over, and my first blade flies free, hitting the closest attacker in the chest with a thud. I drop and twist past the second man's sluggish slash before burying my last blade in the back of his skull with my follow-through. The third man freezes, and we lock eyes mere feet apart. I yank my blade free and ready myself for his attack, but he stands there. Confusion pushes the anger out of his eyes as he breaks our gaze with a flinch and slight grunt. My eyes follow his down as they land on his bleeding chest and an arrowhead sticking through it. He drops to his knees before falling over dead. I follow the arrow's trajectory to the other trees. I see nothing, but I feel Mackenzie's energy shining bright like a beacon. With the immediate threat around me taken care of, I take a moment to get my bearings. The sea of warriors swirling with a chaotic clash of bodies against each other is overwhelming and hard to navigate as energies and sounds assault me from every direction. The blinding auras of guardians are sprinkled everywhere. Their regularly hidden energies shine like supernovas. I feel Christian and Cain deep in the valley below, where the fighting is most concentrated. On the opposite side of the valley, near the burning tree line, I feel the cold, twisted energy of the one I'm looking for. Dimitri. A sharp howl cuts the air behind me from the pack house and is soon joined by a shrill chorus. Wolves come pouring out of the pack house in a tidal wave. Their shrill yips and angry snarls fill the air, sending a shiver down my spine. If fury and vengeance had a physical form, then I'm looking right at it. The she-wolves charge forward, taking their revenge. The flood of wolves emerges from the house like a wave, slamming into the distracted and confused warriors who are trapped between the angry she-wolves, Christian's forces, and deadly flames. The she-wolves stalk their prey, razor-sharp teeth on display, as the men stare in horror. They show no mercy, working in small groups to shred their captors and exact justice. In a blink, they spread out and slaughter everyone caught between the pack house and the flaming forest wall. Their yips and snarls become more frantic and dominate the screams from their victims as their prey dries up too soon to satisfy their bloodlust. A powerful charcoal wolf cuts away from the she-wolf's pack. I recognize Nikita's energy instantly and smile. Her fur glistens with fresh blood, and her sharp teeth are coated in it. She pauses a few paces away from me, as if to ask for permission, which I'm only too happy to grant with a nod. Her sharp howl rings through the dark air and is joined by the shrill chorus of the other she-wolves. A moment later, the howls that echo back from the valley below give me chills. The change is palpable as uncertainty and fear sweep the interior of the field. Separated lovers, families, and friends are calling to each other, and Dimitri's force is standing in the way. The ground under my feet thunders as the she-wolves run past me and swarm the enemy force closest to them. Their claws and teeth show no mercy, and screams ring out as the men are ripped apart. Nikita has this force under her command. I trust her leadership skills more than my own. She is a leader, whereas I am more of a soloist, like the Guardians. I focus once more, locking onto Dimitri's sick and twisted energy. With a final look at the wolves, I turn away and head alongside the fire towards my fate. Nearly no one pays any attention to me as I skirt around the battle, and each step brings me nearer to my target. Only two are stupid enough to try intercepting me, and I end them quickly. My heart starts to race as I spot Dimitri on a bluff. He radiates power as he barks out orders. His icy blue eyes roam over the battlefield as he paces, balling his fists while he watches it unfold. I can hear battles breaking out and coming closer, but my attention is fixed on him. The area seems to thin out as everyone rushes to fulfill his orders, leaving him mostly isolated. Waves of sickening excitement roll off of him, and a shudder runs down my spine at how he lives for this carnage. Ember's temper flares at seeing the source of her torment standing within her grasp. Her aura hits him, drawing his attention from the battlefield to focus his icy blue gaze on me. "You've been holding out on me, little mate," he snarls as he stalks over towards me, ever so slowly. His eyes rake over my appearance, flashing a shade darker, and his scowl deepens. I can feel Ember's temper flare as the source of our torment stalks confidently towards us. She has thought nonstop about this moment. We will never cower to this again. "You don't look happy to see me," I challenge, raising a brow and holding my ground. "Well, I left my human mate half beaten to death. Yet here you stand, risen from the ashes of ruin like some phoenix," he growls. His excitement is replaced with anger as he advances on me. "Clearly, I didn't do a good enough job of putting you down." Dark energy hits me from behind, setting my heart off. Wayne's toxic essence is impossible to mistake, but I spare him a cold glance over my shoulder, letting him know I'm well aware of his presence. "You've been holding out on us, Bunny," he growls in delight. "Tell me, demi-boy, how the hell you missed this?" The men circle me, keeping their distance as they appraise me. They realize just how much they have underestimated me, and by the hard look in both their eyes, they aren't keen to make a further mistake. Ash and smoke swirl around me, and the men cautiously circle, edging in for the attack. My fists grip the blades tightly as I steady myself, waiting for them to come to me. "How I missed it." Dimitri snaps back, his face contorted in a mix of disbelief and anger. "You spent as much time with her as I did." "No matter, though I think I may keep you after all, Bunny," he sneers, locking his dark eyes on mine. A sinister smile splits his face as he looks at me in a new light. "The hell you will, mongrel," Dimitri growls, turning his frigid, hate-filled gaze on me. "I'm gonna do what I should have done when she first got here." My heart drops at his words, distracting me right in the moment that both males launch themselves at me, throwing me to the ground. Radiating pain blinds me as the very air is driven from my chest, leaving me gasping and seeing stars. Chapter 69. Jessie POV. Pain erupts in me as the men collide, throwing me to the ground. With the flaming background of the burning forest, the valley is quickly turning into a scene of chaos as the brutes battle. The force that Dimitri threw me with is the only reason I'm not in the middle of them, but it reminds me just what a fragile state I'm in. I've never been equal in strength to larger males, but I've always been able to take a hit. Clearly, that's not the case today, as just a fall makes my body scream in agony and leaves me gasping for air. My heart races as the men grapple over me. No sooner do I crawl away than the fight between them intensifies. Both men partially shift, their fingers elongating into razor-sharp claws, and start slashing viciously at each other, attacking with lethal intentions. I can't pull my gaze off the snarling and growling men as they fiercely fight, eager to settle the score. My mind screams run, but my body gives out and begs for a moment to recover. My heart drops as Wayne gets the upper hand and lands a devastating slash across Dimitri's neck and chest. By some strange luck, he missed the arteries, but all the same, the gruesome wound bleeds freely, and the scent of iron hits the air. The hit only fuels Dimitri's rage, and he strikes back twice as hard. He drops low, raking his claws across Wayne's inner thigh, shredding it and spilling blood onto the ground before springing up and driving his shoulder into Wayne's chest. Wayne digs both hands' claws into Dimitri's back, but can't strike an advantageous blow from his position. His dark eyes go wide as he realizes his mistake too late. Blood loss makes his movements sloppy as he lashes out and strikes flesh anywhere he can. Dimitri seizes the opportunity and drives Wayne back first down to the ground. He's not going for the pin and continues to strike. Dimitri pulls back and delivers a final blow, sinking his claws deep into Wayne's throat, then rips a fistful out that leaves Wayne's eyes wide as he struggles to breathe. His shredded back heaves as he stands up panting before throwing the bloody mess away. My heart hammers as I stare at him, unable to move, no matter what my mind screams. Slowly, he turns to face me, stopping my heart before his green eyes lock on mine. Nicole. He takes an uncertain step towards me before stumbling to the ground, face first. Without thought, I crawl over to him and cringe, seeing the wounds up close. Wayne may not have been able to take any vitals, but he didn't go down easily. Deep gashes are open all over his back, exposing his rib bones as rivers of blood flow freely. Given the damage, I'm amazed he was able to win. As carefully as I can, I roll him over as he struggles to control his breathing. The front is no better than the back. His pale skin is painted crimson from his own blood as it wells freely from the slash across his chest. It may not even the scales, he pants out. But it's a start. His pain and sorrow hit me in waves that wash over me, threatening to drown me. In the end, he was able to take control and suppress Dimitri long enough to save me. Tears sting the corners of my eyes, then slip past my lashes and trickle down my cheeks as I take in his sacrifice. She's amazing, he wheezes, no doubt sensing Ember's aura. I wish I could have seen her. My chest tightens, watching him struggle to breathe. I feel Ember surge forward, no doubt dancing in my eyes. Beautiful, he whispers as a smile creeps over his face. I lean in, struggling to hear his words over the chaos around us. My heart aches for his suffering. He didn't deserve to be shackled to Dimitri. I jump as I feel his hand on mine. My eyes go wide as I see his hand over mine, holding my dagger tipped to his ribs, right at his heart. Please, he begs with quiet desperation, eyes locked on mine. This should be an easy move, and yet my hand shakes with uncertainty. Dimitri has been the source of my pain and suffering for so long. I've plotted his death in my mind dozens of times, and yet now that it's at hand, I hesitate. What's wrong with me? Because it's Nick, not Dimitri, Ember whispers to me. I feel her essence take the lead without taking over. She lays a gentle hand to cradle his head and leans up and brushes our lips across his forehead. A peace settles over him. He tenses momentarily before relaxing. Thank you, he whispers as his eyes flutter shut. A peaceful smile takes over as he lets out his last breath. Tears stream down my cheeks as his hand falls away from mine. His blood coats my hand as I realize what Ember did. It was mercy, she says, sensing my conflicting emotions. He didn't want to live like that anymore. He finally got to end things on his terms. I know she's right, but I can't help the emotions swirling inside of me that threaten to swallow me whole. Killing doesn't come easy to me. I've only ever done it to protect myself or those I care about, but this? He was likely on death's door, no longer a threat. A soft whine behind me cuts off my thoughts. I turn towards the sound and am met by a wolf's crystal blue eyes. When our eyes meet, he runs over to me. Judius, I wail, wrapping my arms around his fluffy neck. I bury my face in his soft silver-gray fur as sobs rack my body and my chest tightens painfully. He whimpers in response, laying his head down on my back, hugging me back. We stay there for a moment, both of us taking comfort in the familiar embrace. A bark to the right reminds me of where we are, and I slowly unwrap myself from him and wipe my eyes. He wastes no time sniffing me all over for signs of injury. The blood's not mine, I assure him. I'm just banged up some. He steps back, giving me space, but never moves his crystal blue gaze. Slowly, I get back to my feet. I leave one blade with Dimitri and clutch the other tightly. As I come down from my emotional moment saying goodbye to Nicole, my surroundings become clearer. Closing my eyes and reaching out, several familiar energies come into focus. Judius isn't alone. They must have broken off from Christian's leading force in the valley below. Soraya's tricolor wolf grins up at me from the side of the bluff, while Derwin's dark charcoal stands stoically off by himself, giving me a moment to get my bearings. Judius nudges me away from the flames back towards the unburnt forest, where I know Mackenzie is on overwatch. I shake my head. Where is he? I ask, looking from Judius to Derwin. Both men look away. My eyes find Soraya's, and she sighs but looks downfield. I walk over and give her a quick hug, which instantly softens her. You know which way I'm going, I reason, locking eyes with Derwin. I'd prefer to go the least difficult way. I'm not in top form. My cheeks burn from having to admit that. Derwin huffs, then lets out 2 short howls before turning to lead the way. Judius pushes in close on my left side, and Soraya covers my right. Already, my strength is failing, making my legs feel like lead and slowing me down. Derwin skirts the fights happening around us, scanning constantly for the best route of least resistance. As we slowly make our way over towards Christian, I manage to snag a second dagger off a fallen council guard. Familiar energies light up throughout the field as we pass by, giving me hope. Eric shines like a beacon as he and his group cut away for us. To watch our wolves fight is to watch a feral wolf take down a soft house pet. Each strike from Eric's warriors is cold and calculated as they drive the enemy back or leave them behind, choking on their own blood. The next group we come across is outnumbered and struggling as the enemy pushes them back. As if on autopilot, I stoop down and recover a few blades from among the nearby corpses. Wolves snap and snarl as they crash into Derwin and Judius. Neither holds back as they viciously dispatch wolf after wolf, shredding throats and breaking necks with sharp, sickening snaps as fast as possible. My heart hammers as I scan the advancing wolves. A large, steely gray stands out from the rest as considerably more powerful than the others. His eyes land on me too slowly, and the first blade flies from my hand, sinking deep into his chest. I look for the next biggest threat and land on a brown wolf that is taking on 3 of ours. The next thrown blade flies true and takes him in the chest, breaking his concentration. His 3 opponents seize the opportunity and swarm him. My last spare blade drops another gray. The advancing group's dynamics shift, and Derwin and Soraya capitalize, pushing on and ending a few more with slashes of their claws and snaps of their jaws. My muscles quiver with exhaustion as I hang back, letting those more capable finish the job. Dave's familiar energy reaches me, and I realize suddenly that this is his pack attacking Dimitri's army along with us. With the enemy group's leaders gone, their larger numbers mean nothing as Dave's pack slaughters them. I stand back watching the grim spectacle, knowing better than to try to help. A hand on my leg startles me as I spin and raise my last blade to the unknown threat. "Nice of you to join us, Highness," Flick whispers. Gone is the mighty, angry warrior I met in Dave's pack. Instead, even in his wounded state, a sense of serenity surrounds him. He coughs up splatters of blood from his lips, no doubt from the gaping wound on his neck. His lips curl up in a twisted smile, now coated crimson, before coughing once more. I drop down on my knees and put both hands on his neck, trying to staunch the flow. My eyes go wide as I take in the extent of the damage. His blood leaks from between my fingers, coating my pale skin. His bloodied hand wraps around one of my wrists as he locks eyes and smiles at me. "Let go, Highness," he whispers as blood drips down his lips. Unshed tears fill my eyes as I search his. If I let go, he'll bleed to death in a moment. "It's okay, Jessie. I get to see my boy again," he says, tugging weakly at my wrist. I hesitate, but the peaceful pleading look in his eyes makes me relent. He pulls my hands away and holds them as his eyes flutter shut. "Thanks," he whispers, letting out a final raspy breath. My chest tightens painfully as I feel him slip away. Judius whines and nudges my shoulder, urging me to keep moving. I wipe my eyes and scan around me. Dave's pack has finished off the last of their opponents. Every wolf is coated in their enemy's blood, and the ground is littered with the dead and dying. So much blood and death. The endless carnage fills my heart with pain. Everywhere, wolves and men are screaming and dying. The air is heavy with the stench of blood, sweat, dirt, and smoke, making my stomach churn. The smoke and heat burn my eyes dry, and the waves of emotion batter me, cutting through my defenses. I close my eyes, struggling against my sea of emotions trying to drown me. Fear takes the lead, sending cold shivers down my spine. I'm not strong enough. I've got nothing left. Only my will and Ember's strength have carried me this far, but the thought of not being able to finish what I started paralyzes me with fear. My lungs burn as I struggle to breathe. Everything I have been through has been preparing me and leading me to this moment, and now that I'm approaching the peak, I'm failing. Soft fur presses against my forehead, grounding me in this moment of weakness. Instantly, I feel a familiar stoic, calm energy wash over me, pushing my fear back. Slowly, my racing heart starts to slow. His loud, deep breaths drown out the background noise, urging me to follow. Deep breath in, hold, slow breath out. After a couple of rounds, I feel my control slowly start to take root once more as my walls come back up, keeping everything at bay. With a final deep breath, I open my eyes and Derwin's deep chocolate gaze is locked on mine. "Thank you," I whisper, patting his cheek. Judius whimpers and nudges my shoulder once more, encouraging me to get up. I groan against the pain that threatens to overcome me, making it to my feet one more time and setting off after Derwin. Soraya and Judius take up their flanking position, and Dave's pack falls in to escort us. The scene in the center of the valley is the worst. Dimitri's men are falling back tightly in the center, and our group makes the fourth separate force converging on them. The largest of Christian's forces is on the opposite side from me. Ember's excited yips drown out the background noise as I finally feel Christian. It takes everything in me not to rush to him. The chaotic sea of battling warriors parts, and Christian comes into view, bare-chested in human form, his tan skin bathed in blood, striking down enemies like an avenging god. The power and strength radiating off of him wash over his group in waves, fueling them and sending enemies scampering. Cain looks like his godly twin, his energy matching, but less than Christian's as he cuts down anyone who tries to flank them. I feel Nex, Jace, and Xavier all running wild, hammering the defensive barriers. They fight like possessed men, all desperate to get at something. My gaze travels their intended path, and my final target comes into view. Silas. Ringed by his elite guards and remaining alphas, Silas stands proud in the center of the mass, exuding his powerful counselor aura. To a regular person, he remains the same as he has always been, confident, exuding superiority as his puffed-up chest and lifted chin look down on those around him. However, his internal energy paints an entirely different picture for me. Gone is that cocky, self-assured energy. Instead, he's filled with doubt, a stunned disbelief, like the possibility of losing never occurred to him. "It's over," Christian roars, washing his aura over the remaining opponents. They visibly flinch as if being struck, their wolves no doubt urging them to submit. Slowly, the fighting dies down, and men start to step aside, bowing out in surrender. "What are you doing?" Silas snarls, grabbing the nearest alpha. His eyes are wide as the gravity of the situation sinks in. Desperately, he moves on to the next alpha and shoves him towards Christian. "Fight." The man stumbles towards Christian, bares his neck in submission, then steps aside. Silas is on the verge of hysteria, realizing his ally pool has dried up and abandoned him. His eyes are wide, swimming with both panic and madness as he reels, looking around desperately for his next move. He shakes with the sobering realization that, for all his scheming and manipulation, he's run out of moves. Ember revels in his shock and desperation, urging us forward. My eyes are glued to Christian as he stalks towards Silas, like a wolf towards a lamb. Movement to my side barely registers, but I feel Nikita's powerful energy making her way through the now silenced battlefield. Silas scans desperately for someone to help him. Instead, his eyes land on me and go impossibly wide. His mouth moves, but no sound comes out. "Impossible." He finally sputters out. His gaze locks on me, wide in horror like he's seeing a ghost. "And yet, here I am," I growl, feeling Ember's anger thread through my words. His eyes dart from me to Nikita to Christian, before settling back on me. The color has long drained from his face, his perfectly slicked back hair is disheveled, and his whole appearance is a shell of his regular facade. "How?" he stammers. "He guaranteed us. We did everything he told us. You were supposed to lose." Silas drops his gaze as if racking his brain, trying to figure out where it all went wrong. "Dimitri's dead," I growl. Clearly, he overestimated his abilities. "Not him," Silas sneers, turning his gaze on me. "He was my pawn. You're all pawns." The madness swirling in his eyes is chilling as he glares around the field. "You're all that's left," I warn. His eyes snap to mine as he realizes what I'm saying. A dark and twisted part of me is savoring his fear and desperation as he watches his house of lies burn down around him. Not for long, Christian growls, the hardened edge in his voice indicating he's had enough. I can feel his eagerness to end this, and I'm right there with him. In 2 long strides, he closes the gap with Silas. On his best day, Silas was never a physical match for Christian. Now, the difference is sickening. Christian wraps a mighty, clawed fist around his neck and rips him clear off the ground. "Fool," Silas chokes out, desperately clawing at Christian's hand and kicking his feet out. "You have no idea the forces at play." Christian leaves him hanging and struggling and turns his attention to me, as if asking for something. I nod at Silas, and a grim mask takes over Christian's face. Silas chokes out a panic scream as he struggles more. The golden brown eyes and shift in energy tell me Cyrus is at the helm now. His lips contort into a mix of a sinister smile and a disgusted sneer. Terror wells in Silas' blood, feeding Cyrus' need for vengeance. His claws rake over Silas' flesh over and over again, coating the ground in his blood. I have never enjoyed suffering, but I can't peel my eyes away. Judius presses into my side, sandwiching me between Soraya and him, offering support. After what feels like both an eternity and not long enough, Christian rips out his throat and tosses Silas' mangled body to the ground to die, face down in the dirt, choking on his own blood. All of the anger and rage rolling off of him simmers down as he watches Silas take one last rasping breath before stilling. He's dead. It's over. When I peel my gaze off of Silas' corpse, my eyes automatically go to Christian. He stands there frozen, eyes on me, taking in every detail. Slowly, I make my way to him, feeling like I'm in a trance, moving not under my own control, and unable to break his gaze. Exhaustion starts to set in, making each step feel like I'm fighting my way through thick mud. Within arm's length, his resolve crumbles, and he closes the gap, wrapping me up in his arms and capturing my lips with his. Sparks erupt along our bodies as our bond rejoices in the contact. My chest aches with how full my heart feels as I wrap my arms around his neck, clinging on desperately, afraid to fall as my legs collapse into his embrace. All too soon, he breaks our kiss and pulls back as his eyes search mine. A growl rips past his lips when his eyes land on the collar around my neck. He releases me enough to snap the lock and take the wretched thing off. Relief floods me, feeling my bare neck again, knowing it will never be collared again. Christian wraps me back in his loving embrace, and a sense of peace floods over me, knowing I'm finally safe and home. My nightmare is over, finally. My adrenaline recedes as I melt into Christian, leaving me shaky and feeling spent. I tense, feeling Ember fade away. The loss of her energy leaves me empty, and my body sags against Christian. Panic starts to rush back, and his concerned look only feeds it further. "Mackenzie!" Derwin bellows, his chocolate eyes swimming with concern. Mackenzie comes into view, and my eyelids start to flutter against my exhaustion. Her warm hand wraps around my wrist, and her eyes go wide as her lips form a shocked O. "Oh, Jessie," she whispers before the snap of her push feeds me to the blackness. Chapter 70. Christian POV. "Bring her over here, Alpha," Doc shouts, gesturing to a gurney. My heart hammers as I weave my way to him and set Jessie down. She's weightless in my arms and feels more like a child than my mate. His eyes go wide as he takes her appearance in before he recovers behind his professional facade. He barks out orders to the standby nurses while he begins his assessment. I'm pushed to the head of the bed, but they know better than to try to send me away. They cut her shirt off and pull the blood-soaked rag away, revealing her pale skin with patchwork patterns of bruises of various sizes and shades. Cyrus whimpers while taking in our battered mate. They quickly drape a hospital gown over her, but the image is seared into my brain. Every rib on her frame is visible, and her regularly radiant skin is sickly pale with a gray cast to it. She looks like she's been through hell. She has been, Cyrus reminds me. Her core temperature is dropping, blood pressure's dropping, respiration is light. Doc trails off as he continues his assessment. Heating pad and blankets, prep a transfusion, get me saline and a dextrose nutrient solution. The nurses and techs scramble to complete their tasks. Methodically, he works across her body, looking for damage while the nurses return with his supplies. IVs are tapped and hung, heating pads are placed, and additional heated blankets are piled on Jessie's still body. "Where's my blood?" Doc shouts, glaring around. "We don't have any more neg," a nurse mumbles apologetically. "How?" he gasps. "The Luna normally donates," he replies. "But she's been sick and missing for so long." "I'm O negative," Judith says, rolling up his sleeve. Doc narrows his gaze as he takes in Judith's state. Overall, he's in good shape, having bypassed the bulk of the fighting to cut his way to Jessie as ordered. "Sit," Doc motions to a chair near Jessie's bedside. Judith takes a seat, and the blood technician has him hooked up and filling a bag in record time. Chloe appears out of the crowd, her long brown hair tied up in a bun, but already, strands are slipping. Relief floods her face as she stops only long enough to give him a tender kiss before returning to the flood of patients I know are coming in behind us. The entire first floor of Crescent Falls Pack House has been turned into a makeshift field hospital. Only the worst wounded will come directly to the Pack Hospital. The rest will be triaged into wards in the dining hall, standard room, and den. "Mira!" Doc shouts over the roar of chaos. A moment later, her flaming red hair bounces among the crowd towards us. Her bright blue-green eyes lock on mine before drifting to Jessie. They go wide as they look her over. "Please," I beg, my voice choked with emotion. "Help her." Her eyes burn brighter as the very air around her shimmers. Mira starts at Jessie's head, placing her delicate hands on her temples and trailing them slowly down. Her lips part as a shocked expression takes over her features. "Well, what is it?" Doc prods. "I don't know what's holding her together," she whispers in astonishment. "Actually, I do. My sister's magic is." Her features harden as her hands travel down Jessie's chest, around her ribs, down to her stomach, and pause. Mira furrows her brows in concentration, feeling all around before she moves down her legs, then back to her chest. So many incomplete heals. Sasha's healing takes it most of the way, far out of danger, but her body should have done the rest, she mumbles, lost in thought. "What does that mean, should have?" I ask as fear tightens my chest. Either the injuries came too close together that they didn't have the time to heal before the next came, or she was too weak to heal. Either way, Sasha's magic is holding her together, but without strength. She can't heal. The finality in Myra's words is like a knife to my chest. "Can't you heal her?" I beg. With the fragile state she's in, the energy used by the body to heal could be too traumatic and kill her, she warns, locking her eyes on mine. "Mackenzie," I whisper, remembering how she collapsed after trying. "The Guardian?" "Yeah, she'll be out for a while, but will recover." The shockwave knocked her down a peg, but sleep is all she needs. I told her mate to take her to their room to recover somewhere quiet, she dismisses. "But Jessie, how do we help her?" I ask, desperate to do something. Doc takes the newly harvested blood and hangs it, starting the transfusion right away as they work on a plan. I place my hand on her shoulder and the sparks are once again reduced to dull tingles. "Keep her going until she can heal," Mira replies with a shrug. Skull fracture, several broken ribs, broken cheek, broken wrist and arm. The only thing holding them together is my sister's magic. "Where is she?" "Jace is looking for her. He will bring her back, I promise." There's a fierce look in her eyes as she considers my words before giving me a curt nod. After Jessie passed out, I took off with Derwin and an equally incapacitated Mackenzie back to the pack house, leaving Kane and the others there to finish up. I do not doubt that Jace will find her sister, but being out of range, I have to wait for a call or for them to return. When she gets stronger, we can try and heal her again, but until we can get her back from the edge, any attempt to heal her could just push her over, Mira warns. The transfusion and blankets have already stopped the decline. She's stabilizing, Doc says with a glimmer of hope. "Take more if you need it," Judith chimes in, gesturing to his arm. "There are limits, even for a gamma," Doc warns. "Go eat, lots of fluids, and rest. You need to recover in case we need more." He shoots Judith a pointed look, but it's enough to wear him down. "Have some faith, big boy," Mira says, sparing me a small smile. Your Luna is strong. She's been through hell and came out the other side. She's still hanging on, as is your pup. They just need time. Her words hit me like a Mackenzie truck, freezing me in place as my mind reels. Pup. I gasp, feeling my eyes go impossibly wide. Yeah, Mira replies, suddenly looking very uncertain. Your baby is strong. No doubt it's been siphoning Jessie nutrition to keep growing. My head feels like it's spinning as the blood rushes away, threatening to drop me. Someone slides a chair behind me just in time as my legs give out. Jessie is. She's pregnant? I whisper as my eyes glue to her fragile, broken body. You didn't know, Mira replies, catching on too slow. No. She was on birth control. She's afraid, I mumble, brushing the hair back from her face. Finding out my mate is pregnant should be one of the happiest days in my life, and yet the news does nothing but fill me with fear and regret. I can't believe it. I also can't feel her wolf, but after the trauma dash. The Luna is human, Doc cuts in. She can't be. Mira replies uncertainly. She's a dreamer, right? She has to be a wolf. She is, I mumble, never taking my eyes off of her. But how? Doc stammers. Why the hell didn't anyone tell me? His face twists instantly in a mix of shock and outrage, flushing scarlet. It's a recent development, Judius cuts in. We were afraid that if it got out, she would be at increased risk. As her physician, I should have been told. Medication rates vary between humans and wolves. Doc yells. I look up to see him glaring down at me, fists tight and face wrenched livid. I've been trying to rack my brain and figure out how she could have gotten pregnant on that birth control dash. The air grows heavy as he catches himself too late. He stands there, his face draining of color with both hands held firmly over his mouth as he looks at me in wide-eyed terror. You knew. I seethe, standing up as my body starts to tremble. Doc's lips flap, but no sound comes out as everyone slowly backs away from me. My temper boils dangerously as I struggle to take in all of this information. Jessie is pregnant, and they knew. They kept it from me. You knew. I growl, stalking towards him. You knew, and you never said a word. You left her and my unborn pup out there to suffer. Anger explodes in me as the realization slams into me. Not only did my mate go through hell, but she did it while pregnant. I feel sick and enraged all at once, desperate for an outlet for all of this emotion. It wasn't his fault, Kane calls out from behind me. You. I accuse, locking my gaze on his. My skin ripples as Cyrus threatens to take over. Kane doesn't flinch as I grab a fistful of his shirt and pull back to strike. Take a minute and breathe, brother, Derwin says before wrapping his hand around my fist. My own brother, too? I gasp, stepping back. No, he knew nothing. It's hard to see it now, but we only held it back for your own good, Kane replies apologetically. My own good. I reply dumbfounded. What about her fucking good? I gesture to Jessie, lying on the gurney with bags and tubes running everywhere. And what good would you have been to her if you were dead? Kane asks, raising a brow. We found out right after she was taken, and no one could get you to hold back. In the end, it was her telling you not to come that finally made you relent, wasn't it? I snarl and turn my back on him, pacing in the small space as I fight desperately to keep myself in check. His words only anger me further because they are true. I would have never been able to leave her there if I knew she was pregnant. A cold hand slips on my temple, freezing me in place. Myra's eyes lock on mine as I feel the cold tingle of her magic. I know you've had a long day, but you need to dial it back like 10 notches. Look at her. Everything you feel is feeding back through the bond, and she feels it, even in this state. Myra's words shock me right back to center with a nudge from her magic, no doubt. Sure enough, Jessie lies there unconscious, but her brows are furrowed in concern, and her bottom lip quivers. That's it, big boy, think happy thoughts, Mira mumbles before taking her hand away from my temple and leading me back over to Jessie. Your friends had the big picture in mind, but your own Luna told you to stay away. Now is not the time for anger, she reiterates. I take a deep breath in and sigh out, trying to release my built-up tension and anger. Slowly, Jessie relaxes and her brows unfurrow. The baby explains why she's in such rough shape, Doc tentatively states. It would have taken a toll on her to go through what she did to begin with. But the baby will always siphon off what nutrients and calories it needs first, basically leaving Jessie with the scraps. Coupled with what I'm now sure was a form of morning sickness and iron deficiency, it leaves Jessie in a tight spot. "You're saying my pup is killing her?" I whisper. "The situation is being compounded by pregnancy, yes. But I feel strongly that she will recover," he quickly adds. "And if she wasn't pregnant?" I ask, raising a brow. "The procedure would put her in further danger." "We need to just wait it out at this point," he replies stoically. Once again, I sink into the seat next to her bed as defeat washes over me. The steady beeps of the machines and Jessie's shallow breathing keep all of my attention, blocking out the noise of the background. I take one of her soft, delicate hands in mine, slowly running my thumb across the back of her knuckles. How many ways did this go wrong? Everything done to keep her safe just put her at risk in other ways. Not telling the doc was a stupid oversight. I never knew there were different medication rates for humans and wolves. None of that matters, Myra's right. All that matters is focusing on Jessie and doing everything I can to help her. "And our pup," Cyrus chimes in, swelling with pride. "Our pup." Chapter 71. A dull ache pulsates through my body, and the steady beeping of the machines is the only sound that connects me to the world. My muscles refuse to cooperate, and it feels as if the darkness is closing in again, trying to pull me under. The weight of exhaustion presses heavily on me, and every breath is labored, but I fight against it, determined to stay awake, to feel something, anything. The darkness beckons, tempting me to let go, but I refuse. Muffled voices drift to me from a distance, fragments of sound that make no sense. Someone shifts around the bed, their movements slow and deliberate. A soft touch brushes against my wrist, and I feel a cool sensation trailing up my arm, then a warmth, as the contact vanishes almost as quickly as it arrived. The shuffling footsteps retreat, and a door clicks softly shut, leaving me in an uneasy silence. But the quiet doesn't last long. Once again, voices rise, distinct this time. There's an urgency in the tone, though their words blur and fade in my consciousness. I focus on the sound of footsteps approaching. It's a familiar rhythm, one I've known for so long. A comforting warmth surrounds me, and for the first time, I realize that I'm resting my head on someone's chest. The steady thrum of his heartbeat is a rhythm I recognize. It's Christian. His warmth envelopes me, grounding me, but it only makes the weight of my exhaustion more pronounced. I feel my eyelids flutter, but they won't obey me. My mind drifts between consciousness and the pull of slumber. "Jessie?" His voice, soft and tentative, breaks through the haze. His hand brushes over my forehead, pushing strands of hair away from my face with such tenderness that it almost makes my heart ache. I wish I could respond, tell him I'm here, but my body refuses to listen. I focus, trying with every ounce of strength to move a single finger, anything to let him know I can hear him. Slowly, ever so slowly, I feel my fingers twitch. It's a slight movement, but it's enough. I hear Christian's breath hitch in his chest, a soft intake of air that gives way to a quiet, relieved exhale. "Baby, if you can hear me, move your hand again," he urges, his voice filled with raw emotion, thick with hope. With a force of will, I focus entirely on my hand, my only remaining tether to the world around me. The weight of my body feels heavier than ever, but I push against it, willing my fingers to respond. Just as the pressure of sleep begins to reclaim me, I think it, a slight but undeniable twitch, a small movement, just enough for him to notice. Christian freezes, his body tense beneath me. I hear the sound of his breath catching, and I know in that moment that he's holding onto the same fragile thread of hope that I am. "See, I told you," he says, his voice breaking with relief and joy. His hand gently strokes my hair, as if to reassure me and himself that I'm still here. "Welcome back, Luna." Doc's voice cuts through the moment, his tone warm and full of relief. "Relax now, take it easy. You're safe and on the road to recovery." His words wash over me, a balm to my frantic mind. Safe. It's a simple word, but it means everything right now. The weight of my fear begins to lift, replaced by a sense of peace I didn't think I'd ever feel again. I hear Christian's voice, low and soothing as he speaks to me, but my mind grows hazy again. His presence grounds me, but the pull of sleep is undeniable. Rest, baby, I've got you. Christian's voice echoes in my mind, a promise I hold on to. His words are a comfort, a steady rhythm in the chaos of my thoughts. I allow myself to drift, knowing that this time, I'm not alone. His warmth, his presence, his love, it's all I need. I slip back into the darkness, wrapped in the safety of his embrace, knowing he'll be here when I wake up. The next time I begin to stir, it's not with the panic or confusion that plagued me before. Instead, there's a warmth that fills me, a sense of peace and calm. Soft snores fill the room, the steady rhythm of Christian's breathing beside me, and the quiet sound of Julius's soft snores as he leans against the bed, exhausted from his vigil. I smile faintly, taking comfort in the peaceful surroundings. I try to stretch my arm, but a sharp pain shoots through me as the 4 lines pull taut. I wince, but before I can react, I feel a warm, gentle hand on my arm. Julius is there, his face still tired, but filled with concern. "Careful, Jessie," he whispers, his voice low as he shifts the 4 lines for me, making sure I'm comfortable. He's been watching over me, and the concern in his eyes doesn't go unnoticed. I croak out a soft thank you, my throat dry and raw, and Julius immediately stands, making his way to the door. "I'll get you something to drink, and let Doc know you're up," he says, his voice warm but tinged with exhaustion. He flashes me a smile before slipping out of the room. I take a moment to rest, my eyes wandering over Christian's sleeping form. He looks exhausted, his face shadowed with the toll of the last few days. His beard has grown a bit, his hair longer than usual, and I smile softly at how much it suits him. Suddenly, his eyes flutter open, and he looks at me, his voice husky from sleep. "God, I've missed that smile," he murmurs, his expression full of love and relief. My heart swells in response, and I can feel the warmth of his emotions through the bond, flooding me with a sense of comfort. "Good to see you fully awake, Luna," Doc says with a smile, his voice warm and relieved. "Let's get you sitting up." Julius is coming back with something to drink. Christian helps Doc sit me up, cradling my frame gently, his arms around me providing a steady comfort. I lean against him, closing my eyes for a moment, relishing the sense of security and love that fills me. His touch is grounding, and I allow myself to melt into him, savoring the feeling of being safe in his arms. "How are you feeling?" Doc asks, checking my vitals as he speaks. His cold fingers move over my pulse, and I wince slightly from the chill. "Tired," I respond uncertainly. I still feel exhausted. "How long was I out?" "It's been touch and go for a couple of days," Doc replies. "But you're through the worst of it. I'm sure you'll need all the rest you can get, but you're on the road to recovery." "Recovery?" I whisper, processing his words. It feels unreal, like I'm waking from a bad dream, but at the same time, there's a sense of hope. My mind races as I remember something. "I need my shot," I mumble, my hand brushing against the soft sheets. "It's something I don't want to forget in the midst of everything else." "Right," Doc mutters, rubbing the back of his neck. "We'll take care of that once you're stronger. For now, just focus on getting some rest, Luna." As he turns to leave, I look at Christian, my mind still processing everything that's happened. I want to ask him a million things, but I'm too exhausted to speak. "Don't worry, baby," Christian says softly, kissing my forehead. "Everything's going to be okay." Chapter 72. Christian POV. A big grin threatens to split my face in two as I take in the sight of my sleeping mate. Only days have passed, but her improvements have been extensive. The bruises have faded, her warm complexion is back, and the sparks between us are back to full strength. Jessie stirs, sniffing as her body wakes from its deep slumber. Slowly, her beautiful golden brown eyes flutter open and find mine. She looks like a little kitten stretching after a nap. "Morning," she mumbles, sleepily rubbing her eyes before offering me a soft smile. Her gaze quickly settles on the plates in my hands. "How'd you sleep?" I ask, sliding the bedside table over her lap as she sits up. Her eyes light up when they land on the French toast, bacon, and hash. I can't hold back a chuckle at her enthusiasm. It's good to see her finally have an appetite again. Like the dead, she laughs, taking a bite of bacon. I turn my attention to my own plate of bacon, eggs, and sausage. We eat in easy silence, and I take added comfort in knowing that this will be the last meal in the hospital. The portion I brought her is not particularly big, and yet, 2/3 of the way through, she starts to slow down. Doc has been very vocal about her dietary needs based on her condition. So when you finish your plate, I was wondering if you'd be up for a visitor? I ask, raising a brow. It may be bribery, but I'm willing to do whatever it takes to help her get better. Yes! Jessie practically squeals, her bright eyes dancing with excitement. Why not send them in now? 'Cause then you'll forget to eat, I reply with a pointed look, shifting my gaze from her to the plate and back. Her face flushes as a sheepish smile slips on her lips, but she turns her attention back to the plate. After a few moments and some effort, her plate is clean, and she looks stuffed. I grab it, stack it with mine, and get up, placing a soft kiss on her forehead. I'll get rid of these and come back with some company. That'll give you enough time to brush your teeth and hair, I say, heading to the door. She smiles and nods before slipping out of bed and gingerly heading to the bathroom. I sigh, watching her go. She's still very shaky on her feet, but with more exercise, Doc has assured me that her strength will improve. The challenge is finding the fine line between regaining her strength and resting to replenish her body. When she disappears into the bathroom, I close the door to her room and head down the hall to the central ward. In no time, I spot Mira flitting between beds in the last makeshift non-critical injury ward. Her disheveled, flaming hair and deeply shadowed eyes reflect the hard work of the hospital staff and extra hands in reducing the number of injuries. To look around the sparsely filled ward, it doesn't look like the aftermath of a major war. How long has it been since you slept? I ask, my voice heavy with concern. A small smile spreads across her face as she takes me in with an unreadable expression. I'm due, but I'm holding down the fort while others finally rest. Is everything okay? Yeah, Jessie is fine, thanks to you, I say with an appreciative smile. I owe them both the world for what they did for Jessie. Mira nods and turns to go back to work. She attends to a large warrior's shoulder, stripping back the layers of gauze away to reveal Savage, spreading scars that look like someone tried to rip his arm off. He flinches slightly as her slender fingers probe the healing area. When she lands on a knotted piece of flesh, the air hums around her, then the wound instantly smooths out. The warrior lifts his arm and twists it, his face filled with a sense of awe. His smile reminds me of the small miracles she's selflessly performed in front of me. When you have some time, there's something I want to talk to you and your sister about, I say, catching her attention once more. Her eyes instantly darken and swirl with mistrust as she flinches a step back. Why, she practically hisses. Mira, it's nothing like that, I sigh, running my free hand through my hair. I just wanted to talk about what you plan to do after things clear up here. I watch her closely for any sign of how she feels. Take my sister and go, you know that she has always been what held me here, she dismisses, turning back to her next patient in front of her. She pays me no mind, instead focusing on the wounded warrior and runs her fingertips over a jagged scar on the she-wolf's cheek that instantly lessens into a barely noticeable, thin, pink line. The female warrior traces the spot, and her eyes light up as Myra's lips tug up in the corners slightly. Go where? I push. She tenses and moves on to the next patient's bed as I follow. A younger wolf with scratches all over its face looks up between her and me. Mira, stop and talk to me. There's nothing to talk about. You owe us nothing, and we are no charity case. We can take care of ourselves. Her tone and fierceness in her eyes should have served as a warning, but I can't suppress my laugh. Of that I have no doubt, I say, earning a glare that may burst me into flames at any moment. I don't do charity or ask out of debt, because what you've both done is one I will never be able to repay. But I would still like to offer you and your sister a place in my pack. Her gaze narrows and her frown deepens as she studies me skeptically. Did Jace put you up to this? I haven't even told him yet, I reply, throwing my hands up in surrender. But I'd like to see you two embraced by a pack, even if it's not mine. You actually have multiple offers, believe it or not. Next, you're gonna tell me McBroody is offering us a spot, she scoffs, crossing her arms over her chest. Again, a laugh takes over at her reaction. No, Kane isn't one. You intimidate him, I admit. At least one of you mutts has common sense, she says with a twinkle in her eyes. She purses her lips, then cocks her head to the side like she's finally considering my words. What's the catch? Catch? I reply, not knowing what she means. Yeah, what do they want? Dogs don't like witches, she growls. So, what do you guys want from us? I can't speak for all, but I don't want anything. Your strength of character is more than enough to catch my eye. That you're a gifted healer, as is your sister, is an asset, I reply honestly. So you would chain us to the infirmary? She snaps bitterly. You'd be free to do whatever you wanted. We have a full medical staff of doctors and nurses. Christ, Mira, this isn't a trick, I huff indignantly. Everyone wants something, no way is it easy. Dogs can't be trusted. She mutters that last part to herself as her eyes look troubled. I lay a gentle hand on her shoulder, drawing her attention once again to me. I cannot begin to guess what you've been through, though I can assume you were treated unfairly by wolves in the past. She doesn't answer, but I'm still not in flames, so I lock eyes with her and stress, not all packs are the same. I would hope that you could see that mine isn't like that. We are very forward-thinking and open. Her gaze flickers between mine and the floor as she considers my words. Her fierce facade is cracking, and she looks scared and uncertain. You don't have to decide right now. I just want you to consider the possibilities, I say softly. My pack is open to you. I know Jessie and your sister bonded, but you have so many options. Eric, Luda, Nikita, and several other alphas have inquired about your status. But why? She whispers in a shaky voice. Because they see the same thing in you that I do, I reply with a smile. But I'm a witch? She asks, furrowing her brow in confusion. And? I have a human Luna, rogue Gamma, female head warrior. It's par for the course, I tease, earning a small smile. Just think about it, okay? She reluctantly nods and turns back to her patient. Mira looks like she's on autopilot as she's deep in thought. Jessie is feeling up to visitors. That's actually why I came to see you. Is Sasha free? I ask. Mira nods and looks far away as she no doubt links her. A moment later, she smiles and a happy squeal sounds from the next room. Sasha appears a moment later, the excitement evident in her eyes. Every time she checks on Jessie, she looks better. Let's go. Sasha chirps, stretching out the O sound. I laugh at her exuberance and don't miss the fondness Mira watches her sister with. I just have to return these the plates are snatched out of my hands by Mira as she gestures for us to go. Sasha practically runs to Jessie's room like an excited puppy waiting for me to let her in. When I open the door, Jessie breaks out in a giant grin as Sasha rushes over to wrap her up in a big hug. Watching my mate and her friend chatter away fills me with such happiness. Part of me feared I'd never see her back to normal again. She's better, but not where she was, Cyrus cautions. True, but given where she was, I'll take it, I reply. Jessie smiles at me and motions for me to come over from where I stand leaning against the doorway. Their closeness puts me at ease and draws my mind elsewhere. There's a mountain waiting for me to tackle that has only grown while I've attended Jessie. Nah, you guys catch up. I should check in with the others anyway. Bed rest, though, I caution, sending Jessie a pointed look. Her pout is enough to earn another hearty laugh before I walk out, closing the door behind me. I've already spoken to Sasha about not revealing Jessie's condition. Everyone who knows she's pregnant has been warned not to say a word. That is not the kind of news I want to share with her, especially when she's just starting to recover. Once she's a little stronger, we need to discuss two significant issues, both of which I fear will upset her. You're stalling, Cyrus chides. He was ready to haul the news from the rooftops the first moment we found out. I don't want to upset her, I reply weakly. She's been through so much. The thought of adding extra stress and upsetting her guts me. She's stronger than you give her credit for, he presses on. Do you plan to wait till her belly swells to the point of no longer hiding it? Already she is showing if you know how to look. He's right. When they cut the blood-soaked rags from her body when I brought her in, the image was seared into my brain. Her body was covered in bruises, and she'd lost so much weight that every rib was visible. Even in that emaciated condition, her hips remained, and her belly held a slight but noticeable fullness. Or do you plan to wait till labor starts? He sasses. Really? I snap, feeling irritated. It's been days, I'll tell her soon, I promise. You better or I will, he growls. His threat makes me shudder. There is nothing Cyrus wouldn't do for her, but his animal brain doesn't handle her complex emotions well. Hell, even I fuck that up, but if I know it'll upset her, then there's no doubt. As if on cue, the person I wanted to see walks in. Doc stops to talk to Mira and, with an appreciative nod, sends her on her way. His eyes light up when they land on me. I take it from your smile that our Luna is feeling better? He asks, walking over. She is, I reply, beaming. Her appetite and stamina are both returning. She's visiting with Sasha right now, but she is getting antsy to leave the hospital, I warn. Have you talked with her yet? He asks, tentatively raising a brow. The guilt must be written clearly across my face as his smile drops into a frown. We can't keep this from her. Her scent will change if it hasn't already. I was going to discharge her today. He trails off, his frown deepening. I'm certain any of the trackers will be able to tell. The last thing you want is one of those oafs dash. Yes, I know, I'm getting there, I groan, rubbing the back of my neck. Cyrus is on me nonstop, too. She's finally coming back, though, smiling like the woman I know. I don't want to set her back. His frown lessens as he understands my point of view. He's not wrong, though. Her intoxicating cinnamon and black cherry blossom scent now has an added sweetness, reminiscent of honey and milk. It will only grow stronger as the pregnancy progresses. Hers almost hides Claire's scent, though she's nearing full term. I thought while Jessie and Sasha had some girl time, that you might be able to catch me up to speed? I ask, shifting the topic. Of course, Doc replies with a slight nod. As you can see, the worst cases are kept here for the closest supervision. The triage wards we set up in the dining hall and den were no longer needed and have been cleaned up. A relieved sigh slips past my lips as I look around. The main pack hospital is sizable and divided into 2 wards, with beds lining the perimeter and triage and treatment areas located in the center. By the looks of things, it's less than half capacity. Considering the scale of war we just went through, it's better than I would have ever expected. I sense a big but here, I reply with a sense of dread. We really should go over the list of casualties and critically wounded, Doc replies hesitantly. There are some familiar names that really do require your attention. My stomach drops at his words. Death is inevitable in war. No matter how hard you train and prepare, there are no guarantees. Hell, it's unfortunately a part of our world. I have been so concerned about Jessie that I just assumed someone would tell me if it was essential. Who? I ask, my mouth instantly parching. He takes a deep breath as his frown deepens and his eyes swim with concern. Doc flips through the pages, his eyes scanning the names before looking back at me. He swallows once, then says, Xavier. Chapter 73. Christian POV. Who? I ask, my mouth instantly parching. Doc takes a deep breath as his frown deepens and his eyes swirl with concern. Xavier. My heart stops as he says someone's name so close to me. He's been a fixture in my life since we were young, training together, and we only got closer when my parents were murdered. Xavier was a natural choice for my third in command when Derwin took off, dumping the pack on me. My own Delta and friend, and I'm just finding out now? Is he? I whisper, unable to say the words. Critical, Doc assures me. Mira, Sasha, and Willow have been working nonstop in the critical ward. They are sure they've got everyone out of danger. I let out a shaky breath as I sag against the desk. That near miss rocks me to my core, but a war this big is bound to have casualties, and no one is safe. Best if you see for yourself, Doc suggests, tilting his head towards the other intact hospital ward. I nod in agreement and follow him into the hospital's dark, quiet ward for the critical/long-term care. 6 beds are arranged along the wall farthest from the door. Ceiling-to-floor curtains are drawn between the beds, offering a small amount of privacy from everyone's distant neighbors. Dark curtains are drawn over the windows, and my eyes shift to the overhead lights that are completely shut off. We keep the lights low here since it keeps the patients calmer and aids in their recovery, Doc offers, having picked up on my curiosity. The bulk of the medical staff are working here, monitoring and doing everything we can to help them pull through. He leads me over to the right corner, where all I can see in the dark is a man who lies in the bed, hooked up to numerous IVs and monitors, and a woman sits slumped over his bedside. "Claire," I whisper in realization as we get close enough. Her puffy, tear-stained eyes lock on mine as they instantly well once more. I close the gap as she gets up, throws her arms around my neck, and surrenders to the sobs that rack her body. "I'm so sorry," I murmur, rubbing circles on her back to soothe her. "I should have come sooner." She pushes back, and her dark eyes flash me a disapproving look. "You were exactly where you needed to be," she replies adamantly. "Jessie needed you just like he needs me. We're both where we are needed." Her gaze softens and goes once more to her unconscious mate. She slips out of my arms and back into her seat, lacing her delicate fingers once more in his large hand. He stirs slightly at the contact, groaning as he fights his deep slumber. I step beside her, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder as I take him in. He looks rough, with bandages covering his abdomen and throat. He must be part cat, because this looks like it used up one of his 9 lives. "It's not as bad as it looks," she says, eyeing my concern. "These damn pregnancy hormones have me crying at the drop of a hat." I chuckle slightly as she huffs and wipes her face like a stubborn child. Her brow shoots up at my reaction in warning, stopping me on the spot. "Something funny?" she asks, shifting gears. Her irritable tone is enough to make me want to step back. "So, pregnancy hormones, eh?" Cyrus mumbles. "Yep, we're in for a roller coaster," I reply with a nervous laugh. "No," I say, throwing my hands up in surrender. Her narrowed gaze warns me I'm on thin ice. Claire has always been the kind and nurturing one in our pack, but Xavier has mentioned her mood swings have increased near the end of her pregnancy. "Jessie is pregnant," I admit with a sigh. She gasps, eyes wide as she takes in my admission. "Sure, you can tell our pack members, but not our mate," Cyrus grumbles. "Are you sure?" she finally asks, having recovered from her shock. I nod, and Claire beams back at me. "But this is fantastic news. Congratulations, Alpha." "Jessie doesn't know," I admit with a pang of guilt. "Don't you think she ought to?" Claire chides. "But she was on birth control?" Her eyes light up and her lips draw into a perfect O as she catches on to why Jessie's shot didn't work. "Stronger rates for wolves, apparently," I scoff. "I should have known that. Blame my pregnancy brain," she says, flushing scarlet. "She loves you, and with Ethan, you already have a family. She's just afraid to mess up. How do I make her see how amazing she is, even without the support from me and the pack? I know she will be an amazing mother. She has so much love and kindness to give," I trail off as my chest tightens. Early on, watching how selfless and caring Jessie was made me long to start a family with her. Hearing her fears and hesitations hurt me at the time, but I tried to understand and see her perspective. I know that things have happened in her life that have led her to these fears, and yet, the woman she has become, despite what happened to her, amazes me. You can't make her see otherwise. All you can do is love her and support her like you have been. She may cry and get upset, but that's okay. Hell, I've wanted a pup for years, and even I have those days. Her words bring me such comfort. Having someone so close to us going through the same thing will hopefully be a source of strength for Jessie. I feel terrible, I admit, taking a seat in the chair next to hers. I was so stunned when Mira said my pup was hanging on too. It had never even crossed my mind. But that other side of me, man, I just want to scream it from the rooftops. And why wouldn't you? Claire chides, shocking me. You are expanding your family with the woman you love. I'd wonder about you if you weren't excited. Her dark eyes sparkle with amusement as she takes me in. I've wanted nothing more than to settle down with my mate and fill my life with family. I've enjoyed it for so long, I feel like I have time to make up for. But Jessie isn't there yet. Because we've talked about this and Jessie wasn't ready, I admit with a sigh. I rake my hand through my no doubt messy hair once more. Ethan says otherwise. Claire replies matter-of-factly. She took that lost pup in and Mama wolfed for him before she even realized what she was doing. Even when she lost her memory, he was in there still, and she formally claimed him the first chance she got. She's right. Jessie has always run headfirst into danger if she thought Ethan was at risk. The hell she went through with Dimitri, she willingly took his place, even knowing what was waiting for her. That is a mother's love, and she has always had it. She's just scared, Claire assures me. Support her, hold her when she cries, and the hormones will take care of the rest. She lets out a soft laugh as she rubs her own swollen belly. Her features soften as she brings Xavier's hand to rest on her stomach. He loves to feel him kick, she whispers. I'd wake up in the middle of the night and he'd be wide awake, with his hand on my belly and grinning like a fool. Said he didn't want to miss a moment. Her voice cracks as she chokes up, dark eyes welling with tears once more. He won't miss it for the world, I reassure her. She flashes me a sad smile and nods. I know, but the waiting is the worst part. They said he's over the worst of it. Willow plans to do another big heel on his throat tonight. I just hate seeing him like this, she whispers. I know he'll be fighting to get back to you. If you need anything, just say the word, night or day, I say, giving her shoulder a final squeeze. Leaving Claire and Xavier behind, I turn my attention to the next patient, then the next. The 3 men and 1 woman are all people I've spoken to in passing, but I'm not particularly familiar with them. Their much more extensive injuries are sobering, but their bedside family members brighten at my visit. The one man who is awake says how honored he is to have fought alongside me, but I assure him the honor is mine. The last bed, however, shocks me. Alpha Eric lies there, with his beta Jeremy at his bedside. Like everyone else, he is hooked up to a slew of machines and IVs. There is a large bandage over his shoulder, but I assume it's the wound on his temple that has him in critical care. Alpha, Jeremy greets me. His deeply shadowed eyes scream exhaustion, but still, he stands. Sit, I say, waving off his formality. He hesitates, but relaxes back into his seat. How is he? Still hanging on, he replies with a guarded expression. The healers have worked miracles, though, especially the angry one. Mira, I offer her name with a chuckle. Yes, that one, he exclaims. I'm pretty sure she brought him back from the dead. It was bad. The haunted look in his eyes warns of just how close a call it was. And now? I prompt. Now it's a waiting game, he sighs. I hate to say I can't see the improvement, but Sasha assures me he's improving. Even Willow thinks he will wake soon. They would know, I reply with a hopeful smile. Good, Lord knows I'm not cut out to be alpha, he exclaims, slumping back in his seat. Good, 'cause I'm not dead yet, Eric grumbles, not bothering to open his eyes. Thank the goddess. Jeremy practically shouts and jumps up. Doc. He's up. Volume, Eric groans, furrowing his brow as he brings his fingers to his temple. How long was I out? A few days. I reply uncertainly. Truth be told, the days have just blended. I feel like I need to be out a little longer, he mumbles, gingerly probing the bandage with his fingertips. Alpha. Excellent. Doc chirps as he pulls back the curtain. Welcome back. I step back and let Doc do his thing. A few moments later, Sasha bounces over. Her mocha eyes are wide and glued to Eric. She smiles broadly as Doc praises his recovery. You have this one to thank, Doc says, gesturing to Sasha. Instantly, her sass is replaced by bashfulness as she flashes him a coy smile. Somehow, thank you sounds insignificant, Eric mumbles. He tries to lift his head more, but groans against the pain. Sha, Sasha coos with wide eyes as she rushes over to him. You just woke up. You still have some healing to do before you move around much. Really, you ought to try and rest more. Her fingertips brush his temple, and his eyes go wide for a moment before they start to flutter shut. Beautiful, he mumbles as sleep once more takes him. He should feel much better when he wakes up again, she replies, tenderly brushing the hair back from his forehead. You and your sister need to rest, Doc cuts in. Myra's already gone, so go. Get some breakfast and go sleep for a bit. She tears her gaze away from Eric and looks at Doc for a moment before nodding and slowly heading out. I can't help but replay her reaction to him in my mind. She's always been exceptionally kind, but she shows extra concern for him. Please keep me in the loop for how everyone progresses, I ask Doc. Of course. Now that Alpha Eric has woken up, I'm sure it's just a matter of time for him to be discharged. Xavier, they expect, will be up sometime tomorrow. The others have already woken and are just resting now. I expect this ward to be shut down in a matter of days, Doc replies with a satisfied grin. His words give me relief as I mull over the impressive healing that's happened over the past few days. Beds are empty and families can move forward. Both he and Claire have given me a lot to think about as I make my way back to Jessie's room. I know Claire's right, but I hate the idea of upsetting Jessie. I need to rip the band-aid off, though. Walking into the room, I see Jessie smiling and playing with her phone. She notices me instantly, turns her bright, golden brown eyes to me, and smiles. At this moment, she appears to be extremely happy and content. I want to stay here, but I know I need to level with her. Her smile falters, and her eyes swim with concern. What's wrong, Christian? She asks, with an edge of fear in her voice. I sigh, bracing myself for the storm as I edge closer to her. We need to talk. Chapter 74. Christian POV. My mood lifts further as I feel Christian walk back into the room. I can't suppress my smile as I lock eyes with him. My heartbeat falters as his conflicted state washes over me. I can feel his emotions rolling within him, and they feed my nerves. What's wrong, Christian? I ask, with an edge of fear in my voice. Emotionally, his entrance feels like whiplash as I go from such a happy high to the edge of panic so quickly. He sighs, gathering his thoughts, and walks over to the edge of my bed. We need to talk, he replies with a frown. Talk? I stammer as my emotions threaten to take over. Already, I feel my eyes start to burn, and his concerned face blurs as they begin to water. Shoo, baby, Christian coos, sitting on the edge of my bed and cupping my cheek with his warm palm. I have some things to tell you, and I don't know how you'll handle them. What do you mean? I ask, furrowing my brows. I try to read him, to figure out what he's worried about, but all I feel is guilt and fear. Christian, just tell me. I need you to hear me out fully and know just how much I love you, Dash. My chest tightens at his words as a million different scenarios run through my mind, each spiking my anxiety further and further. My mind focuses on the worst possibility first, and I cut in, was there someone else? My heart hurts to ask, but I have to. Why else would he say that? I want him to hear me out and remember that he loves me. What? No. Why would you think that? Christian gasps, his face contorted in a mix of disgust and shock. Why else would you say that? I ask, feeling my eyes burn. Waves of emotion, uncertainty, and anxiety from me and mass confusion from Christian crash into each other and wash over me, overwhelming me to the point I can't tell what comes from Christian and what is my own. Baby, no, never, he says, scooping me up and pulling me onto his lap. Tears well in my eyes and threaten to spill over at any moment. Don't cry, Jessie. Both his hands tenderly caress my cheeks, brushing away stray tears as quickly as they form. Frustration wells in me at my volatile emotions. I've never been so wishy-washy, and now I seem to break down at the drop of a hat. I don't know what's wrong with me, I wail, struggling to reel in my emotions. My heart feels like it's doing flips as I sniffle, trying to stifle my sobs with raspy breaths. He hasn't even said anything yet, and I'm breaking down into a hot mess. I do, he whispers. His words shock me, drawing an involuntary flinch as I pull back to look at him, and his hand leaves my cheek. My lip quivers as my body prepares to crumble further. But when I look into his eyes, they are full of nothing but love and tenderness. Jessie, it's happy news really, something to be celebrated, Christian starts, bringing a hand to caress my cheek. Our family is growing. His gentle, hopeful voice and endless love feed back through the bond, pushing my fear and uncertainty back, but his vague words leave me confused. I furrow my brow as I try to focus on what he's saying, or rather what he's implying. Baby, you're pregnant, he clarifies, catching on to my confusion. What? I stammer. My eyes go impossibly wide, and I start to tremble in his arms. Pregnant. With his steady heartbeat and happy emotions that flow through the bond, Christian, however, seems completely calm about this news. "It's okay, baby, I've got you," he coos, wrapping me up tighter. Christian presses his lips softly against my temple, whispering words that are lost to me. How? I was so careful, always early for my shot, never missed a single dose. I can't be pregnant. And yet, the emotions flooding back through the bond tell me it's true. Christian is over the moon excited about it. His worry is only for me. Silent tears start to slip down my cheeks, and my chest is caving in from the pressure that squeezes inside me. There has to be a mistake. I can't be a mother. I'm going to mess it up. "Shoo, baby, let it all out," Christian whispers, rocking me ever so slightly. The slight movement breaks the last of my restraint, and I start sobbing once more. My fists tangle in his shirt as he rubs my back soothingly. What kind of mother am I? Having a breakdown when I find out I'm pregnant. Claire was beaming, smiling ear to ear. Me? I'm having a meltdown. "It's okay to be upset, Jessie. I know you're scared, but I'm right here, baby, right here, and I'm never going anywhere, I promise," Christian whispers. I risk a look up through my teary lashes, and all I can see is the endless love in his eyes. "But I can't be a mother," I whimper between sobs. "But you already are, baby." "You mean the world to Ethan," he replies, tenderly wiping the tears from my cheeks. "Ethan. He means everything to me, and I would do anything for him. But Ethan is special. He wasn't a baby when I met him, just a lost boy looking for somewhere to belong. Babies are different. They can't tell you what they need or want. I can't do this. I'm gonna mess it up just like her." In this moment, the pain of how much I miss Ember becomes overwhelming. I haven't felt her since Mackenzie's push. Everyone who visits my room since I woke up, from Doc to Christian, Judius, even the healers, assures me she will come back, but I feel so empty and alone without her. I feel like part of me is missing. I need her. I need her strength and comfort. My chest aches with an emotional heaviness, threatening to crush me. Christian holds me tightly, whispering soothing words as I cry myself out. Eventually, my eyelids get heavy and I slip away, wrapped securely in Christian's loving embrace. Sunlight blinds me briefly as I blink my eyes into focus. The gentle breeze is a soft, warm caress against my skin, carrying delicate floral scents around me. I'm back home in my farm's garden, and by the looks of the flowers and fruit heavy on the vine, it's midsummer. I breathe deep, savoring the scent of sunflowers, herbs, and wet earth. My bare feet sink into the soft, rich soil as I walk over to a woman who is standing in the center. Her long blonde hair cascades down her back, fluttering in the summer breeze as she bends down and plucks a yellow cherry tomato from the vine. "Your own personal Eden," she says, turning to face me as I approach. Her blue eyes sparkle in the sun as she smiles at me, taking me in. It's always kept me grounded. I used to surround myself with beautiful flowers to remind myself of the beauty in the world, I mumble, trailing my fingertips across the colorful, delicate cosmos petals. Their cheery pinks, reds, and bicolors were the first thing to help bring me out of the darkest time in my life. It feels like a lifetime ago. I hardly remember that woman. "A lot has changed," Selena offers, bending to smell a rose with a deep breath. "You have been through more in a few short years than most people deal with in a lifetime." She sighs and offers me a sad smile, but her eyes are full of guilt. I can't repress my bitter laugh as my mood sours. Instantly, my mind starts playing back memories like my own personal fail reel. Dimitri, Wayne, Silas, Rob, Jonah, Matt. "And yet you came out stronger each time," she says, with pride shining in her eyes. "You have such inner strength, Jessie. You always go back to him and what happened. You need to let go of that guilt." But nothing, she cuts me off, tenderly taking my hand in hers. "He targeted you, seduced you, twisted and manipulated you until he thought he broke you." My cheeks burn as I hear her say that. I sound so weak and pathetic, naive. I should have seen through him and broken away long before he ever laid a hand on me. There were so many red flags even early on, but he played me like a fool. "Fool? Never," she chides. "Men like him target women like you." "Dumb," I ask bitterly. Kind, she huffs. You are neither dumb nor pathetic. You are kind and caring to a fault. There is no length you wouldn't go to for those you care about. I've seen you extend the same kindness and compassion to complete strangers, just to ease their burdens. The pride and admiration in her eyes slightly lessen my embarrassment. Then why didn't I leave sooner? I ask, bringing my watery gaze to her. The tightness in my chest is reaching a painful level as I struggle to hold back the tidal wave of emotions. Because you hadn't helped him yet, she replies with a sad smile. You were sure that deep down there was something that made him the way he was. And that if you just stayed and showed him you cared, then he would stop. But he didn't. I whisper, dropping my gaze and once more feeling the tears slip down my cheeks. And you left, she concludes. That was the hardest thing for me to do. Walk away with nothing. My family was Lord knows where, and my friends had long stopped talking to me. I was so empty and broken. I remember sitting outside in the early spring sun. Nothing on the farm had fully greened up yet, but wild cosmos were growing along the south side of the barn. And the prettiest pink one was flowering, with cheery yellow centers stretching up to the sun. My cell phone was in my hand, and I didn't even realize I had called Trish until I heard her voice. I needed a few moments to respond, but I remember watching those pink petals flutter in the breeze as Trish talked me back from the edge of giving up. Since then, the journey hasn't been easy, but it's led me to where I am now, with Christian and Ethan. In a world out of fantasy, I'm surrounded by friends with more support and love than I ever thought possible. And that's the point, Selena says, with a big smile. You barely recognize that girl because you haven't been with her for so long. She's just another ghost of the past. Everything has changed for you. You went from being alone to having so many people around you who truly care for you. You will never be alone again. Her words break something inside me, dropping me to my knees in the dirt. Internally, an emotional dam burst as everything I've buried deep down resurfaces. Fear, sadness, loneliness, pain, and anger swirl up from the recesses of my mind where I'd pushed them away. All of them point to one single, central thought. That was the root of it all. I was afraid of being alone. Being adopted plants a seed of doubt in your mind that your birth family didn't want you. Every rejection and failed relationship feeds that seed of abandonment and lack of self-worth further, letting it take root, deeper and deeper. Such a stupid thing defies logic. I should have focused on the fact that, even though I wasn't theirs, a family chose me. But the mind is a fickle thing, and with the wrong influences, it can be warped and manipulated into a dark, tangled web. And with the right ones, it can flourish, Selena adds. Christian has been the best thing that has happened to me. Judius, Jace, Willow, and even Soraya, for as rough a start as we had, have all helped me in ways I could never foresee. I'm stronger than I've ever been, and it's not because they made me, but because they supported and encouraged me to grow into that person. Judius has done so much to open me up to the world, make me consider possibilities that never even crossed my mind before, like Christian. You've got a whole new family ready to support you. They're ready, you just have to let them, she says softly. I know she's right, but that doesn't make it any easier to let someone in or accept help. It's hard, I whisper. The best things in life are, she says with a light laugh. Chapter 75. Christian POV. Soft snores greet me as I start to wake up. In my foggy, half-awake state, I panic, not feeling Jessie wrapped around me. After her emotional breakdown in the hospital, Doc gave me the go-ahead to move her up to our room. I carried her, sleeping, curled tight to my chest to bed, snuggled up, and her steady heartbeat must have lulled me off. My eyes land on her sleeping form inches away from me. A tightness in my chest grows as my heart swells, seeing my mate curled up with Ethan. He's been anxious to see her ever since we got back, but I didn't want him to see her in her current state. Sasha was her first visitor other than Judius, but Goddess knows nothing can keep her gamma away. Like the rest of us, Ethan has slept very little. His eyes are deeply shadowed, and his brown hair is a tousled mess, but curled up with Jessie, there's a soft serenity to his features. He looks more content than I've seen him in weeks. I brush the hair away from Jessie's face, and she sighs contentedly, turning into my caress. Even in sleep, she smiles softly at my contact. I hated seeing her break down, watching the fear and uncertainty swallow her. Doc warned me that in her weakened state, coupled with what she's been through and the pregnancy hormones, her moods will be very volatile. Jessie has always struggled with her emotions and control, and when she loses control, fear takes hold and spirals her down into anxiety and separation. She has worked so hard and come so far, but what she's been through, that could break the strongest person. It's frustrating to watch her struggle and feel helpless to do anything to help her. God, I want to fix it all for her. She just needs time, Cyrus whispers. Time and support, she'll come around. I hope he's right. Jessie does look more relaxed, and I can feel her contentedness seeping back through the bond. The sparks dance freely under my fingertips as I brush them against her cheek, and they think back to full strength. Her eyes flutter open, finding mine instantly, like she knew I was watching her. I've looked into her honey-brown eyes so many times, but they burn a brighter gold ringed by brown now. Hi, beautiful, I whisper, cupping her cheek. Hi, she murmurs, flashing me a sheepish smile. Embarrassment washes back through the bond as she drops her gaze to Ethan. Has he been here long? I ask, brushing his mop top back from his face. A tenderness washes over me. I'm not sure if it's my own emotions or Jessie's, but in this moment, with my family, everything finally feels right. I don't know, she whispers, gently tucking his hair behind his ear. When I woke up nearly 2 hours ago, he was sleeping on the edge of the bed. So I pulled the blanket up over him, and he snuggled right in. He looks like he hasn't slept in days. Her guilt resonates through the bond, feeling like a punch in the gut. He looks peaceful now, I say, trying to soothe her. He was just worried about his mom. Jessie stiffens, and I catch a tear slipping down her cheek. She doesn't say anything, considers my words. I can sense her inner conflict and wish she could see herself through my eyes. Baby, I know you're scared, but we can do this. Look at everything you've been through, I say, tilting her chin up to look at me. You are already the world to him. It takes a special kind of person to love someone else's child like that and make them your own. But he is mine, she whimpers. Selena basically said the same thing, but it's so hard. My entire life growing up, I was afraid I'd turn out just like her. If I've learned anything about you, Jessie, it's that you are you despite where you came from and what has happened to you. I have never met someone with a bigger heart, I admit, smiling at her. Every word is accurate. She has been through enough to make anyone bitter and jaded, and yet, she gives endlessly of herself. Even if she were freezing, Jessie would give the shirt off her back if someone needed it. I know how she is, and yet she never ceases to amaze me. The night I nearly lost her, she used what little energy she had to warn me to help us and worried about Ethan. And again, when she woke up in the hospital, she worried about the state of others, those we saved. There isn't a selfish bone in her body. I'll be with you every step of the way. You tell me what you want and I'll do it, I say, earning a smile, and if on cue, her stomach growls. How about I start with some food? What would you like? Anything? Waffles. She asks with a curious look at the clock. I know it's late, but dash. Baby, if you want waffles at 2 a.m., I'll get them for you, I beam. Breakfast for dinner is a thing. She laughs while I link the kitchen. They don't even question the request and say they will have them sent up right away. My smile grows as I watch my family. After what we've been through, breakfast in bed sounds like a Hallmark movie moment. Soft knocking on the door brings me out of my reverie. Ethan sits up with a start, hastily rubbing the sleep out of his eyes before flashing me a sheepish smile. Hungry? I ask, grinning at him. He nods and smiles. I ordered some food. Go answer the door and grab our dinner, then please. I lost him at food, but he clearly understood since he bounded over to the door. A smiling middle-aged woman holds out a large covered tray for him, which he gladly takes, thanks her, and carefully brings over. Jessie sits up and props herself up against the headboard beside me, eagerly awaiting the aromatic food. Ethan hands off the bulky tray and sits cross-legged facing us, with the tray precariously perched on all our laps. I can't remember the last time he looked this happy. Has he ever? Cyrus questions. I don't think he has. The poor kid has had a tough time since day one. The cooks whipped up a fine feast: waffle sticks, bacon, fresh strawberries, grapes, and orange slices, accompanied by a side of sausage. Everything is slightly messy, but finger food. They even sent us up a bottle of orange juice and maple syrup with a bowl to dip. Our next move has been heavy on my mind, knowing that we can't stay here forever, but our home is burnt out. This proves that home is where we make it, even in someone else's pack house and room. With my family, I'm home. I pick at the food, content to watch Jessie and Ethan inhale it. A nagging feeling picks at the back of my mind. I hate to risk ruining this happy, private moment, but now seems like the best time to talk to Ethan. What do you think about telling Ethan? I link her, locking my eyes on hers. I don't know how that works. Kids get mad when there are babies, don't they? I don't want him getting upset, she cautions with a desperate plea in her eyes. He'll be more upset if he's the last to know, I warn. She sighs and nods, knowing I'm right. Hey, Ethan, I say, drawing a curious look from him. We have something to talk to you about, Dash. What's wrong? He cuts in. Jesus, you're the worst, Jessie groans, palming her forehead. It's not like that. I guess it's just an announcement, and we wanted you to be the first one we tell. Jessie smiles softly at him, takes one of his hands in hers, then her brows furrow like she's picking up something she doesn't like. You're pregnant, he whispers, dropping his gaze. His eyes close and his shoulders slump as if his world has just come crashing down. Saying I'm surprised at his reaction is an understatement. How did he know? Yeah, I reply, unable to hide the surprise in my voice. How'd you know? She smells different, like she's been around Claire too much. There's a sorrow to his voice that guts me. You picked it up faster than I did, I admit. But why do you sound upset? I'm not, he huffs, crossing his arms. Want to try that again? Jessie challenges with a hard look in her eyes. You guys deserve a family. He mumbles, struggling to find the words. After a moment of silence, his cheeks flush pink. He gives up finding his words and tries to crawl off the bed. Jessie catches his wrist lightning fast, drawing his fragile gaze to hers. Where are you going? Her voice is laced with concern. Away, he mumbles, weakly tugging at her grip and refusing to look at her. Sit, I add. Bud, what's got you so upset? This is happy news. Don't you want to be a big brother? A lone tear slips down his cheek as his eyes snap wide and finally lift. He stares at me, frozen in place like he's waiting for the other foot to drop. Be brother. He stammers. The vulnerability swirling in his eyes is enough to bring a grown man to his knees. He thought we were replacing him. Of course, Jessie says, having caught on. Ethan, nothing can ever pull us apart. Our family is just growing. So, I'm not gonna have to go live with Uncle Derwin and the Guardians. His golden eyes shine with the hope that fills his voice. Hell, we may all have to, I tease, rubbing the back of my neck. At least for a little while we rebuild still waters. But we'll all be there together. But Jason said we can stay on their farm till we rebuild, he whines. Oh God, Jessie groans. That's for another day. I can't hold back my laugh at her dramatic reaction, and before long, all three of us are laughing. After a few minutes, Jessie struggles to suppress a yawn, signaling the end of the visit. Ethan only needs a look, and he picks up on her tired state, giving her one last hug before heading out with the empty tray. That went well, I ask, looking to see how she felt about sharing the news. You mean other than the bit where he thought we were trading him in? She asks, raising a disapproving brow. Also, you need to work on delivery. We need to talk is your worst opener ever. We automatically think it's something bad. I let out a nervous laugh and rubbed the back of my neck, recalling her reaction when I told her she was pregnant. The two of them reacted identically. Maybe it is my delivery? So what did he mean I smell differently? She frowns. Pregnancy changes your scent a bit. You still smell like you, but there's a hint of milk and honey, I explain. It'll get stronger as you get closer to full term, then fade afterwards. So it's an APB that you knocked me up? She groans. Fan-fucking-tastic. My chest puffs up in pride, but her scowl tells me she doesn't find it as amusing. Relax, baby, I reply, struggling to suppress a laugh. It's barely there yet. I'm impressed he picked it up, I can just tell. The best trackers will be able to tell, too, but she has time before everyone can relate. Jessie sighs and snuggles up against me, setting off sparks along our skin contact. Slowly, the tension leaves her body as she melts into me like a perfect fit. We don't have to tell anyone else, I reassure her, wrapping my arms around her and pulling her tighter. No, she sighs. I can feel you and Cyrus puffing up like peacocks. Besides, you said my scent rats me out. Go, have your moment. It's supposed to be a happy thing, right? Her eyes don't match the frown she wears. They hold a soft glow that sends a rush of encouragement through me. Maybe she's warming up? Baby, I am so happy. You know how I feel about starting a family with you, I say, cupping her cheek. So yeah, I'm excited. I want to tell everyone, but not before you're ready. I think if we wait till I'm ready, this baby might beat me to the punch, she scoffs. I'm tired of secrets, hiding Ember, keeping track of who knows what. I want to go forward totally free of keeping things inside. The sadness in her voice tugs at me. After what she's been through, I don't blame her one bit. Every secret we kept was only ever to keep her safe, but now that the war is over, it's time for her to come out of hiding. Done, baby. She doesn't need to hide anymore, I whisper, kissing her forehead. What does she think of having a pup? Jessie drops her gaze and shakes her head, which is odd. Usually, our beasts drive breeding. Their animal instincts push for pups. I expected Ember to be equally as excited as Cyrus is. She hasn't said a thing, Jessie whispers with an edge of fear. I haven't heard from her since she disappeared on the battlefield, before Mackenzie's push. I woke up in the hospital like she wasn't there. I can't even feel her now. Like at all. I gape because even when Cyrus slinks away into the deepest recesses of my mind, I can always feel him. No. She's gone. Chapter 76. Christian POV. I wake up once again wrapped in Christian's loving embrace. So many times when I was captive, these memories kept me company. I've never been a morning person, but waking up entwined with Christian definitely makes it better. Morning, beautiful, he says, his voice husky from sleep. How'd you sleep? Better than I can remember in a long time. I mumble against his chest as my fingers trace aimless circles on it. Can we go down for breakfast? I love spending time with him, but Ethan's reaction made me realize that I miss my friends. The time for hiding away is over. Sure, he says, kissing my forehead. Let's take a quick shower and we'll go down. Lord knows everyone's been driving me nuts about when I would finally let you out. His throaty chuckle is like music to my ears, and the way the light shines in his golden green eyes is captivating. He gets up and holds a hand out to help me up, which I happily take. Why are your eyes different? I ask once we get in the bathroom. Christian turns the shower on and turns back to me, spinning us to face the mirror. I look like a child standing in front of his hulking frame as he wraps his arms around me before placing a kiss on his mark. I swear he's bulked up even more in my absence. The same reason yours have, he murmurs against my neck. Something to do with the royal bond we activated. Garrick's looking into it. I can't help but think that's another headache I'm not ready to deal with yet. My thoughts are cut short as Christian steps back and peels his shirt off. I can't stop my eyes from shamelessly roaming his exposed chest. His gaze darkens as he takes in my reaction. Behave, little one, Christian rumbles, stepping back towards me. He grabs the hem of the shirt that I'm wearing and lifts it over my head, then carefully slides down my shorts. After dropping his joggers, he leads me into the shower. I inhale deeply and step under the shower head, letting the water cascade over my achy muscles. The scent of black cherries fills the space as Christian starts to wash my hair. I practically purr as his strong fingers massage every inch of my scalp. The love that feeds back through our bond makes my heart swell as he takes care of me, washing and rinsing every inch of me. His touch is gentle, yet it ignites a fire within me. A girl could get used to this, I murmur, leaning back against his chest. One arm wraps around my chest, pressing against my breast, and the other wraps just below them. Good, he mumbles against my neck, nuzzling it before trailing kisses along it. Because I fully intend to spoil you. His hand drops lower, settling on the fullness in my lower abdomen. I skim my fingertips over his, feeling the small bump for myself. Joy surges back through the bond, instantly lighting my mood. I may not be sure about this baby, but he sure is, and his happiness gives me hope and comfort. No matter what, I know he'll always be with me, every step of the way. We finish showering, I throw my hair into a loose braid, and slip on jeans, a tank top, and one of his oversized hoodies. The thing looks like a dress on me, but I couldn't care less since the soft, comforting fabric smells of home. Christian leads me through the mass of people in the dining commons and straight into the smaller, but rather crowded private dining room. With the war over, training and patrols are all but done, leaving the giant building packed. Finally, brother. I was beginning to think I might have to go up there and break her out, Derwin chides with a mischievous twinkle in his eye. Looking around the table, my heart swells with pride and relief, seeing everyone safe and sound. Derwin is grinning like a fool with his arm wrapped around the back of Mackenzie's chair. This is the first time I've seen him openly display anything for her, and it makes me smile even wider. The table is filled with happy, smiling couples. Judius's crystal blue eyes find mine next as he sits, fingers laced with Chloe. Xavier looks a bit rough sitting across from them. His dark eyes are shadowed, and his skin is pale, but he grins broadly next to a positively glowing Claire. Lastly, my eyes land on Soraya as she smirks at me with necks wrapped proudly around her, and more specifically, the fresh mate mark on her neck. My gaze darts to neck's end. Sure enough, he's marked too. I swear his chest swells more as he no doubt sees me checking it out. About time, I scoff, instantly drawing laughs from the table. We sit down across from the new couple, and I can't help but laugh at Soraya's blush. Ask her how it happened, Jace prods, his gray eyes dancing in delight. Go on, ask her. She blushes even brighter, making me raise a brow. Well, the dumb guy was gonna get himself killed, she huffs, crossing her arms over her chest. Pardon? I ask, thoroughly confused. Come on, spit it out, Jace goads, delighting in her discomfort. What does it matter? She dismisses. It's done. On the battlefield. Jace blurts out as he breaks down in a fit of laughter. My own cheeks burn and my eyes go wide, remembering my own marking. Christian made me blush when he gave me a mark. Does that mean? Well, that's one way to celebrate, I laugh, rubbing away the heat that rises on the back of my neck. Celebrating would make you assume the fight was over, Jace specifies, looking sideways at Soraya. You didn't. I gasp, covering my mouth with my hand. Her guilty expression says it all. You did. The guy needed some motivation to stop trying to get himself killed, she grumbles. So our fearless head warrior, Jace cuts in dramatically. Jumps into the fight wild, slaughters his opponents, shifts mid-battle, and marks him right there. I gasp, utterly shocked that she did that. And yet, the longer I look between them, once the shock wears off, a growing part of me isn't surprised one bit. This is Soraya after all. With how sloppy he was fighting, he wasn't gonna make it through. There's an edge of fear to her words. Well, it served him well. You took off, and he fought like a demon. It was nice to take a breather, Jace says before breaking down into another fit of laughter. Whatever, next scoffs, glaring at Jace. Two can play that game. As soon as I found her afterwards, I got mine. And he marked her in front of everyone. 2 a hit to his gut shuts Jace up, but I can't hold back my laugh, which everyone quickly joins. Sweet Jesus, leave it to those two to do something like that. I see I missed a lot, I muse as my laughter subsides. Christian dishes up a plate of breakfast and slides it in front of me. As if summoned by the food, Kane and Willow show up and take a seat. Good to see you up and about, Jessie, he says, amber eyes full of warmth. Willow smiles at me as she snuggles up against Kane. Gave us quite a scare. Good to be back, I admit. I notice Nex sniffing the air as everyone chats. He even goes as far as to sniff Soraya, who glares at him. If you don't stop sniffing like a coon dog, I'm gonna stab you with this butter knife, I growl, shocked by my own crankiness. I guess we'd better tell them, Christian whispers, excitement dancing in his eyes. I groan, not looking forward to the incoming influx of emotions, but nod. Best to pull the band-aid off. Tell us what? Soraya asks, furrowing her brows. Jessie is pregnant, Christian replies, puffing his chest out proudly as he squeezes me tighter. The collective gasp from around the table is straight out of a movie. Kane, Willow, Judius, Claire, and Jace, however, do not react, so I assume that they must have known. Judius stayed with me in the hospital, and Willow worked on me, but Jace? Finally, Jace exclaims, jumping up and wrapping me in a hug. Fucking hardest secret to keep, ever. Waves of emotions washed over me, filled with so much joy and hope that surrounded us, putting me at ease. Christian glares at Jace, clearly not impressed by his secret-keeping abilities, while Claire and Chloe exchange knowing looks. The fact that they're so happy about my pregnancy surprises me and doesn't make sense. Pups mean a future. Alpha pups mean the pack has an heir and a bright future, Ember pipes up. Ember. I squeal, shooting straight up from my chair and drawing curious stares. I'm here, she replies with a laugh. Christ, I missed you. Where have you been? I ask, relief flooding over me. I was starting to worry that she would never come back. I never left, she assures me. That took a lot out of us. I just needed to rest. Is she okay? Christian asks, voice dripping with concern. Yeah, she said she was just spent and needed to rest, I say, sitting back down. That's perfectly normal, he assures me. When I didn't think I could smile anymore, something else happened, leaving me grinning from ear to ear. Knowing she's not lost is all I needed to know. It feels like a weight is lifted now that she's back. Speaking of normal, I still can't link her, Soraya grumbles. Looks like you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Then, Princess, Derwin cuts in. How's that? I groan because riddles from Derwin rarely end well. You've got a mission, Dash. The hell she does, Christian roars, murderous gaze locked on Derwin. Not that kind, Derwin replies, acting unfazed. Garrick has a problem, Dash. Well then, I guess you will need to help him figure it out, Christian growls, pulling me tightly to him. I can't, Derwin groans, pinching the bridge of his nose. Garrick hasn't been able to unlock the central archives. He's pretty sure he needs your blood. And before you growl again, he already tried taking and using a vial of it. So they're still trapped inside? I gasp, remembering the finality of the doors sealing shut when Garrick pressed my bloody palm to it. So it would seem, he replies with a frown. While you're there, you might be able to find an answer to your linking issues. Christian relaxes slightly at the second part. I know how much it has bothered him that I cannot link the pack. If for nothing else, then to be able to ask for help, now more so than ever. Before we discuss the issue further, we're joined by a welcome presence. Girl. Sasha excitedly drawls from behind me before crashing into me and wrapping me in a big hug. I mean, I can see why you want to be secluded in bed with him, but it's good to see you up and about. I laugh at her suggestive looks between me and Christian and feel my cheeks burn. She looks no worse for wear, warming my heart further. I owe her so much. Come, sit, have some breakfast. I say, tugging at her to take a seat. She laughs and takes a seat, happily accepting the plate offered. As I sit back and take in the table, a realization hits me how easy and perfect everything is. Kane and Christian are arguably 2 of the strongest alphas, and yet, there's no animosity between them. They're laughing and smiling, almost like brothers. Part of me hoped that Sasha and Jace would turn out to be mates, but I guess that's asking for too much. Mira. There you are, Sasha calls, waving to her sister. I recognize the feisty redhead from the hospital, but I haven't had a chance to talk with her yet. Yes, please, I add. Come join us. Sorry, but I'm not staying. I just came to get Sasha, Mira replies icily. Outwardly, she's frigid and brutal, but inwardly, her emotions crash violently. The difference leaves me shocked. Me, I just sat down for breakfast. Chill, dude, Sasha pleads. Her mocha eyes scan the table nervously, no doubt uncomfortable with the scene her sister is creating. Let's go. Mira growls, giving Sasha a pointed look. The anger and irritation rolling off her make me flinch. A hush falls over not only the table, but the whole private dining room as all eyes lock on her. Any of the lingering happy, relaxed vibes from our news vanish. We're done here. Chapter 77. Let's go. Mira growls, giving Sasha a pointed look. A hush falls over not only the table, but the whole private dining room as all eyes lock on her. Mira, it's just breakfast dash, Sasha starts. We're leaving, she growls, blatantly ignoring everyone at the table and locking her gaze on her sister. No, we are not. Sasha snaps back. Her mocha eyes smolder as her temper flares in response to her sister's unexplained anger. Say your goodbyes. I'll be waiting out front for you. Don't take long, Mira warns icily before turning and storming off. Mira, wait. Jace calls as he takes off after her. His fear and desperation wash over me in waves, tugging at my heart. The door slams shut behind them, plunging the hall into stunned silence as everyone exchanges confused glances. Christian mentioned that Mira has struggled to trust those around her, but given how closely she helped people in the hospital and everything she did for me, she seemed to be making real progress. Jessie, Sasha pleads, locking eyes with me before shifting her gaze to the door. Her own fear and anxiety wash over me. She doesn't want to leave since she had already asked me if there was a pack to take them in, and her eyes lit up when I said we'd take them in a heartbeat. But fear drives people to do crazy things, and as angry as Mira appears, it's a front for how scared she is. The question is, what is she scared of? She's scared, I reply, trying to decide what has upset her. When I last saw her flitting around the hospital, she really looked quite at ease. But I can't leave. Even in a whisper, her voice drips with anxiety as she scans the room. Then you need to tell her that, I reply with a sympathetic smile. She's scared. That fight or flight instinct is a powerful thing. So is love, Chloe adds. Her dark eyes shine like she knows something the rest of us haven't caught on to yet. I get up and hold out a hand for Sasha. Her wide mocha eyes drop to it before she tentatively takes it with her own trembling hand. Her grip tightens to an almost painful level as we walk through the threshold and Mira and Jace come into view, mid-standoff and dangerously close. What are you running from? Tell me. Jace yells as he glares at the stubborn woman. Nothing. I did my part, I have my sister, now I'm leaving, she snaps, inching closer to him. The air shimmers around her in a nonverbal threat, but Jace isn't backing down. He doesn't even act like he notices the danger. But why? He asks, furrowing his brows. I know Christian offered you and your sister a place in our pack dash. You'd like that, wouldn't you? She seethes. Her eyes light up like blue fire as she glares dangerously at him. Of course I would, he snaps. I've done nothing but try to get to know you, and you keep frosting me out. Maybe I picked the wrong sister, because this is definitely more than Jace being a nice guy. Take a hint, Mutt. She flinches as the words leave her lips, as if she hadn't meant to go that far. I am taking the hint, he warns, closing the gap and grabbing her arm to pull her closer. She gasps, but the energy around them intensifies, sizzling the air. You told me to come back and finish what I started. You needed motivation, she replies, not sounding nearly as confident as she was a mere moment ago. I would do anything for my sister. His eyes soften as he wraps an arm around her waist, holding her close. Bullshit, he whispers, locking his stormy gaze on hers. Let me in. Let us in. You could build such a good life with us for you and your sister. There's a pleading edge to his voice that guts me, and Sasha squeezes my hand tighter. The sheer raw emotion laces every word as he puts it all on the line. I just can't, Mira stammers, trying to push off of his chest. We need to go, it's not safe here. It's not safe out there alone, Jace refutes, refusing to let her go. You've tried it out there alone, it didn't work. Fire flashes in her eyes as the air shimmers once more. And I've tried it in a pack too. That didn't work either, I turned it to ash. She growls. Welp, my pack house is already ash. So, no worries there, he replies with a crooked grin. Keep the excuses coming, I've got all day. Can't keep the playboy down. You think this is funny? She hisses. I'm dangerous. He slowly and tenderly brings his free hand to her cheek, lightly running the back of his knuckles down her cheek. His eyes are so soft and tender, I don't know how she's resisting him. Of that I have no doubt, but I know you're worth it, he mumbles. And when your mate comes along? She challenges, raising a brow. My mate rejected me long ago. I'm not trying to trap you, but I do want to get to know you, he whispers. Stay. Please. His words are like water, instantly making Myra's fire go out. Conflict swirls in her blue-green eyes as she considers his words. Her energy shifts as I feel her hope slowly beat back the fear and uncertainty. I can't, she whispers, her shoulders slumping in defeat. My sister needs me. I'm staying, Sasha says in a shaky voice. Both Mira and Jace turn to her and take in the small crowd that has gathered behind me and Sasha. I don't miss Eric standing on the edge, hanging on every word and shifting his eyes to Sasha. We can't stay here, we can't trust Dash. Yes, Mira, we can. Sasha cuts her off with conviction, clear in her voice. She lets my hand go and steps away towards her sister. But Dash. No buts. Sasha's eyes soften instantly as a lone tear slips down Myra's cheek. It's time to stop running. I'm tired, me, aren't you? Mira says nothing, drops her gaze as another silent tear slips out. Her anger and fear boil dangerously in her, like she's on the verge of a breakdown. I don't want to run anymore. I'm tired of looking over my shoulder all the time. I'm tired of the secrets. Sasha's plea hits Mira hard as her inner dam starts to crack. She's been so strong for so long that all she can do now is break. I know Jace will never let her fall, though. Please, Mira whispers, her tear-laden lashes do nothing to stem the flow. Let's go. I don't want to lose you, me, she says, tenderly wiping the tears from her sister's cheeks. But I'm done hiding. I want to be with my mate, and I think you should too. A collective gasp sounds as her words hang heavy in the air. Despite her frosty demeanor, the rumor mill has long suspected something between Mira and Jace, but Sasha has kept her thoughts quite under wraps. Please don't, Mira whispers as the tears flow freely once more. Don't leave me. Sorry, sister, Sasha whispers, backing up as her own eyes water, threatening to spill out at any moment. It's time, but you will never lose me. Sasha closes her eyes, spilling the unshed tears. She takes a final deep breath before slowly letting it out through her parted lips. A serene look takes over her features, leaving her looking like a weeping angel. How? Eric gasps. His brown eyes go impossibly wide as they lock possessively on Sasha. He doesn't hesitate and closes the gap between them, instantly gathering her up in his arms. Sasha never opens her eyes, but the tears stream down her caramel cheeks as she breaks out into a giant smile. Eric looks down tenderly at the woman in his arms, as if seeing her for the first time in a new light. You were right under my nose all this time? He whispers, bringing a hand up to caress her cheek. Why did you hide from me, little one? Sasha opens her eyes and looks deep into Eric's. I feel the relief washing over her as she takes comfort in what she sees. I was afraid, she whispers. His eyes go wide as if the words visibly slap him. Not of you, but you're an alpha, and I'm a half-dash. Mate. He cuts her off before she can finish. You're my mate, a blessing from the goddess herself. His eyes hold such emotion that she can't dispute him. But your pack? She asks tentatively as hope blooms once more. They knew I had offered a place for you and your sister. That you will be there, Luna. Sasha, you have nothing to fear from any of us, he promises, cupping her cheek with his hand. She shifts in his arms, giving him a small peck on his lips. Eric grins and slips his hand behind her head, bringing her lips to his for a proper kiss. She wastes no time returning the kiss with equal fever and melting into him. Whoops and cheers break out in the gathered crowd as they celebrate their newfound mates. They break apart breathlessly, reveling in the pure moment of acceptance and love. My heart bursts with their happiness. For all she has been through, I cannot think of a better man for her. Him. Mira whispers, wide-eyed as she takes in the new couple. I can almost feel her heart break as she thinks her sister is slipping away. You are more than welcome in my pack, Eric offers with nothing but sincerity and respect in his eyes. Jace pulls Mira tighter and growls lowly at the other male. Me let go, Sasha begs as she smiles warmly at her sister, her cheeks glistening with happy tears. For once in your life, don't be stubborn and take a chance. Sasha's words are the final blow to Myra's crumbling dam, which shatters under the weight of her repressed emotions. Fear and anger crash through, but also a sense of longing and hope wash over her as she breaks down in Jace's arms. Concern etches his features as he stares at the slumped woman in his arms. Her fire has gone out, leaving her a burnt-out shell awash in the flood of her emotions, threatening to pull her under. Tears stream through her closed eyes as she openly weeps with anguished sobs. "I've got you," Jace coos, holding her tightly as she sobs into his chest. "Mira, talk to me, please." Her fear and his desperate anxiety hit me in waves, making me shift uneasily. Christian slips a soothing arm around me, drawing me into his comforting embrace. She says nothing, but something happens as Jace flinches like he's been struck, then tenses and wraps his arm around her even more tightly. He cranes his neck, desperately trying to find her gaze, but she's hiding from him. Tenderly, he lifts her chin with his hand, forcing her to look at him. His eyes swirl with so many emotions, but hurt takes the lead as some realization hits him. "Why? Why did you hide this from me?" He whispers as his heart threatens to break. "Because you don't want me," she sobs, pulling her gaze away. "The fuck I don't." Jace snaps. "Even before I knew, I tried so hard to get close to you. I wasn't giving up then, and now that I know, I'm sure as fuck not giving up now." The conviction in his words brings a tear to my eyes. His hurt and hope lace every word, begging her to believe him. She risks a glance up and gets lost in the storm brewing in his gray eyes. "You can't get rid of me that easily," he whispers, gently caressing her cheek and wiping away her tears. "Not now that I've finally found you, my fiery little mate." My heart explodes for him. Jace always gives so much of himself, making sure everyone else is okay and taken care of first. If anyone deserves love, it's him. "I can't be what you want me to be," she whispers, dropping her gaze. "I'm not a pack wolf. My place is with you, wherever that takes us," he assures her. Myra's eyes go wide as his words register. I have no doubt he would resign his rank for her, but clearly she's never considered that option. "But your home, your pack?" she whispers. "Mira, I will build a home with you wherever you want, even in that smelly, bug-infested swamp," he teases, flashing her a crooked grin. "But we could have a good home here, surrounded by friends and family." Sasha and Eric are in the next territory over. Mira hesitates, at a loss for words as she considers what he's saying. I feel her fear receding as hope and curiosity take hold. There's a dampened sense of optimism taking root, and I can't help but smile. "Stay," I say with a hopeful smile. "Give us a chance. You'd be surprised how much we can grow on you." Her cheeks flush as she's reminded of their audience, hanging on every word. The commotion surrounding Eric and Sasha only drew more onlookers. "And what do you say, big boy?" she asks, raising a brow at Christian. "You already know I want you to stay. That was before I found out you're my beta female." "Mira, I've said it before, but I'll say it again. I'd be honored to have you in my pack," Christian admits. "I'd also like to keep my best friend, but he means what he says. He'd follow you to the ends of the earth. There is no one more loyal." My heart bursts for this honorable and loving man of mine. Knowing that he had already offered her a place before makes me proud. The respect and honesty he shows everyone leave me awestruck. "I make no promises," she warns, narrowing her gaze at us. "But I can try and stick around." Her voice drops into a whisper as she turns her attention back to Jace. His gray eyes light up platinum with joy at her words, leaving him grinning from ear to ear. She flashes him a sheepish smile as her pale-skinned face once again flushes crimson. Instantly, he brings his lips down on hers, sliding his hand to cradle the back of her head as he deepens the kiss and moves his lips over hers. Mira slides her hands up his chest before slipping one up the back of his neck and knots the hair at the nape of his neck. Christian lets out a loud cheer that is quickly joined in by the gathered crowd as everyone celebrates the new couple. Happy tears stream down my cheeks as I watch both couples in their loving embraces. Slowly, the cheering dies down and the crowd disperses, leaving only a handful outside. Christian wipes the happy tears off my cheeks with his rough thumb pads. He says nothing, no doubt feeling what I feel through the bond. "Come on, baby, let's go finish breakfast," Christian whispers, kissing my temple. His love washes over me, brushing away the emotional turmoil around me. I sigh contentedly, wrapping an arm around his waist, and we head in. Even in the wake of such suffering and loss, there can still be so much happiness. The thought fills me with hope, leaving me optimistic for what the future may yet hold. Chapter 78. Mira and Jace join Christian and me at the breakfast table shortly after we left them. Sasha and Eric are sitting next to Kane, and the sisters murmur happily to each other as everyone finishes their plates. My heart aches at the fullness, but it is an ache I will gladly bear. I feel Ember stirring restlessly in the back of my mind, so I excuse myself and slip out the back door for a breather. The view from the back porch is beautiful here. The gazebo and pond have all of my attention, and I feel Ember perk up and whimper. Without thought, I pull off Christian's hoodie, look around, and start to drop my jeans. Ember doesn't wait and surges forward, shifting in record time. My jeans are spared, slipping down the rest of the way, but the tank top shreds. Ember's excitement flows through us as she shakes out her glossy red and brown fur and stretches her long limbs. Much like me, her powerful muscles have wasted away, leaving her a shadow of her mighty self, but just being in her own skin brings her so much happiness. Ember happily takes the lead as I slink back, giving her the freedom she so deserves. She pads down the back steps, ignoring the startled gasps and curious gazes locked on her. Instead, she wanders around the back garden and makes her way over to the pond. The fall air is dry and crisp, but there's almost no breeze, and the sun is warm and inviting. She sniffs a few leaves and flowers along the way, surprising me by how much more vivid the scents are through her senses. Our reflection in the calm pond water is still as stunning as ever. Fiery red fur with brown tips and glowing amber eyes ripple slightly in the water's reflection. She really does look like a living ember. She curls up next to the pond, basking in the sun. I can feel her peace in simply being herself, no longer having to hide, which tightens my chest with guilt. "Not your fault," she murmurs. I know she's right, but I wish she had more to say. Her eyes get heavy and struggle to stay open as the warm sun seeps through her fur. A soft snout nuzzles ours, bringing us back to the waking world. Cyrus' shiny black fur shimmers in the sun, giving him an otherworldly cast. He licks our snout and looks down at us with concern swirling in his golden brown eyes. "Are you okay, little one?" he whispers, sniffing us. "Yeah, just tired, but wanted to stretch," Ember replies, letting out a wolfy sigh. Cyrus circles us before lying down and curling his big black frame around us. The heat and sparks radiating off his body seep into us, surrounding us with a deep peace. "Rest, little one," he whispers. His rhythmic breathing, coupled with the rippling light dancing on the pond and soothing sun, lulls us to sleep in no time. Hours later, I wake up on a couch in Christian's office. I rub my eyes, looking around for him, and spot him behind the desk, shuffling papers in a mountain of paperwork. I can't remember anything after falling asleep by the pond, but a glance at the clock says it's noon. "How are you feeling?" Christian asks, getting up from his desk and walking over to me. "Good," I say, stretching out and sitting up. Once again, I'm wearing his hoodie and my jeans. And Ember. I feel for her, she's fully content and relaxed in the back of my mind. For the first time I can remember, she feels totally serene. She's very happy. I should have asked first, Dash. "Show, baby, it's okay," Christian coos, kneeling in front of me. "You don't have to ask permission. If you or Ember need something, that's okay. Just be careful not to overdo it." I smile, thankful for how understanding he is. When I went out back for some air, I never expected to shift, but Ember needed it, and I didn't want to deny her something so basic. Cyrus coming to take care of and comfort her was the icing on the cake, a simple comfort I didn't realize was so important to her. Already, I feel her strength increasing exponentially. "If you're up for it, they'd really appreciate your presence at the Central Archives," Christian sighs, clearly preferring me to stay. "Appreciate your presence?" I parrot back, slightly confused and amused. I'm paraphrasing, but apparently when they figured out Garrick couldn't break the seal, Marjorie has been quite colorful, he replies slowly, choosing his words carefully. "Colorful?" I repeat, raising a brow. "Let's just say Garrick has his hands full," he chuckles. "Hell, I'd pay to see that," I laugh. What are we waiting for? He laughs at my enthusiasm and holds a hand out to help me up before leading me out of the pack house. 2 SUVs are waiting for us. Jace and Judius wait for us in the second one as Derwin, Mackenzie, and 2 other guardians hop into the first. The ride to the Central Archives isn't far, and yet I still manage to fall asleep, snuggled up against Christian while soft music plays. I wake up to a gentle kiss on my temple. "Time to wake up, baby," Christian whispers, drawing a big stretch from me. The SUVs pull up to the front doors of the intimidating white citadel and leave me once again awestruck. All traces of the battle have long been erased, but the hulking square stone structure is as dominating as I remember. Christian opens the door, slides out, and holds a hand out for me. There was so much going on last time that I never really realized the sheer scale of this place. The intimidating stone walls loom skyward as we make our way up to the front entrance. A handful of guardians are gathered in front of the massive wooden doors with Garrick, going over books and talking animatedly. Marjorie stands tensely, glaring at Garrick as they argue over something. "Thank the goddess," Dex praises when his eyes land on mine. "I hope you've got one more trick up your sleeve, Jessie. Whatever the problem is, it's already causing stress for everyone, judging by the energy they're giving off." "What's wrong?" I groan at Garrick. "It won't break," he says with a shrug. "I thought you knew Dash." "Huh," he scoffs, cutting me off. "No one has had to seal the Citadel for generations. Every Elder Guardian knows how it's supposed to work, but some things get lost over time. How to unlock the bloody thing is kind of a big thing to forget," I deadpan. "Right?" Marjorie growls. "Minor fucking detail." "Luna, if you will," Garrick says, gesturing to the door. I walk up to the massive wooden doors, dwarfed by their size, as he steps up and pounds on the door. A thud answers back as someone knocks from the other side. "Let's try this one last time. Otherwise, we'll have to set your witch loose on it," Garrick warns, earning a protective growl from Jace. "Don't take that tone with me, boy. Your mate is more powerful than she knows. Larissa's blood isn't to be underestimated." "Let's try me first," I groan. "What do I need to do?" "Just bleed," he replies cryptically, earning a grumble from Christian. Without warning, he grabs my hand, splits my palm with his, while chanting in some foreign language. As his chant crescendos, he presses our bloody palms to the door. I feel something latch onto me, drawing me rigid before feeling it snap, like an aftershock in my bones. The unpleasant sensation has me furrowing my brow and biting the inside of my cheek as it finally lets go, dropping me onto shaky legs. Christian instantly wraps me up, holding me tightly while I regain my bearings. Slowly, my breathing and heartbeat go back to normal, and the trembling in my limbs stops. If I never have to do that again, it will be too soon. Relief washes over me as I hear the heavy latch click and release, followed by the massive doors swinging open. Everyone lets out a collective sigh of relief as the black-robed keepers spill out like freed prisoners. "Arkham!" Marjorie shouts, crashing into the head keeper, who, in turn, hugs her tenderly. "There's my girl." He cheers. "So tell me, how are my books?" She pulls back, ready to give him a piece of her mind, but catches the twinkle in his eyes. Watching the two of them, you'd think they're a loving grandpa and his favorite grandchild. "They're all here and safe," she replies with a sly smile. Arkham can't resist the books as they beckon to him like long-lost friends. He gathers up several, and the guardians holding the rest follow him in, carefully setting the books down where directed. The keepers swarm the table, each grabbing a book and looking it over for damage before disappearing in different directions to put them back where they belong. What's left is an assortment of notebooks and diaries. "It will be my career achievement," Marjorie replies, noticing my interest in her notes. "A keeper who actually lived through the greatest war we may ever see. First-hand accounts, updates to the pillars of creation. That alone is worth its weight in gold. You know, very little is known about the bloodlines since the Onyx conflict." Arkham beamed at Marjorie as she explained everything. I can feel the pride rolling off of her as she expresses sheer joy. For someone so reluctant to leave here with us, to listen to her, she's had the adventure of a lifetime. "You're awfully young to have your crowning achievement already," Arkham chides, raising a bushy, snowy brow. Maybe, but I hope never to have to experience such carnage again for the rest of my days. She replies with a shudder. My eyes roam the vaulted stone interior, adding to the space's intricate grandeur. The height and stone give the interior of the citadel the look of a church, yet the books, artwork, and artifacts scream museum. There's a gentle yet powerful energy surrounding this place. I can't decide if it's coming from the building itself or the items contained within, but it's palpable. Like the energy at the heart of the lake, just different. Would you happen to have any references on pack bonds? Christian asks. Of course, Arkham nods enthusiastically. Anything in particular? Incomplete bond? Christian replies with a shrug, earning a raised brow from Arkham. Only I can link Jessie. She says she can feel the pack bond, but can't access it. He looks between us, narrowing his gaze like he's expecting a punchline to a joke. When he doesn't get one, he breaks out into a deep, body-shaking laugh that bends him over. He laughs so hard and loud that he draws several curious stares. Sorry, he wheezes, cheeks crimson from exertion as he struggles with laughing fits. You. But she's not. Another round of laughs leaves him gasping for air, and Marjorie is patting his back. You'll have to excuse him. He gets eccentric at times, she groans, glaring at him. Oh, hush, child, he chides, shaking her off and straightening his robes. She's marked, isn't she? She's feeling the pack bond through you, Alpha. That's why she knows it's there, but can't access it. Well, yeah, Christian agrees, furrowing his brow, clearly not having caught on to what Arkham's hinting at. The head keeper sighs dramatically, irritation flashing in his eyes as he prepares himself to break whatever is obvious to only him down further. Does nothing strike you as odd about the Luna? Arkham asks, gesturing at me. The list is long dash, Derwin blurts out as a blow to his gut cuts him off. Mackenzie glares at him, daring him to utter another word. The list is long, Christian reluctantly agrees with a frown. Can you be more specific? I can't help my scowl as I feel like a defective object that people are trying to figure out how to fix. This isn't a new problem, and it shouldn't upset me as much as it does, yet my irritation continues to grow. What do you expect would happen to her? He asks, arching a bushy brow. That, unlike all those before her, she'd magically be able to access a pack link. Christian growls, taking a threatening step forward, clearly not enjoying Arkham's riddles. What are you saying? What is she? A rogue Luna. Chapter 79. A rogue Luna. His words hit like a ton of bricks, leaving me wide-eyed as they sink in. The collective gasps and equally shocked reactions from the gathered crowd of keepers, guardians, and our pack members tell me I'm not alone. Wait, Kaiman called me that when I first met him. Oh, you've got to be shitting me, Derwin barks out, laughing. Christian palms his forehead before running his hand through his hair. I can't believe. I'm so fucking dense, he groans. No one else caught it, Garrick replies with a sheepish smile. Caught what? I snap, frustration welling in me as everyone else catches on to something that's assumed common knowledge and leaves me once more in the dark. You're packless, love, Dex cuts in. But I'm with still waters? I ask, suddenly uncertain. Of course, Jessie, Judius replies. But you were never bonded in. Remember after the fight with Rob and his rogues? How did Christian cut his palm and mine, then welcome me to the pack? My lips form into a perfect O as I finally catch on. At the time, Christian's ritual seemed odd, but I brushed it off. I was just happy that Christian finally accepted Judius, and he once again had a pack. It slipped my mind, Christian admits as guilt flashes in his eyes. Only wolves can be bonded into a pack and, well, you know. I was human, until I wasn't, I laugh. In hindsight, it's funny to think that for my whole life, I thought I was human with a bitch's subconscious. Meanwhile, I had poor Ember in a prison so deep I can't blame her for being angry. Exactly, he laughs, nervously rubbing the back of his neck. Lord knows it has been a crazy few months. Fucking understatement of the century. Jace groans, earning laughs from all. Well, I'm already bloody. Let's snip my roguey roots, I chirp, holding out my wounded hand. Christian gazes at my sliced palm, and his eyes swirl with such emotion as he gently takes it in both of his hands and brings it softly to his lips. I sense a conflict within him as he grapples with an inner debate. "No, baby," he says tenderly and curls his fingers around my hand. "We're going to do what we should have done long ago, welcome you into the pack with a Luna ceremony." "A Luna ceremony?" I ask, having no idea what that is. "Every Luna, when found or chosen, is welcomed into their pack with a ceremony, celebrating the alpha pair and her champion," Christian explains. "Everything happens so fast, but you deserve this, hell, for everything Judius has done too." Lord knows I hate a fuss, but I can see how important this is to Christian, and Judius deserves recognition for his sacrifices. "Okay," I whisper, not putting up a fuss. Jace whoops in excitement, though I think after what we've all been through, we can all use something to celebrate. Christian pulls me close and captures my lips with his, kissing me so passionately that he leaves me breathless and weak in the knees. "Thank you," he huskily whispers, his golden green eyes boring into mine. The love feeding back through the bond leaves me speechless, so I lay my head on his chest and relish in the moment. "We have several new pack members to bond in also," he adds as an afterthought. "Chloe and Mira, for starters, but there's a big stack of transfer requests we need to go over when you're up to it. Plus, we still have to address the she-wolves, ex-prisoners, and war prisoners." I groan as reality comes crashing in on us. The happy moment was nice while it lasted, but there's so much work yet to be done. Reopening the central archives is just the tip of the iceberg. "I guess we'd better get back then," I sigh. "Don't forget Marjorie," Arkham chimes in, earning a death glare from her. "Forget me," she hisses. "I just got back." "And you've got half the story," he chides, clasping her shoulders. "Surely you'll see it through? You have so much life to live before you cloister yourself in this musty building with us." "But I love it here," she whimpers as her brown eyes start to well. "I happen to like the musty book smell." Marjorie lifts her head defiantly and sniffs, fighting against her emotions. "I know, girl, but you have plenty of time. You're still a keeper, and you are chronicling one of the most important events of our history. You have a duty to see it through." There's a tender affection wrapped around each word and look that makes me feel guilty for watching. "Come now, we'll pack you up properly," he says, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. "You're not running this time. I'm sure we can take a moment." "Of course," I agree, waving them off. "We'll be waiting out front." Christian guides me back to the front door, leaving Dex, Derwin, and Garrick behind. Exhaustion once again catches up to me as I snuggle in against Christian in the back seat. His throaty chuckle is the last thing I hear as sleep once again takes me. Having slept the entire way home on top of the way there and at the pond, I feel well rested as the car pulls in front of the Crescent Falls pack house. Sliding out of the back seat, I stretch and rub my eyes clean. "Feeling better, princess?" Derwin chirps, walking over from the second SUV. "More and more with every nap," I laugh. "Up to identifying our mystery man?" he asks, raising a brow. Christian growls lowly behind me, clearly not happy. "It's okay, Christian. Really, I feel fine. Besides, I know you have plenty of work to catch up on," I dismiss. The poor man's desk looks like an avalanche waiting to happen. I appreciate his concern and care for me, but I don't want him to neglect his duties on my behalf. "Fine," he grumbles. "But if anything happens, dash." "Relax, brother," Derwin cuts in, waving his arm. "I won't let a thing happen to her, believe that." Christian glares at Derwin for a moment longer before kissing my forehead and stepping back. "Take it easy," he warns. "You are far from back to normal, and I don't want you to overdo it and have a setback." "I know, Dash." "Christian, I get it, I promise." I groan. "I'll even grab something to eat on the way." That offer did it, and his frown turned into a tight-lipped smile before he nodded and walked off to his office. He seems more, I struggle to find the word. Possessive? Protective? Moody? Volatile? All of that and then some. "Princess, you're carrying his pup, on top of the royal thing." I hate to admit it, but I'm impressed with his restraint, Derwin teases with a crooked grin. "That honey, milk pheromone your body is putting out is gonna bring that out in all the wolves around you." I groan, picturing my life surrounded in bubble wrap. Lord knows they already coddle me so much. "Come on, we'll grab something to eat on our way through the kitchen," he says, leading the way. We pass through the kitchen, and he grabs a plate, filling it with a mix of fruits, veggies, and meats while I hold 2 oranges. After loading up, we slip out the back and hang a right to one of the outbuildings that the Guardians reside in. The closer we draw near, the more my anticipation grows. By the time we reach the front door, my heart is hammering and my breaths are reduced to shallow pants. "You okay, princess?" Derwin asks, hand paused on the doorknob. His chocolate eyes swim with concern as he takes in my state. "Just nervous," I whisper. I want nothing more than whoever I'm identifying to be Peter, but I am trying to brace myself for the possibility that it may not be him. "We haven't been able to get anything from him," Derwin replies. "So any light you can shed will be welcomed." "What did he do?" I ask, following him down to the lower levels. The dimly lit, windowless passageway makes my skin crawl. "Hard to know," he muses, reaching out for a door handle. "The Guardian's task was to find and protect you and to take the prison." Mid-assault, this group comes and joins the fight, but they are taking on everyone. They were slaughtering Dimitri's forces and just trying to push through Guardians, so we took them down instead of killing them. This one's definitely the ringleader, but that's all we can find out about him. None of them is talking. He swings the door open, revealing a windowless room with bare concrete walls and a simple table with 2 chairs. 3 men are inside. One is seated with his wrists shackled and a guardian on either side. Once inside, Derwin closes and relatches the door. The solid clank of the metal bolt locking us in makes me jump, adding to my discomfort. With shaky steps, I slowly make my way to the man at the table. His brown-haired head hangs low in defeat, and his shoulders slumped. He feels broken and weighed down, but there is a stoic resolve to him. My heart leaps, tasting that familiar, stoic energy. "Peter?" I call, drawing his attention to me. His head snaps up, eyes lock on mine as he shoots right up out of his seat. The Guardians waste no time slamming him back forcefully to the chair. "Stop!" I yell, enraged at seeing him shackled and manhandled like this. "Touch him again and you'll regret it." Both Guardians exchange confused looks, but slowly back up, turning their attention to Derwin. "You heard her," he says with a shrug before turning his attention to me. "I take it this is the man you've been looking for?" "Yes," I reply firmly, unable to look away. "Get the shackles off," Derwin adds. His gaze darkens as both men stay frozen. "No." They practically jump to remove the shackles. I feel a slight relief seeing no burns, so they aren't silver. When he's freed, he tenderly rubs his wrists, but doesn't look up. I take a seat across from him, and when he still doesn't look up, I roll the orange to him. "I am happier than you can imagine to see you alive and well," he finally says, still staring at the orange. "Likewise, though you made it incredibly difficult to find you," I chide. "Look at me, we have been through too much to play these stupid games." His broken prisoner routine pisses me off. It's not the man I've grown to respect. Coupled with my claustrophobic tension from this place, I can feel how irritable I'm getting. "Really?" I challenge. Finally, he lifts his head and looks at me. Faint bruises litter his skin, hinting at how hard he fought. "Is my sister safe?" he asks, a glimmer of hope in his brown eyes. "Please, Luna, tell me you've got her." "First, you're going to tell me what the point is behind all of this," I say, gesturing at him. "You couldn't even be bothered to tell them your name?" "There wasn't a point," he shrugs. "Sentencing starts tomorrow, I know my fate." "For someone who once accused me of being dumb, you're sure acting like an idiot," I growl. "Well, he's refused to eat since he was captured," Derwin drawls, looking bored as he leans against the wall. "So he rats out everyone, not just us," Ember snickers. I groan and reach for the plate. Derwin easily slides it between us, and I don't miss how Peter's eyes flicker to it and how he licks his lips in anticipation. He's clearly hungry, but apparently too stubborn. "Would you eat something for Christ's sake?" I growl. "Why waste resources on a dead man?" he asks, furrowing his brows. "You look pretty lively to me," I retort, sliding the plate closer. "Resources aren't tight here. There's plenty of food to go around. In fact, these are leftovers. Please, Peter." His eyes lift to mine as I silently beg him to give in. He sighs and caves, tossing a strawberry into his mouth. Once his resolve breaks, it's game over. In no time, he demolishes half of the platter while I eat my orange and a piece of sausage. So what happened? I ask as he sets to work, peeling his orange. Didn't they already tell you? He asks, nodding to Derwin behind me. Their story has some holes. I want the full story from when you left me, I specify, leaning forward on the table. Then you'll tell me about my sister? He bargains. Agreed. Leave nothing out though, I warn. I didn't miss how intently the Guardians are watching him. He's a dangerous war criminal in their minds, but I know better. His only hope is for Derwin to recognize what I already know to be true. When I burst in and found you like that, he starts, then pauses, clenching his jaw as he tries to shake the image from his mind. I left you with Sasha and Lena with Jen to watch over them. I posted my 2 best men at the doors with orders to let no one in. Did you kill them? I can't help the small giggle that slips past my lips. No, I recognize them as 2 that Sasha really liked. They caused me no issues, so I told them the same thing, let no one in. He seems satisfied with my answer and gruffly nods. I knew Christian would be coming, so I gathered the packs loyal to me, and when the shit hit the fan, I pulled them back to the prison, he continued. I knew Dimitri would rather kill the prisoners than let them fall into Christian's hands. But the Guardians were trying to take the prison also? I push on. He sighs but nods. I gave clear orders not to kill any Guardians, but their loved ones were so close. When things got heated, I pulled everyone back, set them on Dimitri's forces, and fell back to the prison. His words hang heavy in the air as they sink in. From my perspective, he couldn't have done anything better, but it wasn't me I was trying to convince. How many did you lose? I asked Derwin. He purses his lips, studying Peter for quite a while. Damon led the prison attack. He lost 2 and had several injured, but says the 2 lost were from council guards. His account supports his testimony that they held back. Derwin replies as his frown deepens. He turns to me, looking me square in the eyes as he searches for something. His frown deepens further the longer he tries to read me. You're heading into dangerous territory, princess, he warns. What can I say? It's my natural habitat, I scoff. They're out for blood, Derwin says, voice hushed as his eyes flicker to Peter. And they can have it, Peter says, donning his stony facade. But Jessie, you promised me. I earned my fate, she didn't. His sorrow and desperation hit me in waves. Through every action I have seen him make since I met him, Peter has tried to make the best choices, all for her. Even now, he'll gladly die if that means she'll live well. I owe him, Derwin. It's easy for those who weren't there to condemn the whole group, but it's not right, and it's not just, I say, laying a hand on his arm. There were good people in there, kept against their will, trying to make the best choices they could. The ones casting their guilt should be the ones who suffered under them. He stood quietly and considered my words. I can tell from his deepening frown that he knows I'm right, but a look in his eyes warns that convincing everyone is not going to be easy. Please, I whisper. I'll do what I can, he grumbles. But Christian is your problem. Leave him to me, I agree before turning to Peter. He watches us closely, but is struggling to keep up. Tell your men to cooperate fully. They are looking for a reason to sentence you to death. Don't make it easy. But Jessie dash. Save it, I growl, cutting off his protest. There are many ways to do penance. Don't be so eager to die, and maybe you'll see your sister yourself. Hope flickers in his eyes as he considers my words. I hope you know what you're doing, Derwin cautions as he leads me to the door. Trials start tomorrow morning. Have some faith, I say, trying to muster some of my own. Lord knows I've faced steeper odds before. Chapter 80. My evening conversation and morning argument with Christian about Peter's innocence did not go well. I thought by being open and honest with him about what went on under Dimitri's leadership, he would understand my point of view. I was wrong. To him, the laws are black or white. A person is either guilty or innocent, and there is no room for making the best out of a bad situation. He keeps repeating that every action has a consequence, and I get it, but he doesn't see the other side of the blade. Already, he is gathering with the other alphas, preparing to begin the proceedings. They've taken over the dining commons, pulling back all the tables to leave only the benches and a row of tables across the head of the room for the judging alphas to sit at. I rush to get dressed and head down to the dining hall, skipping breakfast. The crowded room falls silent as the sea of people parts, letting me up to the front of the room where Christian and the others sit. Christian sighs but nods to the open seat beside him. Kane is seated on his opposite side, and Eric is beside me. I recognize Luda, Kaimen, and Nikita, but no one else other than Derwin. Quiet, everyone. Christian shouts, instantly silencing the room. Are you ready to begin? Marjorie nods, straightening up her notebooks and papers from her small desk in front of us. We have many to go through today, so the proceedings will be quick, Christian warns. If you have grievances against the accused, please make your way to the witness stand. I clear my throat, flashing him a pointed look, willing him to meet me halfway. If people can acknowledge their guilt, they should also be able to recognize their good. Christian sighs before addressing the crowd once more. Also, if there is testimony in their defense, it will also be heard. The crowd breaks out in nervous murmurs as they debate who would defend anyone. As I scan the crowd, I notice half of the room is devoted to the newly freed wolves. Many people look around nervously, but find comfort in their friends. First off, Dimitri's beta, Peter, Christian announces, flipping a page. The crowd jeers as Mitch leads Peter to the defendant's chair, seated in the middle of the space and facing us. Enough, Christian barks, silencing them once more. Council members Massimo, Romanov, Lysander, Sylvia, and Silas were all killed during the war, as was Dimitri and the rogue Alpha. The room erupts into cheers, but Christian shuts them down with a single look. I sigh, feeling the petty energy coming off of him. At least try not to be biased, I groan. His beta is the last rank wolf left standing. All other alphas were killed on the field, Christian continues. Aside from the obvious grievance of being his beta, you owned a collared female, Alpha Nikita. He mumbles in shock, lifting his eyes briefly from the page in front of him to her before returning to the offenses. Do you dispute? Kane growls. Peter sits there with his head lowered, accepting the sentence without a fight. No, I am guilty. The crowd boos and jeers loudly, yelling for sentencing. I let out a stiff breath, struggling to keep my temper in check as irritation blooms in me. Quiet. Christian yells, slamming his fist down so hard the table jumps. I will not keep saying this. If you cannot control yourself, we will have closed judgments. His words hang heavy in the air as a dead silence falls over the crowd. Most of the noise was coming from the side filled with warriors. The she-wolves are mostly quiet. Scraping sounds from a chair draw all eyes as Nikita stands and purposefully makes her way down to the witness stand. Christian raises a brow, but says nothing. Slowly, a timid-looking young brunette woman stands from among the she-wolves and stands behind Nikita to speak next. Several others follow suit. I believe I have the right to speak and cast judgment on this man, Nikita says in a tone that leaves no room for argument. For the wrongs he has done you, that sounds fair, Kane gruffly agrees. Wrongs? She parrots back, raising a brow. You were his claimed female, were you not? Kane growls in response. I was, but the move was for mercy, she replies plainly, drawing gasps and murmurs from the crowd. Alpha, Peter whispers with a pleading tone. She flashes him an irritated look that silences him instantly. You had your chance. If you will not speak on your behalf, then others will. She chides, turning her attention back to us. Collards were a caste there, below Omegas. Most were female, but there were a handful of males. Having a generic collar meant that anyone could send you on errands or use you for what they needed if they caught you alone. Those who worked in the laundry or the kitchen were supposed to be left alone. She starts, no doubt flashing back to that day. 3 soldiers caught me off guard in a kitchen supply closet, the day Jessie found me. I wasn't going down without a fight, but the silver collar had me weakened. Peter took one look at me in the state I was in and claimed me on the spot, not because he wanted me but because he saw I needed help and was important to Jessie. A soft smile graces her lips as she looks warmly between me and him. But still he took you against your will, one of the other alphas interjects. That was done at the conference, she dismisses, and not by him. I remember purple guard uniforms and not much else. No, if anything, He gave me back something. That makes no sense, the same man scoffs. I went from living in a hellhole with no security to relative safety. The beta collar was silver-free, giving me back my wolf, and he insisted on taking it off whenever I was in the safety of his room. He never touched me and slept on a chair while he insisted I take the bed. I got regular, proper meals and freedom to rest and regain my strength. She holds her head high as she shares her experience with all to hear. There is no shame in her voice, no guilt, only admiration for the man who helped her in her time of need. Anything more to add? Christian asks with a pensive look in his eyes. No, it looks like there are several others waiting to tell their sides, she says, nodding and taking her seat once more. Witness after witness, they all say the same thing. Peter maintained order and assisted where possible, ensuring the packs remained in line and preventing men from abusing them. Not one woman had a bad thing to say. By the time the final woman has spoken, I can feel the conflict and annoyance rolling off of Christian and Cain, washing away everyone else. Neither was sure of their decision, and both are angry. I felt better about killing the prick before they threw him a parade, Cain grumbles. He crosses his arms over his chest and scowls further. The law is the law, Christian replies, but it lacks his regular conviction. By his own admission, he's guilty. And by several accounts, he went above and beyond to protect those around him, at no small risk to himself, Nikita challenges. Her dark eyes flash between Christian and Cain, daring them to dispute her. Justice is owed, though, Christian growls, pointing at him. Even he knows it. Why are death or absolution the only two choices? I question, pinching the bridge of my nose in frustration. Why isn't penance an option? Huh. Cain scoffs. Make him an omega in someone's pack. Who would take on that responsibility? Several eyes shift to Eric, who is quick to throw his hands up. As much as I appreciate taking in strays, my plate is pretty full, he admits. But Jessie is right. Hold off judgment till later. Something may present itself. Christian sighs loudly and purses his lips before turning his attention to Cain. His only response is to raise a brow as if to say, your call. Fine, we'll revisit sentencing after the other trials, Christian concedes. You'd better have some options that have actual accountability, otherwise you're just holding back his execution, he warns. Mitch keeps the prisoners coming, Christian reads the offenses, witnesses speak either for or against the accused, and then comes sentencing. Those who are guilty without question are easy to pass a death sentence on, but the others, not so much. By lunch, a growing queue of men is waiting for sentencing. Peter set a precedent, and I didn't have to argue for anyone else who didn't deserve death. But as the size of the ambiguous group grows, so does the question of what to do with them. The room is dismissed for lunch, and most head outside to stretch and grab food. I stand and rub my neck and shoulders, trying to release the tension. Movement catches my attention as Mitch leads Peter over to our table, directing him to sit. A moment later, Kaimen comes over and joins Christian, Cain, and me as plates with wraps and veggies are set out for us. Peter eyes his plate suspiciously before looking at us. Just eat it, I groan. I didn't put her up to this, Peter says to Christian. I'm resigned to my fate. Christian laughs and leans forward, studying the man. Of that I have no doubt, Jessie as always, followed her own path. I raise a brow at his words, but can't dispute them. Nice save, I grumble. More often than not, her instinct is right, and I've come to trust her in matters of character, he says, giving me a tender look. But the problem still remains that actions have consequences, and for all your good deeds, you still aided the enemy, no matter how reluctant. Understood, Peter replies. Did he, though? Kaimen asks, thoughtfully rubbing his chin. Of course he did, Cain growls. Like Alexander did? Kaimen challenges, earning a deeper growl. What did he do that truly helped Dmitri and Silas? The question freezes everyone, myself included. Nothing, I finally admit, feeling my features twist in confusion. If anything, he fucked him over from the inside. I was his beta, Peter snaps in disgust. I can't be much guiltier than that. Right, Cain drawls, catching on with a slight nod. Give us the name of the woman you raped so they can pass sentence. Peter's face contorts in outrage as he shoots upright. I have never forced a woman into my bed, he snaps. Fine, the ones you collared dash. Nikita was the only one I placed a collar on, and she made it clear why. He cuts Kane off. Kane, for his part, is having fun making Peter shake in anger. Well, what about people you killed and tortured? Surely the victims dash. There were no victims, Peter hisses. The only men I've killed either tried to kill me or crossed a line that was clearly laid out. Like assaulting kitchen staff? I offer with a raised brow. His eyes go wide as he catches on too late. Peter slumps back into his chair, realizing how we've played him. They still want blood, Peter grumbles, frowning. There are plenty of guilty people to sacrifice to that cause, Christian mumbles thoughtfully. But you and the others, that's the problem at hand. Is it though? I ask, raising a brow. My eyes travel outside through the big window to the marshaled men awaiting sentencing. I don't miss the small huddle of women nearby with the odd child in their midst. Christian asks, raising a brow. He turns his gaze and follows mine. You have a group of men that aren't guilty, nor innocent, and I'm assuming they have mates and children. No one wants them, and you all at least agree they don't deserve death, I say, being met by nothing but silence. You have a man capable of keeping them in line. Seriously? Kane growls, shifting his gaze between the group outside and Peter. Now wait a minute. Peter grumbles as he catches on. It's perfect. Kaiman barks out with a laugh and a crooked grin. The bastard would rather die than be an alpha, and it would take care of the collateral damage. We are halfway through the day, but there are many more war prisoners to go through, not to mention Dimitri's prisoners. His words hang heavy in the air as everyone considers them. Peter, on the other hand, sits there stunned, jaw hanging open and eyes wide. He was prepared for death, not a life sentence in charge of others' lives. The look on his face says that's a fate worse than death. Kane agrees with his sinister grin. Are you? You can't be. I'm no alpha. Peter finally blurts out as his face turns scarlet. Guess you'll learn, Kane laughs. There's no handbook, by the way. Don't sell yourself short. Dimitri never ran the pack the entire time I was there, I chide. Think of it as penance. You don't want it, but it will give those men and their families a fresh start, and your sister. Julia. He whispers as hope flashes in his eyes. I nod. The others may view it as a promotion, Christian cautions. Huh. Kane scoffs. Being responsible for ex-war criminals? Sign me up. Well, Christian asks, raising a brow at Peter. This is bullshit, he growls. I'm no fucking alpha. Hell, I didn't have the discipline to become a first-rank warrior in my original pack. And yet you marshaled how many smaller packs? I say, frowning. Take the bloody sentence and whatever sanctions come with it and start thinking about building a life for you and your sister. Bringing up Julia is a low blow, and I know it. At this point, he is the one standing in his way. He needs to take the chance that has been given to him. His eyes lock with mine, and he lets out a drawn-out sigh. Fine. Chapter 81. Peter's sentence was met with far less resistance than expected based on the public reaction during his hearing. Most were relieved by the option that didn't make the men their problem. As expected, the relatively large portion that were judged guilty and sentenced to death more than satisfied the bloodlust. One condition of the formation of this penance pack was accepted without hesitation. Each man would be noticeably branded so that they would never forget nor be able to hide what they did. Kane had such an iron that sentencing was carried out swiftly, with each man branded on the chest with a crescent moon with a slash through it. I had wanted to be there to support Peter, but both he and Christian were adamantly against it. Probably for the best, as the burnt flesh smell even from my faraway room makes me retch. The final step was to initiate a pack bond and pledge everyone in. Given the number of men, this took a while, but was done, and the newly formed pack retired to a quiet outer building to firm up their bond and sort themselves out. Dimitri's prisoners were dealt with next. All were released since they were just being kept for leverage. The final 3 undecided wolves were what was left of the council. The closed-door proceedings I'm currently involved in are the most challenging. All 3, Blaine, Nathaniel, and Helena, look like shit, even with care. They are emaciated and a shell of themselves. Blaine lost a hand, and Nathaniel ended up with a terrible infection in his leg. It took considerable effort from the healers to save the leg, though it will likely never function properly again. Even Helena is a frail ghost of her former self, all skin and bone. After nearly 2 hours of questioning, we are no closer to a solution. Kaimen would call them out if they were not being truthful while everyone asks questions. It quickly became obvious that they suspected a power shift and that Silas was about to make a move. All of them claimed they hadn't known where or how his control was established since they weren't his inner confidants. But they still did nothing to stop his takeover until it was almost too late. "Princess, tell me you have something," Derwin groans from the far side of the table. Even from this distance, I could feel the waves of frustration rolling off of him, though it was the dominant emotion in the room. "Like what?" I question. Derwin palms his forehead before slamming his fist down in frustration and glaring at me. "Anything at this point. You've been sitting there quietly the entire time watching them like a hawk. Surely you've picked up on something." Derwin's outburst plea has drawn all eyes to me, leaving me uncomfortable. The fact that I am a wolf is now common knowledge, and after Ember made her presence known, most have picked up that I am gifted in some way. To be put in the spotlight is still not comfortable. I suppose good or bad, it all comes with the territory of no longer hiding. "I'm not a crystal ball," I huff indignantly. His pointed look clearly says that my answer isn't enough. Their energy is so complex, the power and the layers. It makes the water muddy. "Give us something," he grumbles. Blaine is the most neutral and transparent of the lot. I believe he really knew the least. I start, earning an agreement from Kaimen. Helena is too rigid to have agreed to anything, her personal feelings for me aside. "What feelings?" Christian snaps, glaring at the woman. "She just doesn't like me. That is not a crime," I assure him, but it does nothing to calm him. "She may not like me, but she did act against Dimitri, not only by allowing the challenge for Judius's mate, but also for stripping him of all collared females in his possession, not to mention warning Kane." A small satisfied smile slips on her lips as her eyes begin to twinkle, earning curious glares. No one was happy about the reparations, but I'd do it again in a heartbeat, anything to knock that aberration down a notch. "And my mate?" Christian asks, his frown dangerously close to a scowl. "It's nothing personal," she says, pursing her lips. I find her ignorance and recklessness irritating, bordering on insufferable. Kane barks out a laugh, but quickly recovers, bringing his fist to his lips and dropping his gaze. Even Derwin has his lips rolled in like he's physically restraining a laugh, and his eyes dance with amusement. Christian sighs loudly in irritation, turning his attention to Nathaniel. "And him?" he asks with a nod. "Complicated," I reply, furrowing my brows. "Who is Landon to you?" I ask, drawing shocked gasps from around the room. Nathaniel's own eyes snap wide in surprise. "Currently a dead man. Wayne's mutts picked him up outside of your territory. They questioned him for days. His cell was next to mine, but when he had nothing useful, they killed him," Nathaniel replies as he studies me with renewed interest. "And Lucian?" I press on. Nathaniel's lips part as he sucks in air, clearly never expecting that. His brows knit as he tries to work out how I could know his connections to them. A smile slips on his lips, and he shakes his head in defeat. "That's a hell of a gift you have there, Luna. How long did you know?" he finally asks. "Not long. Today, actually, I admit." "Know what?" Kane snaps in frustration, slamming his fist down on the table like a hammer. "That he's Lucian's heir," I reply plainly, never taking my eyes off of him. For his part, Nathaniel doesn't even flinch. His secrets are already out of the bag, but there's one more to unleash. "Well, that solves it," Kane growls. "Kill the fuck and there's no threat. So we're killing heirs now?" I challenge, raising a brow. "Is Willow next?" Kane shoots up with a furious roar at the mention of any harm coming to his mate. His hands are shifted as he eyes the room dangerously. Being an heir doesn't make him guilty of anything, Kaimen sighs. "Relax, no one is going to hurt Willow. The Luna was just making a point." "That would make you Galen's." "The last time all 4 heirs were known was before the Onyx conflict," Nathaniel muses, thoughtfully rubbing his chin. "So you're completely innocent?" Christian scoffs, his face contorted by disbelief. No, but as innocent as any other man, Nathaniel replies with a shrug. I am no king, nor do I ever wish to be. I was very happy being one of the lower counselors. If I wanted to be king, wouldn't I have just gone along with Silas? He's right, I admit. I've never gotten overwhelming ambition from him like I did Silas and Dimitri. Tend to your brother, I warn Christian. This last point is going to strike a nerve. Worse than Lucian's heir? He asks. It's going to hit very close to home. Christian silently rises and walks over to his brother. Derwin raises a brow as something passes between them, darkening his features. Both men tense, and Christian lays a hand on his shoulder, drawing a grimace from Derwin. Why were you there that day? I ask. The light of recognition shines in his eyes, letting me know he knew exactly which day I meant. Derwin's dark gaze shifts between me and Nathaniel as he tries to figure out the day I'm referring to. So not only a wolf and Luna, but a gifted one at that, and Lucas witness if I were to wager a bet. Judging from your expression, I'd say good odds, he muses. How else would you know? A pin dropping could be heard in the stifling silence as all eyes turn to me. My skin crawls under the unwanted attention, but I keep my gaze locked on Nathaniel, looking for any hint of half-truths. Answer the question, I growl. Tying up loose ends, he sighs. What fucking day? Kane snarls. Christ, Jessie, you talk in riddles like they do now. Only one other person was there that day, I say, nodding at Derwin. His eyes go wide as he suddenly catches on. It was him. Derwin yells as he goes to push past Christian. Christian, however, was ready for the outburst and wouldn't yield. Instead, he wraps an arm around Derwin's chest and holds him in place. The man you said was there but hidden, it was this cocksucker. Why are you protecting him? The pain and anger in his voice hit me like a knife, but I can feel there's more to the story. Letting Derwin kill him will leave more unanswered questions, and there are far too many of those already. I know it means very little now, Guardian, Nathan starts, locking eyes with Derwin. But I truly am sorry I didn't get there sooner. Sooner. Kane parrots back, clearly wanting more. About 10 years ago, Derwin met his mate. She had a sister, Serena, whom, after Yasmina's death, Derwin took care of. She had a son before he even met her, but holding up his promise, he brought both with him. I look to Derwin, but his expression is unreadable, so I continue. One day, when he was away for just a short time, she was attacked, and he got back just in time to kill the men and comfort her as she took her last breaths. My chest tightens, and I begin to tremble as the unwelcome memories resurface. I was too late to stop them. Nathaniel picks up where I left off, sparing me a tight-lipped grimace. Sylvia was obsessed with royal lineage. When the royal family was assassinated and the Guardians didn't dissolve, she knew there was an heir out there somewhere. Cunt, Kane grumbles. She spent years and a small fortune, even employing witches, till one day she caught a whiff of something. A rumor of a girl who caught the king's younger brother's eye. Everyone assumed he died heirless, being so young, but that royal line perseveres. Why? Derwin finally croaks out. Ambition, Nathaniel replies with a shrug. The council had a taste of absolute power, and some were willing to do anything to keep it. And you? Christian asks as his eyes lock on Nathaniel's. I was happy in middle management, so to speak. But status aside, murdering children regardless of the reason is something I can't abide, he admits. Everything he says rings true, and a look at Kaimen confirms it. Likely story, Derwin growls, his murderous gaze still on Nathaniel. The story would have had a different ending if I weren't there. You're right. I would have gotten the boy out of the log she'd hidden him in myself and taken him back with me and tried to hide him, but that would likely have put him in more danger. Nathaniel furrows his brows as he looks lost in thought. No, I left him with you and trusted that if he really was the heir, the goddess would protect him. I did what I could do, which was kill off anyone who knew and make it look like they stole Sylvia's money and took off, Nathaniel explains as his frown deepens. But you never confronted her? Kane asks. To what end? I was fairly certain she wasn't alone in her ambitions. The head of the council, Silas, I was certain was in on it, but I wasn't sure who else. The only one that could remove a sitting counselor is a royal, which we were lacking, or a majority vote, which I doubted I could get. Really? I ask, looking at Christian for confirmation. He frowns and shrugs. I couldn't tell you, he replies with a sheepish smile. That's above my pay grade. Not anymore, Nathaniel scoffs. That's just a technicality, I reply, irritated by his insinuation. Garrick's working on it now. Helena laughs a short, bitter laugh before locking eyes with me. Her crystal blue gaze is filled with a chilling knowing look and annoyance. Is that what they tell you? She chides, shifting her gaze to Christian. You really shouldn't keep secrets from your Luna Dash. Enough. Christian snarls, flipping the table out of the way with a flick of his wrists and closing the gap to glare down at her. What is she talking about? I ask, feeling a sense of dread sinking in. Nothing, we will figure it out. He replies curtly. Figure what out? I ask, feeling irritation well in me that he's keeping secrets from me. His silence only makes my emotions worse. Answer me. He won't find anything, she chides. We all know it, we can feel it. The bond is permanent, like it or not, by the goddess's own grace. You are the king. Silence hangs heavy in the air as she turns her attention to me. Which makes you the queen. Chapter 82. Which makes you queen, Helena announces with a mixture of satisfaction and annoyance in both her voice and on her face. Excuse me. I gasp. This has got to be a fucking joke. I am no queen. Breathe, baby. We will figure it out, one step at a time, right? Christian says, shifting gears from silencing Helena to damage control with me. At a rush of lightheadedness, I drop down into my seat, and the hammering of my heartbeats drowns everything out. I focus inward on my breathing, forcing myself to take slow, deep breaths in, hold them, then let them slowly out. They all knew, and they didn't say a word. 'Cause that went over well, Ember snickers. A warning that it's not just cosmetic like I was led to believe would be nice, I groan. Just breathe, princess, Derwin whispers beside me while rubbing soothing circles on my back. You good? After a final deep breath, I give him a slight nod. When I think I'm coming to terms with everything, there's something more. There's always something more. I open my eyes and see Christian standing in front of me, his brows pulled tight with concern. His guilt floods back through the bond, but does little to ease my tension. Any other secrets I should know about? My voice strains as I fight my temper for control. No, Jessie, that was it. I was just waiting on Garrick, Christian assures me. I can't help but feel skeptical and I purse my lips. I promise, baby. No more secrets, I growl. They only bring heartache and pain. Christian grimaces and nods, regret written across his face as he watches me for any indications of whether I'm going to vomit, have an emotional meltdown, or kill him. My skin crawls as my irritation blooms, knowing that after all we've talked about, he still kept that a secret. I'm not sure how much of it is warranted and how much I can blame on mood swings. Is there more? I'm really tired, I mumble, not looking forward to more hearings and whatnot. Nothing pressing, you and Kaimen can tell more about people than all of the rest of us put together. Thank you, he whispers, placing a soft kiss on my forehead. I nod, get up, and turn to head to the kitchen. As I enter the kitchen, Judius pushes off the wall he's leaning against and beelines for me. Clearly, Christian had radioed ahead and was waiting for me. So, he starts with a crooked grin. His crystal blue eyes are soft, with an extra twinkle. So, I parrot back with a scowl. You're usually more creative than that. He laughs, and I walk past him to the fridge to scrounge leftovers. Automatically, the kitchen staff come over to help me, but I wave them off. I'm entirely unsure what I want to eat. Shelf after shelf, nothing catches my eye. I hear Judius shuffle over, and he pulls the freezer door open. Curiosity gets the best of me, and I look but see nothing appealing either. He reaches into the top shelf, all the way to the back, and pulls out mint chocolate chip ice cream. Gimme, Ember shouts. There's no real soft way to talk about everything dumped on your plate at once, but you used to have a soft spot for this, he teases, holding up the box like a Scooby snack. You may be onto something, I reply wryly. He laughs and takes the box over to the counter, dishes up 2 bowls before returning the carton to its hiding place. I grab my bowl and follow him out to the back door. Once again, the fall sun is heating things nicely as he leads me over to the porch swing. No sooner do we sit than he sets a big, fluffy quilt on my lap. He knows me so well. We sit and eat our ice cream in comfortable silence, listening to birds sing and kids play. I squint and notice two boys kicking a soccer ball back and forth. My eyes go wide when I realize one of the boys is Ethan. Do you know, I think that is the first time I have ever seen that kid play with another kid his own age? Julius muses, thoughtfully rubbing his chin. Hell, it might be the first time I've seen him play, period. I purse my lips, considering his observation. Even at the market, he never played with the other kids. He always just sat and listened to us talk. Whenever I was at the pack house, he was either doing his own thing or hanging around with us. What a shitty childhood, no friends, no fun. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, Ember murmurs. My heart aches, realizing what he's missed out on. When I was his age, I was always playing with Tim and Jason, climbing trees, playing in the haymow, riding horses. Hell, I swear we played in every muddy creek and bug-infested meadow in our county. What has Ethan had? Running, training, and fighting for his life. Jessie, he yells, waving frantically and grinning ear to ear. I smile and wave back, but his joy brings a tear to my eye. He jogs over, followed by his friend, who's carrying the ball. From afar, he was happy. Up close, he's positively beaming. The raw joy dancing in his golden eyes brings a tightness to my chest. Looks like you have better coordination than I do, I say, changing course. He grins wider at my praise. Link is teaching me to play soccer, Ethan says. Hello, Link, I say, offering the boy a soft smile. His dirty blonde curls hang messy in all directions and fall across his forehead and into his blue-gray eyes. A bashful smile spreads across his face as his cheeks light up. Hi, Luna, he whispers, dropping his gaze. His awkward bashfulness is beyond adorable, and I struggle to hold back my giggle. It's nice to meet one of Ethan's friends, I press on. Both boys light up and smile broadly. Have fun, but stay close. The exchange felt natural and awkward at the same time. Playdates and friends have never even crossed my mind before, but I must not have messed it up too badly. Both boys take off, playfully elbowing and teasing each other before starting to kick the ball again. Heaven help me when he gets a girlfriend. We watched them for a while longer before my eyes started to get heavy once more. Clearly, naps are going to be a part of my life for the foreseeable future. You need to sleep, Julius says, pursing his lips as he takes me in. All I do is nap, I groan, but already I'm on my feet and heading in. Rome wasn't built in a day, he chuckles, taking the empty bowls. Besides, you don't want to be falling asleep at the feast tonight. With everything happening, I had forgotten about it. With the hospital finally empty and the prisoners dealt with, the final hurdle is the she-wolves. For the most part, they are secluded in their own wing in Kane's pack house, but free to come and go as they please. Several of the packs are heading out tomorrow, and a feast is a perfect casual chance for them to mingle and decide where they want to go. Several males have sensed their mates among the women, but have been instructed to take it slow and let the women come to them, which is against their nature. There is much to celebrate, and we are likely to be approached by some of the wolves wishing to transfer. I want to have a clear head and be well rested, so I wave bye to Julius and head upstairs. After a quick shower to wash the chill out of my bones, I dry off and crawl directly into bed, savoring Christian's scent as it surrounds me. Sleeping naked or in just a t-shirt has always been the way for me, but I've been bundled up for so long, slipping beneath the sheets like this again almost feels freeing. I spread out in bed on my stomach, enjoying the soft, warm comfort, and, before long, I'm out. A light caress across my lower back, up my spine, and across my shoulders wakes me from my peaceful slumber. The sparks dancing between us assure me it's Christian as his touch leaves goosebumps in its wake. I breathe deep and stretch, shifting slightly towards him, my lids hooded by sleep. Christian gazes at me, his eyes swirling brown as his fingertips continue to trace aimless patterns on my bare skin. You tempt me, beautiful, he warns, his voice strained, hoarse, and laced with desire. You could join me? I say suggestively. Christian groans, struggling with his inner resolve. Soon, he whispers, leaning down to kiss me. The moment our lips meet, his resolve weakens as he slips a hand behind my head, taking control and deepening it instantly. His lips move softly but dominate mine, setting the pace and waking a fire within me. I roll over and reach up, knotting my fingers in the hair at the nape of his neck. He sinks on top of me, settling between my thighs as he continues to kiss me fiercely. What started so light and innocent has quickly spiraled into passion and need. The thin sheet does nothing to hide the feel of his hardness pressed against my soft flesh. A wanton moan slips past my lips as he trails kisses down my neck. Fuck, he groans, sounding in pain as he sluggishly pulls back. His eyes are hooded and swirling with lust as he gazes down at me like a starving man. You're killing me, baby. I can't help but giggle at his pout as he pulls back and gets off the bed, like he doesn't trust himself. Christian stands there and sighs loudly, running his hand through his hair before sitting on the bed a little ways off. I was waking you up to tell you that the feast will begin soon, but I have to admit, that is the furthest thing on my mind right now, he chuckles as his eyes roam over me. We really should go, I murmur, sitting up and clutching the sheet to my chest. Christian's eyes darken, and he licks his swollen lips as he takes me in. My hair has dried naturally, so it is falling in loose waves and curls around me, and the sheet barely covers my full breasts. We should, he replies huskily. I don't think I can be trusted with you alone right now. Why don't you get dressed while I take a quick shower? He kisses the top of my head and peels off his shirt as he walks into the bathroom. My eyes are glued to him, only relenting when he shuts the door. With a final sigh, I slip out of bed and over to the closet, wrapped in the sheet. I purse my lips, looking over the options. If we are meeting potential new pack members, I want to make a good impression. This is also the first big event, albeit since I got back. I don't want pity looks. My condition has improved dramatically in such a short time, but I still look a bit sickly. Blue skinny jeans and a scoop neck, forest green top with black lace accents, catch my eye. Not being one for heavy makeup, I keep it light to hide my flaws. My usual eyeshadow choices, which used to make my honey brown eyes pop, now make my eyes glow completely gold. Even my hair is on board and cascading nicely in soft waves, so I leave it down and clip it away from my face. Baby, you look beautiful, Christian says, grinning behind me. My mind instantly goes blank as I look at how the towel hangs dangerously low on his hips. As my eyes slowly rake over his bare chest with water droplets still clinging to him, I swallow hard, fighting the urge to skip the feast. Keep looking at me like that, kitten, and we're going to need room service, he warns with a crooked grin. His eyes swim with desire, but I can feel how conflicted he is. Put some clothes on or take the towel off, I tease, cocking a brow. He laughs and takes off to the closet, dropping the towel before closing the door behind him. That sneaky, sexy bastard, Ember huffs. Two can play that game, we both know he'll lose, I laugh. I feel her smug satisfaction but also her need. Through everything, Christian has always been on my mind. Never have I felt this close and connected to anyone before, let alone a man. My thoughts are cut off as the closet opens and Christian walks out. He is on a pair of dark jeans and a black fitted button-down shirt. Classy yet casual. I notice he's also trimmed his beard and slicked his hair back. He holds out a hand that I gladly take and leads us out of the room towards the dining hall. The closer we get, the more uncomfortable I get. How does this work? I ask, pausing outside the doors. Like, do you shop for people to fill a need or? He lets out a chuckle at my question, his golden green eyes dancing with amusement. Relax, Jessie, it's just a casual night. Everyone worked hard to win, and it's a night to celebrate and remember fallen friends. I frown, realizing that I don't even know who is lost in the battle. As Luna, I feel like this is something I should know at the very least for our pack, but they've sheltered me a lot since I've been back. Short answer is we don't need anyone, our pack is well balanced. This is just as much of a chance for them to get a feel for us, as it is for us to see if they'd be a good fit. He explains further. How do you know if they'll be a good fit? I ask, furrowing my brows. Christian pulls me close and tucks my hair behind my ear before caressing my cheek. The simple act is so simple yet intimate and instantly soothing. One step at a time, baby, he whispers, eyes locked on mine. Have fun and just see where the night takes us. Chapter 83. With the last person's petition for a transfer finally finished, I felt like I could relax. Everyone we spoke to seemed like charming people, but I was out of my depth. Selfishly, I wanted to approve Link's family just so that Ethan's first friend could stay with us. So, how does it feel to be the cool kids? Soraya teases as she takes a seat across from us. Lord knows, you tell me, I reply wryly. Next takes a seat next to Soraya, and like a light bulb is turned on, I suddenly catch on to their intentions. She wants to talk about transferring out. I'm not ready for this. You good, Jessie? Nex asks, his eyes swimming with concern. Yeah, I mumble, palming my forehead. Been an interesting night. As if on cue to collect his prize, Kane and Willow show up and take a seat. Because of the nature of the evening, everyone has been spread apart to allow people unintimidating access to the various packs. Come to gloat. I ask Kane, who skulls in response. He feels torn, but over what I'm not sure, which only confuses me. He pays me no mind and turns his attention to Nex instead. And you're sure about this? It's not too late to change your mind, Kane grumbles. Never been more sure of anything in my life, Nex replies with a crooked grin. His dark eye shines with excitement as he wraps an arm around Soraya. Well, in that case, Willow starts, I have a going-away gift for you. Before he can protest, she takes his head in her hands, and I can feel her energy shift. His eyes close tightly, and his brows knit tightly in discomfort. A moment later, she lets go, and he blinks in shock. The milky film obscuring his damaged eye is completely gone. Holy fuck, Willow, he gasps, staring at her beaming face. But how? You tried before. I got better, she giggles. As terrible as this war was, it gave me a lot of practice, and working with Mira and Sasha has taught me more than I ever dreamed of. Her bright blue eyes shine with pride as she reflects on, no doubt, how much she's grown. Nex gapes like he can't believe he can fully see again. Well, thank you, he finally spits out. What did you mean going away present? Soraya asks, narrowing her gaze. Clearly, he hasn't run whatever this is by Soraya. There's still time, Kane whispers, earning an elbow in the ribs from Willow. You gonna tell her, or should I? Christian asks with a twinkle of mischief in his eyes and a crooked grin. I defer to you, Alpha, Nex replies, stressing his title. Soraya looks between the men, utterly confused. Nex came to me while Jessie was recovering. We talked about many things, but the important one was joining our pack. Christian starts as Soraya's eyes go wide, and she brings a trembling hand to her lips. The wave of emotions that hits me catches me off guard. Soraya has always hidden her feelings, except for anger, well. But the shock and confusion from her, mixed with the love from Nex and pride from Christian, are powerful. Nearly losing you to Bill was an eye-opener for me, Nex says, drawing Soraya's attention. My stupid pride got in the way. I was too concerned with bringing you back to see how much your pack means to you. We both have that, I should have dash. No, it's not the same. Looking back, I could see how much they're your family. His words are so tender yet firm and raw. Here, there, or as rogues, as long as I have you, that's all that matters. Soraya shakes her head, trying to make sense of his words through her shock. But you're giving up a beta position dash. For you, I'd do that and more. Besides, with Gabe coming on as Willow's Gamma, that means Killian would have been demoted. He's more than capable of doing the job. Hell, I was already training him to take over, he laughs. You're sure? Soraya asks tentatively and locks her dark eyes on him, searching for any doubt. 100%. He replies, sealing his decision with a kiss. The joy radiating from her instantly elevates my mood. I may be selfish, but I'm thrilled she is staying, and I've grown fond of Nex too. He fits in perfectly. Pay up, Judius says, taking a seat with Jace. Fucker, Jace grumbles, slapping a 20 in his palm. You assholes bet on us? Soraya snaps. Judius called it, I called bullshit. Lesson learned in matters of sap. Judius is king. Jace chides, his gray eyes twinkling. Judius mutters, whatever, rolling his eyes and pocketing the cash. The exact premise is I said he had it so bad that he'd follow her here, Jace said he wouldn't give up his position, that Soraya would cave. No offense, but you're too stubborn for that. Judius trails off with a smug smirk. This from the beta that said he'd resign and go rogue with me if that's what I wanted? Mira challenges as she joins us with Chloe. Jace chokes on air and rubs the back of his neck as the fiery redhead pins him in place with her fierce blue-green gaze. I meant every word, but this was before you, he blurts out. Drinks? I could use a refill, anyone. God, I miss drinking, I groan, earning laughs. Join the club, Claire chirps, taking a seat with Xavier. The utterly adorable couple has been inseparable since he woke up. How far along are you? Judius asks, nodding at me. No idea. The ultrasound is broken here, so Doc is waiting on that. In the meantime, I have a heap of vitamins to take all the time. I feel like an old person with pill boxes for each meal, I grumble. My follow-up with Doc did little to ease my mind after talking with Christian. There is a long list of do's and don'ts I'm supposed to follow, though most can be summed up by listening to my body and not pushing it. Although I'm now off bed rest, he wants me to take it easy, limit my shifting, and avoid running and sparring. On top of the vitamins, he wants me to snack throughout the day on calorie and nutrient-dense foods. After what we've been through, this is easy, Ember huffs. She says this now, but I felt her heart fall when Doc said no running. Now that she doesn't have to hide, she is itching to run and bond with the pack, and more so, Cyrus. She longs for more time like she had at the lake. Everything will be fine, Jessie, Christian assures me, hugging me tightly. Doc thinks he can use one of his connections back home to get you a proper checkup. He's anxious to get Claire done too. She sighs and smiles at her swollen belly. I'm about done with this, she groans. If he gets any bigger, Xavier will just have to wheel me around in a wheelbarrow. Pregnancy suits Claire. She positively glows, and the joy radiating off of her puts everyone at ease. Even Xavier can't contain his excitement. The once stoic man of few words is eager to update anyone and everyone. The pride and admiration he feels and shows for his mate are inspiring. You guys have squatted here so long it'll be weird when you go, Kane admits with a crooked grin. You're not half as uptight as I remember. And you're not quite as much of an asshole as I remember, Christian replies with a raised brow. I take it back, you can leave tonight, Kane grumbles as the table breaks out in laughter. The night turned out perfect. Endless laughs and good food were broken up by wild cheers announcing newfound mates. After so much hardship and suffering, it's music to my soul. We've been here for long enough that it feels like a second home, a growing sense of uncertainty blooms in me. Tomorrow we leave, and I know firsthand the devastation waiting for them. Fortunately, our losses were minimal. Most of the damage to our pack was just wounds. Even with losing a few people to pack transfers for newfound mates, we've gained 3 times as many as we lost. Even knowing we are literally rebuilding from the ground up, it didn't deter the applicants. Curtis assures us that although the accommodations will be tight, he's sure there is enough room for all of us. The logistical challenges ahead seem daunting, and with snow and cold on our doorstep, I'm unsure how we'll manage. One step at a time, Ember reminds me. I know she is right, but that doesn't make it any easier. A gentle shake of my shoulder wakes me from my peaceful slumber. I'm not sure we even made it to the main highway before I fell asleep, and once out, I slept like the dead until now. Blinking the sun out of my eyes, the surroundings come into focus. Familiar rural landscape greets me in its late fall, barren state. A final turn pulls the SUV into Curtis farmyard, and the gatherings are happening. Apparently, we are the last to arrive, and by the looks of the gathered people, the entire pack is here. Everywhere I look, I see couples and families reuniting and reacquainting themselves. The love and happiness wash over me from all directions. You ready? Christian asks, golden green eyes shining with concern and pride. I smile and stretch, stealing a quick kiss before whispering yes. Curtis, with his substantial size, is hard to miss as he patiently waits for us to exit the vehicle. Oma stands next to him with her gray hair pulled into a perfect bun, and Tim and Jason are practically quivering with excitement. Jason's resolve breaks first, and he rushes over, swooping me up into a big hug. Took you long enough? He teases. The familiar warmth and comfort of his embrace have my eyes pricking with unshed tears. Goddamn hormones. Off. Oma chides, smacking Jason's arm before taking his place. Let me look at you. What, don't they feed you? Come, I'll make your favorite. I can't help but laugh at her mother henning, but the thought of all my favorites involving chicken sends my stomach rolling. Anything but chicken, Oma, I choke out, hooking my arm in her outstretched elbow. She pats my arm tenderly and leads me towards the house and the kitchen, where I've spent so many happy memories. Give me a second, I'll be right there, Christian links. Stay, dear Alpha Tang, I giggle. I'm good, I'm just gonna catch up and eat. So you do that Jedi mind shit now, too? Jason asks us to go into the kitchen. I raise my brow in response. That linking stuff, the guys in the garage used to do it. Yeah, only Christian though, I mumble, watching Oma flit around the kitchen. She practically dances around the kitchen, grabbing things from the fridge and cupboards and working on the stove. Soon, child, grandmother says, squeezing my shoulder before pulling up a seat to the counter next to me. Tomorrow night is the full moon, your timing is perfect. 4. Jason questions, cocking a brow. Her Luna ceremony, long past due if you ask me. Grandmother chides, her crystal blue eyes twinkling. The savory scent of rosemary, garlic, and sausage has my mouth watering, but I know better than to get in her way. The kitchen is Oma's domain, and she takes it very seriously. Before long, she pulls out 5 plates. Christian walks in, kisses the top of my head, and walks to the end of the counter. Perfect timing, Christopher, so the Luna ceremony. Everything is set up, not that there is much left. Grandmother trails off. I know it looks bad, but we'll rebuild, Christian assures her. Grandmother's lips pull into a tight frown as she nods. I can't even imagine how hard it must have been for her to see her lifelong home reduced to ash. So what happens at these things? Jason asks. I perk up, quite curious myself as I pick away at my plate. Christian turns his attention to grandmother, giving her the floor. He hasn't been much help, seeing as he wasn't alive for the last Luna ceremony. He knew the gist of it, but no specific details. The Luna is welcomed into the pack. Vows are made. I cut both her and Christian palm and join them, she says, smiling warmly at me. Oh, and Judius will be named as her formal champion. Christian said there were new pack members? Those will get bonded in first, then it finishes with a pack run. My heartbeat picked up as she spoke. Still Waters is my home. I want this, but I'd be lying if I didn't admit I'm intimidated by the process. Being with them has significantly boosted my self-esteem, but I still feel uncomfortable being the center of attention. Sounds a lot like getting married, Jason says, furrowing his brow. I suppose it is the equivalent in our world, Christian muses. But we still intend to have a proper wedding by human standards. You better. Oma threatens, wiping her hands on her apron. You know, Newman's Orchard would make a lovely setting, just saying. One ceremony at a time, I groan, feeling tension creep into my shoulders. Relax, child, grandmother coos with a nostalgic look in her eyes. The ceremony is a formality. When it's happening, everything fades away. It's just you and your mate. Her eyes glisten with unshed tears as she no doubt remembers her own ceremony and mate. I can feel the excitement and hope rolling off of Christian. I sense just how much this means to him and how much he wants it. His emotions strengthen my resolve, and I nod, earning loving smiles from both of them. All of my doubts and uncertainties aside, Christian is one thing I am sure about. When I'm with him, it feels like we can do anything. Chapter 84. I'm sorry, what? I gasp, feeling my eyes go impossibly wide at another curveball. Listen, Jessie, it wasn't my idea. Hell, I wasn't alive for the last Luna ceremony, Soraya blurts out. The pity in her eyes does nothing to calm my nerves. Naked. They want me to strip naked in front of everyone and shift. I'm faster now, it will only be a moment, Ember huffs. Reasoning with the animal is a lost cause. She sees absolutely nothing wrong with our body, and I feel her disapproval every time I look for a bush to shift behind. You didn't burst into flames when you shifted in front of us, Soraya points out, her dark eyes dancing with amusement. She would find my discomfort funny. That was different. I snap, feeling my cheeks heat further as I begin to pace around the tiny cottage where Soraya, Claire, Chloe, and Mira are helping me get ready for the ceremony. How? She challenges. I've seen your tits and your dash. Oh my god, Soraya, stop. Claire yells, pinning her in place with a glare. Jesus, just try and remember she's not you for one fucking moment. Claire is practically trembling in anger, and although I'm grateful for her support, I don't want to be the reason she goes into early labor. Even Chloe looks concerned for Claire as she rubs Claire's lower back, trying to calm the riled-up she-wolf down. It will just be for a split second. Focus on Christian, Claire reasons with me. Grandmother says everything else fades away but your mate. Everyone else will be focused on shifting themselves. My heart hammers at the thought of shifting in front of the entire pack. Hell, I don't think I've been in front of the entire pack clothed. I don't understand how they left this final detail to the last minute. Because they knew you'd freak out? Ember chides. Hey, I'm trying here, I growl back. Pregnancy, royalty, rogue. I feel like I'm handling these curveballs pretty fucking well considering they just keep coming. It's one small thing, Ember groans. You love him, don't you? What kind of question is that? I snap. Of course I do. This is important to him and our pack. If it's too hard at the time, let me take over and I'll deal with it, she compromises. I don't want to disappoint anyone, and I do love Christian and our pack, but her words don't erase my insecurities. Being thick has always made me self-conscious. My ex only made it worse. What I went through with Dimitri, being sick with the changes pregnancy has made, plus the added hormones, everything leaves me a mess. Sighing, I hold out my hand for the garment I'm to wear. Claire beams at me as she hands me the white silk robe. I lift it and look at it closely. The shiny white silk is adorned with intricate lace and embellished with pearls and shimmering gems. The robe is easily the most exquisite thing I've ever worn. It's the part where I have to take it off in front of everyone that causes me problems. What about you? I ask, shifting my eyes to Mira. Are you ready? Her regularly pale complexion is now ghostly white as she sits unusually quiet. Why is it I've got cold feet, but it's your wolfie wedding? She asks in a shaky voice, staring at the floor. Don't downplay it, this is a big step for you. I say, taking a seat next to her and laying my hand on hers. For what it's worth, I'm proud of you. I know joining a pack is hard for you, but I think you can be happy with us. I know, it's just, Mira trails off, furrowing her brows and sighing loudly. Hard. I offer, and she nods. Not gonna get any easier sitting here. With more boldness than I thought I possessed, I dropped my bathrobe and slipped on the silk one. It's a half-robe and half-wrap style dress. Chloe helps me tie the dress in place, and my nerves only grow as I notice how form-fitting and thin it is. I'm allowed no undergarments, which only serves as a reminder of how little I'm wearing. But my already heavy breasts strain against the material, clearly not worn by well-endowed Lunas, and the material clings around my hips, ass, and budding baby bump. For all of this, I'm shocked at how flattering it looks on me as I look in the full-length mirror. The material and lace lay along my form, concealing my imperfections while accentuating my bust and hips. Big boy's gonna stroke, Mira laughs, walking up behind me. Though I still don't understand why we're getting her ready when none of us have been through a Luna ceremony. The day has been a bit awkward as we winged our way through the preparation steps that grandmother laid out. Apparently, it's a bonding opportunity for the rank females of the pack, but so far, it has been full of awkward laughs and bad pep talks. Leaving the small cottage that Jace once stayed in as punishment feels eerie. There are only a handful of small buildings left on Stillwater's property from when the council razed our home, turning the rest to ash. Bright light illuminates the night's landscape as the full moon rises to its peak. Already the pack is gathered, setting my heart hammering. Even in the night shadows, the sea of people is more than I had ever expected. Deep breath in. Hold. Exhale. I can do this, one foot in front of the other. People step aside, making a path for us to the front of the room. My legs begin to tremble and my mouth goes instantly dry as the Sahara. Look at me, baby, Christian whispers in my mind. His words feel like a lifeline that I instantly obey, locking eyes. He holds up his hand for me, and I take unsteady steps, lacing my fingers with his. You look beautiful, child, grandmother says, taking our woven hands together in her small, frail ones. Her cold fingers are such a contrast to the heat radiating off of Christian. With our new and old pack members, it is time to formally welcome our long-awaited Luna, Christian announces. Movement to my left catches my attention as Judius steps up and lays a hand on my shoulder. His crystal blue eyes twinkle in the firelight, and his calming energy seeps into me. In an ideal world, your father would have done this for you, but sometimes we have to make our own way in the world, Grandmother starts, her crystal blue eyes sparkling with a deep understanding and unshed tears. Still Waters was founded on honor and equality. When you took over as alpha from your brother, you swore to uphold these principles and to serve and protect your people at all costs. My chest tightens, imagining an 18-year-old Christian taking these vows as Derwin stepped back in the wake of his parents' murder. Most of the teenagers I knew were goofing off or out partying, and here he was taking on the burden of the well-being of an entire pack. I have been honored to watch you fill your father's shoes and surpass him. Under your guidance, our pack has grown and prospered, and although it may not look it right now, I see how far you have brought us and will continue to bring us. Grandmother pauses and shifts her attention to me, and I feel a lump form in my throat. From the moment we met, I knew you were destined for great things. She speaks with such sincerity that my heart threatens to burst. I love my grandson, don't get me wrong, but he needed you. Your fire and your love challenge him to new heights and make him a better man. Tonight we welcome our Luna into our pack under Selena's watchful eye, Grandmother calls out, lifting her head to the heavens above. She turns her attention back to our entwined hands. Carefully, she pries our palms apart, leaving our fingers laced. She pulls out a white silk strip from her pocket and a sharp dagger and draws it across both our palms, letting our blood well. She pressed our hands together, and white light ripples through my mind as I tighten my grip. By the time it subsides, Grandmother has our hands bound neatly together. And have you chosen your champion? She asks, eyes darting behind me. I have, I mumble, turning to smile at Judius. The happiness and pride rolling off of him are enough to bring me to tears. Ever since I met him, I know how much finding a pack of his own meant to him. To have a rank of honor is more than he ever hoped for. In such a short time, his whole life changed. He even found his second chance mate. And what are you willing to sacrifice for your Luna? She asks, pinning him in place with her sharp gaze. Everything, he replies without hesitation. I will die before I let any harm come to her. The conviction in every word is sobering. Memories flash through my mind of the time I thought he died at Lysander's hand. Leaving him behind was the hardest thing to do, and if it wasn't for Cain physically carrying me away, I don't think I could have left his side. Soraya calls him my shadow, and she's not wrong. He has been by my side since the beginning, helping me along the way. Without him, I might still be hiding on my farm alone, still a shell of myself. I look at you too, she says, looking between me and Christian, and see nothing but a bright future for our pack. I know your parents would be so proud of you, Christopher. They would have loved you, Jessie. Her voice chokes up as she speaks of her slain son and his mate. Grandmother turns her back to us and addresses the crowd directly. Still Waters, I present to you, your alpha couple. The deafening roar of applause and cheers cuts through the silent night. I've never felt such exuberance. It's intoxicating and relieving. Even after the war and rebuilding, there is so much hope and happiness that my nerves can't ignore it. Christian turns to me and brings our bound hands to his lips, kissing the back of my knuckles. His eyes dance with excitement, setting my heart fluttering. Are you ready, my Luna? He asks, his voice husky and seductive, making my core quiver in anticipation. I nod, feeling myself start to tremble. He unbinds our hands and takes a step back. I risk a look around and see everyone busy shedding clothes and shifting, but my nerves get the best of me. Baby, I'm right here, he whispers in my mind, drawing my attention once again to him. The way that his fingers quickly unbutton his shirt before working on his cuffs has all of my attention. I lick my parched lips as I watch the snow-white shirt flutter open against his tan chest. If you're going to look at me like that, you could help, he teases, mischief dancing in his eyes. With shallow breaths and a boldness I didn't know I possessed, I close the gap, freezing him in place as he quirks a brow. My palms slip up his sculpted chest, pausing briefly, feeling his steady heartbeat. He practically purrs at my unexpected contact, relaxing under my touch. With our eyes locked, I slide my hands up his chest and over his shoulders, slipping the silk shirt off and sending it to pool around his feet. My heart races as he drops his pants and steps even closer to me. The heat radiating off his body is comforting in the cold night air. He lifts my chin and runs his rough thumb across my lips, making me shiver in anticipation before kissing me lightly. "Focus on me," he whispers hoarsely, eyes swirling with lust. Christian runs his knuckles painfully slowly down my front before reaching the tie on my robe and tugging softly at it. His eyes burn with such intensity that everything else fades away. It's just him and me in this moment. The steady flutter of my heart and burning in my cheeks are my only reactions. My eyes bore into his as I focus on him and latch onto his love. Christian slips a hand between the layers of fabric and gently tugs the other ribbon, opening the slip. My chest rises and falls in rapid, shallow breaths as his warm hand schemes along my tender flesh, up between my breasts to settle on my shoulders. He pauses, searching my eyes for permission before pushing it off my shoulders and letting it pool around my feet. The cold breeze raises goosebumps across my bare skin, but the heat from Christian's gaze as he devours every inch of me sets fire to my skin. His gaze darkens further as he steps flush against me, hands resting on my hips. "Never doubt how beautiful you truly are," he rasps out, before capturing my lips with his. The passion in the way his lips move against mine leaves me breathless when he finally breaks away. "Ready to run?" he asks as Cyrus flashes in his eyes. Ember is practically prancing in my head, eager to embrace her pack. I nod and step back, feeling Ember surge forward and shift in record time. Her joy at being in her skin makes me smile as I take a back seat, happy to watch her have her moment. Excited yips ring out as wolves of all sizes and colors rub up and greet us. Everyone is eager for attention from the alpha pair as they push and shove against each other to get their chance. Dizzying excitement and happiness wash over us as our pack fully embraces us. The newly formed pack bond hums happily in the back of my mind as a tangible reminder of my new extended family. Never have we felt so loved and accepted by so many. It's almost overwhelming as this feeling surrounds us and washes over us. Eventually, Cyrus's hulking black wolf pushes his way over, and he rubs along the length of us, coating us in his intoxicating scent before nuzzling us. "It's time. Run, little one," Cyrus commands with a predatory look in his eyes that sends my heart racing in excitement. Not needing to be told twice, we turn in a flash, let our paws dig deep into the leaves and forest floor, and take off into the shadows. Chapter 85. Excitement and adrenaline fuel me as I race through the forest, pushing my body to its limits. The cool night air rushes past me, and I feel a sense of freedom that I've longed for. My muscles burn as I run, but it's a satisfying kind of ache, one that tells me I'm truly alive. Cyrus nips at my flank, teasing me as he catches up, and I can't help but smile at his playful challenge. "Is this how you want to play it?" His voice rings through my mind, full of amusement and something deeper, something primal. "I'm just following your lead," I tease, my breath coming faster, matching the rhythm of my pounding heart. His laughter, rich and warm, echoes in the bond between us. "I enjoy the chase, but I don't want you overexerting yourself." "Our night is far from over," he warns, his pace slowing slightly. As we approach the shimmering edge of the lake, I slow, letting the cool water cascade over my legs and cool the heat building inside me. The sound of the water rushing over the falls is like music to my ears, calming and soothing. I drink in the peace around us, the quiet beauty of the night. Others gather by the water, some of the pack staying behind, their eyes filled with contentment and rest. Claire, looking both wild and serene, slowly makes her way over to join us. Despite the strength that radiates from her, I can sense the weight of her pregnancy, her exhaustion palpable in the air. Xavier, ever the protector, stays by her side, his large chocolate wolf a constant presence. I look over at Christian, who's pacing slightly, keeping an eye on the pack and scanning the horizon. I can feel his restlessness. There's a desire to keep moving, but he knows my body isn't ready yet. How much longer? I ask, my voice barely a whisper in the stillness. We'll run the perimeter, Christian links back to me, his words tinged with hesitation. The uncertainty is palpable, but I understand. The night is still young, and he doesn't want to push me too far. Not yet. I glance back at Claire, her calmness contrasting with my own inner turmoil. She's done so much, and now with her pregnancy, she's even more vulnerable than before. Ember stirs uneasily in the back of my mind, sensing my own concerns. Stay with her, Christian advises, cutting through my indecision. The decision feels natural, and I lean into it. It's what I need. I gently nudge Claire, resting my head against her side, the warmth of her body comforting. Xavier steps back, understanding the need for rest, and I'm grateful for his silent support. The sound of Claire's gentle, rhythmic breathing soon matches the soothing hum of the waterfall nearby. The peace of the moment settles over me, the tension in my body fading away as I drift off into a peaceful sleep. Hours later, a gentle nudge at my side wakes me. Blinking the sleep away, I find Christian standing before me in his wolf form, his eyes glowing in the moonlight. His steady gaze reassures me, and I get to my paws, stretching the stiff muscles in my legs before following him through the forest. We move through the trees in silence, the crisp night air brushing past us as we approach a small, quiet lake. The faint glow of a fire casts a warm light through the trees, drawing me toward it. Without a word, Christian shifts back into his human form, and I follow suit, the shift flowing seamlessly through me as I take my human shape. He smiles at me, his eyes filled with warmth and something deeper, something that makes my heart skip a beat. He holds out his hand, and I take it, feeling the connection between us grow stronger with each passing second. This is where we can be alone, Christian says, his voice low and filled with an emotion I can't quite name. He walks me inside the small cabin, the warmth from the fire wrapping around us like a soft embrace. The room is simple, the firelight flickering in the hearth. There are blankets spread out before the fire, the glow of the flames dancing across Christian's features. The peaceful atmosphere contrasts sharply with the chaos and uncertainty of the past days. This place feels like a sanctuary, a retreat from the world outside. Christian steps toward the fire, adding a few more logs to the flames. I watch him, captivated by the way his muscles flex and move as he works. His movements are fluid, controlled, and I can't help but admire him. The man before me is everything I could ever want, strong, steady, and kind. And yet, there's a vulnerability in him, a part of him that only I get to see. He turns, catching me staring, and a mischievous grin spreads across his face. Like what you see, he teases, his voice low and full of desire. I smile shyly, my cheeks heating as I lower my gaze. But I can't hide the warmth in my eyes or the way my heart races when he looks at me like that. You know I do, I respond softly, my voice thick with emotion. Christian steps closer, his presence overwhelming. He wraps his arms around me, pulling me into his chest. The warmth of his body against mine sends a jolt of comfort and safety through me. I rest my head against his shoulder, feeling the steady beat of his heart beneath my cheek. I made you a promise, he murmurs, his breath warm against my ear. That when this was all over, we'd have time to just be together. No more chaos, no more fighting. Just us. I nod, my eyes closing as I savor the feeling of his embrace. And we will, I whisper. We'll have all the time we need. He kisses the top of my head, his fingers gently brushing through my hair. The sound of the crackling fire fills the silence, but in this moment, it's the soft beat of our hearts that I focus on. We've earned this, he says quietly, his voice filled with certainty. We've been through so much, Jessie. But this is just the beginning. I smile, feeling the weight of everything that's happened, everything that's yet to come, but for the first time in a long time, I feel at peace. In his arms, I know that we can face whatever comes next together. Chapter 86. Christian POV. The air between us hums with intensity. The weight of our bond, already so solid and unwavering, grows with every touch, every shared breath. Every look she gives me feels like a jolt to my heart. Jessie is more than just my mate. She's my everything. Each moment spent with her only deepens my desire to protect her, to keep her close. But tonight, something about the way she's looking at me, something in the firelight dancing in her eyes, tells me she's ready for something more. She teases me with her gaze, her voice low and playful. "As you wish, Alpha," she says, the words tinged with a mischievous energy I can't ignore. Her confidence has grown, and it's like I'm seeing her for the first time in a way that sends a thrill through my chest. But I have to remind myself, she's still recovering. As much as I want to lose myself in this, I know her well enough to know she deserves gentleness. Jessie shifts, and I feel every inch of her warmth against me. Her breath hitches as she takes in the sensation, her body settling fully against mine. My heart skips a beat as she moves, her rhythm slow at first, but steadily gaining confidence. Every touch, every gasp, draws me closer. I can feel the connection between a surge, our bond wrapping tighter as she embraces her body, embracing us. She's always struggled with her body, with her own self-doubt. But tonight, she's owning it, owning us, and it's the sexiest thing I've ever witnessed. I've watched her grow, watched her fight through so much, and now I get to see her fully embrace who she is, and I can't help but fall even harder for her. I slide my hands up her body, gently guiding her as she moves, and she lets out a soft mewl of pleasure. I can feel the vibrations of it all the way down to my bones. She's beautiful inside and out. The way her body responds to me, the way her chest rises and falls with each breath, makes my chest tighten with affection and desire. My fingers gently brush her skin, cradling her in my hands. Every inch of her body is like fire to me, and I'm consumed by the way she moves, the way she's finding her rhythm and letting herself go. My hands trace down her sides, and she gasps, a soft moan escaping her lips. "Christian," she whispers, her voice a breathy plea that sends my heart racing. Her body trembles beneath me, and I can feel her need, her desire building with every movement. She's overwhelmed, lost in her own pleasure, and I feel it surge through our bond, intensifying everything. I guide her hips with careful, deliberate movements, making sure she's comfortable, giving her the control she needs. "Let me hear you, baby," I say, my voice rough with the need building in me. Her lips part as she finds her rhythm, her breath catching with every movement. She moans out, her hips moving faster now, her body giving in to the pleasure. I can feel her pulse, her heartbeat, through our bond, and it drives me wild. Watching her, listening to her, seeing her come alive, it's everything I ever wanted. This is more than physical, it's a connection that runs deep, something that ties our souls together. Her breath comes quicker, and I can't resist any longer. I slide my hands from her hips up to her chest, caressing her breasts, feeling the way they move with each motion. Her soft whimper as I pinch her nipples sends a flood of heat coursing through me. "Christian," she breathes again, her voice trembling with need. Her body's reaction, the way she can't seem to stop herself from writhing against me, drives me to the edge. I feel myself unraveling, but I keep my focus on her. Her pleasure is all-consuming. She's lost in the moment, and I'm right there with her. Every time her body clenches around me, it sends shockwaves through my chest. She's perfect in every way, and I want to savor every second of this. As I pull her closer to me, I can feel our bond solidifying even more. I lift her, and we move together in a fluid, primal rhythm. The firelight flickers in her eyes as she looks at me, her body trembling beneath me. The sight of her, so utterly lost in the moment, has me teetering on the edge. But I want more, I need more. "Not yet, baby," I grunt, sitting up and pulling her even closer. She's so close, I can feel it in every fiber of my being. Her breath quickens, her movements become more desperate, but I hold her firmly, making her feel every second of the connection we share. I lower my head, letting my lips graze her neck, feeling her pulse beneath my mouth. The scent of her, cinnamon and cherry blossom, invades my senses. I can feel my canines elongate and my mind grows hazy. Her skin is warm beneath me, and I can't hold back. I sink my fangs into her flesh, marking her in the most primal way. The sensation of her blood, the way she screams out, it sends me over the edge. Pleasure explodes through me in waves, a release so intense it almost blinds me. I feel her tighten around me, her body shuddering as she climaxes, and I groan in satisfaction, feeling her soul intertwine with mine. The world disappears, leaving only us. The bond between us is complete now. Our souls are one, more than just a physical connection, it's everything. I can feel her happiness, her contentment, and her love flooding through me. The bond that ties us together is unbreakable now, stronger than anything I could have imagined. As we come down from our high, I pull back slightly, looking at her. I retract my fangs, hearing her soft whimper as I clean the mark, sealing it, marking her as truly mine. Her canines withdraw, and she swirls her tongue over the mark, sending shivers down my spine. "I love you," she murmurs, her voice a soft, sleepy whisper as she nuzzles against me. I can feel the weight of her exhaustion, but her contentment fills the space between us. "I love you too, baby." "Always," I whisper back, brushing her hair back from her face as she slips into a peaceful sleep. Her warmth, her love, surrounds me like a blanket, and I can't imagine anything better than this. Sleep calls to me, but I resist, wanting to stay in this moment forever. She's mine, and I will never let her go.